Tachibana Natsuki, an ordinary girl born in the year 238 of the Hidden Leaf Village, unexpectedly finds herself as a classmate of Naruto and Sasuke. Well-versed in history, she neither intervenes to prevent the Uchiha massacre nor halts the Infinite Tsukuyomi. While she admires the sacrifices of her predecessors, it is she, Tachibana Natsuki, who must unify the ninja world and forge a new fervent historian of Konoha. Fueled by the intriguing suggestions of netizens, Natsuki ultimately achieves the unification of the ninja realm, guiding everyone toward an era of equality and peace. However, the emergence of a mysterious sky screen raises questions. Chapter 1. The emergence of the sky screen. In the year 63 of Konoha, the sky was a pristine blue, dotted with fluffy clouds. It was just another ordinary day in the ninja world, marked by the usual cycle of life and death. The bustling streets of Konoha were alive with activity. Naruto, downcast, slurped his bowl of Ichiraka ramen, his 6 whiskers drooping. Across from him, Tachibana Natsuki sat upright, offering gentle encouragement. Naruto, there's no need to rush, you will surely become a remarkable ninja in the future. Despite the rich aroma of the pork bone broth filling his mouth and Natsuki's comforting words, Naruto struggled to savor the taste, still reeling from a crushing defeat at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke that very day. Damn it, he'll defeat that arrogant Sasuke one day, he vowed, imagining Sasuke likely enjoying his own lunch at that moment. Just as he was about to pop a piece of char siu into his mouth, a loud crash echoed through the eatery. Something big has happened. The abrupt sound of the door slamming open and a sharp cry of shock pierced Naruto's ears, causing him to fumble his chopsticks, dropping the char siu. He quickly bent down to retrieve it, blowing off the dust before carefully placing it back in his mouth, his curiosity piqued by the commotion. "Did I ask what you said true?" One voice exclaimed. "Don't ask, just come with me." A throng of people rushed out, leaving Naruto momentarily stunned. He turned to Natsuki, sensing urgency in her voice. "Natsuki, something seems off, let's hurry outside." After finishing his ramen with a series of slurps, Naruto excitedly dragged Natsuki out of the shop. A crowd had gathered, all gazing up at the sky with a shared expression of astonishment. "What's going on?" Naruto frowned, following their gaze. He soon noticed a gigantic screen had appeared in the heavens, displaying a countdown. 6 hours, 59 minutes, and 32 seconds. 7 minutes remained. Puzzled, Naruto scratched his head. "What's this? Are they showing a movie for everyone? Are they really going to show a movie? That would be amazing." The crowd buzzed with excitement, but Natsuki remained tense, her brow furrowed. Historical texts made no mention of a sky screen appearing in the year 63 of Konoha, nor had any of her teachers taught her about it. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was palpably tense. The sky screen appeared suddenly aside from causing public unrest. "There are no other anomalies," one ninja reported. "Impossible," another replied. "What about the barrier team?" "They report no anomalies either." "Yes." Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the reports. He fixed his gaze on the sky screen for a long moment before instructing the Umbu to summon key figures to the Hokage's office for a meeting. As the core members of Konoha gathered in the Hokage's office, the countdown reached its conclusion. Ding. "Connecting. Did you hear that sound?" someone asked. "I heard it too. What exactly is in the sky?" "A mirage. It seems like it's some sort of television screen." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of speculation as the light from the screen flickered ominously, intensifying the atmosphere of fear and uncertainty. Connection successful. The screen suddenly blazed with brightness, forcing those below to shield their eyes. As the light dimmed, a brilliant blue ocean came into view. The scene was idyllic: clear skies, azure waters, and soft white sands where men, women, and children frolicked joyously. The screen spun, offering a panoramic view of the bustling beach, drawing comparisons to the movement of human eyes. "This filming technique is quite fascinating. A first-person perspective," someone remarked. "I wonder where this location is. It looks stunning. The director must have exquisite taste." "Wow, that blonde beach girl playing volleyball has an incredible figure." "Huru, why are you just sitting under the umbrella while we play at Shea Bay?" As the perspective shifted, a beautiful girl in a swimsuit, holding 2 coconuts, appeared on the screen. She extended one of the coconuts toward the viewers. "Thank you, Raychan. I'm from the Frost Snow province, and the summer at Shea Bay is too hot for me. I feel like I'm melting." A languid voice chimed in as the girl accepted the coconut from Raychan. Summer, beach, swimsuit-clad beauties, and a first-person viewpoint such a picturesque scene captivated everyone present. Upon hearing the name Frost Snow Province, Natsuki felt a chill run down her spine. It was the term used for the land of snow before her transmigration. Could this sky screen be projecting the future? As a traveler from the future, Natsuki recognized the imagery displayed. It depicted a beautiful future she had once experienced. This realization filled her with anxiety. The known history was her only advantage. To avoid altering the predetermined future, she had endured the Uchiha massacre in silence. Without the foresight that had guided her, how could an ordinary ninja like her unify the ninja world? Worse still, the Moon Eye plan might be exposed, potentially igniting a fourth ninja war. Sweat began to bead on her palms as panic set in. Sensing her distress, Naruto turned to grasp her hand firmly, his gaze unwavering. "Don't worry, Natsuki, if there's danger, I will protect you." Most ninjas remained vigilant, but the sight of the swimsuit-clad beauties eased the fears of many, leading to animated discussions among the crowd, except for those from the land of water. The sky screen had appeared across the ninja world, visible everywhere, including the land of water. Currently, the land of water was shrouded in the blood mist policy, and critical areas like Shea Bay were under strict martial law, making it impossible for any filmmakers to enter and record that kind of footage. Within the Mist Village, unrest stirred. Unidentified individuals had infiltrated unnoticed. Obito Uchiha frowned as he gazed at the sky, the humid sea breeze tousling his dark hair. An unexpected situation had arisen, one that was not part of his plans. "Haruharu Ray, come play volleyball." A cheerful voice echoed, and another stunning girl in a swimsuit appeared, inviting them with enthusiasm. "Count me in. Let's play together, Haruharu." "Come on, Haruharu, this is an once-in-a-lifetime graduation trip. It's hard to book a spot at a popular tourist destination like Shea Bay again." Faced with a volleyball invitation from the two beauties, Haruharu remained unresponsive, opting instead to lie back. "No big deal, I can drop out and retake the entrance exam for Konoha University, then apply for a position at the Mist Province Tourism Bureau." Her nonsensical response elicited laughter from her beautiful friends. Watching the two leave together, Haruharu adjusted her position beneath the sunshade and, in the next moment, picked up her phone to open a particular application. In sound, recording a wonderful life. In just a few brief exchanges, the implications were overwhelming. Graduation trips. What is a university? Is it a ninja academy? What is Konoha University? Shea Bay had somehow become a tourist destination, and it was so popular that reservations were challenging. The Frost Snow Province and Mist Sea Province sounded like the land of snow and the land of water. What does province mean? The Tourism Bureau was easy to understand, a department dedicated to managing tourism, but what is a civil servant? What is that small screen that can light up? What is Een? The inhabitants of the Mist Village exchanged bewildered glances. It seemed the land of water had undergone a transformation and was reopening to the world. The opening of tourism necessitates the establishment of a dedicated department for management, allowing the people of the snow country to visit Shea Bay. This notion is indeed captivating, yet none dare to voice it. The higher-ups of Konoha are exchanging glances, while Narashikaku contemplates and jots notes in his notebook. Display the divine might of Senju Hashirama. The title of a striking video captures attention. The name of the god of shinobi is known far and wide. Others remain silent. Could this be a conspiracy between Konoha and the hidden Mist Village? As the scene transitions, a 3D depiction of Senju Hashirama appears from a bird's-eye view. Clad in crimson battle armor, his long hair dancing in the fierce wind, adorned with a red ribbon atop his head. Hashirama is seen sprinting across a vast meadow, pursued by ninjas with green and blue ribbons atop their heads. With his hands clasped together, he proclaims, "Would release." Birth of the trees. A deep rumble resonates from the ground, responding to his summons as a forest surges forth like ocean waves, rising from the earth. The paper tags twist and writhe like monstrous serpents, swiftly enveloping the entire scene. The branches of the trees entwine, causing the colors of the ribbons on the pursuing ninjas to shrink rapidly in the blink of an eye. They transform into blank strips, and the ninjas collapse to their knees, disappearing into nothingness. The expansive meadow is instantaneously transformed into a primordial forest. The next moment, the word defeat looms large over the ancient woods, and the scene shifts to a game summary screen displaying game duration, damage output ratios, and damage taken. Ratios. Haruno Sakura watches in rapt fascination, replaying the video 5 or 6 times, before opening the comment section and leaving a message. I, Uchiha Madara, am proud to call him the strongest. Upon entering the comments section, it is evident that viewers recognize the Hashirama on screen is not a real person, but the vivid depiction of battle nonetheless instills a sense of awe among all ninjas. Had they been present at the scene, they might have felt compelled to exclaim, Senju Hashirama is indeed divine. The explosive emergence of the forest showcases Hashirama's astonishing chakra reserves such overwhelming power could crush any resistance with ease. Even more disheartening is the silence that follows the battle. The existence of the forest serves as an eternal deterrent, more shocking than the battle itself. Sarutobi Hiruzen has witnessed Hashirama in combat, and the visual impact far surpasses that of the video back then. Hashirama would stand tall among the treetops, gazing down upon his vanquished foes with piercing, dignified eyes. Shimura Danzo clenches his fists, bowing his head to conceal the turmoil in his eyes. Only he knows what thoughts occupy his mind. Truly, he lives up to the title of the first Hokage. Is this the power of wood release? Unbelievable. This is our first Hokage. The comment section is flooded with reactions. Hashirama's opening move with the wood dragon is so cool. My husband is too handsome. Suspected that the first Hokage's wood dragon initiation leads to a bloodbath. Has the ninja world reached the era of Senju Hashirama? It seems Uchiha Madara is not far behind. I must return to the game. Only play PC games, mobile games can roll. Hashirama's sudden attack, reducing defenses, followed by the birth of the trees, even with the combined power of the Uchiha. It is impossible to prevail. Obito is the most entertaining in the world of games. It's not about full power. Finding 7 players using Uchiha is no easy feat. Dude, can you take me past Senju Hashirama? I've been stuck here for 2 weeks. Ninja World. What a joke. They've made Senju Hashirama so difficult to defeat. Getting caught means being reduced to nothing by his devastating combo. And the birth of the trees has such a wide range it's clearly designed to frustrate players. Perhaps you're not equipped correctly. Ensure you have 50 movement speed and wear items that allow for quick vertical movement. You can only dodge the birth of the trees by jumping high. Too many movement speed items lead to low damage and a lack of enjoyment in gameplay. Then choose the 4th Hokage and Obito. They have more mobility skills. Too expensive. I'm still a student and can't afford it. Seeing the gameplay footage, Natsuki ponders. The emergence of such an open-world ninja game prompts her to wonder if the sky screen is showing the world she arrived in. If chaos were to ensue in the ninja realm, what should she do? Her ability cultivation is still far from sufficient. She can only rely on surprise attacks, as she lacks inherent combat talent and must first ensure her safety. Without the Infinite Tsukuyomi, how could she possibly eliminate all the nobility of the Fire Country in one fell swoop? She wonders if Kurizetsu and Obito might act prematurely. It is indeed a perplexing situation. The sudden appearance of the sky screen catches Natsuki off guard, leaving her to silently gaze upward, passively confronting this unexpected development. From mere fragments of conversation, it becomes evident to everyone that this video is merely a game, and the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, is but a fabrication. The player's critiques of Hashirama's jutsu are perceived by Konoha's inhabitants as praise. Indeed, our first Hokage is this formidable wood release is indisputably overpowering. Until the comments turn to Uchiha, silence blankets the crowd, and the higher-ups of Konoha are equally muted. Only Sasuke grits his teeth, recalling that fateful night of his clan's annihilation and the blood-red eyes of Uchiha Itachi. He vows to eliminate that man. Kakashi immediately registers the name Obito. Correlating it with Obito is the most entertaining in the world of games, and choose the 4th Hokage and Obito. It becomes clear that both Minato Sensei and Obito have been transformed into game characters akin to the first Hokage. The Ninja World game evidently draws inspiration from the jutsu of the first Hokage. Minato Sensei's Flying Thunder God can teleport, while Obito has been configured as a character. With multiple mobility skills, Kakashi's memories involuntarily flash back to his childhood. Had he not stayed at the Hokage Tower he would have visited the memorial stone to see Obito and Rin. Chapter 2, Queen Natsuki. Is the historical drama dead? A discourse on the decline of historical-themed cinematic works. The sky screen begins to play a video, adopting a 3D art style reminiscent of the previously shown Ninja World game. However, the familiar backdrop instantly reveals to the inhabitants of Konoha that this is the Valley of the End. The initial scene captures a distant view, with dark clouds looming overhead as two ninjas engage in a fierce battle. Their colossal statues shatter by the clash. As the camera zooms in, amidst the broken statues of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, two young boys stand opposite each other, battered and bloodied, as lightning pierces the dark clouds, illuminating their blood-stained faces. The boy with blonde hair and blue eyes bears the markings of the Sage of Six Paths, while the black-haired boy's eyes swirl with the Sharingan. Such unmistakable features, proportionally enlarged, make it apparent to anyone with sight who these two are. Outside the Ichiraka ramen shop, all eyes turn toward the diminutive Naruto. The crowd can hardly believe that this monster and the orphan of the Uchiha clan could become the ninjas depicted on the sky screen. The grand battle scene they just witnessed is etched in their minds. Naruto gasps, "Is that person up there me?" Natsuki clenches her teeth. Why is a historical drama being aired? And they're showing the battle at the Valley of the End between Sasuke and Naruto. God forbid they reveal any crucial information. Sasuke, observing the figures on the sky screen, is certain that the black-haired boy is himself, while the other is undoubtedly Uzumaki Naruto. The intricate patterns of the Sharingan stirred Sasuke's spirit, as he envisioned a future where he wielded powers akin to those of Itachi Uchiha. It was the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, and outside the Akatsuki's base, Itachi's expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze as frigid as ice. Yet internally, he felt a bittersweet sense of solace. His plan had come to fruition. The two were already exhausted, their voices strained and breathless. Sasuke with a fierce roar. "Why do you still stand? You cannot kill me." Naruto, supporting himself on his knees, "Because I promised Yuki that I would bring you back." Sasuke, sneering disdainfully. "Back? To that hypocritical village? I have seen it clearly. Even you, even Yuki, can only reshape the shinobi world by severing all ties. A fervent exchange devoid of chakra, each blow landing squarely on the other's face." Naruto screaming in agony. "Then what do you consider Yuki and me? Can you truly attain peace by remaining a solitary avenger?" Sasuke, his pupils trembling. "Shut up. How could someone like you, who is acknowledged by Yuki, possibly understand?" Naruto interrupting, his fist striking Sasuke's face. "But I comprehend your pain. It is precisely because I have lost that I recognize how vital Yuki is." A moment of silence, filled only by the sound of rain. Sasuke lowering his head, his voice hoarse. "I have lost." Naruto taken aback, then breaking into a smile. "Ah, so we." Sasuke lifting his gaze, a rare smile touching his lips. "Humph, do as you wish." A grown-up Yuki appeared, tears shimmering in her eyes, as she embraced the two tightly, her affection palpable. "We must always remain together." The scene pulled back, revealing the trio in a tight embrace. Naruto stood in shock. He had triumphed over Sasuke, yet joy eluded him. Had Sasuke truly been suffering all along? Although the conclusion felt somewhat perplexing, the image of the three of them united brought a smile to Naruto's face. He, Sasuke, and Yuki remained steadfast friends. Sasuke was equally taken aback. The hypocritical village and the notion of reshaping the shinobi world no longer aligned with his current thoughts. The outcome felt strange, yet he was not alone. Could even the underachiever understand his anguish? Yuki was on the verge of shattering what was happening. Why was she still present? Wasn't this supposed to be the original future? The expressions of others in Konoha reflected those of elderly men perusing their phones, as the grandeur of battle left the Valley of the End statues in ruins. Yet here they were, indulging in a love triangle. The keen observer quickly grasped the crux of the matter. "Promised Yuki to bring you back, hypocritical village, reshaping the shinobi world." Could Uchiha Sasuke be contemplating defection? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. His current arrangement had been to group Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura together, with Tachibana Yuki assigned different teammates. Had he changed his mind? Yuki was an orphan aside from her calm and friendly demeanor towards Naruto and Sasuke. Her ninjutsu, taijutsu, and examination performances were unremarkable, lacking the intelligence of Nara Shikamaru. Hiruzen had never regarded this girl with much seriousness. Shimura Danzo slammed his hand down, exclaiming, "Hiruzen, Uchiha Sasuke poses a defection risk. He must be closely monitored." The other two advisors remained silent. Hiruzen merely gestured for quiet, stating, "We cannot ascertain whether this scenario is reliable. Who can judge the veracity of the future?" In other words, no immediate action could be taken. Uchiha Itachi was moved by this poignant scene. Sasuke had not abandoned his friends, and the sight of the three embracing left him speechless. Yet moments later, he found solace in the thought that as long as Sasuke was happy, that was enough. Springching, overwhelmed by the plot, couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck?" Pausing to read the comments. Mikey, what a bizarre plot. It's hard to imagine what mental state the writer was in while crafting this script. Does the Valley of the End capture the memories of Sasuke and Naruto? Why can't they follow the original narrative? It's completely deviated from history. Perhaps the writer believes that such a storyline will garner praise for its sweetness. Viewers' lives matter too. All three characters have been rendered flat. This segment isn't even the most cringe-inducing moment of the Queen's Chronicle. Springching set down her phone, performing sit-ups while gulping coconut juice. After a moment, she picked up her phone, closed the comments, and continued watching. Dear audience, good morning, afternoon, or evening. I am the unknown film enthusiast, aspiring to traverse the Globian ethereal youth. The animated segment just aired is from the recently popular, yet heavily criticized, epic The Queen's Chronicle, adapted from the romance novel Beloved and Proud Queen on the Biwa Light Novel website. Next, I will use this work as a case study to briefly discuss the decline of historical-themed films in recent years, analyzing it from the perspectives of capital and market. Creators and audiences. Point one, from the standpoint of market orientation and capital logic, today's society prioritizes viewership. Capital favors projects that are eye-catching, capture viewer time, and are quick and straightforward. Genuine historical dramas often incur high production costs and lengthy timelines. The love-hate relationships among Naruto, Sasuke, and Yuki have been the focal point of historical entertainment for years. 2. The decline in creators' abilities and professionalism has led to a lack of historical research, glaring inaccuracies, and a drop in script quality. Characters have become one-dimensional, lacking in exploration of historical complexities, reducing intricate power struggles to a mere "I love you, you must love me" love triangle. 3. Changes in audience perceptions of history. Viewers prioritize entertainment needs. In our fast-paced modern society, audiences seek stress relief over contemplation, contrasting sharply with the seriousness of historical dramas. In summary, the convergence of these three demands has resulted in an increasing number of works like The Queen's Chronicle. After watching, Springching liked the video, finding the arguments compelling, and eagerly opened the comments to enjoy the audience's humorous critiques. Adaptation does not equate to distortion. Dramatization does not imply fabrication. Yuki Queen turned into a surface-browed yet internally humble pure white jasmine by the writers. Sasuke and Naruto have also been portrayed as love-struck fools. Truly, nobody escapes the trio's entanglement. Sharing both fortune and misfortune, the sneaky big chicken. I am astounded how is it that in this love triangle, Sasuke and Naruto still come off as so gay? The writers of The Queen's Chronicle really love to subtly hint at Sasuke and Naruto's relationship. Its high viewership there after money is no trivial matter. I hope younger viewers aren't misled by these adaptations and games to understand historical figures. One must delve into history books. When I was young, I thought Yuki was a saintly figure in the unparalleled elegance, believing her rise to queenship was solely due to Sasuke and Naruto's efforts. Haha. Historical adaptations are often muddied by too many creative whims, which can truly mislead children. Suddenly, an explosive revelation emerged about Queen Yuki. "Wait!" Naruto exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment as he leaned closer to Yuki. "Yuki, you're the next queen?" His voice resonated distinctly in the quiet atmosphere. Not many knew of Yuki. After all, she wasn't as ubiquitous as Naruto and Sasuke. The people of Konoha shifted their curious gazes towards the girl beside Naruto. This was the future queen. Historical adaptations, Kakashi remarked, stroking his chin. It seems the possibilities for the future are indeed greater. "Who is this Yuki queen?" Inuzuka Kiba asked. "Uchiha Natsuki, born in the same year as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, is currently a 6th grade student at the Ninja Academy, reported in Umbu Ninja. Is she of noble descent? She is an orphan. Having lost her parents at the age of 5, the lineage and origins of her parents remain a mystery. Is she a talented ninja? No, her gifts are rather mediocre, lacking any notable specialties. Upon hearing this, the higher-ups of Konoha were rendered speechless. How could such an unremarkable commoner ninja eventually ascend to the throne as queen? With the phone turned off and eyes closed, Haruaki prepared to take a nap. The sky returned to a black screen state. Chapter 3. Under close protection, the trio, the center of village gossip, was summoned to the Hokage building. The Hokage was quite busy and hurriedly instructed them that the situation was urgent and that they must remain within the confines of the building for the next few days. Mischievous Naruto attempted to sneak away, but was swiftly apprehended by a masked figure resembling a white broom and returned to the Hokage's office. Brushing off the dust, Naruto settled back between Natsuki and Sasuke, puffing his cheeks in complaint. Why can't we go outside? Sasuke, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and left foot bent, had initially been resting his eyes, but couldn't resist taunting Naruto. You are such a fool always. Trailing behind. Stupid, arrogant Sasuke. Naruto growled, baring his teeth and lunging at Sasuke. Sasuke resisted, and the two fell to the ground, entangled in a playful scuffle. Fool, let go. Arrogant Sasuke, all you do is mock me. They'll get you, they'll get you. Super duper idiot. This is the Hokage building. Natsuki glanced at the two, recognizing that there was no real problem, and allowed them to continue their antics. A little roughhousing among boys could strengthen their bonds. Why the sky appeared? This puzzled Natsuki greatly. When she had crossed over, she had lacked any special abilities, so why had a sky manifested to disrupt her plans? Natsuki suspected that the world within the sky represented her future after successfully unifying the ninja world, where she had become queen and managed to prevent Sasuke and Naruto from breaking each other's arms. Although the plot of the animation seemed somewhat absurd, historical dramas often contain exaggerations. The major events should remain consistent. Natsuki pondered what to do after her plans were exposed. Endowed with the ability of none, she had learned the methods of its cultivation from Tim Space, a fellow traveler, allowing commoners to wield powers rivaling those of ninjas, thus resolving the long-standing conflicts between ninjas and commoners. Her nun ability remained unchanged after her transition. It was still the room of manifestation, a technique reminiscent of Kuroro's. By manifesting a closed space, all attacks were rendered ineffective within it, and any living beings that entered would lose their agency and be consumed by the manifested nun. Fish.to honed this skill. Natsuki carried a backpack filled with various hollow toys and models, often taking them out to touch, press against her cheek, or occasionally bite, which led many to believe she was somewhat eccentric. Additionally, Natsuki tended to immerse herself in her own thoughts, contemplating how to unify the ninja world. She treated Naruto kindly to win over potential top-tier allies. And she received unique treatment from Uchiha Sasuke, not bothering him during his training, while Sasuke never allowed Natsuki, who was lost in thought about life, to disturb him. These factors combined contributed to the fact that despite her cute and amiable demeanor, Natsuki struggled to forge genuine connections. With none to protect her, her safety was assured. But how would she manage sustenance? None could not conjure delectable food from thin air. A person could perish without water in 7 days, surrounded by a host of ninjas for a month. Even with her nun intact, Natsuki would succumb to hunger or thirst. When Kakashi led the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi into the room, the scene was quite striking. Natsuki knelt quietly, her back straight, eyes unfocused, lost in thought, while beside her, Naruto and Sasuke rolled about in a tangle, stirring up clouds of dust. It was a rather disjointed tableau. The trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi were well accustomed to Natsuki's behavior, noting that she had drifted off again if this were during class. Iruka Sensei would have surely tapped her on the head. Shikamaru muttered, "What a hassle," as he and Choji separated Sasuke and Naruto. Ino knelt opposite Natsuki, waving her hand before her eyes. Lost in thought again, huh, Natsuki? I'd love to know what goes on in that head of yours. You seem to be dreaming all the time, Ino said with a teasing smile. Natsuki lowered her head, shyly smiling back at Ino, leaning in for a gentle chat. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke, having freed themselves from Shikamaru and Choji's grip, eagerly resumed their playful wrestling. Fool, always trailing behind. Arrogant Sasuke. Observing this scene, Shikamaru scratched his head while Choji fell silent, each choosing to give up. One lay back staring at the ceiling, while the other crunched on chips. Kakashi stood speechless, pondering how abstract this generation of children was. However, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi children were indeed mature. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, who were whimsical, they showed no curiosity about how Natsuki became queen, nor did they inquire why Sasuke perceived the village as hypocritical. Even when admonished by adults to refrain from asking too many questions, their ability to suppress their curiosity was already quite considerate, showcasing the bond of camaraderie. The latest news indicated that the sky was visible to all inhabitants across the various countries and ninja villages, with Konoha currently under a state of emergency. The trio of Natsuki, Naruto, and Sasuke, being the most referenced individuals within the sky and still alive, required special protection. Fearing the children might struggle to adapt, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families offered their own children to keep the trio entertained and pass the time. In Kakashi's view, this was entirely unnecessary. Natsuki could drift off into her thoughts alone, while Sasuke and Naruto could amuse themselves together. The following day, the 6 children were awakened by ninjas, who gathered the bedding from the floor, leading them to the Hokage's office. The sky had illuminated once more. Isn't it too early? I'm so tired. It's only 6 o'clock. The sky had brightened, revealing a girl with long green hair and amber eyes, sleepily brushing her teeth in front of a bathroom mirror. According to the report from the barrier class, the sky appears to be a product of space-time powers. The medium is the girl named Haruaki, and the projected content reflects her experiences. Narashikako paused for a moment before continuing. It is speculated that the time and space Haruaki inhabits is the future. The children nestled quietly in a corner, not making a sound. In the Hokage's office, only Shikaku's voice could be heard. Upon hearing the mention of the future, a mix of excitement and caution filled the hearts of those present. Whether it was the seemingly improved relations among the 5 great nations, or the transformation of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke into formidable warriors, the most shocking revelation was still Empress Natsuki. The assembly glanced at the inconspicuous white-haired girl in the corner, but no one inquired about Natsuki's lineage. If the Umbu could not uncover the truth, what hope was there that a 5-year-old orphan, who had never left Konoha, would know anything about her origins? Historically, no woman had ever claimed the throne. Even if a lord had no sons, they would adopt from a collateral branch rather than choose their own daughter. Hastily completing their morning routines, the 4 girls set out together to explore the old site of the Mist Village. Chapter 4. In the mist of blood, the familiar gates and buildings of the hidden Mist Village stirred a sense of uncertainty among the visitors. The enemy had so easily divulged the internal affairs of their village. The streets were teeming with tourists, a sea of heads emerging from the subway exit. We shall first indulge in fishball noodles at the Mist Village this morning, Lien stated, meticulously reviewing the itinerary. At 9 o'clock, we will visit the Blood Mist Memorial Hall, which will take approximately 3 hours. Afterwards, we will take the subway to the Mist Art Center for lunch, followed by an afternoon performance of the stage play The Great Blade and Pure White Snow. For dinner, we shall enjoy pufferfish and sushi. That is our plan for today. Any questions? None. 2 enthusiastic voices chimed in. The streets of the hidden Mist Village, once narrow and old, had transformed into a bustling focus of tourism within the expanded Mist City. As the 4 made their way to the fishball noodle shop, the narrow streets were alive with a throng of people, and the shops on either side had long queues. The overhead display of the hidden Mist Village mirrored the same narrowness, with buildings that were strikingly similar. The current village, flanked by residential buildings, contrasted sharply with the vibrant atmosphere of the past, evoking a tumult of emotions. Other villages could only gaze enviously at the flourishing hidden mist, with its crowded tourists, modern subway system, and towering skyscrapers. Jealousy came as easily as breathing. The fishball noodle restaurant, named Isafu Fishball Noodles, offered an array of dishes, though the fishballs and noodles were pre-prepared, requiring only a brief reboil before serving a steaming bowl. After a wait of several minutes, the 4 found a vacant table. They ordered the signature fishball noodles, spicy fishball noodles, sour soup fish slice noodles, and a portion of steamed sea urchin egg. Chunqing picked up a light blue fishball and popped it into her mouth, the delightful flavor captivating her instantly. Lien, engrossed in her phone, revealed that the fish used in this establishment was sourced from Isafu's former habitat. Due to the influence of tailed beast chakra, the meat exhibited a pale blue hue, enhancing its deliciousness. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Chunqing interjected. Isafu has been gone for over a century. If the blue hue were truly due to the chakra, it should have reverted to white by now. Surely, the fish itself is simply blue. Lien shot her a disapproving glance, silently urging her to refrain from undermining the narrative. Chunqing chuckled and offered a trio of apologies. When the mention of the three tails arose, a high-ranking ninja from the hidden mist suddenly sprang to his feet. "We must relocate the tails immediately," he exclaimed, preparing to rush out, only to be halted by another ninja. "Hold on, they haven't disclosed the location of the three tails. They merely indicated a habitat. This is infuriating. How could such sensitive information be released? Where did this display originate from? Does the three tails even have a name?" Someone mused. The display mentioned Isafu. "Oh, that fishball dish looks delectable." Another exclaimed. "Could the lake where I fished yesterday be the habitat of the three tails?" "What are you thinking? Our nearby lakes are filled with blue fish." At the Blood Mist Memorial Hall, the crowd fell quiet as they approached, instinctively lowering their voices. A guide began the tour, and the four eagerly gathered to listen. The exhibit displayed over 1,000 weapons, each a testament to the bloodshed of comrades. As Chunqing gazed around, bloodied shurikens came into view. As many of you may know, the Blood Mist is a dark chapter in the history of the Land of Water's hidden mist village. The most notorious aspects were the brutal selection process for ninjas and the terror-inducing graduation exams that required students to kill each other. Only those who eliminated their comrades could officially become ninjas. This extreme policy, inherited from the third Mizukage, led to prolonged isolation and infighting within the village, resulting in the purging of bloodline limit clans, such as the Kagaya clan, and many ninjas turning rogue. The guide continued, leading the tourists to the next exhibit, which was smaller and contained only a few artifacts. At its center stood a large blade, the beheading sword once wielded by Zabuza Momochi. At the tender age of 9, Zabuza massacred 98 of his peers during an exam, earning the title of the Demon of the Hidden Mist. He became a tragic figure representative of the Blood Mist era, and his story became a crucial lesson for the village's transformation, marking the end of the gruesome graduation exams. Suddenly, a voice from the display commented on Zabuza's legacy, causing a moment of discomfort for the once cold-hearted demon. Nearby, Haku beamed. The future's perception of Zabuza seemed overwhelmingly positive. Zabuza's former comrades felt a surge of pride as they saw their own images and life stories presented with dignity in the memorial. Naruto, astonished, exclaimed, "He killed 98 classmates at just 9 years old. Just imagining having to kill Sasuke or Hina is unbearable." He shook his head vigorously, resolutely refusing to entertain such notions. Hina, instinctively comforting, reassured, "Naruto, it's all right. Such events will never happen again. We showcase our scars not to flaunt our pain, but to demonstrate the possibility of healing." The Blood Mist has never been forgotten. It has finally become a beacon guiding us toward the light rather than a shackle. As the guide concluded, the four departed the Blood Mist Memorial Hall, deeply moved by the final remarks that resonated with many from the Hidden Mist Village. Who among them would wish to live under such oppressive policies? Those who had experienced the terror of the Blood Mist yearned for the vibrant life depicted in the display. Following Chunqing, they glimpsed the future prosperity of the Land of Water, contrasting sharply with their own dilapidated village. After lunch, they eagerly anticipated the stage play The Great Blade in Pure White Snow at the Mist Art Center. The excitement in the air was palpable. "More white, more white, more white," Chunqing exclaimed. All right, tone it down a bit, Chunqing. I don't recall you being this excited normally. It's different. If life does not grant me the chance to experience exquisite love, then my beautiful qualities and even my soul may wither away. Lien, you should know by now. Chunqing is a diehard fan of the Great Blade. The peculiar conversation left many puzzled. What exactly was this Great Blade? Naruto furrowed his brow in contemplation, while Hina remained speechless, internally screaming, I also want to experience the Great Blade. My white. Oh no, please don't spoil it. What will happen to my plans? As the theater lights dimmed and somber music filled the air, the curtain rose to reveal a crimson-lit stage, showcasing the story of young Zabuza. Scenes unfolded. A boy sitting alone amidst a pool of blood after slaying his peers, lying on a sunlit lawn, contemplating the future of the hidden mist village, and attempting to assassinate the Mizukage but failing, leading him to defect. "Ah, so this is the tale of Zabuza," someone remarked. It is no wonder he was part of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He sought to assassinate the 4th Mizukage due to his dissatisfaction with the village's tyranny. Those familiar with Zabuza's story realized that his defection stemmed from a failed attempt to change the blood mist. As the music abruptly ceased and the lights shifted to a cold white, the theater was enveloped in a flurry of snowflakes enhanced by ninjutsu. A desperate young boy curled beneath a bridge. Zabuza declared, "Ninjas are merely tools. Become my tool. Bye. Please call me Bye." The duet of handheld weapons cast shadows of interdependent figures upon the ice mirror. The lights dim once more, and a bright spotlight illuminates the newly arrived blonde youth. It is Naruto. What? Naruto's astonished expression reveals a connection to Zabuza. Observing the performance, the actor portraying Naruto appears to be merely 13 or 14 years old, hinting at a tale yet to unfold. The audience from Konoha watches with keen interest, eager to glean insights into the future. At both ends of the theater, on the left, Kakashi's team accepts the mission to escort Tazuna, while on the right, Zabuza undertakes the assassination contract for Tazuna. In a climactic exchange, Kakashi and Zabuza confront Naruto to become stronger through diligent training in ninjutsu. Haku interjects. A person becomes incredibly strong when protecting those they cherish. The final scene unfolds with the ultimate battle on the bridge, where Haku deflects Raikiri on behalf of Zabuza. "I am merely Zabuza's tool, yet even so, I wish to protect him." Mortally wounded, Zabuza slays his employer, Gato. "You were never a tool," he declares, as both succumb to the snow-laden storm. The curtain falls. Haruhara weeps uncontrollably, her body trembling with sobs, yet she claps fervently. The audience, too, is moved to tears, their applause resounding like thunder throughout the theater. The curtain rises one last time, revealing the actors who take a bow in gratitude. This artistic presentation resonates with all ages. An entertainment form accessible only to the fortunate in contemporary times, as the common folk regard it as a captivating story. As it is a stage play, the actors are predominantly ordinary individuals. The fight scenes are minimized, yet they do not impede the audience's understanding of the narrative. Both Zabuza and Haku are renowned, formidable ninjas, capable of injuring the copy ninja Kakashi in battle, a spectacle undoubtedly grand in reality. Upon witnessing the piercing Raikiri, Obito appears to react instinctively, unleashing his frustration upon the surrounding flora and fauna. Naruto, Ino, and CHG sob profusely. Ino remarks, "What a touching love story." Naruto responds, "What a moving tale of friendship." Ino and Naruto share a moment of reflection, pausing their tears to engage in a spirited debate. Zabuza and Haku share love. No, it's friendship. It is clearly love. They are both men. Even if Haku is as beautiful as a woman, it is friendship. Do you discriminate against love between two men? Not discrimination, but they are just being sneaky. The children bicker animatedly, while the mature ninjas maintain stoic expressions. Recording key information. Ninjas are merely tools, muses an unnamed ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckles at the sight of his past self, contemplating Kakashi's team configuration. Presumably, the future will see Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura forming a team under Kakashi's guidance. However, upon learning that Tachibana Natsuki will become part of the trio with Sasuke and Naruto, Hiruzen envisions a reunion of the legendary 3 ninjas, eager to see the trio united. Should the Umbu uncover intelligence regarding Zabuza Momochi, the credibility of the displayed world will significantly increase. Natsuki, however, feels utterly unmoved. Thus, in this envisioned world, Kakashi's team remains as Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Natsuki hopes to preserve the historical trajectory prior to the 4th Great Ninja War, fearing that her involvement may trigger a butterfly effect, jeopardizing the timeline. The prospect of a world where she successfully unifies the ninja realm after her crossing is a tantalizing thought that fills Natsuki with joy. The revelations about Zabuza and Haku raise questions of Gato's potential aggression toward the Land of Waves. Will Tazuna survive Gato's wrath? Haku's bloodline limit has also been exposed, raising the specter of pursuit. Zabuza will certainly protect Haku, yet should Akatsuki or Orochimaru intervene, the two may find themselves outmatched. Everything feels chaotic, utterly disordered. Chapter 5. Kakashi's mini-class commences. As Haruharu and her companions exit the Mist Village Art Center, the screen dims. So far, the timing of the screen's activation and deactivation has been erratic. This iteration not only reveals information about the Mist Village, Zabuza, and Haku, but also divulges further intricacies. First, the future ninja world has abandoned the concept of the 5 great nations. The current nations have transformed into provinces, with administrative divisions now comprising 5 levels: province, city, county, township, and village. Through conversations among Haruharu and her friends, it becomes evident that institutions such as Imperial College, Imperial University of Science and Technology, and the Imperial Academy exist, indicating that nations still prevail. Although hard to believe, the future ninja realm appears to have established a unified empire. Otherwise, how could one explain the close-knit relations among the 5 nations? On Haruharu's ticket purchasing app appears a map detailing global transportation routes, showcasing an intricate network connecting the current 5 great nations. Aside from the island nation of the Land of Water, the roads, railways, and highways between the other nations are densely intertwined, resembling a complex circulatory system. This indicates a remarkably close relationship among the 5 great nations in the future. Furthermore, Haruharu, hailing from Frosty Snow Province, formerly the Land of Snow, is able to study at Konoha University for 4 years. Their conversations reveal that Haruharu will continue her studies at Konoha University for at least 3 more years to pursue a master's degree, expressing aspirations to attain a doctorate thereafter, indicating a commitment to remaining in Konoha for a minimum of 7 years. The other 3 girls are from Fire Guardian Province, the Land of Fire, each from different cities. Yet, these 4 can wander freely in the Mist Village. Having first ventured to Windwalking Province, the Land of Wind, to experience the desert lake scenery and the barbecue festival, then climbing the snowy mountains in Rock Ridge Province, the Land of Earth, and finally visiting Thunder Island Province, the Land of Lightning, to see waterfalls and enjoy canyon rafting. With the Mist Sea Province, the Land of Water, being their last destination, necessitating a flight to reach it. The other ninja villages lament, wishing the screen had begun earlier, so they could glimpse the future of Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure. Listening to the excited chatter and viewing the videos and photos on the girls' phones suggests that these future villages are thriving, likely surpassing the Mist Village. Jealousy distorts the features of the other 3 Kage, as these 3 ninja villages, compared to Konoha, are relatively impoverished. Sunagakure is neglected by the daimyo, suffering from scarce desert resources. Iwagakure is hidden within the mountains, with closed-off transportation and lagging commercial development. Kimogakure is in a better position but still pales in comparison to the geographically advantageous Konoha. Lastly, and most crucially, there is an aura of peace. Every face radiates tranquility, starkly contrasting with the tumultuous times of today. Though there are beggars, they sport round bellies, with local passers-by claiming they are merely con artists preying on the goodwill of tourists. Beneath the bridge, some vagrants carry bulging backpacks, and kind-hearted individuals provide packaged food and water. Ninjas still exist. One can see them gathering chakra to ascend tall buildings, saving stranded kittens, as passing civilians cheer, exclaiming their admiration for these capable individuals. Surprisingly, even ninjas have undergone a name change. The world depicted on the screen starkly contrasts with the current ninja realm, appearing as a beautiful dream. Is this truly the future? How wonderful it would be if our children could be born into that world. A woman dressed as a peasant softly murmurs, tears glistening in her dulled eyes. Our children are our future. The man beside her wraps his arm around her shoulders, softly reassuring her, as if to comfort himself, his tone growing resolute. That will undoubtedly be our future. In the world beneath the celestial dome, peace and beauty reign. Yet the current state of the ninja realm tells a different tale. For 3 consecutive days, the sky has not illuminated. And if it weren't for the remaining presence of the dome, many might believe the preceding days were but a dream. The ninja realm has been tumultuous of late, with an increasing influx of individuals seeking entry into Konoha and foreign presences lurking nearby. The patrolling ninjas of Konoha have apprehended several intruders attempting to gather information on the Saki trio and infiltrate the Hokage's office. Saki, Naruto, and Sasuke, accompanied by Shikamu, Ino, and Shoji, have spent another 3 days within the Hokage's office, concerned for the children's potential boredom and the looming graduation exams. The Hokage has appointed Kakashi to train the trio, while Asuma mentors the other 3. As expected, this iteration of Team Kakashi will consist of Saki, Naruto, and Sasuke. Saki sighed. Although she harbored no desire to alter history, the very existence of the dome had already set events in motion, compelling her to adapt. Kakashi, it seems, had his work cut out for him. Sasuke, a quintessential genius, and Naruto, a unique fool genius, rendered Saki the most challenging to manage, as she epitomized an unremarkable mediocrity. In a controlled sparring match that allowed only physical techniques, Saki swiftly fell to Shikamaru's prowess. Evaluating her abilities compared to her peers in the 6th grade at the Konoha Academy, Saki's chakra levels, hand-sealing speed, chakra manipulation, ninjutsu talent, genjutsu aptitude, physical techniques, stamina, strength, and speed all fell within the realm of mediocrity, lacking the resilience that Naruto possessed. Kakashi found himself at a loss regarding how to guide her, as Saki was acutely aware of her own limitations. With a shy smile directed at the seemingly troubled Kakashi, Saki's azure eyes conveyed an unspoken apology, hinting at her perceived weakness. Amused, Kakashi placed a hand atop Saki's silken white hair. "Your Majesty," he mused, "first and foremost, one must ensure their own safety. If traditional ninjutsu and genjutsu were not Saki's strengths, perhaps we might explore some unconventional techniques?" Observing Saki's eyes light up with excitement, Kakashi led her to a secluded corner, away from the fervent practice of Sasuke and Naruto. "Welcome to Kakashi's little classroom," he announced. Once seated, he inquired gently, "Saki, you don't particularly enjoy combat, do you? Your earlier attacks deliberately avoided Shikamaru's face and body, and you restrained your punching force." "Yes, I don't wish to harm others. Pain is unpleasant," Saki replied earnestly, nodding her head. In her previous life, spanning over 2 decades, she had been taught the importance of not inflicting harm or infringing upon the rights of others. Even after 7 years in this new world, her core beliefs had remained unchanged, as she firmly believed her understanding was correct. Moreover, she had no aspirations of becoming a formidable ninja. She merely sought to navigate the ninja system and connect with the future's core strength. So, why does Saki wish to become a ninja? She pondered internally. Of course, to foster relationships with influential individuals, she mused quietly, though she refrained from voicing this thought. "Because I possess chakra, I wish to befriend Naruto and Sasuke and learn ninjutsu to protect myself and my friends." Saki's aspiration to unify the ninja world necessitated formidable strength, coupled with a desire to learn ninjutsu for her own protection. As for protecting her friends, she found no fault in that sentiment. She would gladly safeguard Naruto and Sasuke, and the thought invigorated her spirit. All of it was the truth, and the sincerity in Saki's blue eyes shone brightly. Kakashi, observing her, felt a warmth in his heart. A girl who eschewed harm and cherished her comrades reminded him of Rin, who shared a similar kindness. As Saki gazed into Kakashi's contemplative eyes, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Recognizing Kakashi's renowned life experiences, Saki quickly surmised that he might be inclined to seek a substitute meal. "Kakashi-sensei," she pronounced with deliberate slowness, attempting to create a distinction between Kakashi and sensei, as though the title held an awkwardness. With a sincere and innocent demeanor, she inquired, "Are you familiar with medical ninjutsu? I believe it is a noble profession, healing and saving lives. May I try my hand at learning medical ninjutsu?" Kakashi chuckled softly, his eyes curving into crescent moons, their sincerity deepening. "Certainly, basic medical ninjutsu can effectively halt bleeding, mend injuries, and even provide rudimentary detoxification, thus significantly enhancing a ninja's survival rate." He then elaborated on his instructional plans for Saki. "If you wish to remain true to your essence while also safeguarding yourself and your comrades in battle, we must adhere to the core principle of leveraging strengths while minimizing weaknesses, achieving victory through intellect. We shall avoid direct confrontation, focusing instead on diversion, interference, and teamwork." Kakashi meticulously explained his strategies. "In addition to medical ninjutsu, we can employ external aids such as traps, tools, scrolls, and summoning beasts. By strategically placing traps, we can lure the enemy in, utilizing explosive tags, smoke bombs, snares, and poisonous gas to compensate for physical shortcomings. Summoning beasts can be instrumental for reconnaissance and distracting foes." Saki nodded attentively as she absorbed the information. Though she may not excel in brute strength, the profession of a ninja is fraught with peril, necessitating precautions against surprise attacks or close-range assaults. Kakashi's suggestions resonated with her, as her only trump card was her telekinetic abilities. leaving her feeling like a turtle in her shell. We shall engage in training on asymmetric combat techniques, Kakashi announced. Saki feigned confusion, prompting Kakashi to clarify. Asymmetric combat techniques serve as a remedy for physical confrontations. We shall not rely solely on brute force, but rather employ unconventional tactics. Using the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan as an example, he explained that it does not require raw strength, but rather precise strikes to chakra points to incapacitate an adversary. He emphasized the necessity of joint manipulation techniques to counter opponents in close quarters and escape from restraints. Should one encounter an overwhelmingly powerful foe, the priority is to escape and prolong survival. Kakashi categorized survival skills into two straightforward types, evasion and concealment. Evasion can be achieved through body flicker technique, creating distance to secure an escape, while concealment can involve transformation techniques to become inanimate objects or using ninjutsu to burrow underground or submerge in water, waiting for the enemy to depart. By employing every conceivable means to delay, one might await the arrival of reinforcements. Kakashi's instructions were thorough, and Saki listened intently. After a concise overview, she followed his guidance and commenced her training. The first lesson involved chakra control through wall climbing, enhancing the precision of chakra manipulation and minimizing ninjutsu wastage. This fundamental yet essential training, renowned as the tree climbing and water walking exercises, had seen Saki attempt it quietly. But she found her progress dishearteningly slow. Thus, she had devoted her surplus time to honing her telekinetic abilities. Chapter 6. The future of the Land of Rain. The celestial dome illuminated once more, eliciting delight among the populace, eager to glean further insights into the future. Haruha sat at the dining table, enjoying a meal. A large pot simmered with chicken and mushrooms, exuding an enticing aroma. Haruha meticulously selected the mushrooms, revealing her evident fondness for them. Outside, snowflakes danced through the air, and the family gathered around the pot, engaging in lively conversation, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. It appears that Haruha has returned to the land of snow, as the snowy scene confirms its identity. As for the three individuals at her table, their conversations reveal them to be Haruha's parents and elder brother. My mother, Matsushita Rina, possesses a cascade of smooth black hair and a gentle, beautiful visage. She works as a currency courier for a national bank and is endowed with the ability to manipulate chakra. My father, Sato Saikairo, sports a short, spiky black hairstyle, with a rugged appearance characterized by thick brows and large eyes. He is also a currency courier at the same bank and shares the same chakra abilities. My elder brother, Sato Haruaki, has long, straight black hair and resembles our mother entirely. He is a civil servant in the energy department and, like the rest of us, wields chakra. Only my younger sister, Haruki, has green hair and amber eyes, bearing no resemblance to the rest of the family, leading many to speculate that she may not be biologically related to us. During our tea time after dinner, Haruaki said, Haruki, once you graduate with your master's, you could join our energy department as a logistics officer. Haruki replied, I'm not interested, thank you. Haruaki continued, no worries. Just consider it a backup option in case you can't find anything better. You might want to apply to our Frost Snow Energy Department. Haruki teased, what? Did your logistics staff get poached again? Haruaki sighed, no. The logistics officer from Musashi City worked for a year, but couldn't handle our Frost Snow Province's climate and left. Haruki took a sip of her tea and commented, that is unfortunate. Haruaki lamented, indeed, we have a backlog of hazardous chemical materials piling up, and the remaining logistics staff is overwhelmed, forcing me to work overtime. It's infuriating. Haruki responded nonchalantly, hang in there. Matsushita Rina then asked, Haruki, what is the name of your major? It's so long that I often forget. Haruki replied, the major is space-time folding and logistics management. Haruaki interjected, just think of it as the flying thunder god technique, Mom. Rina nodded, yes, that's it. I'm truly sorry. I will make an effort to remember this time. Haruaki inquired, Haruki, what are your plans after this? Will you pursue a PhD or enter the workforce? Haruki mused, studying space-time is quite fascinating. I could consider a PhD. However, for work, I would likely go to Yongan City, where there is a higher demand for logistics officers. I have adapted to the climate of the Fire Province. Haruaki pressed, would you not consider returning? Haruki replied, even if I returned, I wouldn't apply to the energy department. The hazardous materials are incredibly heavy, and relocating is exhausting. It's obvious that working as a logistics officer in Yongin City would likely involve transferring confidential documents and exam papers. It's a foolish choice to make. After speaking, Haruki stood up, gathered her dishes, and placed them in the dishwasher, saying, "I'm heading back to my room now." It became clear that Haruki was also a ninja, specifically one who studies the flying thunder god technique. The family's perception of her shifted, recognizing her remarkable skill akin to that of the fourth Hokage. The future applications of the ninja's flying thunder god technique would involve transferring hazardous chemicals and important documents, a reality far more peaceful than they had anticipated. Musashi City. The energy department and Yongin City were newly understood. Musashi City remained an enigma. I would remember it. The energy department was responsible for handling chemical materials, which was easily comprehensible. Yongin City, the imperial capital located in the Land of Fire, indeed served as a well-connected hub, making it a reasonable choice for a capital. Excitedly, I reflected on Yongin City. It was indeed possible that the world above the canopy mirrored the future of my current reality. I successfully unified the ninja world and became a queen. Yongin City was the name of my capital in my previous life. The tourism department and the energy department were familiar governmental entities, and if I were to become a system creator, I would undoubtedly structure them thus. However, a moment of despair washed over me as I pondered whether my plans would succeed this time. Haruki returned to her room, cocooning herself in her blanket as she began to stream ninja content. Let us give the Wind Province a little shock from the Rainling Province. Ninjas from the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain prepared themselves. It was their turn. The video commenced, revealing a youthful male voice as the camera focused on a wall dripping with moisture. Do you see, family? This is why the Rainling Province tops the charts for the highest single-use sales online. The air is saturated with moisture to the extent that every item exposed becomes damp. How could we possibly dry our underwear? The scene shifted to a mop in the corner, covered in unknown mushrooms, leaving unspoken implications. In the comments section, one user reminisced about their middle school geography lessons, marveling at the climate of Rainling Province. I exclaimed, "Goodness, the highest temperature is around 20 degrees. What a paradise. Who knows how unbearable summer is in Konoha City? And just look at that elegant precipitation histogram. Neither drought nor flood. It is truly a crown bestowed by nature." I unilaterally declare the climate of Rainling Province to be the most perfect in the world. However, upon attending Rainling University, they soon discovered the dismal reality of persistent rain during half the year, filled with gray skies and drizzle, leading to soggy chips and clothes that never dried. Another user remarked, "So, the popular online outfits of shirts and wool sweaters from the Rain Province are due to the mild weather. Huh? Huh." Another chimed in, "No. It's both damp and cold, with frequent strong winds. It's freezing." Yet another commented, "Just as Rain Province residents cannot comprehend us Wind Province inhabitants. Last night, I was perfectly fine before bed, but upon waking, my throat felt as if I had swallowed sand. I adore rainy days." One user mused, "Do you know why it's called Rainling Province? Because Ling refers to incessant rain. The rain spoken of must refer to the Land of Rain, undoubtedly capable of such prolonged precipitation. Rainling University, is it akin to Konoha University? It seems the Land of Rain is indeed quite humid." A commoner from the Land of Wind gazed at the dripping wall, his parched throat yearning, "If only we could share some of that water with our Land of Wind." The majority of the Land of Wind is desert, characterized by arid climates and scarce rainfall. Precious oases are controlled by feudal lords and nobles, leaving commoners to toil endlessly for a mere sip of water. Haruki clicked on the profile of the humorously articulate lady, discovering numerous videos showcasing her as a graduate student at Rain University. One video titled "Leaving the Lab at Night Without Saying Goodbye, I Don't Want to Live Anymore" captured her attention. As the video transitioned, a pristine white laboratory came into view. The camera focused on a glass container as the girl, teetering on the brink of madness yet attempting to suppress her volume, unleashed a frantic scream. "My fungi. This is the 8th red-yellow toxic mushroom I've lost. I checked the culture medium, indoor air temperature, humidity, and oxygen levels. I meticulously disinfect every day, almost wishing to eradicate all beneficial bacteria from my body. Everything is perfect, optimal conditions, so why do they keep dying? I am at a loss." Suddenly, she recalled her junior, who consistently left the lab later than she did. Each night, she would say goodnight to her junior and, by extension, to her fungi. Yesterday, her junior had gone out to have fun, leaving her without a goodnight farewell. She simply turned off the lights and left the lab. Today, However, upon returning, she found devastation. All her fungi had perished, just 2 days shy of maturity. My thesis, my top-tier journal, my academic career. The background music turned melancholic as her voice spiraled into chaos, causing Haruki to chuckle. She liked, recommended, and opened the comments section. One user remarked, "The fungi in the lab are pampered, those outside are battle-hardened." Another commented, "In reality, there are many bacterial impurities and microorganisms in the natural environment. While laboratories are relatively sterile, the bacteria in the culture plates are grown in a sterile environment, making them difficult to survive. So luck plays a significant role in successful cultivation." Yet another quipped, "I'm sorry, but seeing the barrage of comments makes me think. Can we use graduate students to sterilize?" I'm cracking up. The comments section is filled with remarkable talent, and it is truly amusing. Chunqing simply clicks on a video, which is part of a series. The caretaker enters the laboratory with their left foot first, while the fungi lament, "I don't want to live anymore." The caretaker arrives a minute late today, and the fungi echo, "I don't want to live anymore." Today, the caretaker indulges in durian, leaving a foul odor. And the fungi exclaim, "I don't want to live anymore." When the caretaker wears red clothing, it appears frightening, prompting the fungi to cry out again, "I don't want to live anymore." One particular video is exceptionally explosive. The rebirth of a wicked woman. "In my next life, I shall be an enzyme in the laboratory. If I am displeased, I will simply perish, thus nullifying the efforts of the entire team." These videos depict the unraveling graduate life of the charming cat lady, leaving Chunqing in fits of laughter, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, joy often springs from the suffering of others. Is this to be her future? Intriguing, I shall follow. Chunqing is also on the verge of becoming a graduate student, having secured her place at Konoha University in the Space-Time Folding and Logistics Management program with first-class honors. She seeks a glimpse into the graduate lives of others as a precaution for her own future. Just as she contemplated scrolling past, the charming cat lady updated her video. In the year 169, the college entrance examination recommendations, an introduction to the pharmacy program at Yulin University. A girl with a mushroom-shaped haircut, clad in a white lab coat, timidly appears on screen. "Greetings, dear juniors, future mates. I am a graduate student specializing in medicinal fungi at Yulin University. Our program is dedicated to cultivating medicinal fungi, such as the well-known Ganoderma and Cordyceps. Yulin University is nestled in Yulin City, Yulin Province, characterized by its humid and rainy climate, dense deciduous forests, a veritable paradise for fungi. It stands as the premier institution for medicinal fungi studies, offering both master's and doctoral programs, welcoming applicants to contribute to human health." The screen fades to black, revealing white text. Oh, I almost forgot to mention a few points. After filming the video, I remembered to add this at the end. A fan inquired if those with special abilities can apply for the medicinal fungi program. Of course, we welcome applicants with various abilities, especially those possessing would-release chakra. However, such talents are typically reserved for medical programs. If any adept with would-release chakra wishes to apply to our medicinal fungi program, ensure your contact information and address remain discreet. Be cautious during the entrance examination. Do not strive for the top rank, as this will draw unwanted attention. Otherwise, every medical university in the nation will inundate your phone, sending faculty to your home to pester you, whisking you away on a vacation to avoid having competitors find you. The girl finishes with a smile, and the video concludes. This future is becoming increasingly perplexing. Indeed, would-release ninjas are exceptionally skilled in medical ninjutsu. Yet it seems that all future would-release ninjas are destined to become medical practitioners. Reflecting on the prowess of Hashirama Senju, many deem this a waste. With godlike combat capabilities, must he serve as a medical ninja? The red and yellow toxic mushroom, a type of medicinal fungus, is unfamiliar to him. Could it be a new strain being cultivated for the future? Orochimaru recalls the video content with keen interest. The laboratory, the culture media, the medicinal fungi program. Indeed, the future is fascinating. Whether through space-time ninjutsu to deliver documents or capturing would-release ninjas for medical roles, the possibilities are intriguing. The higher-ups in Konoha exchange glances, all sharing a keen interest in the idea of would-release ninjas becoming doctors. Is this not akin to having Hashirama Senju relegated to a medical role? While medical ninjas are undoubtedly important, many feel it is a squandered opportunity. Narashikaku notes down the details of the entrance examination, explaining that future students will take the exam around the age of 18, subsequently entering university, which lasts 4 years. The multitude of majors allows for individual choice. After 4 years, they may decide to enter the workforce or pursue further studies, 3 years for a master's degree and at least 4 for a doctorate. Will one truly commence work at the age of 22? Yamashiro Ino reflects. Like Chunqing, ninjas graduate at this age, thus blurring the lines between ordinary individuals and ninjas. Chapter 7. Deconstructing Hashirama Senju through psychology in the land of rain. At the Akatsuki base, Nagato gazes at the sky, his eyes unblinking. The residents of the land of rain have only trivial complaints about the incessant humidity. Nagato's heart races painfully. He realizes this is their ideal, a vision shared with Konan and Yahiko. In the wake of Yahiko's death, Nagato understands that achieving world peace cannot rely solely on the original Akatsuki. Only through suffering can the world comprehend pain, preventing small nations from becoming pawns in the games of larger powers. The emergence of the sky above presents another possibility. How should he proceed? He recalls the previously mentioned Queen Natsuki and the speculations surrounding the unification of all nations. If he were to unify the ninja world, could he transform it into a realm akin to that in the sky? No, mere military force is insufficient. Mutual understanding is crucial. Konan quietly remains by Nagato's side, observing his clenched fists and pained expression. She knows he is lost in memories. Yahiko also reminisces about the auburn-haired boy, smiling softly and saying, regardless of the circumstances, the future has become a world of peace, and our wishes with Yahiko have been fulfilled. Nagato redirects his thoughts to the present, loosening his clenched fists to grip the chair. Indeed, the future is a world of peace. The sky will surely reveal the answers and methods to achieve such a world. Konan's tone is resolute. She firmly believes the sky has come for the sake of peace. Chunqing happily scrolls to the next video, which coincidentally piques her interest. As the recommendation algorithm of the platform knows her well, deconstructing Hashirama Senju through psychology, idealists forged by childhood trauma. Once again, the tale of Hashirama Senju captivates the audience. The villagers of Konoha are especially attentive, prepared to meticulously document every word. This is a video with a black background and white text, devoid of visuals. Greetings, dear viewers. Your charismatic teacher has returned. I extend my gratitude to those who liked the previous video, which swiftly reached 5,000 likes. Without further ado, let us commence this discussion. Before delving into the analysis, we must first examine the typical characteristics of Hashirama Senju. For the sake of convenience, we will employ this year's popular personality framework to define this legendary figure. While labeling can be a reductive practice, we must not oversimplify or stereotype individuals. Yet personality classification greatly aids in swiftly recognizing and understanding a person. Each letter represents a trait omitted. Hashirama Senju possesses remarkable charisma. One can observe many typical traits in him. Considering his decision-making style and values, I believe the personality type that best fits him is that of a protagonist. Extrovert. He possesses an innate charisma and affability, easily attracting others, as demonstrated when he persuaded Uchiha Madara to collaborate and united various clans to establish Konoha. Excelling in public speaking, such as conveying the will of fire to the villagers. Intuitive. Hashirama's thoughts are idealistic and abstract. He envisions not only the reality of the ninja world, but also the possible world where children need not tread the battlefield. His abstract thinking is reflected in the design of the ninja village system and the strategy for balancing tailed beasts. Entirely departing from traditional perspectives of ninja clans and eschewing familial self-interest. Feeling. He values emotional connections, possesses profound empathy, and prioritizes harmony, detesting conflict. The judgment is goal-oriented and methodical, transforming ideals into practical systems step by step during the establishment of Konoha, such as the Hokage elections, ninja schools, and task systems. Certainly, Senju Hashirama emphasizes these traits. However, this does not imply that he lacks rationality or is easily swayed by emotions. He values his relationship with Uchiha Madara and often concedes. Yet when necessary, he acts decisively, as exemplified in the Valley of the End. His personality embodies a natural leader, characterized by enthusiasm, candor, a passion for aiding others, and a steadfast belief in his principles. One could assert that he possesses both noble ideals and formidable methods. Moreover, it is commendable that individuals of this character type are loyal altruists. Even such an almost perfect persona harbors flaws, namely, excessive optimism, a tendency for self-sacrifice, and an overwhelming emotional burden. The emergence of a completely new theoretical framework has sparked widespread discourse. What about me? I must be extroverted, Naruto exclaimed. While Sasuke and Sakura undoubtedly fit that description, Naruto eagerly commenced his practical exploration, attempting to categorize himself and his close friends. Sasuke shot Naruto a glance, pondering, "This colossal fool. The lecture is about the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and yet he manages to digress." The older generation, having interacted with Hashirama, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the accuracy of the characterization as reminiscent of the first Hokage's nature. Outside a tavern in the Land of Fire, Tsunade sat on a bench by the roadside, her hands resting on the backrest, her demeanor unwelcoming. She was curious to see what insights this eloquent teacher could offer. Having succinctly defined Senju Hashirama's character, we can now formally delve into the subject, deconstructing Hashirama through a psychological lens, an idealist forged by childhood trauma. The scene began to unfold, the familiar three-dimensional model of young Hashirama, his mushroom-shaped hair, bravely battling on the battlefield. Childhood trauma is an inevitable hurdle for ninjas of the Warring States era. We are aware that a painful childhood necessitates a lifetime of healing, and many individuals never escape the shadow of their early years. The chaotic milieu of the Warring States compelled young ninjas to engage in combat, and Hashirama's primordial trauma birthed an unusually precocious superego during this turbulent time. In Freudian psychological theory, the ID, ego, and superego constitute the three fundamental components of personality. The ID represents primal desires and impulses, such as hunger and lust. The ego mediates between the ID and superego, balancing their conflicts to satisfy the individual's needs. The superego embodies moral ideals. An early developed superego signifies that Hashirama became acutely aware of life's harsh realities at a young age, witnessing the tragic deaths of his brothers, Kawurama and Tobirama, during the Warring States period exposed Hashirama to the frequency of loss among those close to him, fostering an early onset of existential anxiety and a compulsive savior complex. This manifested in his unwavering commitment to protect his only brother, Tobirama, placing him in an absolute position of safety, a behavior that persisted into adulthood, perhaps even allowing Tobirama to harbor a covert animosity towards the Uchiha clan. However, this interpretation may be an overreach, as history bears no record to substantiate it. As adolescents, Hashirama and Madara forged a friendship, envisioning an ideal nation, an endeavor to establish a village to safeguard their remaining brother, a mere 11 years old at the time. The ideal nation, Konoha, constructed by Hashirama, can be perceived as a psychological defense mechanism against the shattering experiences of the Warring States. His repeated emphasis on safeguarding the village, its citizens, and children is essentially a projection of his unfulfilled childhood fantasy onto the political structure of reality. The tailed beast distribution system also reflects Hashirama's conscious projection onto reality. From a psychological standpoint, capturing tailed beasts and distributing them among nations may represent a transference defense mechanism, externalizing and institutionalizing the violent energies representative of the Warring States, thereby attempting to convert his internal fear of violence into a manageable external threat. This seemingly rational deterrent equilibrium can be interpreted as the macro-political equivalent of an obsessive-compulsive individual repeatedly checking their door locks. Thus, it can be concluded that Senju Hashirama is a quintessential idealist whose life has been dedicated to realizing his dreams. Many of his seemingly abrupt notions and decisions can be traced back to the traumas of his childhood, forming a cyclical relationship between reality and idealism. From this perspective, we may comprehend the greatest idealist of the Warring States era as a patient of unhealed childhood trauma, a tyrant imposing his personal prescriptions upon the world. Naruto, bewildered, pondered. What is the ID and ego? What is early existential anxiety and a compulsive savior complex? Sakura, relieved to hear this, thought, good. It seems he won't divulge any significant information. Hashirama's character formation has no connection to the Moon Eye plan, and even if the Fourth Great Ninja War is mentioned, it should be a mere footnote. The description of Hashirama as an idealist molded by childhood trauma is a fragile characterization, difficult to fathom for future generations. Sasuke, however, keenly noted Tobirama's covert hostility towards the Uchiha clan. Even at a young age, he remembered the peculiar atmosphere surrounding his family and the unfriendly demeanor of the villagers towards the Uchiha. Thus, Did this animosity originate from the second Hokage, or even from the first? Nonsense, Danzo exclaimed, visibly infuriated. The insinuations made by the speaker suggest that the second Hokage led the charge against other ninja clans. Since this is merely an overinterpretation and lacks historical documentation, one ought not to say such things. By the concluding remarks regarding Hashirama, many within Konoha's upper echelons found themselves unable to maintain their composure. How can one describe the first Hokage in such a manner? If you acknowledge Hashirama as the greatest ninja of the Warring States era, should you not exhibit a modicum of respect and reverence towards him, the Hokage, and Konoha? Tsunade furrowed her brow, expressing her displeasure with a discontented click of her tongue, not out of concern for the tyrant's characterization, but because she found the speaker's simplistic interpretation of Hashirama's policies insufferably naive. The formulation of policies cannot possibly be such a trivial matter. Chapter 8, A Psychological Deconstruction of Senju Hashirama, Part 2. Note: the comments referenced in this text originate from various platforms. The viewpoints expressed do not necessarily represent those of the author. Senju Hashirama single-handedly brought an end to the Warring States era and established the ninja village system, ushering ninjas into a new epoch, a monumental advancement with positive implications. However, due to historical limitations, the ninja village system also bears significant flaws. One crucial reason for these shortcomings lies in the naivety of its creator, Senju Hashirama. This naivety is, in essence, the inevitable predicament of idealism born from trauma when confronted with the harsh realities of politics. Earlier, we mentioned that one prominent flaw in the protagonist's character is excessive optimism. This optimism permeated Hashirama's conception of the ninja village system, manifesting in three distinct facets. 1. On a cognitive level, the simplistic logic behind the tailed beast distribution, wherein Hashirama viewed tailed beasts as collateral for peace, inevitably led to an escalation of arms races, as these violent entities became instruments of warfare, intensifying the brutality of conflicts. 2. On an institutional level, the evolution of task-ranking systems, while seemingly rational, perpetuated the mercenary mentality of the Warring States era, reducing ninjas to mere pawns in the grand game of power, fundamentally contradicting the ideal of keeping children away from the battlefield. This structural violence was reproduced, as evidenced by the immediate posthumous fray among factions that ensued after Hashirama's death, culminating in the Fourth Great Ninja War as a testament to this reality. 3. Political ideologies. When the will of fire is deemed the absolute truth, any dissenters will be ruthlessly silenced by the system. This essentially manifests as a form of Konoha supremacy, transforming Konoha into a monstrous entity that devours the self-thought of its ninjas. Analyzing political policies from the perspectives of personal character and ideology is, in contemporary times, an exceedingly rare insight. Many have struggled to comprehend the tailed beast distribution policy, only to realize now that Senju Hashirama intended to organize warfare through this method. Unfortunately, he was overly optimistic and overestimated human nature. This cannot solely be blamed on him. Rather, it is the inherent greed and selfishness of humanity that is at fault. Described as wolves, the other four nations scoffed, for one dies for wealth, while birds perish for sustenance. Selfishness is a fundamental trait of human nature. Senju Hashirama transcends humanity. He is akin to a deity. Witnessing the denial of the will of fire, the higher-ups of Konoha ultimately faltered. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers tightened around his pipe, ash cascading into the scalding teacup. Absurd. Shimura Danzo's temples throbbed with indignation. Tsunade, too, was shaken, spilling tea and saturating her garment with the liquid. The heavens forcibly extricated the ninjas from the will of fire. Offering an observer's perspective, many concepts suddenly became clear. Why the upper echelon emphasizes the will of fire. Why they incessantly instill the notion of ninjas dedicating themselves to and safeguarding the village. Yet, understanding does not equate to an immediate departure from deeply ingrained beliefs. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. The flame shall continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. Konoha ninjas uncontrollably recited the will of fire repeatedly. As if abruptly awakened, the phrase began to feel peculiar, a realization that had previously eluded them, transforming into a beast that devours the self-thought of ninjas. Sasuke mulled over this statement, realizing why he would one day perceive the village as hypocritical. He was not mistaken. Natsuki sighed, ultimately discussing the will of fire. Aware that the future's stance on it would likely be critical, a notion most contemporary ninjas, particularly conservatives, would struggle to accept. Hashirama's naivety is an inevitable product of a post-traumatic persona. Humanity can be blinded by the era it inhabits. We cannot demand that predecessors achieve perfection in one fell swoop. Nor can we attribute the errors of future generations solely to Senju Hashirama. Each generation has its own mission. Hashirama has fulfilled his, transforming the Warring States era. It is precisely this imperfect exploration that provides the potential for change in the new era's ideals. As the mission of the revolutionary era is entrusted to Tachibana Natsuki, she advances further upon the foundations laid by Hashirama, distilling the essence and discarding the dross. She stands as a critical inheritor of Hashirama's ideals of peace. The light of reason is forever born from reflecting on the mistakes of predecessors. Much like Tachibana Natsuki's assessment of Hashirama, I see further because I stand on the shoulders of giants. This insight is not due to my sharp vision or towering stature, but rather because I have been elevated to the height of giants. The true legacy of Senju Hashirama is not Konoha village, but his profound reflection on the past and his personal practice of peace. Together, Hashirama and Tachibana Natsuki have forged our new era, making the noble aspirations of idealists a reality through the relentless efforts of successive generations. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed my video, please like and save it. Until next time, goodbye. Once again, the gaze of the crowd converged on Tachibana Natsuki, though this time it bore a more complex and fervent intensity. A creator of an era comparable to the first Hokage, she has inherited his ideals of peace. Perhaps, an opportunity for Konoha has arisen. Natsuki felt a tinge of embarrassment. Although the era might be one she altered, the advanced ideals and policies were not her own creation, and even the phrase about standing on the shoulders of giants was borrowed. Such insightful analysis. Haru remarked, liking the post before opening the comments section. Dragon palms. These symptoms could equally describe Uchiha Madara. Teacher Xiaosa. This could apply to most ninjas of the Warring States era. That time lacked psychologists. When merely surviving required utmost effort, no one would concern themselves with mental well-being. Nameless. Excellent analysis. Many criticized Senju Hashirama for lacking capability, saying that uniting with Uchiha Madara would have resulted in direct military subjugation of the ninja world. I truly do not comprehend this. Peace under the threat of military unification is a wholly different concept from peace achieved through good governance. Unnameable. But isn't Queen Natsuki unifying the ninja world through military might? Why couldn't Hashirama do the same? Unnameable. The times differ. Hashirama's era was marked by significant barriers between nations and minimal communication. In Natsuki's era, though barriers still exist, nations are increasingly interconnected, particularly during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when, to counter the Moon Eye plan, the ninja villages formed a united army, already practicing collaboration. The crucial point is that the nobility of each nation was purged during the Infinite Tsukuyomi, dismantling the stubborn feudal exploitation structures, thus laying the groundwork for the unification of the ninja world. Unnameable. Then why couldn't Hashirama and Madara just eliminate all the nobles of their time? As for the unification of ninja villages, if they could put aside 1,000 years of familial grudges, surely the ninja villages could do the same. If all else fails, they could simply coexist for now, enjoying an era of peace, for no one wishes to return to the chaos of the Warring States. Watermelon seed machine gun. Susanoo and the Great Buddha. Are they going to eliminate the four nations? A mere breeze. Watermelon seed machine gun. Great fire and the world of trees. All under Konoha. Unnameable. Is the massacre of the 5 great nations' nobility by Hashirama and Madara akin to the nobles being put to sleep in the Infinite Tsukuyomi? Little fish not home tonight. Alas, I have a plan. Since Uchiha Madara is willing to do anything for peace, why not stage a play? Let Madara first announce his defection, then single-handedly slaughter the nobility. Once all the nobles are eliminated, Senju Hashirama can then pretend to vanquish the evil Uchiha. Madara can feign death, thus seamlessly uniting the ninja world without affecting the common people, while also eradicating the parasites that drain their lifeblood. Unnameable. However, this plan must first persuade Senju Hashirama, for if he is not convinced, he would undoubtedly uphold righteousness over kinship, and I believe convincing him is quite unlikely. If he agrees, it would shatter his noble image. Breaking news. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, the ninja villages united to counter the Moon Eye plan, forming a ninja alliance. The nobility of each nation was purged in the Infinite Tsukuyomi, dying in a state of eternal sleep, while Natsuki is the one who militarily unified the ninja world. For ninjas, this manner of death is utterly horrifying. As the crowd was shocked, they did not forget to analyze the details. The future generations exhibit extreme disrespect towards the nobles, even bordering on hatred, wishing for the nobility to be eradicated by the first Hokage and that man. What does it mean for Susanoo to encompass the great Buddha, eliminating the 4 nations? Additionally, the unfortunate descendant, Little Fish Not Home Tonight, proposed a terrifying idea that sent shivers through each ninja village. Do you even comprehend what you are suggesting? The nobility suddenly found themselves in a state of panic, as the nobles of each nation were bloodily purged in the Infinite Tsukuyomi. What is this Infinite Tsukuyomi? What is the Moon Eye Plan? The daimyo of the Fire Country slammed the tea table in fury, his face reddening with rage. Send someone to investigate. Quickly, find out about that damn Moon Eye Plan. In some dark corner of the world, Kaguya was engulfed in extreme panic. Ever since the emergence of this enigmatic sky, Kaguya has known no peace, living in constant fear. He knew. The Moon Eye Plan is on the brink of exposure. Cursed fate. Has he ultimately failed? Kurizetsu's crimson eyes burned with frustration. Unable to rescue his mother, he struggled to suppress his chaotic thoughts. Yet, hope lingered. This was not a dead end. As long as the curtain of heaven withheld details, he could manipulate Abido to continue the Moon Eye Plan. Should any critical information be revealed, he would retreat and endure until the day the curtain vanished, erasing this chapter of history, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, he still had a chance. His immediate task was to observe the future queen, Natsuki, in Konoha. Perhaps she could serve as a pivotal point. Young children are often easily deceived. Kurizetsu melded into the earth, leaving no trace. Chapter 9. The Diversity of Humanity. Videos are best accompanied by the comments of netizens. Haruaki shared a video in the dormitory group. Rin, wow, this blogger is quite insightful, analyzing Senju Hashirama. Hana, I confess, I have misjudged Senju Hashirama. Haruaki, such is human nature. Rin, Hana, aren't you fond of the cold, beautiful men like Uchiha? Hana, humanity is diverse, you must respect that. Hana, I admire Uchiha's stunning visage and their inherent fragility. Hana, however, after watching this video, I suddenly enlightened. Hana, I finally understand what I appreciate. I cherish when formidable figures reveal their vulnerabilities. When I realize they too are fragile, it exhilarates me. Hana, just like now. Hana, I am utterly thrilled. Hana, darn it. Why has mine not yet blossomed? Kiss, Nine Tails. Hana, your overly open demeanor makes the simple old-school ninjas feel like relics. While everyone may harbor their own questionable desires, perhaps darker than those displayed on the heavenly screen, openly discussing them is rather excessive. Not everyone can accept this, aside from Kakashi, perhaps Jiraiya, and maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha's beautiful visage. Observing this description, Naruto scratched his head and glanced at Sasuke, whose expression remained impassive, his icy gaze warning, dare to speak and face dire consequences. Is it possible for women to harbor such sentiments? Quite fitting for a novelist. Jiraiya inadvertently voiced his thoughts, and everyone turned to him. Some curious about his pen name and where he published. Having merely blurted it out, he fled, feeling guilty as he touched his nose. Musing that this scenario could serve as excellent material. The allure of women captivated by desire is indeed intriguing. Haruaki, Hana, I specifically searched. Your excitement might stem from cognitive dissonance-induced pleasure. Haruaki, when an overwhelmingly powerful figure suddenly reveals vulnerability, it disrupts your existing framework of strength perception. This contradiction, strength versus weakness, triggers a brain response akin to the thrill of solving a puzzle. Haruaki, the moment a powerful figure shows weakness, the divine effect dissolves the psychological disparity between you. This declassifying grants you a virtual sense of equality, realizing they too are fragile humans, allowing you to temporarily occupy a superior position in your imagination. Possessing the ability to offer comfort. Haruaki, search engines indicate this is evidence of mental health, signifying you can appreciate strength while empathizing with weakness. Possessing a complete perception of humanity. Haruaki, you are quite mentally sound, Hana. Hana, puffing out her chest, Hana. Yes, I may be a tad risku, but my psyche is quite healthy. Jiraiya nodded along, realizing the journey of understanding is indeed profound. Natsuki, anxiously digging her toes into the ground. felt embarrassed for the girls exposed on the heavenly screen. Surely, they never anticipated such exposure. Nonetheless, please intensify efforts, whether for Hashirama's mistakes or admiration. Ideally without revealing future information. Hana, Haruaki. I recently stumbled upon something intriguing, a modern storyline featuring the security captain, Uchiha Madara. Hana, interested? Haruaki, send it over. Natsuki emerged from the Hokage tower, desperate, finding the situation exceedingly awkward. Excessive empathy can be burdensome. Thankfully, the curtain dimmed. Those with discerning eyes lamented the missed opportunity of witnessing such treasures from the future. The utterly oblivious were left in confusion. Tsunade's temples throbbed in frustration, these wretched descendants. Her grandfather was married, a straight man. How dare they misrepresent her esteemed grandfather? It took Tsunade considerable time to calm her anger, exhaling deeply. Beside her, Ino, cradling a piglet, blinked, hesitant to confess her own keen interest in that book. The curtain was unlikely to rise again, and everyone commenced organizing the vital information gathered that day. The Hokage office remained illuminated deep into the night. The children slept soundly on the floor, while Natsuki gazed dreamily at the moon outside. Hearing a voice behind her, Natsuki turned to see Sasuke. Aren't you asleep too? Sasuke. Natsuki's bed was on the very edge, and Sasuke settled beside her. Sasuke, what are your thoughts, Natsuki? Natsuki, puzzled, about what? Sasuke lowered his gaze. The future. Natsuki sensed Sasuke's confusion. He might have grasped something regarding the village and Itachi Uchiha. Numerous Umbu must be stationed nearby, possibly even root members. A performance was essential at this moment. Natsuki looked up at the moon. That is a truly beautiful future, isn't it? Sasuke must be anticipating such a future as well. Sasuke remained silent. Natsuki. Sasuke becomes an exceptional and powerful ninja, harboring grand ideals to change the world, alongside Naruto and me. Isn't that the future you desire? Sasuke, the curtain reveals you as the future queen. Are you not afraid? Everyone knows you are the future queen, and someone will target you. Natsuki took a moment to comprehend Sasuke's implication, smiling at him. Change is a positive thing. The light of reason is eternally born from reflections on the errors of predecessors. Idealists' beautiful wishes will eventually become reality through the relentless efforts of successive generations. Natsuki slowly reiterated the words once spoken on the curtain. Now that everyone knows of a beautiful and peaceful future, surely there will be those who aspire to this ideal, striving towards that future. Change may even hasten the arrival of such a future. By then, what does it matter if I am not the queen? Sasuke gazed at Natsuki's smiling face, the gentle moonlight cascading upon her. Her resolute tone and optimistic spirit inspired Sasuke, instilling a belief that the future would indeed unfold as Natsuki envisioned, peaceful and beautiful. Yet, within her heart, Natsuki wrestled with turmoil. Is change truly a good thing? A world that can change is a world brimming with hope. However, as Tim once remarked, the path of all new developments is fraught with twists and turns, advancing through adversity. If the path of progression becomes too convoluted, Natsuki too would feel fear. Chapter 10. A glimpse into the Moon Eye plan. As Haruaki anticipated, her conversation with Sasuke reached the ears of the higher-ups in Konoha. What a good child, Kakashi mused. Humph, naive little brat, Shimura Danzo scoffed, harboring an unconscious disdain for overly naive optimism. This child remains oblivious to the bounty on his head. How could change always be a good thing? After a delightful graduation trip, Chunqing indulged in several days of restful slumber, marking the end of her liberating summer vacation. Her aunt sent her cousin, Mei, over, hoping that Chunqing, a distinguished student from my university, could assist with her studies and generously provided a substantial allowance. With money able to sway even the most stubborn of wills, Chunqing commenced tutoring the child, simultaneously overseeing her daily life. Mei, aged 14 and in the second year of junior high, was a non-ability user without chakra and ill-suited for developing any mental prowess. Chunqing's focus for tutoring revolved around her academic subjects. Upon reviewing Mei's recent exam scores, it was evident that while her science grades were commendable, her performance in the humanities faltered significantly, particularly in history, where she failed outright. It seemed that the emphasis of their tutoring sessions would need to be on history. History is a subject laden with extensive memorization, Chunqing noted. Yet, you excel in biology, which also requires considerable rote learning. Can you tell me why you struggle to memorize your history textbook? Is it the dullness of the content, the complexity of timelines, or perhaps some other reason? May confessed, I struggle to align events and their corresponding dates, and I confuse the individuals involved with the events themselves. I find it difficult to remember the various causes and effects. Chunqing understood that May's disinterest in history, coupled with a monotonous teaching style that likely mirrored the textbook, had fostered a sense of frustration and aversion towards the subject, creating a vicious cycle. As Chunqing dissected the issue, May nodded in agreement, recognizing her own experience within Chunqing's observations. History class is tedious, and the history books are dull. I simply do not enjoy history, May lamented. Meanwhile, a nearby ninja, witnessing this tender yet frustrating scene, seethed with anger. How can a 14-year-old, free from the battlefield's burdens, fail at such a simple task as memorizing history? It's merely rote learning. How challenging can it be? He thought, his jealousy evident to those around him. Others eagerly anticipated the forthcoming lessons in history, pondering whether they might explore future historical events. Naruto nodded in agreement, reflecting on the tedium of rote memorization. Next to him, Natsuki was apprehensive, her mind racing. If she were to author a history book, she would certainly draw inspiration from the historical texts of her previous life, incorporating the shadowy aspects of the ninja world and the millennial plots of Kaguya. Chunqing initiated their session, asking, "Do you often engage with historical derivative works?" May replied, "Well, I usually prefer playing shooting games and roguelike games, so I don't encounter historical information much." Chunqing devised a plan. All right, let's begin by outlining a simple timeline of significant events. She drew a long vertical line on a small blackboard, declaring the start of their history class. Using the descent of Kaguya Otsutsuki as a pivotal point, Chunqing explained that prior to her arrival, the era was prehistoric, characterized by the absence of ninjas. Most historical records from this period had been obliterated by Black Zetsu. An important exam point was that the prevailing theme of the prehistoric era was war, fought with cold weapons among civilians due to the lack of ninjas. Following Kaguya's arrival, the age of mythology commenced, marked by the emergence of chakra. The Sage of Six Paths and his brothers triumphed over Kaguya and sealed her on the moon, subsequently founding the ninja sect and disseminating chakra. This led to the conflict between Indra and Asura, the sons of the sage, over the succession of the ninja sect. The ensuing period, known as the Warring States era, saw the establishment of factions among ninja clans, deviating from the principles of the ninja sect and engaging in chaotic battles instigated by Black Zetsu and noble patrons. The subsequent era, the Ninja Village era, spanned from the founding of Konoha to Natsuki's unification of the world and establishment of the Great Republic, characterized by ninja autonomy and their role as national military forces. Finally, the present era, termed the New Era, emphasized sovereignty of the populace and the supremacy of the Constitution. Chunqing affixed the blackboard, detailing the timeline, era names, and features, onto the wall. Today's lesson concludes here, Chunqing announced, hands on her hips. Your task is to memorize the content on this blackboard. May, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is that it? We're done?" Chunqing replied, "Of course. Since you currently harbor no affection for history, simply reciting from the textbook or delivering lengthy lectures would only lull you to sleep." Chunqing then suggested, "Come, let's play a game together. I will help you immerse yourself in the essence of history." Each day brought forth a new revelation, yet many struggled to grasp the implications. The notion that ninjas did not exist in prehistoric times was astonishing. Who was Black Zetsu, and why had he sought to erase the history of that era? The Sage of Six Paths had a mother? The Warring States era had its roots in the conflict between the sage's sons. Ninjas were more concerned with the sage and the moon's eye. Thus, Kaguya was the progenitor of chakra? If chakra did not exist before her arrival, from whence did Kaguya originate? Who exactly was Black Zetsu, and what was his motive for obliterating historical records? If Kaguya were sealed on the moon, what was the moon's eye plan? Surely, it could not be an attempt to unseal Kaguya? The common folk grasped the crux of the matter, the absence of ninjas prior to Kaguya's arrival. Having suffered under the oppression of ninjas, they directed their animosity and resentment towards Kaguya and the Sage of Six Paths. Without Kaguya, would the world have known ninjas? An era devoid of ninjas must surely be a beautiful world. Yet, the sky had proclaimed that even in the absence of ninjas, the dominant theme of that era was still war. As long as humanity existed, conflict would persist. Natsuki felt an overwhelming darkness envelop her, succumbing to despair. Ultimately, more revelations were bound to surface in due course. In the mind of Uchiha Obito, a tempest raged as he frantically sifted through the memories left by Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu, an ancient entity present since the dawn of the Warring States era, could not possibly be a mere manifestation of Madara's consciousness. Madara had been deceived. Obito's heart raced. If Madara had been misled into pursuing the moon's eye plan by Black Zetsu, then his entire existence had been a farce. Suddenly, Obito realized that Black Zetsu had become increasingly elusive since the appearance of the sky. This entity had not shown itself since the time of Hashirama Senju. Obito's teeth ground in frustration. How to guard against him? Others might not recognize Black Zetsu, but surely the members of Akatsuki were well aware of him. Indeed, Konan had been wary of both Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu since they first approached Nagato. Is Black Zetsu truly an ancient relic from the same era as the Sage of Six Paths? Deidara pondered, astonished. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's base within the Sound Village, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Could it be that Black Zetsu had found a means to attain immortality? Chapter 11. The new 7th team Chunching and Mei spent an entire afternoon engrossed in the game Ninja Continent, munching on snacks and sipping drinks. Their laughter echoing until the adults returned home. From young Naruto to the enigmatic Hozuki Mangetsu, they traversed the world from the likes of Mu to Uchiha Madara. Even Sato Haruo, merely 26 years old, managed to elbow his way into Chunching's game session, passionately battling alongside Mei against Madara, thus reaping an unexpected windfall as Chunching observed with satisfaction. During the performance, Haruki shouted loudly, his emotions fluctuating wildly. After being struck down by Uchiha Obito, he pounded the ground in agony and could only recover with Mei's consolation. Haruharu, unable to bear the sight, noted how inexperienced and playful he was, producing less impressive results than Mei's first attempt. This time, a multitude of ninjas appeared from various nations, not only the deceased, but many still alive. Young Naruto was the first opponent on the ninja continent, also serving as a teaching rival. Witnessing his own easy defeat left Naruto utterly dissatisfied. His frustration grew when formidable characters emerged afterward, his cheeks puffing out in indignation. How could it be that he, with his lack of skill, fell from a mere punch, kick, or shuriken attack? In the land of lightning, Reikage AI slammed his fist on the table in anger, as their Jinchuriki of the two tails had been exposed. Though the characters in the game followed a formulaic attack pattern with limited abilities, they still revealed their appearances and some capabilities. As Uchiha Obito made his entrance, the music fell silent, leaving only the sound of the wind howling. From a rocky high ground, Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared, looking down at the two characters on the ground. Most spectators were witnessing Senju Hashirama's battle for the first time through the screen, just as before. In the Rock Village, Onoki was taken aback by Obito's arrival. As he donned the classic red armor of the Warring States period, resembling their first encounter perfectly. With a graceful leap, he approached silently, his fan sweeping through the air and sending Haruki's character flying. Why make a game feel so real? Many ninjas immersed themselves in the game, fantasizing about battling Uchiha Obito. However, the harsh reality was that they would only end up being defeated. Truly, he was a being of terrifying power, akin to the ninja god. Neither Obito nor Senju Hashirama could be considered human. As the game concluded, Mei excitedly declared her infatuation with Uchiha. Uchiha Obito is so cool, and he is quite handsome. I previously only knew that Sasuke was good-looking, but I didn't realize so many Uchihas were attractive. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shursui. Haruharu inquired if there were others who piqued her interest. Yes, Akimichi Choji, his ninjutsu, is adorable, rolling like a beach ball, so fun. And Kakashi Hitaki. He summons little dogs, so many little dogs. That's wonderful. Having an interest is a great beginning. How you choose to learn more is entirely up to you. Games, novels, and movies are all excellent avenues. Haruharu added, by the way, we're going out for a feast today. Sure, Mei responded. Natsuki felt she had witnessed the birth of another fangirl, falling for Uchiha. This would define her life. She knew of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shursui. But who was Uchiha Izuna? Unfamiliar, as only a few Uchihas were renowned. Ino teasingly sidled up to Choji, adopting a high-pitched voice, shaking her head. His ninjutsu is so cute, rolling like a beach ball. Choji's cheeks flushed with embarrassment from the teasing, feeling self-conscious about his weight due to his family's ninjutsu. This was the first time he received such straightforward praise. Asuma was similarly teasing Kakashi. Kakashi summons little dogs. The seasoned Kakashi would not easily blush. He scratched his masked cheek and chuckled. Well, ninja dogs are indeed adorable. After the curtain fell, the world sprang into action, attempting to uncover the historical books of the past, seeking to ascertain whether the truths told by the screen were accurate. Obito also sought to find Kaguya and inquire further, but she was well hidden, forcing him to devise alternative plans. Some individuals even infiltrated the Daimy's estates, but regrettably, even the nobles lacked ancient historical texts, let alone others. The good news was that legends circulating among the common folk mentioned the goddess of the moon and the moon demon, likely referring to Kaguya Otsutsuki. At night, gazing at the moon, the commoners cursed, simply hoping that Kaguya would never return. The following day, everyone anticipated the screen's reappearance, expecting a detailed lesson on history for Haruharu. However, as they waited, the screen did not show up. On the third, fourth, and fifth days, still, the screen remained absent. Panic ensued. Would the screen never illuminate again? During these days, Zabuza and Haku faced relentless pursuit from the ninjas of the Land of Water, along with many others whose origins were indeterminate. Their target was unanimous, Haku. Rain fell like silver needles, mercilessly striking the leaves, producing a suffocating sound. Zabuza knelt on one knee, his executioner's blade plunged into the mud. While he pressed his left hand against a gruesome wound at his waist, blood seeping through his fingers and mingling with the rainwater to form a pale red stream. Zabuza-sensei. Haku's voice cut through the downpour, resonating clearly. Zabuza, about to urge him to retreat, found it difficult to speak due to his exhaustion. Haku stood before Zabuza, ice chakra gathering in his palms, forming several crystalline ice shurikens. 6 unknown ninjas, dressed in uniform black attire, closed in from all directions, blending almost seamlessly with the night. Their movements were precise, indicating rigorous training. The leader of the group sneered, "Zabuza Momochi, a traitor from the Land of Water, today marks your end." Zabuza took a deep breath, spitting out blood before abruptly drawing his blade, the edge slicing through the curtain of rain. "Haku, fall back," he roared, enduring the searing pain as he activated the body flicker technique, leaving an afterimage in the rain. The clash of metal erupted as Zabuza's blade met the kunai of 3 enemies, sparks flickering briefly amidst the rain. Drawing upon his vast combat experience, he fought valiantly, even while wounded, managing to take on 3 opponents. With a sweeping motion, he repelled the assailants in front while deftly evading an attack from behind. Damn it! Zabuza cursed internally, quickly retreating, but his injury slowed him down just enough for a black-clad ninja to seize the opportunity and kick at his wound. Zabuza's body was sent flying, crashing into a tree. The mighty trunk trembled, shedding leaves as rain poured down. Haku's pupils constricted. Zabuza-sensei. He swiftly formed hand seals. Ice release. Ice mirror. Multiple ice mirrors coalesced, forming a wall between Zabuza and his adversaries. "This technique is futile, kid." The leader of the black-clad ninjas scoffed from beyond the ice wall. "You have little chakra left, don't you?" Haku's face paled beneath his mask. Zabuza propped himself up, urging, "Run, Haku." Haku turned to look at the panting Zabuza, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "I can go with you, as long as you let Zabuza-sensei go." The leader laughed derisively. "You think you have the right to negotiate? The Mizukage has ordered the execution of traitor Zabuza. If you continue to resist, we will bring your corpse back to the village." Haku replied, "You are not mist ninjas. I can see that." The leader no longer concealed his identity. "What of it?" Haku's fingers trembled slightly, raindrops cascading down his long eyelashes like tears. The enemy was correct. His chakra was nearly depleted, and merely maintaining the ice mirrors was proving difficult. He inhaled deeply, forming more complex hand seals. At that critical moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. Whoosh! 6 black rods shot through the air, precisely piercing the throats of the 6 ninjas opposite them before they could utter a sound, collapsing in unison. I looked up in astonishment, only to see 6 figures silently perched on the branches of the surrounding trees. They wore black cloaks adorned with red clouds, rustling in the rain. The leader, with short orange hair and a scratched rain ninja village headband, had 3 black rods piercing his nose, his circular eyes gleaming with a cold light. Were they rogue ninjas from the rain ninja village? Had they come for him? A sense of despair enveloped by, he was not a worthy tool. Zabuza, having regained some strength, struggled to his feet, his gaze filled with suspicion. "Who are you? Are you here for Bai as well?" Pain's Devapath looked down at them, his voice frigid. "We are Akatsuki." The rain fell against his face, seemingly unable to touch him in the slightest. For 3 days, the sky had not brightened. "Xiashi." along with 2 others and Little Deer Butterfly, returned to the Ninja Academy to continue their classes. After 6 days of gloom, with Kakashi's advanced tutoring, Naruto successfully passed the graduation exam for the Shadow Clone technique. Sasuke was uncertain how the 3rd Hokage would teach Naruto the multi-shadow clone technique. The plot had begun to race toward an unpredictable direction. On the day of graduation from the Ninja Academy, Irika stood at the podium announcing the group list, Team 7. Although she already knew the outcome, Sasuke felt a surge of nervousness. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Tachibana Sasuke. Hooray! Naruto cheered, raising both hands in excitement. Sasuke glanced at Sakura's expression out of the corner of her eye. It was a simple, heartfelt mix of regret and joy. Given Sakura's current personality, she was likely lamenting not being in the same class as Sasuke, while feeling pleased to be distanced from Naruto. Sasuke smiled at Naruto, but felt an uncomfortable sense of having encroached upon Sakura's territory. What followed was a long wait. All the students were taken away by their respective Jonin instructors, leaving only Sasuke and the 2 boys. Naruto, growing impatient, having already learned who their instructor would be, set up the classic blackboard eraser trap. How could we be late for so long? I'm going to give Kakashi-sensei a taste of his own medicine. He closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the impatient Sasuke to prompt him. After all, he was a Jonin. How could he not notice such a childish trap? Sasuke thought to herself, not necessarily. Just moments after she finished her thought, a loud thud echoed as the eraser struck Kakashi's head. Both Naruto and Sasuke were left dumbfounded. Naruto never expected that such a trap could actually hit Kakashi. Kakashi rubbed his chin, saying, I'll have to deduct 10 points from your likability. The 3 were then taken to the school rooftop by Kakashi. Sasuke felt excitement bubbling up within her. The classic scene was about to unfold. Kakashi sat on the edge of the railing, his eyelids drooping as if he were about to doze off. Though they had already met, a formal introduction was still necessary. Likes, dislikes, future dreams, and interests, roughly those topics. Naruto exclaimed, Shouldn't Kakashi-sensei introduce himself first? Me? My name is Hatake Kakashi. Well, I've already introduced myself. As for my likes and dislikes, I don't want to tell you. Naruto, puzzled, asked, Huh? Kakashi fell silent for a long moment when it came to discussing his future dreams, suddenly gazing at the sky before continuing. As for interests, I have many. He then spread his hands and pointed at Naruto. Now it's your turn, starting with you. Naruto, suddenly excited like a little puppy, exclaimed, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I love instant noodles, especially the Ichiraku ramen that Irika-sensei treats me to. I hate waiting 3 minutes for the noodles to cook. My interest is eating ramen with Sasuke, and my future dream, he stood up, striking a pose reminiscent of Ultraman, is to surpass the Hokage. I want everyone in the village to recognize my existence. Suddenly recalling something, he paused and added, I want to be 100 times stronger than the one who appeared in the sky. The surge of passion left Kakashi momentarily speechless, and in a lazy tone, he replied, All right, next. To avoid affecting Sasuke's cool demeanor, Sasuke began her introduction next. I am Tachibana Sasuke. I admire pure and kind-hearted individuals, detest conflict and harm, and my interests lie in contemplation and playing with model toys. My future dream is for everyone in the world, regardless of status or age, to be free from war and have enough to eat and wear. Kakashi thought to himself, as expected, signaling for Uchiha Sasuke to begin his introduction. Naruto and Sasuke turned to look at Sasuke, who had his fingers intertwined in a cool pose. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I dislike, but not much that I like. Furthermore, Sasuke's gaze darkened. I don't merely want to talk about my dreams. I have ambition. I will restore my clan and personally eliminate a certain man. Naruto shivered at the thought. Surely he wasn't referring to him, was he? Kakashi clapped his hands. Excellent. All 3 of you have distinct personalities and are very interesting. Starting tomorrow, we will begin executing missions. Upon hearing the word mission, Naruto's excitement surged. Yes, what kind of mission is it? Kakashi replied, We'll start with a mission that only the 4 of us can accomplish. Naruto was ecstatic. What? What is it? Kakashi continued, survival exercise. He then proceeded to intimidate them with a 66 elimination rate. Sasuke feigned nervousness and shock along with the others. At 5 a.m., they gathered at the exercise field. Kakashi finished speaking with a casual wave of his hand. All right, dismissed. He turned back to remind, or perhaps intimidate, them. Don't eat breakfast, you'll throw up. The next day at the exercise field, at 5 a.m., Sasuke and the others arrived punctually. What followed was a lengthy wait. They waited and waited, their stomachs growling with hunger. Kakashi finally arrived at the exercise field just before 11 a.m. Oh, Kakashi peeked in, his eyes squinting. I'm terribly sorry. I lost my way in life. Naruto exploded in anger. You deliberately made us wait, didn't you? Then came the classic scenario of 3 people vying for 2 bells. Only those who managed to grab a bell would graduate. The unfamiliar challenge left the 3 little ones stunned. What followed was the well-known plot. Despite Sashi's earnest attempts to unite Sasuke and Naruto, the two continued to act independently. The classic 1,000 years of pain reemerged, and Sashi nearly burst into laughter, feeling quite sorry for Naruto. As a result, the inexperienced Sashi was the first to be caught by Kakashi, her all-out efforts proving futile. She was gagged and hung from a tree as bait. Naruto, the foolish fish, seeing Sashi captured, rushed in without a second thought. Unsurprisingly, he too was caught. Finally, it was Sasuke, who, despite fighting alone, was defeated by Kakashi. This time, the first one caught, Sashi, received the same treatment as Naruto, bound to a post and unable to eat her lunch. Sashi sighed, not expecting to experience the protagonist's treatment. Once Kakashi left, a dejected Naruto apologized to Sashi. It's all my fault, Sashi. I should have listened to you. Sashi felt reassured. The child was growing up and learning to reflect. In the next moment, Sasuke handed over his lunch. Here. Sashi was touched but played along with the script. You eat, Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei said I can't have any. It's fine. That guy isn't here right now. Sasuke replied. Naruto, unwilling to be outdone, opened his lunch and shoved rice into Sashi's mouth, saying, Eat mine, Sashi. Just then, a gust of wind swept in, and Kakashi appeared. The imposing aura of the Jonin made the little ones weak in the knees. Kakashi's presence grew more intimidating, leaving Sashi genuinely frightened. All of you pass. Kakashi's expression softened into a warm smile. In the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are scum. However, those who disregard their comrades are the scum of scum. As his words fell, the sky finally brightened. In the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are considered scum. However, those who disregard their comrades are the lowest of the low. Naruto was taken aback. These were the very words that Kakashi-sensei had just uttered, now echoing across the screen. Upon hearing this voice, Kakashi swiftly turned to face the sky. The youthful figure of Uchiha Obito appeared on the screen, depicted in the style of 3 animated characters. Chunqing moved the mouse to make Obito spin around. So adorable, Obito, she exclaimed, clicking on him. Obito gave a thumbs up to the screen, exclaiming loudly, I will become Hokage. Chunqing covered her face in delight. So cute. The real Uchiha Obito was not so flamboyant. It was his turn now. Kakashi snapped out of his daze, grinning widely. Well then, let us disperse. In the next moment, he vanished in a flash. He must be heading to the memorial stone, thought Natsuki anxiously. She had completely abandoned her queen plan, choosing instead to take things one step at a time. With a shift in mindset, she found herself with the leisure to ponder. Chunqing continued to make Obito spin around, satisfied as she clicked on the next character. Obito, she selected. The young Kakashi had a vacant stare and a wild hairstyle. Yet it was an improvement over his present self. At least both of his eyes were visible. The young Kakashi and Obito appeared simultaneously, alongside the elite Jonin of Konoha, all wearing nostalgic smiles. Kakashi's idle screen was quite amusing. It began with a small river where he was fishing, while a cat stealthily observed from behind a tree. Kakashi successfully caught a fish, and Obito, with flushed cheeks and an expression of adoration, exclaimed, Wow. The scene shifted indoors, where Kakashi was preparing the fish. Come out. I'll make more. Let us eat before we leave, he said. Obito emerged from the bushes, scratching his head in embarrassment. You caught me. Surprisingly, Rin was quietly following behind him, looking equally bashful. Sorry. Obito turned in shock. Chunqing was bubbling with laughter. So cute. Just too cute. Back then, Obito and Rin often trailed after Kakashi like this. Asuma rested his chin on his hand, a cigarette dangling from his lips, shaking slightly as he spoke. Yes. Rin told me that although Obito always bickered with Kakashi, he truly admired him and always followed him. Han also fell into reminiscence. The days of youth. Then came Kakashi standing alone on standby. Chunqing clicked on Kakashi, who haughtily remarked, Unlike you all, I'm quite busy. Both Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback. This was indeed the laid-back Jonin. Laughter erupted among the assembled jonin, particularly from Guy and Kankuro, who nearly toppled from their chairs in amusement. Kakashi of the past evoked a sense of nostalgia. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled in remembrance. As for Kakashi at the memorial stone, he was now quite embarrassed. Just moments ago, he had been putting on a cool facade before his students, and now they were witnessing his childhood. Behind the large tree next to the memorial stone, a masked figure observed everything with a sinister intent. It was a hypocritical world. Chunshin continued to make Kakashi spin, his wild hair swaying with each turn. "So cute, Kakashi. Give mommy a kiss," she exclaimed with a strange sound. Laughter erupted again, filling the air. Kakashi, exasperated, thought about this future generation. Suddenly, a ringtone interrupted their revelry. Chunshin answered the call. "Chunshin, let us team up. You take Obito, I'll take Kakashi, and we'll head to the new map," Hualien proposed. "Oh, I haven't been there yet," Chunshin replied. Entering Hualien's team, the adult Kakashi, donned in jonin attire, was ready for battle. Chunshin swiftly scrolled through characters, finally selecting Obito in his maskless form. His left eye bore the Sharingan, while his right displayed the Rinnegan, his face marred with scars. Clad in Uchiha's classic black robe, wielding a large fan reminiscent of Madara Uchiha, my Obito looks so cool, entirely different from the masked version. "The #1 miner of the ninja world," Chunshin exclaimed. Hualien retorted, "Kakashi is better. I'm siding with Kakashi." Chunshin was taken aback. How uncouth. "It must be Obito." Hualien shot back, "You're the uncouth one. A clever and gentle person must be Kakashi." Chunshin quipped, "Don't you know the famous widow of Konoha? It has to be Obito." Their playful banter continued as they began the game. Chapter 13, Obito's Reveal. Under the screen, Natsuki schemed mischievously. Here it comes. Obito is about to be unmasked. According to her original plan, she intended for everything to remain unchanged before the Fourth Great Ninja War. Once Madara Uchiha activated the Infinite Tsukuyomi, she would have Sasuke shield her with Susanoo and approach Madara to explain everything, particularly the plot of Kaguya. She would then engage Madara in a deep discussion about the conditions necessary for a peaceful and prosperous future, persuading him to eliminate the nobility in one fell swoop, assuring him that she would bring peace to the world. To gain Madara's trust, she could allow him to read her memories through the Rinnegan and showcase her psychic abilities, proving her identity as a time traveler. With the addition of Black Zetsu's memories, Madara would undoubtedly believe her words. Then, she would secretly keep Obito as leverage against the Otsutsuki clan in the future. Obito's spatio-temporal abilities were unparalleled, and it would be wasteful to let him perish. If he was to atone, he might as well do it thoroughly. Unraveling all the secrets, with Kakashi watching over, Obito would likely behave obediently. Natsuki speculated that the version of herself on the screen had likely succeeded in her plans. Kakashi's pupils trembled. There was Obito, familiar in appearance but bearing a cold demeanor, his right eye featuring an unfamiliar pattern, wielding the large fan that Madara had previously used. This was the adult Obito envisioned by the time traveler, a thought that Kakashi found too daunting to contemplate further. If Obito was truly alive, why had he not returned to Konoha? From behind the tree, the masked figure of Obito spoke, "Imposter." As Obito and Kakashi entered the arena, the scene transformed in an instant. Kaguya Otsutsuki stood at the center of the arena, clad in a white garment adorned with black tomo patterns, her beauty striking. With two horns protruding from her head and pale skin, her blue-white hair cascading to the ground. Most striking were her Byakugan eyes, with the Rinne Sharingan on her forehead. A cutscene played, depicting Kaguya and Ishiki Otsutsuki arriving at the God Tree. Kaguya consuming the fruit alone and using its power to quell wars, only to be sealed by the Sage of Six Paths. The Hyuga clan ninjas were astonished. Is that the Byakugan? The Otsutsuki clan possesses the Byakugan? As the cutscene concluded, the arena transformed into a snowy world. Frozen Tomb was activated, and a game prompt appeared. Chunshin, controlling Obito, unleashed a first skill. The Fire Release, Great Fireball technique was absorbed by Kaguya. The second skill allowed her to shift closer. A strike caused minimal damage. "Ah, so that is how it is," Chunshin remarked. Hualien responded, "Indeed, ordinary ninjutsu will be absorbed, so you need space-time techniques to inflict physical damage." Chunshin lamented, "This is too tedious. In the ninja world game, character updates are far too slow. We're already at Kaguya, yet I still have the maskless Obito." Hualien encouraged, "Just take your time. Other selections wouldn't even deal damage. Thus, they continued with slow, methodical strikes as the first phase came to an end. Kaguya Otsutsuki declared, "Insects, be frozen." With a swift motion, she unleashed an expansive rabbit hair needle, her silvery hair transforming into sharp thorns that blanketed the arena. Hualien impatiently urged, "Hurry up, draw me in." Obito utilized his third skill, pulling Kakashi into the Kemui dimension, swiftly employing his fourth skill to evade incoming attacks. As they entered the second phase, the scene shifted dramatically. Kaguya transported the battlefield into a hypergravitational realm, reducing player mobility by 50%. Hualien cursed, "This is utterly revolting, I can barely move. I must rely on body flicker to dodge a few times." The two engaged in a slow skirmish, ultimately falling prey to the 80 God Air Strike, which dispatched Hualien in 2 swift strikes. Chunqing remarked, "The skill is still active." Hualien responded, "Let us do it once more." Kaguya's powers were unveiled for the first time, truly embodying the might of a deity. Black Zetsu observed, tears streaming down his face. Mother, he will surely rescue you." Obito gazed at the heavens. Realizing this was the secret of Black Zetsu, the ultimate goal of the Moon Eye plan, to unseal this woman, capable of absorbing ninjutsu and regenerating instantly. Conventional ninjutsu attacks merely supplied her with chakra. Her ocular abilities surpassed even the full extent of the Byakugan, and that 80 God Air Strike resembled the Hyuga's gentle fist, akin to their Bagua Palm technique. The disparity in power was staggering, with the ability to effortlessly switch dimensions and merge with nature within the space. She could manipulate the environment to assail her foes. The ninjas grew increasingly disheartened, realizing they were confronting the power of the progenitor of chakra. Chunqing and Hualien endured torment throughout the afternoon, and finally, on the 10th attempt, after Chunqing maneuvered Obito to block the combined attack of the Grey Bones, Kakashi decisively ended Kaguya Otsutsuki with a single strike. Chunqing exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, we prevailed. Hualien suddenly became animated. "Ah, Chunqing, you just shielded me from that skill," reminiscent of Obito protecting Kakashi in history. Chunqing replied, "Indeed, quite similar, a man's duty to shield his beloved." Hualien retorted, "You traitor, I shan't converse with you anymore." The two exchanged glances of mutual disdain, preparing to sever ties until evening. The more Chunqing pondered the recent events, the more she found them endearing. Ninjas, activate. Who would care about the fake grave he had occupied for over a decade? The screen opened to a video montage, tracing their journey from childhood to the formation of Team Minato. Kakashi, pinned beneath a colossal boulder, lamented, "I am nearing death. Yet I can still be your eyes to witness the future. Will you be my eyes, allowing me to believe there is a future?" Witnessing Rin collide with Kakashi's Chidori, he tread through the darkness of the ninja world, ultimately becoming a mere pawn of Madara. He instigated the Nine-Tails assault, resulting in the demise of Minato and Kushina. Manipulating Nagato, he captured the tailed beasts, declaring war in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Uchiha Obito questioned, Why choose me?" Uchiha Madara replied, "You possess an innate kindness towards others, a profound love for Rin, your comrades, the Hokage, and all ninjas. Conversely, should you descend into darkness, your hatred for this world will intensify. You are that kind of person." Obito shielded Kakashi from the lethal strike, bequeathing his remaining Sharingan to Kakashi. He smiled as he faded away. The video concluded. Chunqing wept, yet wore a contented smile, relishing the bittersweet taste of sacrifice. Natsuki confirmed the final battle against Kaguya Otsutsuki was either altered or intentionally left as such in history. Following this encounter, Madara Uchiha surprisingly allied with Sasuke and Naruto. Since both Madara and Obito survived, she speculated that the future had already been disclosed, suggesting Obito was ultimately spared. Perhaps due to his status as a war criminal, Natsuki pondered. Obito indeed bore grave sins, and openly preserving him would not foster unity within the ninja world, yet the looming threat of Kaguya left little choice. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply, breath unsteady. His body momentarily lost its strength, causing him to collapse before the memorial stone, trembling hands revealing his internal turmoil. Had Obito witnessed this? Was it because he had slain Rin that he hesitated to return? Chapter 14. A psychological analysis of Uchiha Obito. The truth is unveiled. Obito's identity. The long-concealed secret orchestrated by Madara and the Moon Eye plan have all been exposed. Natsuki's hidden anticipation crumbled. Although the segments shown were fleeting, with myriad details left unillustrated. The events were as clear as day. Obito resembled an innocent kitten, grievously injured while attempting to save a puppy, only to realize that his savior was a nefarious villain. Madara slowly led Obito down a path of madness, ultimately revealing he had been deceived. Tragically, in attempting to save the puppy once more, he met his demise. Was Obito truly villainous? Perhaps to some extent. His intentions were noble, yet it would have been best had he never embarked on this path. For he would not have raced down such a treacherous road. Natsuki had anticipated all of this and began contemplating Obito's potential next moves. Somehow, it felt as though he would retreat, for he could simply dive into the Kamui space, evading detection. Envy washed over Natsuki. How wonderful it would be to possess such a dimension. The ninjas of Konoha exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. Ah, this must be the third great ninja war, right? Indeed. This was during the mission at the Shinjutsu Bridge, when the fourth Hokage had just assumed office and led the team, only for a student to tragically perish in that battle. To their astonishment, the young Kakashi Hitaki exhibited such an audacious temperament. As the boulder crushed Obito's half-body, gasps echoed through the plaza. Oh no, he is trapped. He is as good as dead. Alas, he offered me his eyes as a token of friendship. What a noble soul. So, did the Uchiha teammates truly gift their eyes? What else could it be? Rumors circulated that Kakashi coveted his comrade's Sharingan, leading to their demise. Such rumors are fearsome indeed. Did Madara Uchiha save him? Wasn't he supposed to have perished at the hands of the first Hokage? A mere ruse of death. The sight was agonizing. Half of his body was lost. Madara certainly guided Obito to witness the darker aspects of the ninja world. Surely, he had expressed a desire for Obito to inherit his will? Alas, this was a true descent into darkness, a complete fall from grace. Such madness, one cannot help but attribute it to the Uchiha. The screen shifted to the night of the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha, igniting chaos throughout the village. The instigator of the Nine-Tails rampage was none other than Obito. This wretched individual had caused the deaths of his own mentor and his mentor's wife. He had surely lost his sanity. In the end, as Obito shielded Kakashi from a fatal blow, he once again bestowed a Sharingan, this time gifting an entire pair. The consensus among the ninjas was clear. Madness truly belongs to the Uchiha. Hokage Tower. Observing Obito's rescue, Tsunade frowned. Recalling, wasn't his body recovered? The third Hokage reminisced. During the Third War, time was of the essence. Kakashi reported that Obito had willingly sacrificed half his body to protect him, generously transferring his remaining Sharingan to Kakashi. Mito Minato remarked, with half his body crushed, survival seemed impossible. I never anticipated he would be saved by Madara. Danzo seized the opportunity, promptly controlling Kakashi to reclaim his Sharingan as leverage against Obito. The third Hokage exhaled smoke. Since we have been unable to retrieve it all these years, it implies that Obito has retained it. The current focus is not on Uchiha Obito, but rather on Uchiha Madara, who feigned death during the Valley of the End battle and subsequently chose Obito as his successor for the Moon Eye plan. It was Madara's decision to select Obito, and even in Obito's absence, another would have taken his place. After watching the video, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed deeper lament for Obito, recalling his past interactions with the boy. A worthy inheritor of the will of fire, he was kind-hearted, eager to assist others, and valued companionship. Had it not been for Uchiha Madara, this child could have become an elite jonin like Kakashi. Nara Shikaku interjected, setting aside the fact that Obito was misled by Madara, stating that our ultimate adversaries are Kagaya Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu, the latter being a hidden manipulator for millennia, while Kagaya is the progenitor of chakra. Since Obito has realized he was deceived, he would undoubtedly abandon this plan. Perhaps we may even rely on him to thwart Black Zetsu. Yamanaka Inoichi remarked that Black Zetsu's ability to traverse the earth does not resemble earth release. Akimichi Choza suggested that he is perhaps fused with the soil, possibly a unique bloodline limit. Shimura Danzo forcefully slammed his hand on the table, asserting that Madara, having survived without returning to Konoha, instigated the Nine-Tails incident, resulting in the demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife, warranting a lower-level bounty. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt overwhelmed, relieved that the situation regarding Naruto had not been revealed. He summoned an Umbu ninja and ordered him to bring Tsunade and Jiraiya back to Konoha, while notifying Kakashi to come to the Hokage's office. The screen finally froze on Obito's dissipating form, as Kakashi, seemingly unable to hold on any longer, shed tears of blood, whispering Obito. Why? His voice was scarcely audible, and the blood tears soaked his mask. All of this is my fault. Behind a tree, the masked man of the Uzumaki clan vanished in an instant. He needed to confront Madara for answers. As he hurried away, thoughts of Kakashi's guilty face flashed in his mind. It's not your fault, Kakashi. The one Madara targeted was me. I am the one who harmed you and Rin. Everything is my fault. It was evident from the title that this was indeed a video to which many would respond. Haru, filled with anticipation, opened the comments section. Longyan commented, "It's alright. Kakashi will eventually be fine." Lingling Chi-Chi replied, "Friend, I did not come here to hang myself." Shinyu Tusi Longyan added, "Friend, are you going to kill me?" Shining Pikachu remarked, "At least Rin's grave is real." Lingling Chi-Chi teased, "Such a little mouth." Foam Phantom responded, "How can someone type such cold words with a 36 hand?" Crying, White Fong's secret/lamented, "Oh no, this is too tragic for my heart. Eating, it is simply delightful. Teacher, I love eating knives. Bring the child some more." Kakashi's ninja dog, White Fong's secret/ exclaimed, "Attribute explosion." Little Cat Bathing Gulu Gulu remarked, "The most wonderful thing is that Kakashi seldom cries. When he does, it is generally for Obito's eyes. No worries, I will faint." 10 years with Kakashi, Little Cat Bathing Gulu Gulu continued, from an angle never imagined. He is a genius. Emergency food supply questioned, "So, will Obito specifically choose a time to steal the offerings?" Deceived Satan responded, "Can one's own offerings be called stealing?" Kamui Can't Hide Tears added, "It sounds a bit absurd. It feels like something he would do, perhaps even using Kamui to steal offerings from Konoha." Calmly replied, "Obito Uchiha, a lovesick fool, should have resurrected Rin with his Rinnegan instead of causing a world war. This is purely nonsensical. I cannot comprehend how anyone could support such folly." 10 years with Kakashi calmly responded, "Is life not going well? Coming to insult in the comments?" Crossing the sea of people to meet you responded, "Good question. Why doesn't Obito revive Rin with his Rinnegan? Why doesn't T Nagato directly revive Yahiko? Or why doesn't T Madara revive Izuna? Is it that they do not wish to?" Ultimately, these three individuals are not fixated on any one person, whether it be Rin, Yahiko, or Izuna. They are merely catalysts. Rin's death made Obito realize that this world is flawed. It is hell. The catalyst for Obito's fourth great ninja war was not to resurrect Rin, but through Rin's death. He comprehensively recognized the world's cruelty and sought to reshape peace through Infinite Tsukuyomi, creating a world where everyone, including the happiness symbolized by Rin, could attain salvation. Even if Rin and Kakashi switched places, with Kakashi becoming the Three-Tails Jinchuriki and dying at Rin's hands, Obito's reaction would undoubtedly remain the same. Do not assume that because Obito's image in history is that of an antagonist, he is a person intent on destroying the world for personal desires. That would be somewhat insulting. Fruit Lemon Tea crossing the sea of people to meet you. Obito knows Rin committed suicide. He does not hate Kakashi, but rather the world, a world filled with the ugliness of war that claimed Rin's life. Thus, Obito seeks to create a new world, one of happiness and peace, where Rin would not be killed by Kakashi. Calmly, Fruit Lemon Tea replied, "Are you defending a war criminal?" Fruit Lemon Tea calmly responded, "Where am I defending? I am merely analyzing motives. When will the Otsutsuki die out?" In recent years, Obito Uchiha's reputation has notably improved. Firstly, because his tragic past has become a thing of the past, the wounds no longer felt personally. Secondly, the threat of the Otsutsuki continues to loom, with many pondering how much better it would be if Obito were still around. Eating oranges without peels, when will the Otsutsuki die out? Mainly due to the allure of his Sharingan. Kamui is simply remarkable. So what is Infinite Tsukuyomi as a ninjutsu? Why do both Uchiha Madara and Obito believe that Infinite Tsukuyomi can bring about world peace? Previously, it was mentioned that it could seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. Perhaps they sought to harness the power of the progenitor of chakra to unify the world by force? Isnt it said that Infinite Tsukuyomi can cause instant death? Obito merely slaughtered the nobles. Wouldn't that be a good thing? I believe this lad has never faced hardship. Are things not better now than they were during the Warring States period? Naruto nudged the nearby Shaki and asked, "Hey Shaki, is there really a ninjutsu that can revive the dead?" Shaki replied, "There should be, since it was mentioned before." Naruto, grumbling and rubbing his eyes, remarked, "So many words. It's making my eyes blur." Shaki glanced at Naruto and then at the serious-faced Sasuke beside him. The details of the Nine-Tails incident had not been fully disclosed. And Naruto remained unaware that his father was the renowned fourth Hokage. If he were to discover this, he might lose control and transform into his tailed beast form. Perhaps it would be best for the next revelation to keep some distance from Naruto? Shaki mentally nodded in agreement, considering herself merely a weak Konoha genin. The charisma of Kakashi's peers was infectious, and Haru was completely captivated. She swiped to the next video. From the series Analyzing Historical Figures Through a Psychological Lens, she greeted, "Greetings, everyone. It's me, your charming teacher." The previous analysis video on Senju Hashirama garnered immense popularity, and due to overwhelming requests from viewers, the psychological deconstruction of historical figures will become a regular segment on this channel. Be sure to follow and subscribe to not get lost. Now, let us commence the first installment of this series, focusing on the orange-goggled, youthful form of Uchiha Obito, giving a thumbs up and laughing heartily. Uchiha Obito. The scene transitioned to a large portrait of Obito in the Ten Tails Jinchuriki form, featuring his left eye as the Rinnegan and his right as the Sharingan. His skin appeared unnaturally pale, clad in a long robe, with 6 tomo in front and 8 chakra orbs behind him, holding a staff in his right hand. Uchiha Obito is one of the most controversial and dramatically reversed characters in history, with some labeling him as an embodiment of evil while others view him as a practitioner of peace, which has rendered the name Uchiha Obito a topic of great discourse, making this the perfect entry into our series on historical figures. The character and behavior of Uchiha Obito have undergone a complex transformation, evolving from an idealistic youth to a vengeful fanatic, and ultimately to a figure of enlightenment. To analyze Uchiha Obito, one must consider his experiences, psychological changes, and the core conflicts of the ninja world during his time. In his early years, Obito resembled Naruto Uzumaki, embodying the traits of an optimistic, kind-hearted outlier from the Uchiha clan. Although his talents were mediocre, he possessed an unwavering sense of justice and camaraderie. It is said that every elder in the village of Konoha had received help from Obito, whose steadfast sense of righteousness even influenced his companions, particularly Kakashi Hatake. Young Obito shared dreams akin to Naruto's, yearning for recognition and aspiring to become Hokage. Utilizing Jung's cognitive function theory to better comprehend Uchiha Obito, I assert that during this period, his personality type aligns closely with that of a governance type. In my analysis, I discerned that merely categorizing him with 8 letters proved insufficient. However, 2 aspects were glaringly evident. Extroversion, with a strong emphasis on collective harmony and a yearning for recognition from peers, alongside a robust protective instinct towards his companions, coupled with a willingness to sacrifice for others. Emotionally driven, he prioritized feelings and interpersonal relationships over logic in decision-making, as exemplified by his actions during the Third Great Ninja War, where he disregarded mission protocols to rescue Rin, placing his values above the rules of the shinobi. As I previously stated, human character cannot be encapsulated by mere letters. Therefore, I employed Jung's cognitive function theory for further analysis, ultimately concluding that the personality type most representative of young Obito is characterized by friendliness, warmth, loyalty, and a strong emotional disposition, yet lacking in strategic depth and logical analytical skills, which aligns perfectly with the persona of young Obito. Such a disposition starkly contrasts with the later embodiment of a mad terrorist intent on world annihilation. What precipitated such a drastic transformation in Obito's character? What led him from being a mere underachiever to a harbinger of destruction? This extreme shift and profound contrast are astonishing to all. The villagers of Konoha, once aided by Obito, remember the warm-hearted little ninja. Fate is capricious. An emotional grandmother wept, lamenting the loss of such a good child on the battlefield upon hearing of Obito's demise. Yet now, she cannot believe that the instigator of the Nine Tails rampage is indeed Obito, whose actions led to the death of her son and daughter-in-law that fateful night. Ordinary individuals struggle to comprehend the mindset of a ninja. Many shinobi began to understand Obito's transformation, sensing the absurdity and unpredictability of fate. Familiar historical audiences recognized that, influenced by the plans of Madara, Uchiha, and Kagaya's schemes, the darker aspects of the ninja world were deliberately showcased to Obito, gradually steering him towards a path of moral decline. Upon awakening, Obito initially envisioned a return to Konoha to fight alongside Kakashi and Rin once more. However, Madara would not allow his carefully chosen successor to return joyfully to Konoha. Thus began a significant turning point in Obito's life. Witnessing Rin's death plunged him into despair, leading him to completely reject the reality he once cherished, deeming the world a hellish existence. Obito's previously empathic and heroic personality was shattered by the trauma of Rin's death, triggering post-traumatic stress disorder, resulting in an overwhelming surge of negative emotions that propelled his Sharingan from a Tsutomu to a Mangeki Sharingan, marking the only recorded instance of such an upgrade due to the profound impact Rin's demise had on him. Thereafter, Obito's character underwent a stark transformation, aligning him more closely with the architect type. He became inwardly closed off, reclusive, and paranoid. His focus shifted to intuition and abstract concepts while evading reality, neglecting its details, and immersing himself in grand narratives of idealism. He leaned towards logical analysis and objective facts, adopting ruthless methods to achieve his goals, prioritizing efficiency above all else. This phase saw Obito embodying a cold executor lost in a messianic complex. It is well known that overwhelming emotions can shatter a person's psychological defenses. To prevent mental collapse and safeguard his well-being, individuals facing extreme setbacks often exhibit psychological defense mechanisms, aiming to escape predicaments and alleviate negative emotions to restore psychological equilibrium. Freud categorized these mechanisms into 5 types: avoidance, self-deceit, aggression, substitution, and construction. In Obito's case, 2 manifestations were particularly notable. Firstly, avoidance manifested through emotional numbness to escape painful memories, leading to signs of dissociation in Obito's personality, resulting in the emergence of the escapist persona known as Toby, who concealed his feelings behind a mask of frivolity. Secondly, self-deceit entailed distorting reality for self-comfort, attributing his feelings of powerlessness to the world's cruelty, viewing existence as hellish, and projecting his hatred onto humanity. In Obito's mind, he believed that it was this cruel world that led to Rin's demise, and it was this very world that forced Kakashi to kill her. Thus, he perceived reality as false, endeavoring to create a genuine world where Rin existed, wherein the Kakashi of that world would be the authentic one, while the Kakashi of the present, who had once been tardy and unremarkable, was merely an illusion. Obito succumbed to despair, embodying a nihilist, convinced that the world was beyond redemption. Consequently, he accepted Madara's plan for the Eye of the Moon, aiming to forge a new world devoid of despair and suffering. This perhaps reflects Obito's loss of the capacity for reality testing, denying any positive potential in the world he inhabited. With this understanding, one can grasp the rationale behind Obito's myriad actions in this psychological state. For him, reality was fictitious. Thus, the existence of people within it was equally illusory. The acts of killing mentors and facilitating genocide became mere necessities for the creation of a new world. Once established, all, including Rin, Kakashi, and Minato, would be reborn in this envisioned paradise. As the Fourth Great Ninja War drew to a close, Naruto's unwavering words ultimately resonated with Obito, leading him to awaken and redirect his gaze towards the normal world. After absorbing Shikamaru's theories on peace, Obito finally realized that the path to a beautiful world did not lie in the Eye of the Moon. He then turned against Madara, ultimately choosing self-sacrifice to save Kakashi. Bearing the forgiveness of the victimized Naruto and Minato, along with Shikamaru's promise of a peaceful future and the tears of his dear friend Kakashi, Obito achieved a redemptive form of self-punishment. What knowledge point does this illustrate? Perhaps someone can share the answer in the chat. Indeed, post-traumatic growth. The former Obito evaded his true self, numbed his emotions, and even the eternal Mangeky's abilities existed within a realm he alone could access. The final Obito, however, embraced his trauma, accepted his pain, and acknowledged the world's reality. He ceased to evade, striving for atonement in his final moments. In summary, Uchiha Obito is a boy who could not become Hokage, a man who failed to protect his beloved, a madman masking sorrow with insanity, and ultimately, a redeemer who rediscovered himself. He is not inherently a villain, but rather an idealist crushed by fate and conspiracy. His actions are extreme, yet stem from the purest love and despair. The tale of Uchiha Obito imparts a profound lesson. Evading reality cannot yield true redemption. Only by confronting suffering can one discover a path forward. That concludes the entirety of this video. If you enjoyed it, please express your appreciation. Additionally, there is a character vote for the next episode in the comments section. Thank you for watching, and we shall meet again in the next installment. Upon finishing the analysis, Kakashi felt an intensifying anguish, his breath becoming increasingly labored, as if he were on the brink of suffocation. He was the sinner, having failed to protect Rin, leaving Obito trapped in a hellish existence. Naruto, initially filled with disbelief and astonishment, clenched his fists and shouted in exasperation, "What nonsense is this? How could this be the creation of a peaceful new world? This detestable scoundrel has taken the lives of so many." The Nine-Tails incident had claimed the lives of Irika's parents, and the hatred, rejection, and scorn Naruto endured were all rooted in that calamity. How could Naruto not harbor resentment? Witnessing Rin's demise and Obito's transformation, he gritted his teeth. Even if the most important person were to perish before his eyes, it could never justify harming others. In the end, Naruto's fury erupted. He could not forgive such an irredeemable wretch. Kakashi's attempt to soothe him was futile. Undoubtedly, in the future, Naruto would unleash a fierce beating upon him, venting his frustration before offering forgiveness. Naruto declared, "I've made my decision. I will deliver a blow to that scoundrel on behalf of Kakashi-sensei." Sasuke remained silent, but upon witnessing Obito aiding Itachi in the massacre of their clan, his Sharingan flared uncontrollably. Before the Leaf Village ninjas could locate Jiraiya and Tsunade, Jiraiya had already found Tsunade. After recounting Obito's story, Jiraiya expressed his sympathy and lamentation for Obito's plight. Is peace pursued through extreme means truly peace? Tsunade had only a single impression of this yet unmet junior, a disciple of Minato who perished in the Third Great Ninja War. As a medical ninja who had endured the ravages of war, Tsunade possessed a profound understanding of the psychological transformations experienced by ninjas post-conflict. It exemplified typical post-traumatic stress disorder. Yet that was no excuse for instigating war and slaughtering innocents. Tsunade tilted her head back and drained her drink, filling her cup anew, lamenting the tragic madness of it all. The fourth Raikage, upon hearing of Obito's actions, felt an urge to strike him awake with 2 powerful punches. And if that weren't sufficient, he would deliver 2 more. Obito, a product of madness, was driven entirely by emotion. Such terrorists are often more terrifying than those who calculate based on self-interest. The quality of this video was commendable, deserving of likes and recommendations. Chunqing opened the comments section, eager to see more humorous anecdotes about Obito. The subsequent comments reflected on Obito's self-deception and avoidance of reality. One user speculated whether, had Rin been the one to kill Kakashi, Obito would still have succumbed to darkness. Another mused that both characters would have experienced despair, igniting the Moon Eye plan. Rin, a kind-hearted individual, was forced to kill the boy she cherished, while Kakashi, an innocent, fell at the hands of the girl he sought to protect. This world is fraught with deception and error. Thus, Obito resolved to awaken the Moon Eye. It is widely acknowledged that Obito's sexual orientation hinges upon who dies first, Kakashi or Rin. One user humorously noted that Obito's experiences are unbearable for anyone, having been orphaned and without support, yet finding solace in the admiration of an angelic girl who acknowledged his dreams and genuinely cared for him. Together, they formed Team Minato, becoming close friends. Yet the Third Great Ninja War exposed Obito to the harsh realities of the ninja world, surviving a great calamity. He later encountered his long-lost friend only to witness that friend take the life of his cherished one. Such a series of extreme emotional upheavals would drive any ordinary person to madness, let alone Obito, a member of the emotionally volatile Uchiha clan. This culminated in the tragic awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan, becoming the final straw that shattered his faith in the ninja world. One commenter noted that Naruto represents an entirely different Obito. The distinction lies in Naruto's continuous support from those around him, Irika, Kakashi, Jiraiya, while Obito was pulled into darkness by everyone he encountered after Rin's death. Another user suggested that Obito's love for Rin transcended mere romantic affection. For a child who had never known parental love, did Obito truly comprehend love? It was suggested that his feelings for Rin were a blend of familial, platonic, and romantic love. In a humorous exchange, it was implied that Obito might have viewed Rin as a maternal figure. Another user remarked on the profound wisdom of the Sage of the Six Paths, stating that while the Senju clan valued love over ninjutsu, the Uchiha clan prioritized the latter. However, the truth is that no family's love runs deeper than that of the Uchiha. Once an Uchiha comprehends love, the emotions they have long suppressed may be unleashed, awakening powers that surpass even those of the Senju. Excessive love harbors the potential for explosive rage. Thus, when an Uchiha loses a significant love or experiences deep sorrow. A unique chakra surges within, affecting their vision and resulting in the manifestation of the Sharingan. In summary, it is evident that the Uchiha are prone to corruption. If the second Hokage were present today, he could likely publish numerous studies on the Uchiha clan. Thus, one must ponder the depth of Obito's love to lead him to manifest the Mangekyou Sharingan. The second Hokage's vigilance regarding the Uchiha was justified, for this clan is prone to madness, as evidenced by Obito and Madara's near destruction of humanity. Ultimately, Obito and Madara did not initially seek to annihilate the world. Albeit their methods were flawed, the roots of the Uchiha clan's downfall can be traced back to the second Hokage's animosity. However, it is essential to recognize that the second Hokage's attitude towards the Uchiha was relatively moderate, even taking Uchiha Kagami as a disciple in hopes of bridging the chasm between the village and the Uchiha clan. During the second Hokage's era, there were minimal conflicts between the village and the clan, largely due to the disruptive actions of Danzo during the third Hokage's tenure. Chunqing, perplexed, questioned whether this was an analysis of Obito. Had the discussion shifted to whether Uchiha Obito was an outright villain, Chunqing could comprehend that. Yet, how had the conversation diverted to whether the second Hokage harbored familial prejudice? Chapter 16, Edo Tensei Uchiha Madara. As Obito journeyed onward, he absorbed the insights offered by the future generations regarding his character. Indeed, he was a coward, evading reality and refusing to confront the truth. Thus, Obito was not angered by this evaluation, nor did he express remorse. The moon's eye was a mere illusion. What he truly cared about was Rin's death. This anguish, a pawn in Uchiha Madara's scheme, incited a fury within him greater than the revelation of the moon's eye plan being false. Now it was Uchiha Sasuke's turn to grit his teeth. Uchiha Itachi, Shimura Danzo, their names escaped through clenched teeth, sending a shiver down Natsuki's spine. She quickly embraced Sasuke's arm, holding tight. Sasuke, the curtain has yet to clarify everything. You mustn't let your anger harm you. With wide eyes, Natsuki gazed into Sasuke's rabbit-like eyes, hoping he could decipher her unspoken words. My ancestors, there may be root ninjas nearby monitoring us. No matter how furious or suspicious you are, you must not voice it. For Danzo is truly capable of inflicting harm. Sasuke regained his composure. He was not a fool. After so many encounters with the curtain, he had begun to grasp the fringes of the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Was the village truly so perilous and deranged? Someone hesitated. After all, they were all human. How different could they be? Have you forgotten Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Itachi? Indeed, one must remain vigilant. The Uchiha clan was undeniably dangerous. The individual dispelled their doubt. The disparity among people was indeed vast. Was the second Hokage truly so critical of the Uchiha? Hearing Senju Tobirama's assessment of the Uchiha clan for the first time left the Konoha ninjas bewildered. It seemed the second Hokage bore no animosity towards them. So that's it. The Uchiha are a clan of love. Extreme love breeds extreme hatred, and their strength is born from love. Was this not terrifying? Losing a loved one could lead one to madness and desires to obliterate the world. The curtain claimed its original intention was to achieve world peace. Do you trust me, Uchiha Madara, or do you believe the moon's eye can bring peace? Such a notion is absurd. Only an Uchiha would believe in such folly. Is the source of the Uchiha massacre the second Hokage? Lord Tobirama had Uchiha disciples. How could he possibly wish for their annihilation? Upon hearing Danzo's name, the crowd fell silent. Anyone with a modicum of political awareness knew that the best course of action at that moment was to remain silent. In the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo slammed the table in anger. I have sacrificed for Konoha. The higher-ups, who understood the ins and outs of the Uchiha massacre, remained silent, their hearts filled with concern. Surely, the curtain would not dissect the Uchiha's demise in detail. They say that what one fears will come to pass. Spring's delicate hand waved. Dissecting the Uchiha massacre, is it inevitable? The higher-ups of Konoha trembled. Curtain, are you serious? Uchiha Itachi's crow clone sped towards Konoha, worried for Sasuke's safety. The Konoha ninjas quaked in fear. Could they truly endure such revelations? Other nations' ninjas reveled in their misfortune. Look at Konoha today. The Uchiha have their day of reckoning. Uchiha Sasuke braced himself for the truth of the Uchiha massacre. Natsuki, however, worried for Sasuke's safety should the curtain reveal the truth. He was her future support. And if the curtain divulged Danzo's cause of death, that man would surely harbor murderous intent. The sealing scroll she carried contained water and food pills. She hoped the secret room's fish could hold out until Itachi arrived. If only her thought abilities could be transferred. The curtain seemed to toy with the audience, blacking out the screen as the video began. Hee hee, I am quite pleased with this little prank. The audience held their breath, their hearts pounding. Thankfully, Natsuki and the other two were once again escorted to the Hokage's office by Umbu ninjas, while the little pig, deer, and butterfly were also delivered by Asuma. For 3 consecutive days, the curtain remained silent, yet the ninja world was abuzz. The entire world seemed to be frantically searching for Kaguya and Obito, scouring texts and resources in hopes of uncovering information about that cursed Moon's Eye plan. Exposed by the curtain, Obito's dear friend Kakashi had the protection of the 3rd Hokage. And after so many years of dedicated service to Konoha, even Danzo trusted Kakashi's loyalty to the village. However, the public's attitude towards Kakashi began to shift. Twice he had saved others, twice he had gifted eyes. Such accomplishments led some to suspect Kakashi was a spy planted by Uchiha Obito within Konoha. Others whispered that Kakashi was Obito's lover. Some demanded that Kakashi destroy Obito's Sharingan, arguing that it was better to eliminate the threat than to leave it for Obito. The curtain had warned of a dire future. Obito's Sharingan was powerful, and it might prove useful against Kaguya Otsutsuki. Do not act impulsively. Meanwhile, upon reaching Madara's secret base, Obito began to lose his mind. He smashed several white Zetsu attempting to disturb him and seized the weakest among them, using its body as a vessel for the souls of the deceased. Summoning Jutsu, a massive coffin rose from the ground. Boom! The coffin's lid was blown off, and dust billowed. At last, the day had come. Uchiha Madara emerged. Madara observed the twisted and darkened expression on Obito's face and soon realized he had been summoned through Edo Tensei. Madara questioned why Obito was not reincarnated but rather summoned through this technique. Obito evaded the question, demanding to know if Rin's death was part of Madara's scheme. Though he was uncertain how Obito had come to know, he thought, what of it? A smirk graced Madara's lips. Indeed. It was I who devised the plan to make that young girl the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, allowing her to rampage in Konoha, and it was not the Mist Village. She utilized Kakashi to launch an attack against the enemy, sacrificing herself to protect the village. That too was part of my design. All to plunge you into darkness and make you my pawn. The day I fortuitously left the cave, did you think it was all mere coincidence? There is no darkness to fabricate. Do you truly believe you are the only one who stands apart? Is that notion not laughable? Obito's Mangekyo gleamed crimson as he recalled that day. Ah, he was indeed a fool. How could such coincidences exist in this world? Wielding his fan, Obito charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The resurrected dead through Edo Tensei could not exhibit the strength they possessed in life, unlike Madara during the 4th Great Ninja War, whose body was specially crafted by Orochimaru. Without granting Madara a chance to speak, Obito ruthlessly pummeled him. The Edo Tensei body felt no pain. Injuries from ordinary attacks would heal automatically. Madara questioned what Obito intended. Was this merely a release of pent-up rage? After a bout of venting, Obito's fury subsided slightly, and he began to expound upon the unexpected events surrounding the curtain. With a mocking grin reminiscent of Obito's, he retorted, no matter how meticulously you plot, it matters not. By making me your pawn, you are but a pawn of another. Do you know that Black Zetsu has existed since the time of the Sage of Six Paths? The rift with Senju Hashirama. Do you think these are all coincidences? Black Zetsu claims to be your will incarnate, and you believe it? There is no darkness to fabricate. Do you truly believe you stand alone? Is that thought not absurd? The same words that Madara once used to mock Obito were now returned in kind. If Natsuki were to witness this scene, she might quip about the bond between mother and son. Though a cliché, it is indeed sharp. Through the Sharingan, they rapidly exchanged information. Before Uchiha could even muster his anger, the curtain shone brightly. It felt akin to a large orange cat transforming in anger into a rattlesnake, only to have its owner shove a cat toy into its mouth. Spring is going out today. She meticulously washes her hair, bathes, and cares for her skin, choosing an outfit with great care, and because she is fully made up, she specially takes a cab to avoid sweating. The audience, upon seeing Spring, recalled the moment she lamented changing outfits 800 times yet remained unsatisfied. In households graced by the presence of beauty-loving wives and daughters, smiles abound. The little girl adores aesthetics, and a pretty dress is perpetually insufficient. As Chunxing begins her makeup routine, sunscreen, primer, foundation, concealer, she transforms from a lovely young girl into an even more exquisite version of herself. Adorned with two large buns atop her head, a green suspender dress paired with a white blouse, and a red and white floral backpack, she exudes cuteness. With a cheerful shout, she declares, "Power off," and promptly shuts down the air conditioning and television within the house. Humming a tune, Chunqing steps outside, the door automatically locking behind her with a reassuring notification. She rides the elevator down from the 33rd floor to the ground level. Upon exiting, the sun dazzles her eyes. The spectacle before her astounds the inhabitants of the ninja world, with an overwhelming array of novel experiences rendering them momentarily speechless. Climbing into a ride-hailing vehicle, the driver inquires about the license plate number. Chunqing replies, 6666. The driver chuckles, "Ah, that's a lucky number. You must have good fortune, little lady." Chunqing beams, "I think so too." Noticing Chunqing's ease, the driver engages her in conversation, sharing anecdotes about his daughter, who has been eager to go out every day, making him feel as though he has to shuttle her around like clockwork. Although he complains, his smile reveals a deep affection for his daughter. Chunqing remarks, "It's summer vacation. Once school resumes, there won't be as many opportunities for outings." The driver agrees, lamenting the pressures faced by children today, with his daughter attending classes 6 days a week from dawn until late at night. Chunqing empathizes. As the population continues to grow, the pressure mounts. The driver notes the competitive nature of education, contrasting it with the opportunities available to those with special abilities. Chunqing finds herself at a loss for words in response, but the driver deftly shifts topics, discussing the ride-hailing industry and the current job market, recommending several eateries favored by children her age. Soon they arrive at their destination, and Chunqing thanks him before briskly entering the mall. "What kind of vehicle is this? Is it reasonable to grant students a summer break during the hottest part of the year? How secure must the future be for someone to permit a mere 16-year-old girl to travel out of province for leisure? Is it truly as simple as requesting a ride through a smartphone app? Such convenience is astonishing. Merchants undoubtedly envy this service. The speed and safety of ride-hailing far surpass the slow and perilous horse-drawn deliveries they rely on. The chaos of the world makes it clear that without entrusting deliveries to ninjas, one cannot venture far from Konoha. The future appears to teem with people, perhaps tenfold compared to the present. The cacophony of voices seems to convey a singular sentiment. The world of tomorrow is indeed splendid. Chunqing, Xiaoxuan. Chunqing eagerly embraces a tall, striking beauty with a high ponytail. "Xiaoxuan, you've changed so much." Chunqing exclaims, taking in her friend's ensemble of a black shirt, work pants, and leather boots. Xiaoxuan has grown significantly, towering over Chunqing by half a head, having transformed into a stylish older sister. "How annoying. You look so dapper, I might just swoon." Chunqing playfully teases as she cozies up to Xiaoxuan. They had been desk mates in elementary and middle school, but Xiaoxuan's special admission to a military academy had kept them apart. Despite the distance, they maintained a close bond through video calls and messages. Xiaoxuan affectionately ruffles Chunqing's hair, entwining their fingers, her lips grazing Chunqing's warm skin, akin to a butterfly alighting briefly. As a longtime friend, Xiaoxuan understands Chunqing's penchant for role-playing. "Ah, Chunqing, how shy? A kiss from my dashing sister." Passers-by smile knowingly, for beauty is justice, and they cannot help but steal glances. The girl bears a slight resemblance to Uchiha Obito, a thought that sends a shiver down the spine of one who might ponder if she is a descendant of that ancient figure. How terrifying that would be. With dark, tousled hair, ebony eyes, and porcelain skin, she embodies the classic Uchiha beauty, captivating Ino and Sakura. Through Chunqing's eyes, they see a magnified visage of loveliness. Inching closer to deliver an elegant kiss upon Chunqing's hand, Ino and Sakura are entranced, starry-eyed. What a cool older sister. In a steakhouse adorned with a dim ambience, Xiaoxuan and Chunqing capture a photograph together. As their meal is served, they chat while eating. "How many days of vacation do you have left?" Chunqing inquires. "A total of 7 days. I can still play for 5 more, Xiaoxuan replies. "Then you'll be heading to the military base, right? How often do you get a break?" Chunqing asks. "Yes, I'll be going straight into the army. We get 10 days of leave a year, which can be accumulated," Xiaoxuan explains. "Make sure to come visit me when you can. I should be free most of the time," Chunqing encourages. "Being a logistics officer is a good job. If it weren't for my Sharingan, I might have considered it," Xiaoxuan muses. Chunqing exclaims, "But you're a powerhouse in taijutsu and practical ninjutsu. How could you even think about being a logistics officer? New information arrives. Xiaoxuan possesses the Sharingan. In the future, do the Uchiha no longer need to carry their surname like the Senju? A military base with only 10 days of leave per year. Does that seem too little? Can one really be a ninja and a soldier simultaneously? This Uchiha seems to defy the conventions of their lineage. Chapter 17. The first glimmer of brilliance. Don't you think space-time ninjutsu is fascinating? All the techniques that my Sharingan can replicate, but I still can't use, are incredibly cool. Xiaoxuan remarks. Chunqing rolls her eyes. That's a rather provocative statement. You big oaf. Xiaoxuan, stuffing her mouth with a large piece of meat, continues. I truly admire the second Hokage. He invented so many techniques that even I can't replicate. I suspect he spent his days devising strategies against the Uchiha. Chunqing laughs, finding this thought amusing and fitting for Senju Tobirama. Xiaoxuan, elegantly enjoying her meal, adds, take the Flying Thunder God technique. He used it to kill Uchiha Izuna. Even if the Uchiha replicate it with the Sharingan, they cannot use it effectively. Miscalculating while attempting to use it could result in disastrous consequences. Xiaoxuan mentions the Shadow Clone technique, noting that while the Uchiha possess a commendable amount of chakra, only a select few, like the Uzumaki and Senju clans, boast the chakra reserves of tailed beast-level ninjas. Using shadow clones recklessly on the battlefield could easily deplete one's chakra, she observes. Chunqing contemplates her words, recognizing the validity of her points. Moreover, Senju Tobirama excels in water techniques, while the Uchiha are renowned for their fire techniques. Chunqing's laughter grows, and she suddenly recalls a joke about Tobirama, saying he would blame the evil Uchiha for tripping him while walking. This sends both of them into fits of laughter. In the meantime, Uchiha Madara scrutinizes the spectacle above, eager to witness the essence of true peace. He hears of how Senju Tobirama utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to slay Izuna. The Uchiha universally despise Senju Tobirama. Madara, visibly displeased, contemplates the implications of the joke about tripping and laying blame on the Uchiha, his expression darkening with disdain. The crafty Senju with his white hair is known for developing techniques specifically targeting the Uchiha. Madara snorts in contempt, dismissing Tobirama's significance. Uchiha Obito, observing Madara's expression, finds humor in the irony of his disdain, acknowledging that he has been effectively cast out from the power center of Konoha. Senju Tobirama possesses myriad methods at his disposal. The joke about Tobirama has even elicited laughter from Sarutobi Hiruzen beneath the sky. For Tobirama, the master of forbidden techniques, particularly excels in water ninjutsu. And receiving praise from the descendants of the Uchiha fills him with pride. Spring Sunshine, I seem to have never asked you, what is the level of your ability certification? Is it permissible to disclose to outsiders? Akagi Keiru, yes, the ability rating is not confidential. Saying this, Akagi Keiru took out her phone, logged into the ability user information system, and showed it to Sunshine. Name, Akagi Keiru. Date of birth, year 147. Month 1. Ability level, ability system, chakra ability type, bloodline limit, Sharingan. Clicking on the details, a more detailed evaluation appeared. Primarily divided into 2 sections, physical strength and ability usage. Strength, 8 core, 9 agility, 9 stamina, 9 flexibility, 10 specialization, 9 chakra amount, 8 ninjutsu usage, 10 jinjutsu resistance, 10 Akagi Keiru. This ability rating is public. An internal rating within the military system, and the ability user information is more detailed, including Sharingan usage, energy efficiency, environmental utilization, pain tolerance, and communication efficiency. However, those details are confidential. Spring Sunshine, wow, level 10. I'm so envious, Keiru. I remember when we just graduated from middle school, our values weren't so different. We were all above 8. Akagi Keiru rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the astonished Sunshine with a tender smile. After all, training in military school for 7 years had to yield some results, right? Sunshine flipped through her phone to show her evaluation. You're amazing, Keiru. My rating is only 5 or 6, except for flexibility and ninjutsu usage, which are both 8. Haha. Akagi Keiru, your daily life is restricted in using abilities. Even your running speed is limited. It's impossible to receive effective training under such conditions. After finishing their meal, the two began to stroll around. The shopping mall during the holidays was always crowded, with many seeking the comfort of air conditioning. From clothing, shoes, and accessories to perfumes, lipsticks, and cosmetics. They bought each other many items, various clothes and jewelry, each indulging in their own purchases. Due to numerous restrictions in military life, Sunshine bought items for Kaoru that were convenient for military life: knee pads, ankle supports, a waist support, a small fan, and Bluetooth headphones. Kaoru, on the other hand, didn't need to think too much about her purchases, gifting Sunshine with things she often mentioned, her favorites. Finally, they entered a perfume shop where Sunshine had made a reservation in advance. The main ingredients were vetiver, bergamot, and pine needles, with some additional spices, creating a very natural aroma that helps with relaxation and sleep. They agreed to hang out together the day after tomorrow, embracing each other as they said goodbye. Observing the evaluation system that closely resembled the 8 aspects of ninjas: ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, wisdom, strength, speed, precision, seals, everyone gasped. If the criteria for future evaluations remain largely unchanged, this Akagi Kaoru is undoubtedly a shadow-level powerhouse. The future shadow level possesses such a demeanor. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, known for his benevolence, still carries an air of lethal authority, a sense of having taken countless lives. Akagi Kaoru exudes a formidable presence, yet lacks any murderous intent. A shadow level without blood on their hands. At this moment, Uchiha Madara believed in the possibility of a peaceful world, evidenced by the calm expressions on people's faces, devoid of concern for imminent death. The abundance of resources left Uchiha Madara, this ancient relic, utterly bewildered. Just the lip balm alone could establish a shop. Madara's irritation began to dissipate as the curtain fell, and he reluctantly pulled Obito into discussions on how to capture Kaguya and formulate new peace plans. Uchiha Madara was suddenly flooded with innovative ideas regarding the peace plan. At the Hokage building, as another old relic shocked by the future's affluence, Shimura Danzo finally looked at Natsuki with a serious demeanor. It was quite a feat. Danzo, with his usual grim expression, maintained an air of superiority as he inquired, "Have you contemplated the role of ninjas in the future?" Natsuki felt a jolt of opportunity. Taking a deep breath, her expression turned serious as she replied, "Yes, Lord Danzo. I have indeed pondered this matter, and it has troubled me for quite some time." Natsuki's voice was steady, each word resonating clearly. "I have always harbored a question. Why, despite their formidable powers, did even the mighty first Hokage and that infamous warrior of the ninja world remain subservient to the frail nobility?" The room fell silent, stunned by her audacity. "Did you really just say that?" Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a wary glance at the nearby Umbu ninja, who nodded, assuring him that there were no other ears nearby. The audience wore expressions of astonishment, gazing at the calm girl before them. The term frail nobility, when spoken from her lips, carried a convincing power. Natsuki continued, "In the past, I could only seek answers from books. However, the emergence of the curtain has unveiled a broader world to me. I have learned a new concept: tools. During the Warring States period, ninjas were employed as instruments of war. Although the first Hokage established ninja villages to alter this situation, the change was not thorough enough, transforming ninja villages into military forces of the state. In essence, ninja villages are the armies of nations. This leads me to another question. Isn't an army meant to protect the nation? If so, why do ninjas inflict harm upon their own civilians?" As Natsuki spoke eloquently, Naruto's eyes brimmed with admiration. Despite not fully grasping her words, her brilliance inspired him. Danzo maintained his stoic demeanor, yet a glimmer of respect flickered in his eyes. Natsuki continued, "The curtain indicates that the essence of ninja villages is their autonomy. My understanding now is that the ninja system is dependent on state provisions while independently managing internal affairs. There is fundamentally no conflict between ninjas and civilians because ninja villages are self-governed. Thus, the answer lies in the instigators of discord between ninjas and civilians, the feudal lords and nobility. They have diverted the conflict between the noble class and the common people onto the ninjas, allowing them to secure their elevated positions and reap the benefits." A mere 12-year-old girl had developed such profound insights into the relationships among ninjas, nobility, and civilians. Natsuki asserted, therefore, for ninjas to escape the status of mere war tools, they must break free from the financial control held by the feudal lords, reclaiming their economic power and acquiring sufficient land and civilians to engage in agriculture and production, as ninjas too require sustenance. I believe ninjas are not tools. They are human beings capable of thought, capable of feeling hunger and pain, capable of perceiving changes in their environment, experiencing joy and sorrow. Like in the future, it is imperative for ninjas to become forces that protect others. It is the correct path to transform ninjas into true guardians. Who among the ninjas present does not yearn for such a life? Yet now, the land is still in the hands of feudal lords and nobility, and I remain uncertain about how to act. As she concluded, Natsuki's tone wavered. Avoiding the gazes of others, her demeanor becoming somewhat bashful. Internally, she marveled, I played my part excellently. The room was enveloped in silence. Naruto's eyes widened. Though he comprehended little, the fervor radiating from Natsuki ignited his spirit. She was right. Sasuke gazed at Natsuki, his expression one of astonishment. In his memory, Natsuki had always appeared lost in thought, akin to Nara Shikamaru, yet he never anticipated her capacity for such contemplation. Choji whispered in awe, Natsuki knows so much. Ino cheered for Natsuki, her heart swelling with pride. Well done, Natsuki. Shikamaru observed Natsuki with a complex expression. He had noticed that the look in her eyes while daydreaming seemed to transport her to another realm. Entirely different from how his father would gaze intently at something while deep in thought. Thus, Natsuki must genuinely be immersed in another world. A world where ninjas are not mere tools, but one where all coexist in peace. Shikamaru scratched his head, contemplating how utterly different Natsuki was from himself. His thoughts were confined within the framework of reality, while Natsuki transcended those boundaries. Thus, the heavens proclaimed Natsuki akin to the first Hokage, a harbinger of change destined to transform the world. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a complex wave of emotions regarding Natsuki, admiration intertwined with concern, alongside a reflection on his own limitations. As he exhaled a puff of smoke, a gentle smile masked his weariness. He had long been conditioned by the village's system to be a stabilizer, unlike the visionary Hashirama. Tobirama's demeanor shifted dramatically, dismissively scoffing at the notion of fiscal independence and land ownership, labeling it Navi, merely the musings of a mere child. With that, he turned away. Natsuki caught a glimpse of Tobirama's vanishing figure, a sense of wariness creeping in as she recalled the historical actions of the man. Presently, Tobirama's thirst for power was palpable. Surely, someone like her, possessing a modicum of wisdom yet still inexperienced, would not easily become his sacrificial pawn. Suddenly, Guy's enthusiasm surged as he threw a punch into the air, exclaiming about the courage of youth to challenge the old order. His logic was clear, albeit impractical. Nara Shikaku interjected, warning that if the ninja villages truly sought independence from the feudal lords, the ensuing conflict would be far more devastating than during the Warring States period. Yamashiro Aoi leaned against the wall, crossing his arms, suggesting that perhaps the Fourth Great Ninja War could be a blessing in disguise, allowing the aristocracy to remain blissfully ignorant in their dreams. Shikaku turned in surprise, unaware that his old friend harbored such noble aspirations against the aristocracy. Aoi raised his hands in mock surrender, chuckling. That was merely the heavens speaking. Don't take it too seriously, Shikaku. His jest incited enthusiasm among the assembled ninjas. The group deftly shifted topics to other matters, while the younger ones were ushered away from the Hokage's office to entertain themselves. As Natsuki stepped outside, she exhaled a sigh of relief. She had passed the test. Once the children departed, the adults closed the door to engage in hushed conversations. Yuhi Kurenai smiled softly, remarking on the bravery of the child whose earlier words had nearly startled her. Truly, she was worthy of being recognized as the successor to the ideals of the first Hokage. Asuma, cigarette in mouth, noted that while the vision was beautiful, the reality of the relationship between the ninja villages and the feudal lords could not be altered by mere words. Recalling previous encounters with the Fire Country's feudal lord, Asuma added that the lord would never relinquish control over the ninja villages so easily. Kakashi, still reeling from the recent events surrounding the heavens, had been in a precarious mental state, with those who had seen him expressing their concerns. However, after witnessing the heavens today and hearing Natsuki speak with unwavering conviction, Kakashi felt somewhat uplifted. Natsuki was indeed a remarkably kind child, stirring memories of Rin and Obito within him. The atmosphere of the heavens today was lighthearted, devoid of significant news for the common folk, akin to spending a delightful day with Haru in the future. Such an idyllic existence seemed almost dreamlike, leading many to reconsider the Fourth Great Ninja War as not entirely unfavorable. Would they be willing to endure such turmoil for the sake of a brighter future? The answer was a resounding yes. not only from the insightful few, but also from the commoners who yearned for peace for their children. Naturally, the aristocrats were adamantly opposed. They could not locate Kaguya, nor could they find any trace of Uchiha Obito or the Eye of the Moon, as historical records had been obliterated, leaving even the accounts of the rabbit goddess in obscurity. The aristocrats descended into madness, torn between their desire for ninja protection and their fear of betrayal, wanting to sever the supply lines to the villages while simultaneously fearing such actions might provoke rebellion. With no viable options, they could only succumb to their madness. Chapter 18. Natsuki as a brick. Although the heavens had proclaimed that future ninjas would become the guardians of the common people, the present populace still harbored animosity towards ninjas, perceiving them as monstrous tools of death. The trio, Natsuki, Shikamaru, and Choji, found their movements restricted, accompanied by Umbu ninjas for protection, while the common folk regarded them with eager anticipation. They were the architects of the future world, viewed with reverence, yet Naruto, among them, felt the most discomfort with such attention. With the influx of children, the Hokage building could not accommodate them, leading to their temporary residence in a house adjacent to the Hokage office. Subsequently, Asuma brought Team 10 to the Hokage office, while Kurenai escorted Team 8. Herding one pig was manageable, but herding two was similar. 3 teachers meant threefold knowledge, occasionally supplemented by private lessons from the third Hokage. Recently, the Jonin had been exceedingly busy. Upon hearing of this, Guy summoned Niji and his companions, leading to the gathering of the Konoha 12 in a training session. After the training concluded, Natsuki once again fell into deep contemplation, sitting in a chair as if her soul had left her body. Within her mind, thoughts swirled regarding Uchiha Obito, the cycle of hatred, and the aristocracy's assassination plot. What had once been perceived as daydreaming now revealed itself as profound contemplation regarding the future of the ninja world. As she experienced her first bout of introspection, Tintin marveled, noting how Natsuki could remain so still for such an extended period. Can she even hear what I'm saying? Ino smiled at Natsuki, likely having been blocked out by her. Natsuki is just like that. She's quite adorable, Hinata added softly, explaining that only loud voices could rouse her from her reverie. Lee, with tears of excitement in his eyes, exclaimed, "This is so invigorating." Naruto, confused and speechless, wondered what Lee was so fervently passionate about. Lee knelt, gazing skyward, exclaiming, "This is youth, pouring every ounce of thought into the future of the ninja world. I must do 1,000 more push-ups." Kiba remarked in disbelief, "I never imagined one of my classmates would turn out to be a queen. Fate is truly remarkable, right, Akamaru?" Above, Akamaru barked in agreement. Natsuki, still seated, pondered, indeed. The fourth great ninja war is necessary. Without the Infinite Tsukuyomi, how can one eliminate all the aristocrats in one fell swoop? One must kill them one by one. How can I find Obito if I cannot cleanly eliminate them? Suddenly, something flickered before her eyes, prompting her to blink and return to reality. Before her stood a strikingly beautiful mature female ninja, with exquisite features, a commanding presence, long light yellow hair, and a blue-purple mark on her forehead. Natsuki smiled brightly. "Hello? Beautiful sister. How may I assist you today?" No one could resist a compliment, and Tsunade was about to engage Natsuki in conversation when Jiraiya interjected, "Huh? You should call her Granny." Feigning surprise, Natsuki eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, wondering if Tsunade's legendary strength would make an appearance. Just leaving the Hokage office after conversing with Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo, Tsunade was still simmering with frustration when Jiraiya, oblivious to her mood, approached her. With a single punch, Tsunade sent Jiraiya crashing into the wall, having shown considerable restraint, yet startling the nearby genin. "How terrifying!" Tsunade scoffed, turning to Natsuki. "I am Tsunade. Kakashi mentioned you wish to learn medical ninjutsu, yes? Come learn with me for the next few days." Natsuki's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "Of course, Lady Tsunade. It would be an immense honor to learn from you." This core connection within Konoha had finally been established for her. Days of chaos ensued in the ninja world before the heavens illuminated once more. Haru, carrying several large bags, one filled with snacks, another with daily necessities, and a third with fruits, walked along while munching on a grilled sausage. Not far off stood an imposing structure, its grand entrance flanked by a towering stone inscribed with Konoha University. Haru breezed through the security checkpoint, for today marked the beginning of the school year. With a multitude of students arriving, each accompanied by rolling suitcases. Parents accompanying their children engaged in conversation. Wow, Konoha University is truly impressive. Its location is ideal, close to attractions and bustling commercial districts. Living expenses will be a bit higher here, she mused. Konoha has developed remarkably since my visit a decade ago. What major is your child pursuing? To which dormitory building are you headed? The noise is particularly lively, and the warmth of spring is palpable. Chunqing casually tossed a wooden stick into the roadside trash bin. Her dormitory is in Building 20, conveniently located near the school's ninjutsu experimental building, albeit quite distant from the main entrance. Boarding the campus shuttle bus, she found herself surrounded by excited new students, their faces aglow with anticipation as they arrived at Building 20. Taking the elevator to her dorm room, she noted that the graduate accommodations at Konoha University are renowned for their exceptional quality. The door to her room was ajar, suggesting that her roommate had already arrived. Upon entering, she discovered a young woman unpacking a suitcase, an older woman making a bed, and an older man wiping a table. "Hello, everyone," Chunqing greeted. "Hi, you must be Sato Chunqing, right? I'm Kita Haramaki, majoring in logistics engineering and management. This is my mother and my father," the girl introduced herself. "Hello, uncle and auntie. I am Sato Chunqing, majoring in space-time folding and logistics management." Maki's mother beamed with delight. "Oh, so you are a gifted individual? That's wonderful. Please take good care of our Maki over the next 3 years." Maki's father nodded in agreement with a warm smile. Chunqing, accustomed to such compliments, returned the smile graciously. "I should be the one asking for your kindness. I need to step out to purchase a few essentials for the upcoming semester, so I won't disturb your unpacking." After placing her belongings down, she offered 3 apples as a polite farewell before leaving, though in truth, she had already procured everything she needed. She merely sought an excuse to depart. Encountering so many ordinary people once more beneath the sky, she overheard 2 individuals engaged in a heated debate. "You mentioned that those who appeared on the screen were all nobles, and that even the waitstaff were merely hired help. But now, can so many people truly be nobles? How could commoners possibly be permitted to attend such an esteemed school?" They argued passionately about whether the common folk could genuinely lead prosperous lives in the future, a discussion that had persisted for days, to the point that those listening were growing weary. It was said that one cannot conceive of realities beyond their comprehension. Previously, commoners would not have dared to envision such a future. Surely, the Kitahara family must be ordinary folks as well. It seemed likely. Was the status of future ninjas truly so elevated? Would they genuinely share dormitories with ordinary students? If they were the kind of ninjas depicted on the screen, it could only be a good thing. At the very least, safety would be assured. Is it possible that in the future, ninjas and commoners coexist without separation? Chunqing ventured into a bubble tea shop on the school's South Commercial Street, unexpectedly encountering a familiar face, her college classmate, Iri Kanzuya. He removed his headphones and waved at her. "Hey, Chunqing." Sitting across from him, Chunqing glanced curiously at the book he was perusing. "What are you reading?" Iri held up the book to show her the cover. The Extreme Pacifist Born from the Warring States, a biography of Uchiha Madara. "Have you taken a liking to historical texts lately?" Chunqing inquired. "Well, my advisor mentioned that my research topic might be rather dull and suggested I find a new hobby." Iri replied. "Thus, your newfound hobby is reading about history? That seems a bit exaggerated." "Haha, not just any history book, but specifically those about Uchiha Madara. They claim it will enhance my 6 paths Madara's battle prowess." "You certainly spend money liberally, and besides, 6 paths Madara is already a top-tier character with no room for improvement, isn't he?" The future generation's assessment of Uchiha Madara as an extreme pacifist was astonishing. Was Madara truly striving for world peace? How could she know, as she was not Uchiha Madara herself? The term 6 paths when associated with Madara suggested he possessed powers rivaling those of the Sage of 6 Paths. How terrifying. The title of the book alone indicated that Madara's reputation in the future was far superior to that of the present. Uchiha Madara stood with his arms crossed, awaiting the screen's evaluation of him from future generations. Based on past experience, he anticipated a thorough analysis and discussion of his character. Yet the screen seemed to deviate from the norm. Iri Kanzuya remarked, "Psychological enhancement counts as an improvement as well. By the way, how was your summer vacation?" Chunqing took a sip of her bubble tea. "It was pretty average, nothing special. I helped my relatives tutor my cousin, and I spent a few days with some friends I hadn't seen in a long time. A very ordinary summer. What about you?" Irie became animated. I had a cameo role in a relatives drama production over the summer, and it might air next year. What drama? It's a time travel historical drama where Tachibana Natsuki travels back to the Warring States period and meets Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, unifying the ninja world in advance. Oh, it's one of those female-centric stories. There are so many time travel historical novels out there. Tachibana Natsuki is busy zipping through various eras, unifying the ninja world while also gathering a harem. Haha, yes, that's the plot. Can you guess who I'm playing? Chunqing scrutinized him, noting his black hair and eyes. Though he had a feminine charm, he was not the rugged image of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. You're not playing an Uchiha, are you? Irie clapped his thigh, excitement radiating from him. Yes, I'm portraying an Uchiha, and I have quite a bit of screen time. Can you guess which one? Chunqing pondered. An Uchiha contemporary with Senju Hashirama? There are only a few renowned ones. It must be Uchiha Izuna. Irie shook his head enthusiastically. Correct. I never imagined I could play an Uchiha. I must tell you, being an Uchiha is incredibly enjoyable. All you have to do is put on a stern face. Haha, I had such a great time. Chunqing laughed along. When is this drama set to air? I'll be sure to watch it. Irie then shared many amusing anecdotes from the set, such as when he had to demonstrate how to use the Flying Thunder God technique during a scene where he played Senju Tobirama killing Izuna. Chunqing found it hilariously absurd that the actor portraying Izuna was teaching the actor playing Tobirama how to utilize the technique to kill Izuna. For instance, the character he played, Izuna, was portrayed as a sweet, affectionate kitten towards Natsuki, yet cold and ruthless towards others. Irie candidly expressed his inner thoughts. Every time I acted cute towards Tachibana Natsuki, I imagined myself as a little kitten. Chunqing burst into laughter, recognizing this as a common trope for Uchiha Izuna in the novels. What about the others? What are their character traits? Uchiha Madara and Izuna shared similarities, albeit with Madara being more reserved and dignified. Senju Hashirama was depicted as the quintessential good boyfriend, while Senju Tobirama, Irie laughed uncontrollably. Senju Tobirama is the archetype of a seemingly aloof, yet deeply jealous character. The actor portraying him usually plays strong, stoic men. I can't help but laugh. Finally, Irie animatedly recounted a shocking scene that left a profound impression on him, where 4 characters confessed their feelings to Natsuki, who chose none of them, ultimately resulting in all 5 characters being together. Chunqing laughed uproariously, noting that many novels had taken this approach, but she wondered how it would be received if adapted for the screen. Upon witnessing the scene of Izuna's demise, Uchiha Madara was consumed with rage. The increasingly outrageous plotlines left him with a headache. These future generations were truly idle. Yet, perhaps only in a time of peace could such a frivolous crowd exist. Natsuki too felt overwhelmed, aware that fanfiction writers were a mysterious and legendary group. However, now that she was the one being fictionalized, she began to repent for the mischief she had caused in her past life as a fanfiction writer. I have sinned. Sasuke recalled the previously mentioned sky, where the future people seemed fond of fabricating tales about him, Naruto, and the love triangle involving Natsuki. Surely, it could not be as such. A chill ran down Sasuke's spine. Natsuki had traversed back in time to romance the first and second Hokages. Such an inconceivable plot took some time to digest. And astonishingly, the girls found it somewhat appealing. The future was promising, with many such narratives existing, and he longed to see them. Jiraiya fervently scribbled, recognizing the brilliance of the ideas, all exquisite material. Tsunade, unable to bear it, considered how Natsuki, her current disciple, was entangled in a romantic story with her grandfather. Expressing her utter disbelief, the astute individuals bypassed the extraneous details and grasped the crux. Tachibana Natsuki had traversed through nearly every era, serving as a unifying figure in the ninja world, leading the future folks to perceive her as possessing the ability to unify the shinobi realm in any age. Furthermore, the sky had mentioned that the future rejected the notion of forcibly unifying the world through brute strength. Thus, could Tachibana Natsuki achieve peace through governance? This realization made Shimura Danzo regard the sky, his fingers lightly tapping his cane. The daimyo of the Fire Country had repeatedly pressured Konoha to surrender Tachibana Natsuki, but Danzo's firm refusals had momentarily dispelled the daimyo's ambitions. The information revealed by the sky was scant. Yet the most critical point was that Tachibana Natsuki's governance capabilities were acknowledged by the future, thereby posing a significant threat to her. Chapter 19. Natsuki's Past the Sky concluded its narrative. In the following days, Natsuki could distinctly sense an increase in the number of ninjas around her, and the state of emergency in Konoha became more pronounced. Calculating the timeline, if history remained unchanged, Team 7 was about to embark on their mission to the Land of Waves. Natsuki felt a wave of sorrow, wondering how Haku and Zabuza were faring. Without Team 7's assistance, could Tazuna complete the bridge? A sense of foreboding lingered. Noticing her distress, Naruto inquired, "Why do you look so unhappy, Natsuki?" Natsuki replied, "I'm thinking about Haku and Zabuza." Naruto's mind raced. Oh, the two people who appeared in the sky before. Natsuki pondered, "I wonder how they are doing. Has Mr. Tazuna finished the bridge?" Sasuke observed Natsuki, contemplating that even she would worry about a future that might be altered. Kakashi entered, holding a book titled Paradise, reassuring her. "Do not worry, Natsuki. Konoha has already dispatched ninjas to guard the Land of Waves." Naruto exclaimed, rushing towards Kakashi. "What about Zabuza and Haku? How are they?" Kakashi closed his book, his expression turning serious. "Zabuza and Haku have been pursued and surrounded by several unknown ninjas. Their whereabouts remain unknown." Natsuki felt despondent, thinking it preferable for them to perish together rather than fall into the hands of villains. She could not bear the thought of the kind-hearted Haku on an autopsy table. At that moment, the sky illuminated once more. Haruhi sat in the room, a table laden with food and drinks before her, opening her notebook to search for the legend of Natsuki. Natsuki felt a wave of sorrow. This title seemed solely dedicated to her. Everyone focused intently, wondering if the sky would recount the tale of the first female queen's growth. A golden dragon emblem appeared, and Natsuki recognized it as a film. The camera slowly zoomed in on a 5-year-old girl, sitting in an empty room, her face streaked with tears, a death notification issued by the hospital beside her. The names revealed that they were Natsuki's parents. Losing her parents at such a tender age, growing up in such harsh conditions, was truly a testament to her strength. Since meeting Natsuki, Naruto had never heard her mention her parents, realizing that Natsuki was also an orphan. Memories of Natsuki surfaced. This could be considered her dark history. Young Natsuki sat from high noon until the sun dipped low, then rushed out of the house to the riverbank. Gazing at the rushing waters, she clenched her small fists and jumped in. Natsuki. Naruto was completely engrossed, frantically pacing. That's just a movie-like story. Sasuke restrained the flailing Naruto, bringing him down. Naruto sprang up and circled around Natsuki, pleading, "Natsuki, you must not give up your life." Natsuki replied, "I'm all right now, Naruto." Kakashi observed the scene, sighing. He too had experienced the pain of losing a father at a young age. Little Natsuki choked on river water, but was pulled out. A young and beautiful kunoichi performed first aid, scolding her for not valuing her life. Young Natsuki realized it was her neighbor, the kunoichi's sister Chiyuki, and finally broke down in her embrace, as if grasping onto a lifeline. Under the sky, Natsuki gazed at the actress portraying Chiyuki, who was gentle and beautiful, possessing a similar aura. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Sister Chiyuki. Upon traversing to this world, Chiyuki was the first to extend kindness toward Natsuki. She took care of Natsuki's daily needs, gifting her beautiful flowers and clothes, bringing her joy, and assisting her in applying for aid. Natsuki's mental state visibly improved. Yet misfortune struck once more. Chiyuki died on a mission. Just a month after losing her parents, Natsuki faced the loss of another beloved person. Forced to relive her initial pain, the deep scars were laid bare. Natsuki's emotions spiraled out of control as she wept bitterly. This was the first time she had cried in front of others, leaving Naruto astounded at her vulnerability. 7 years ago, when Natsuki first discovered she had traversed to the past, she was anything but happy. She was terrified, for this was a world rife with danger, where lives were as expendable as grass. Though the brilliant stars Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto concealed the darkness, cruelty, and bloodshed of this era beneath their radiance, mere fragments of history revealed the harsh truths of the time. In her previous life, Natsuki had loving parents and sweet, affectionate grandparents, growing up in a nurturing environment. The most significant challenge she had faced was the daunting college entrance examination and the struggle with her thesis. Awaking to find herself as a Konoha orphan in Naruto's era shattered her, driving her to madness as she tore at her hair, the pain momentarily grounding her. She called out to the system, the panel, but no one responded. In her empty house, she descended into despair until she finally accepted the reality. She had traversed, and most likely could never return. In her hopelessness, Natsuki contemplated suicide. Unwilling to confront this terrifying world, where the mortality rate was alarmingly high due to wars, tailed beasts, and ninja massacres. Under the shadow of existence, Natsuki chose to end her life, attempting to traverse back to her former reality. At that time, she stood by the riverbank, mustering her courage to plunge into the torrents. It was Chiyuki who saved her, patiently guiding the numb and evasive Natsuki, comforting her through nightmares with warm embraces. With Chiyuki's support, Natsuki endeavored to adjust her emotions, gradually emerging from her initial breakdown and attempting to accept her current life. However, once again, tragedy struck. Chiyuki perished on a mission, entrusting her legacy to her teammates with a plea for Natsuki to live well. Natsuki's world plunged into despair once more, and it was Chiyuki's death that ignited her resolve to change this world. Overwhelmed with grief, Natsuki wept uncontrollably, prompting Kakashi to approach and comfort her, only to be embraced tightly by Natsuki. She buried her head in Kakashi's embrace, crying heartily. Kakashi gently patted her back, hoping his solace would bring some relief to the sorrowful girl. The neighbors gossip about her being a harbinger of misfortune, a cursed soul. Yet Xia Cici pays them no mind, for Qian Shui has taught her to live resiliently and cherish life. Xia Cici nurtures herself well, mastering the art of cooking, maintaining a spotless home, and diligently acquiring knowledge through books. One day, she climbs the statue of Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End, perching upon his spiked hair while gazing at Senju Hashirama across the way. Xia Cici wonders aloud why someone as kind as her sister Qian Shui had to perish, questioning why such goodness cannot be met with gentleness by the world. Her inquiries echo not only to the first Hokage but also resonate within her own heart. On that very day, Xia Cici resolves to pursue her ideals, clenching her fist and firmly declaring in her heart that she shall change the world, creating a realm where kind souls can find happiness. As her emotions settled, Xia Cici shyly apologized to Kakashi, only to overhear a completely original plot twist. Embarrassed, she had never actually climbed the statue at the Valley of the End. Kakashi gently ruffled her white hair, expressing his pride in her kindness. Xia Cici's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Many ninjas shared similar sentiments, recognizing her as a strong yet gentle child. Later, Xia Cici enrolled in the Ninja Academy, forging friendships with Naruto, Ino, and others, treating her companions with understanding and care. Frequently distracted in class, she endured Irika's gentle reprimands. Her penchant for daydreaming and her habit of playing with model toys led her classmates to regard her as peculiar. As she absorbed more knowledge and encountered greater hardships, Xia Cici posed a question to an elderly vegetable vendor. Has the world always been this way? Has it changed for the better? The vendor, a commoner born in the Warring States period, recounted her experiences through the ages of all Hokages. Before the establishment of Konoha, my mother bore 6 children, and our village was ravaged by the battles of ninjas. I was the sole survivor, perpetually fearing that the next moment would bring destruction to my home and harm to my children. After Konoha was founded, my house was safeguarded by the village, alleviating my fears of ninja destruction, yet I remained anxious about my income and the ability to procure food. My world is still riddled with scars. Half of my descendants perished during the Nine Tails incident. Those of us who survived rebuilt our homes and continued our lives. So, when you ask if the world is changing for the better, I believe it is. Xia Cici listened intently, nodding in understanding as she purchased vegetables for dinner and bid farewell. The film also showcased various scenes, such as farmlands trampled by nobility and families crushed by landslides, illustrating the origins of Xia Cici's future governance policies. Although the narrative was largely fictional, as Xia Cici had never ventured beyond the village of Konoha, others would believe it. Xia Cici did not participate in that year's Chunin exams, thus only learning of Sasuke's defection, the death of the 3rd Hokage, and Tsunade's ascension as the 5th. As an ordinary genin, she studied medical ninjutsu, absorbed knowledge, and contemplated the world's development. Since Xia Cici lacked combat prowess, she remained on the periphery of the battlefield during the 4th Great Ninja War, awaiting her opportunity. The film condensed these events into brief glimpses. It was indeed true that Uchiha Sasuke had defected. However, the narrative offered no context, leaving the higher-ups of Konoha bewildered as Sasuke later became a key player in the 4th War, prompting them to intensify their surveillance. Sasuke, expressionless, observed the screen. while a red-eyed raven watched him from a nearby branch. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, surprised to find Sasuke in Orochimaru's grasp. As for the news of Tsunade as the fifth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was pleased. Sasisi found herself protected by Sasuke's Susanoo as she stood before Uchiha Madara. Being merely a genin, she was easily crushable by Madara's little finger. Through the advanced communication of the Ninja Alliance, Sasisi understood Madara's intentions. To stop the Infinite Tsukuyomi, she rushed to the battlefield. Unfortunately, she was a moment too late, and Madara activated the Infinite Tsukuyomi, cleansing the noble class through memory manipulation, deeming them unworthy of entering the illusion. Upon witnessing this plot unfold, Sasisi felt assured that her original plan would succeed, altering history and absolving herself of the blame for the noble massacre. Nation's aristocrats seethed with rage, yet Madara had long since passed, leaving them without an enemy to confront. Within the confines of Susanoo, Sasisi addressed Madara. I understand that your intention behind the Infinite Tsukuyomi is to forge world peace. Your pursuit of harmony is noble, and you recognize the world's suffering, war, betrayal, and the ceaseless cycle of hatred before anyone else. However, do you truly believe that imposing control over everyone will yield a lasting peace within a fabricated environment? Is it not the same as denying the reality of the objective world? Madara raised an eyebrow, pausing his next action, intrigued by what the frail girl might articulate. Sasisi continued, you once believed in Hashirama's ideals, yet the system of the ninja villages merely masks conflicts, even concealing hatred. I can empathize with your disillusionment. However, the happiness created by the Infinite Tsukuyomi is but a fade. The essence of humanity lies in the freedom to choose, even if it entails suffering. To strip people of their genuine happiness is akin to robbing them of life itself. Thus, the Infinite Tsukuyomi cannot genuinely achieve peace. Would you care to hear my thoughts? Madara locked his gaze onto Sasisi's eyes, settling into a seated position, for the Infinite Tsukuyomi had already been activated, granting him all the time in the world. Sasisi also took a seat, maintaining eye contact. Thank you for granting me this opportunity to express my views. What do you perceive as the essence of this world? She inquired. Madara raised an eyebrow. The essence of the world? Indeed, the essence of the world. I believe it to be material. Consciousness is a product of the long-term development of matter. Before my birth, this world existed. The flora, the trees, and Konoha were all present. Therefore, matter precedes my consciousness. In my youth, I was unaware of your existence, yet that does not negate your reality. My ignorance does not equate to the absence of matter. Madara nodded, resting his chin on his hand, captivated by her words. Indeed, the essence of the world is material, while consciousness. Sasisi thought to herself, now begins the political lecture. Everyone will surely assume this is my original idea, yet it is rooted in the theories of my teacher, Marx. This world has yet to encounter Marx and Tim. In the world before her transmigration, Tim and her mentor, Marx, had introduced the revolutionary Marxist theories, providing a political framework for the liberation of the world's people. Sasisi had grown under the influence of such ideals. A sense of excitement bubbled within her. This time, the narrative would surely bring new hope to this outdated world. Chapter 20. Sasisi's vision of peace. Madara observed the confrontation between himself and Sasisi on the screen, taking a seat with anticipation. He was eager to witness the peace theory of Tachibana Sasisi. Sasisi continued, however, the Infinite Tsukuyomi fundamentally contradicts this notion. By cloaking reality in illusion, it overlays consciousness upon matter, forcing all to dwell within a dream, thereby denying the authenticity of the objective world, is it not? Indeed. Madara nodded in agreement. But what is wrong with that? Reality is fraught with suffering. Only through the Infinite Tsukuyomi can all attain happiness, for within dreams, every soul finds bliss. Uchiha Madara acknowledges the correctness of Shaki's theory. Matter precedes consciousness. But so what? Is it not preferable to achieve peace in one decisive step? Just one dream, and happiness is bestowed upon all. The more Madara spoke, the more satisfied he became. You claim that dreams are illusory? Yet, in reality, people are equally governed by deception. At least in my world, no one loses their loved ones. There will be no wars or betrayals. And even those who have departed can once again be by our side. Is this not a higher form of peace? The audience pondered whether the Infinite Tsukuyomi truly harbored malevolence. Some concurred, others disagreed, while some were left in a muddle of thought. It sounded reasonable, yet something felt amiss. The dream world, doesn't that seem questionable? Is it not an evasion of reality? One cannot perpetually dwell in a dream. Would that not equate to death? If one could find eternal happiness within a beautiful dream, and if departed loved ones could return to accompany us, why must we endure the pain of reality? No, something is definitely amiss. Did Shaki not assert that the world is material, and that dreams are merely constructs of consciousness, mere illusions, not true reality? If I am unaware that I am dreaming, does that not render my dream indistinguishable from reality? Yet, the beings that inhabit the dream are but phantoms, devoid of life. How could dreams ever be reality? Reality is rooted in material existence. Even in dreams, they do not transform into the substance of reality. In a moment of confusion, Shikamaru turned to ask his companion, if I were to live perpetually in a dream, would I not be oblivious to my own dreaming? Does that imply that the Infinite Tsukuyomi can indeed usher in peace? After contemplating, Shikamaru replied, that would be a false peace. Even while evading reality and existing within a dream, the true, tangible world remains a realm of suffering and desolation. Moreover, the lives of all are held in Madara's hands. Does that not mean he could extinguish anyone's life at will? Shaki interjected, do you accept that I control you through the Infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing you to live in a dream where happiness is attainable? Madara furrowed his brow, for this question indeed stumped him. Shaki continued, you too resent being manipulated, do you not? You are aware that the pain of reality remains unresolved. The Infinite Tsukuyomi appears to offer happiness, yet it robs humanity of all freedom, growth, and life. Madara retorted, so, can you eliminate the pain of reality? How do you propose to resolve it? Shaki responded, pain is merely dissatisfaction with reality, akin to a hungry person who needs but a bowl of rice to alleviate their hunger. If the world possesses abundant material resources, and humanity can have as much food and clothing as desired, then suffering will cease. Since the Warring States period, life has continually improved, with food becoming increasingly plentiful. We need only to strive toward achieving communism. Madara interrupted, that is too slow. How long will it take? 1,000 years? 10,000? Furthermore, humanity's nature is dark and greedy. Desires will never be fully satiated. Beneath a seemingly beautiful world lies a deeper darkness. Both Hashirama and I once dreamed of peace, establishing Konoha, yet the system of shinobi villages was merely a fade, already rotting from within. As long as humanity exists, hatred will persist. Your theory cannot change human nature. It is but a naive fantasy. An increasing number of individuals found themselves swayed by Madara's perspective. Indeed, while Shaki's arguments were compelling, how long would it take? Perhaps they would spend their entire lives engulfed in suffering. Is a swift peace not desirable? Madara gazed at Shaki and the sky, finding himself in agreement. Indeed, reform requires an inordinate amount of time. How then will you persuade me further? Mr. Madara, Shaki countered, you claim that human nature is greedy. Yet desire itself is not inherently evil. It is desire that propels humanity forward. It is the yearning for sustenance that has driven agricultural advancements, compelling people to seek ways to increase food production. Just as you and Lord Hashirama sought peace, setting aside animosity to establish Konoha, the issue lies not within desire, but in whether it can be fulfilled without infringing upon the rights of others. The aspiration for a better life is a shared goal, is it not? Systems can evolve. You are correct that the shinobi system is imperfect, yet we can discover better, more refined systems. If we were to dismiss a system due to its flaws, it would extinguish the possibility of reform. I believe that the deficiencies inherent in a system can be rectified through change. You assert that change must be gradual. Have you measured the time of historical transformations? From the iron tools of the past to today's electric lights and refrigerators, technological development accelerates and continues to do so. Our world is perpetually advancing towards a better future. It does not require a millennium. If we harness the resources of the world to propel technological progress, peace can be achieved within a century. I am confident that the world will embrace tranquility. People began to waver. Both sides presented compelling arguments. The question had become starkly clear. Would they choose false happiness or genuine suffering? Madara contemplated alongside the discussions unfolding in the heavens. It was indeed a valid point. Yet if that were all, it would not suffice to convince him. His utter lack of faith in the darker aspects of human nature, coupled with his firm belief in humanity's inherent malevolence, propelled his hope in the Moon Eye Plan positioning himself as a savior. He believed that only through the Infinite Tsukuyomi could peace be attained. Shaki was convinced that this narrative held truth, as she was currently devising these dialogues, pondering how to respond to Madara in the future and how he might counter her arguments. Naruto, utterly captivated by the complexity of the theories, reverently murmured that Shaki resembled a teacher. Sasuke, unwilling to concede, was surprised by the depth of Shaki's reflections. He resolved to read more, to think deeply, and to learn from Shaki. Outside, a crow gazed at Shaki with a complex and expectant expression. For the first time, the uneducated, oppressed, and war-torn common people encountered such a systematic theory of peace, and some transitioned from numbness to awakening, actively contemplating the possibilities of peace and how to achieve it through systemic evolution, reform, and technological advancement. Pain also occupied Nagato's thoughts as he pondered his own vision of peace, believing that the world must experience suffering, since empathy between individuals is forever elusive. Only by allowing the world to feel pain can the chain of hatred be severed. Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh, his eyes glimmering with derision. Naive. You claim that desire drives progress? Yet, why has humanity never ceased warring over the millennia? During the warring states, ninjas slaughtered one another for their clans. Even in the establishment of shinobi villages, great nations waged wars for profit. Even with technological advancements, humanity will inevitably find more efficient means to annihilate one another. Desire breeds not only progress, but also endless conflict. When Konoha was founded, Hashirama and I believed we had discovered the perfect system. What was the result? An inversion of priorities, a return to the same mistakes. Each reform merely replaces one group of individuals with another who repeat the same errors. You assert that systems can evolve, but the roots of human greed cannot be amended. No matter how perfect a system may be, it will be corroded by human nature, and everything becomes cyclical. The more Madara spoke, the more animated he became, rising to his feet and extending his arms. Only the Infinite Tsukuyomi can sever this cycle. Madara laughed. I acknowledge you, Tachibana Natsuki. His words dripped with temptation. Indeed, reality can change, and systems can evolve, but how many generations must your plan sacrifice? The Infinite Tsukuyomi can immediately eradicate suffering. Are you willing to pave the way to that ethereal future with the bones of your loved ones? Even if you are, will everyone else be willing? Uchiha Madara opened his arms and approached Natsuki, whose expression grew increasingly tense. Come here, child, he began, but before he could finish, Natsuki pointed behind him, exclaiming, watch out. Black Zetsu attempted a sneak attack, but Uchiha Madara evaded it. Madara was momentarily satisfied as the depiction of him in the sky articulated his beliefs perfectly, eagerly anticipating Natsuki's response, only to witness Black Zetsu's treachery from behind. After a brief silence, Madara's fury turned to a sardonic smile. He almost forgot that Natsuki's reply was no longer of consequence. For the Moon Eye plan was a mere illusion. A tide of curses flooded his mind. Madara, the most loathed in the world, and second only to Senju Tobarama, muttered, Zetsu, I will find you one day. Many shared his disillusionment with humanity and this decaying world, aligning with Madara's sentiments. He spoke the truth. This world, a realm of chaos, would never change. War would perpetuate as humanity's insatiable greed remained uncorrected. Unless humanity perished, strife would be eternal. Those who resonated with Natsuki eagerly awaited her counterargument. Hurry up and refute him, or else all of humanity will fall into a dream. Then the plot took an unexpected turn. Black Zetsu attempted to ambush Madara. It became clear that Madara, too, had been deceived. He was misled by the false promise of peace. Even the Shura of the ninja world was merely a pawn susceptible to manipulation. It was a pity that the Moon Eye plan was a deception. How wonderful it would have been if it were true. As the narrative reached its climax, the film was paused, and Chunxing was summoned by her mentor for a meeting. The curtain fell, leaving the audience in disappointment. Inside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, This child resembles Lord Hashirama. Jiraiya agreed, noting, indeed, like the first Hokage, she is a resolute reformer. Shimura Danzo scoffed, Humph, just a Navi fool. Every bright day casts a shadow. Ignoring Danzo's words, Hiruzen merely flicked the ash from his cigarette and gazed at the azure sky. Natsuki was once again called to the Hokage's office, where Hiruzen praised her ideals and principles, affirming her as the rightful heir to the first Hokage's philosophy. He kindly advised her to refrain from wandering unnecessarily, as the ninja world was currently in turmoil, and urged her to be cautious about her safety. As she left the Hokage's office, she was met with countless hopeful glances. Natsuki felt a bit dazed. Had she become a savior? In the following days, the entire ninja world engaged in fervent discussions about peace, from the elderly farmers to the schoolchildren, all swept up in a whirlwind of ideological upheaval. Conservatives, radicals, moderates, and fence-sitters engaged in thorough debates. Natsuki deemed this the first Enlightenment movement in the ninja world. The first half of the film Natsuki's Legend drastically improved Madara's reputation. Although many opposed the Moon Eye plan, a considerable number empathized with and even supported Madara. Natsuki understood that this recognition stemmed not from madness, but from the image of Uchiha Madara as a savior. Those scarred by war, tools of the ninja village system, admirers of power, and those yearning for shortcuts were likely to support Madara's ideals, or at the very least, comprehend him. Reality only brings more suffering. If dreams could allow me to see my parents again, I would choose to remain in that dream. Reality has never provided fairness. At least the peace in dreams is genuine. Extreme measures must be employed to shatter the cycle. Madara was right. Reform is too slow and will repeatedly fail. The first half of Natsuki's Legend focused on two key aspects: the formation of thoughts in the early stages and the clash of peace ideologies between Natsuki and Uchiha Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War. The film was masterfully crafted, reflecting Natsuki's advocacy for peace and touching upon various political theories. This marked the first complete reveal of Natsuki's reformist identity, albeit only a fragment. Natsuki was correct. Infinite Tsukuyomi is merely an anesthetic, incapable of resolving the underlying issues. True peace requires confronting contradictions rather than masking them with illusions. There are no shortcuts to peace, but we can pave the way together. Through the efforts of generations, the world can indeed achieve harmony. Various perspectives emerged, yet all shared the common goal of world peace. As discussions progressed, they identified a crucial element: nobility. Natsuki's ability to establish a new nation stemmed from the annihilation of the nobility by Uchiha Madara. The old regime had vanished. However, with the nobility still present, discussions about peace seemed futile. People began to anticipate the Fourth Great Ninja War, believing that Infinite Tsukuyomi could eliminate the nobility in an instant. Then Natsuki could persuade Madara to abandon the Moon Eye plan, as the curtain foretold her success. Ultimately, the ninja world could establish a new nation, and they too could attain the peace depicted on the curtain. Chapter 21. The Naruto Sasuke Forum. With eager anticipation, the curtain finally rose, but alas, it was not the second half of Natsuki's Legend that everyone had hoped for. Chunqing stood before the mirror, her hair in disarray, mumbling to herself as she prepared. Darn this early class at 8. Why must I attend school in the morning? Why can't we use Flying Thunder God to get to class? Classes, credits, credits. The crowd pondered. Was 8 in the morning really that early? Why was Chunqing so disgruntled? She hastily packed her phone, headphones, and power bank into her bag, ensuring she had her textbooks, and rushed toward the teaching building. On her way, she encountered students heading to class, some munching on breakfast, others dozing off. Climbing to the 5th floor and entering the classroom just as the bell rang, the teacher began with self-introductions: age, research focus, undergraduate, master's, doctorate, and postdoctoral credentials. Attendance was taken, and it became apparent that there were few students in the time-space specialization, even fewer who possessed abilities. It was still exceedingly challenging. Each student stood to give a brief introduction: name, age, and hometown. The teacher said, "All right, for the first class of the semester, we have some new students from other majors. It's necessary to revisit the foundational knowledge of time-space and the basic formulas for spatial coordinate calculations." The teacher began the lecture, discussing quantum computing, mass energy conversion, and the principles of Flying Thunder God. Under the curtain, the audience was left bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Even though the teacher painstakingly broke down each formula with utmost rigor and professionalism, the students remained utterly lost. Ninjas from various villages scribbled notes with fervor. This was a secret technique of Konoha, a treasure that could never be divulged in their era. Step by step, the principles of Flying Thunder God were unveiled. Even if the second Hokage himself were to teach, it would not be so meticulously explained. Ninjas from other villages, accustomed to seeing sealing techniques, frantically wrote down notes. Naruto exclaimed, clutching his head, "Natsuki, my head hurts. It feels like something is trying to burrow into my brain." Natsuki responded coldly, That is knowledge, Naruto. Sasuke remained silent. Internally panicking, this is bad, I don't understand a word. Many exceptionally intelligent individuals felt dizzy, beginning to doubt themselves. Am I really a genius? Am I an idiot? Of course, researchers like Orochimaru were wide-eyed with excitement. How fascinating. This is truly captivating. After a short 45-minute class, with a 10-minute break in between, Chun-Qing and her desk mate began discussing the lecture's content. Naruto's expression transformed into one of agony. Help! The second segment of the class continued, with the teacher diligently guiding everyone through a systematic review of the key concepts of space and time. After the first lecture of the bright spring morning concluded, we hurriedly made our way to the building designated for the second class. The subject of the second lecture was topology, a realm that left the academically challenged students in sheer terror. Could it be that the future of education would revolve around such daunting topics? With two high-quality classes crashing down upon them, they felt as though the mere sight of numbers cast a shadow of dread. This future indeed seemed frightening. Even the adult ninjas were sweating profusely. How amusing that even the grown-ups could not comprehend this. Was this truly the essence of higher education in the future? After sharing lunch with classmates, we enjoyed a brief intermission. Having endured a morning filled with intensive lectures, I took out my phone and navigated to my favorite forum. Seeking a moment of relaxation, the post was titled, "Zhuxia Ming is genuine, I'm not really upside down." The host of the thread outlined several rules. 1. Discussion of other topics is strictly prohibited in this thread dedicated to Zhuxia Ming. 2. Any insinuation regarding Zhuo Ming's relationships is also banned, as the host firmly believes that Zhuo Ming is in a same-sex relationship. 3. References to a certain flower are not allowed. I am aware of that. 4. While rumors are permissible, discussing ginseng chickens is not. The host proceeded to engage in an irrational exploration of the possibilities surrounding Zhuxia Ming, asserting that the likelihood was inevitably 100%. Zhuo Ming? Merely the small cats and dogs in the hands of Xia Shi. My queen Xia, she possesses an aura of 2 meters and 80 centimeters, and it is indeed a privilege for Zhuo Ming to be her beloved. Xia Shi, the queen, is a professional animal trainer. Regardless of the mess Zhuo Ming creates, my sister Xia, she can always tidy it up. Naruto, the most unexpectedly talented ninja, despite his age, remains childlike and playful, while Sasuke is so willful that he often acts without restraint. With my sister Xia Shi providing support, Konoha village could very well be dismantled by the two of them. Then came a humorous anecdote about Naruto. One day after the establishment of the nation, while Xia Shi was reviewing documents, Naruto, bouncing by, accidentally knocked over a stack of papers. In a flurry, he attempted to assist with shadow clones, resulting in 100 Narutos crowding into Xia Shi's office, spilling ink and leaving imprints on the documents. Ultimately, it was Xia Shi who restored order. Naruto was granted approval by Xia Shi to become a special professor at Konoha University, tasked with teaching students the spiral sphere. One powerful spiral sphere sent crashing to the ground left the training grounds in ruins, prompting Xia Shi to apologize to the university president and compensate for the damages using her personal funds. On another occasion, when Xia Shi fell ill yet insisted on working, Naruto pushed aside the palace chefs and volunteered to cook, only to set ablaze the grand kitchen, leading to repairs funded by Xia Shi as well. There were countless exhilarating adventures and unexpected mishaps, with Naruto undeniably earning the title of the troublemaker. The audience was reminded that while Naruto was known for his antics, Sasuke was equally capable of causing chaos. Indeed, it was quite humorous to acknowledge that Sasuke could also stir up trouble. A notable headline from that time reported Sasuke pursuing a criminal when his Susanoo inadvertently sent a boundary marker flying, which subsequently demolished the fountain at the entrance of the Raijin province government. It was also Xia Shi who bore the financial burden for that incident, depleting her savings. Naruto and Sasuke frequently engaged in skirmishes, often resulting in damage to roads and railways, with Xia Shi consistently footing the bill. After all, they were deemed the Republic's twin stars, pillars of protection for the Republic, and thus, any mess they caused was naturally shouldered by Xia Shi. In a playful correction, it was suggested that they were rather the Republic's troublemakers, interrupting the backbone of the Republic, referring to the railways. Sasuke and Naruto delighted in their brawls. Whether in good spirits or ill, they would challenge one another to a fight, always ready to escalate their quarrels. Xia Shi spoiled them both. I chose these twin stars. I shall indulge them, she declared. The laughter echoed, reflecting the extent of her affection, as she seemingly sacrificed her entire fortune for their whims. In contemporary literature, Sasuke has been immortalized in two iconic representations, one as the delicate and compassionate figure advocating for equality, and the other as the domineering queen who showers her affection on the troublemakers, facilitating their mischief. As the conversation turned nostalgic, the classmates recalled moments shared with Sasuke and the duo of Zwaming. Naruto, with a shuriken aimed true, heard Sasuke's encouraging words. "I knew you could do it, Naruto. Your progress has been remarkable. You must have trained hard." Sasuke, during a sparring session, bested Sasuke, prompting her to exclaim, "You are truly formidable, Sasuke. You will undoubtedly become an exceptionally powerful ninja." Reflecting on Sasuke's interactions with others, it became evident that she extended the same warmth to everyone. Ino's beautiful flower arrangement drew praise from Sasuke. "Ino, your floral arrangement is stunning. The colors evoke the essence of spring." Sakura, achieving top marks, was met with admiration. "Sakura, you are so intelligent. I envy your consistent success. Truly, you are remarkable." CHG assisted Sasuke in moving items, to which she responded with gratitude. "Thank you, CHG. You are such a good person. I am truly fortunate to call you my friend." Those who had experienced Sasuke's nurturing presence pondered, "Ah, so this is what it feels like to be cherished by Sasuke. Is this the essence of child psychology? Truly delightful." Sasuke remarked, "I am an adult. You know, my psychological age is nearly 30. Faced with a group of little ones, what else can I do but coddle them?" Suddenly, a thought struck. Perhaps Sasuke employed similar tactics with Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War. "I understand you. I respect you. You possess noble ideals," she might have said. The responses were lively, with one exclaiming, "Haha, you've uncovered the blind spot." Laughter erupted at the notion of treating Madara like a child. Even the seemingly stoic Madara sat down to listen attentively to Sasuke. "Does it work?" one asked. "It does," came the reply. Order child psychology. As the memories of dialogues from the legend of Sasuke surfaced, it became clear that they had indeed been treated like children. An astute observer quipped, "Learning is essential." Even the most fearsome of ninjas abide by these principles. Uchiha Obito chuckled derisively, "Child psychology, indeed." Uchiha Madara remained silent, contemplating the absurdity of it all. Naruto and Sasuke revolved around Sasuke daily, resembling a master and her pets. Naruto as the golden retriever, and Sasuke as the sleek black cat. What a magnificent depiction of their bond. Those who do not appreciate the dynamic of Zwaming are truly missing out. Spring sunshine beamed down as I playfully remarked, "Hee, what a delightful situation." The mobile screen reflects the haphazardly raised corners of her mouth. It is evident that Chunqing is quite enamored with this duo. The trio cannot even muster a single familial bond, yet how can one not consider it a form of tacit understanding? We harbor no grievances against one another. Yet you feel the need to stab me metaphorically? A hellish jest. The group photo of Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura resembles a family portrait, indeed a trio of the childless. "We are merely acquaintances online. You have crossed the line. I am illiterate and shall take my leave." Those malicious netizens. A group photo is truly akin to a family portrait. What a diabolical joke this is. Such venomous words. Not only do Sasuke and Naruto lose composure, but many others do as well, for they too find their selfies to be family portraits. Here lies another hellish jest. One may also refer to them as the trio of genin. The world relies on the Leaf's genin for salvation. The terror of the Leaf's genin is formidable. Why are they called a trio of genin? Are all three indeed genin? Correct. Upon contemplating the idea of 3 Leaf genin saving the world, I cannot help but chuckle. The thought that Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto will forever remain genin amuses me. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, the various ninja villages agreed to establish a unified republic, leading to a reformation of the ninja system. The hierarchy of Genin, Chunin, and Jonin was replaced with a new grading system. Sasuke did not advance to Chunin during his first exam due to his defection, and upon his return, the ninja ranking system had changed. Thus he remains an eternal Leaf Genin. Naruto, being the unexpected top ninja, failed his Chunin exams twice before the Fourth Great War, and he too is forever a Leaf Genin. As for Sakura, her prowess is indeed lacking. She is a true genin, unlike Sasuke and Naruto, who are genin of apocalyptic proportions. Thus, we find the Leaf genin saving the world. The greater concern of the ninja villages is the establishment of a unified republic, which can be inferred from prior content as the ambition of Haruno Sakura. Coupled with the preceding discussion of military unification, it becomes clear that Sasuke and Naruto embody this military strength. In truth, what can one do when they are outmatched and cannot defeat them? Chapter 22. The Death of Asuma Chunshin clicks on a new post titled Common Errors in Historical Derivative Works, a correction thread. The original poster states, "There is nothing wrong with shipping, and creating derivative works is not erroneous. However, excessive creativity may mislead innocent bystanders and students." Thus, I've created this thread to list common historical inaccuracies, and I welcome everyone's contributions. The original poster continues, Sasuke and Naruto, Hashirama and Madara, Tobirama and Kakashi. Itachi and Shisui are well-known pairings in derivative works. Aside from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the rest are unmarried and perpetually single. Although none have publicly declared their sexual orientation, it is suggested to assume heterosexuality and refrain from intertwining romantic notions with academic discussions. One commenter exclaims, "Are people seriously writing about romance in exams?" Indeed, I am a middle school history teacher with a decade of experience, and I have encountered one overly zealous girl who truly wrote about the love between Sasuke and Naruto in her essay. A further declaration follows. I must clarify. I am a straight man, and I truly do not understand why girls enjoy watching two grown men in a rivalry, or even taking underhanded measures. I simply do not comprehend. Another responds, "If you don't understand, then that is as it should be. There is no need to grasp it. Once you understand, you cease to be a straight man." It fundamentally serves as a safe haven for women's legitimate, yet peculiar sexual expressions, where shipping same-sex relationships allows them to indulge their potentially complex and unconventional preferences. The crowd falls silent, contemplating the future inclination of individuals to fabricate love stories between two men, especially those with explicit themes. Male friends among the ninja begin to ponder whether they should maintain a distance from their male companions. Sasuke and Naruto, Hashirama and Madara, Tobirama and Kakashi. Sasuke and Naruto refer to Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, while Hashirama refers to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and Tobirama likely denotes Senju Tobirama and Hitaki Kakashi. A particularly earnest ninja inquires of those nearby, who are Tobirama and Itachi. Tobirama must be the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, while Itachi is likely the rogue ninja from the Leaf, Uchiha Itachi. The other two remain unknown to me. Could Izumi possibly refer to Uchiha Izumi, the brother of the infamous figure from the ninja world? Was he not slain by the second Hokage using the Flying Thunder God technique? This shipping, I do not understand its appeal. A nameless leaf ninja hypothesizes, is Shisui referring to Uchiha Shisui, the master of instantaneous movement? Why do future generations delight in fabricating such meaningless love stories? Are they simply idle? Uchiha Itachi, he is reminiscing about Shisui. The original poster continues, common misunderstandings of non-ability users regarding ability users, chakra, sage techniques, and none are three distinct power systems. Each power can empower individuals, yet these powers are fundamentally different. Chakra originated from the Otsutsuki clan, coming from another world, and only a select few possess it. Sage techniques involve individuals with chakra absorbing natural energy to convert it into sage chakra output. Only a few exceptionally powerful individuals can master this. None is the energy emitted by humans, inherent to all, yet not everyone can manifest it, and it remained undiscovered until Haruno Sakura proposed a comprehensive theoretical framework. It is quite remarkable. Though she is notoriously poor at combat, Queen Sakura was the first to identify nin abilities. It is possible that her lack of proficiency with chakra allowed her to uncover other potentials within her body. Yet it appears that her own nin abilities are not particularly adept, as those she teaches soon surpass her. Perhaps it is simply a matter of differing talent. The original poster adds, I shall proceed to unleash everything in one go. Please take your time to read at your leisure. A perfect Jinchuriki is indeed immune to ordinary illusions, but based on actual performance, it seems that when a Jinchuriki is ensnared in an illusion, the tailed beast will awaken them, rather than simply being immune to illusions. The Eight Gates technique was not created by Guy, nor his father, Might Dai. Shadow clone technique distributes chakra evenly among clones. If the clones are dispelled, chakra is wasted, making it a highly risky technique. Do not use Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones as a benchmark. Can he be compared to others? The Rasengan is a form of chakra transformation technique, devoid of any attributes. It generates damage through highly concentrated and rotating chakra, unaffected by other attribute ninjutsu. Although ninjas utilizing Rasengan typically possess wind chakra, the technique itself does not carry wind or other attributes. None abilities correlate with personality. Indeed, character traits can influence individual behavior preferences and ability development. Yet this is not absolute. Do not assume that enhancement-type users are all simpletons. Those who believe in such stereotypes are the true fools. We ability users possess the same bodily structure as ordinary humans. One heart, one head. There are no 5 or 6 hearts. The individual you mentioned, his body has been altered. This method of immunity is quite comical. It is akin to waking someone from sleep and claiming they are not asleep. The 8 gates. The azure beast of the leaf shall soon transform into a crimson beast, vowing to protect those of utmost importance. Such enthusiasm, teacher guy? Many have been misled by Naruto's multiple shadow clones, thinking this technique is simple. The chakra capacity of an average person is but a small pond, while Naruto's chakra reservoir resembles an ocean. I once believed the Rasengan was a wind technique. I have learned much. Can nin abilities be employed to form spheres? Indeed. Within the nin framework, this is referred to as the emission type. The relationship between the ability to manipulate energy and personal character is akin to labeling. The enhancement type, straightforward and simple. The manipulation type, possessing a strong desire for control. And the trait type, unique and enigmatic, indeed holds some validity. However, humans are intricate beings and cannot be so simplistically defined. Haha, it is evident that the original poster is also an adept. Do people genuinely believe these rumors? If you told me that money would fall from the sky, I would believe that too. Of course, some would believe these rumors. So who is Jeizu? Does he possess 5 or 6 hearts? Jeizu is a member of the Akatsuki, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, capable of storing up to 5 hearts within his body, extending his life by replacing them. However, he is more famously known for his miserly nature and for throwing shurikens from 800 miles away to challenge Hashirama Senju. I am aware. I know he bears many scars left by stitches, complemented by his sun-kissed skin and the aura of a fugitive, utterly striking. Are those scars from surgical steel pins? I find that rather grotesque. No, they are akin to the marks left by black thread stitching a doll, evoking a sense of taboo, exceedingly eerie. Is there a link? I wish to experience it. Previously, it was mentioned that future ninjas are a type of adept. I never anticipated that this energy manipulation would be discovered by Tachibana Natsuki. This energy is a force emitted by humanity itself, inherent to each individual, yet not everyone can harness it. Nara Shikaku reiterated, his expression transforming to one of sudden understanding. No wonder, Yamashita Kaizen inquired. No wonder about what? Nara Shikaku. I have long pondered why the relationship between future civilians and ninjas is harmonious. If the ninja-civilian dynamic is destined to be unequal, how could they ever reconcile? Upon hearing this, Yamashita Kaizen's expression became enlightened, stating that if civilians also possessed their own powers, they would be on equal footing with ninjas. The perfect Jinchuriki. Currently, only 2 exist in the Hidden Cloud Village. Indeed, it turns out that the perfect Jinchuriki is immune to illusions. In the future, do not waste chakra on illusions when encountering them. Kai-sensei. The 8 gates of healing. Tenkai is speaking of Kai-sensei. Shaoli excitedly stood, pointing at the screen. Kai executed a handsome spinning kick, striking a pose, embodying a red beast determined to protect those important to him. Indeed, this is youth. Kai is immensely satisfied with his ability to safeguard those dear to him, even at the cost of his own life, for this is the essence of youth. Natsuki felt awkward. The ability to manipulate energy was not her discovery, but rather a gift from Lord Tim to the entire world. Naruto curiously leaned in. Natsuki, have you discovered that energy manipulation yet? Natsuki blinked. Not yet. Naruto, let us strive to uncover it together. Perhaps I will require your assistance to discover it. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly replied, no problem. Leave it to me. Seeing Tenkai discussing him, Naruto turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, what is the shadow clone technique? Before Kakashi could respond, Naruto saw another reply and inquired, what is the Rasengan, a ball of dough? Kakashi began to explain the terminology, and upon hearing that both were formidable forbidden techniques, Naruto was instantly thrilled, leaping onto Kakashi's neck and playfully swinging about. I want to learn. Teach me, Kakashi-sensei. In the Akatsuki base, Deidara attempted to sense the power within his body. I only feel chakra. Deidara questioned. Was it not said that everyone possesses this energy? Why can I not feel it? Jesu, Haydn exclaimed loudly. You've made it to Tenkai? Jesu remained composed. I see. The secret of the 5 hearts has been revealed. This is quite unfavorable. Noticing the mention of scars, Deidara curiously leaned in. Jesu, show me your scars. Jesu declined. Because Jesu was modestly covered, Deidara could see nothing. Upon seeing Tenkai comment on how cool Jesu's scars were, Deidara's eyes sparkled mischievously. He must provoke him today. Wow, Tenkai actually finds you intriguing. As a remnant of the Warring States era, Jesu had seen it all. Despite being teased by Tenkai and Deidara, he maintained his calm demeanor, saying nothing. Seeing that Jesu did not react, Deidara lost interest and ceased his provocation. Chunqing raised an eyebrow. Jesu, intriguing? How could these 2 words be linked? She must explore this further. Following the link in the thread, she stumbled upon another video site. A video featuring a 91-year-old grandfather lasted only 5 seconds, showcasing an artistic depiction of Jesu's bare upper body. Without a mask, his long black hair flowed freely, appearing quite anthropomorphic. Bare-chested, his sun-kissed skin was adorned with scars from battle, the muscle definition as sharp as if carved. The stitches resembled centipedes crawling across his body, black threads deeply embedded in flesh, as if this body had been deconstructed and clumsily reassembled countless times. The cross-section of a broken arm revealed numerous delicate black threads. Chunqing could not help but gasp in awe, leaving a comment in the bullet screen. Pure-hearted old man. So fiery. The comment section was flooded with playful remarks. Moldy bread. How come I never noticed this before? I find Jesu still has his charm. Ghostly. Is this what a wealthy old man looks like? Count me in. Little monster. Old man. Drop some gold coins. Auntie with a little money. Jesu is truly handsome, with a fantastic physique, adept at making money, a spicy yet virtuous man, drooling. Goddess, unstoppable. This one has such gentlemanly virtues, wrapped from head to toe, revealing only his eyes. Coconut officer, outside the human realm, dark-skinned. I want to reveal who I'm targeting. Although I have always referred to him as Grandpa Jesu, it does not hinder my belief in his undeniable allure. Such content is too risky. Old man Jesu experienced a moment of inner turmoil, but he quickly recovered, for being seen bare-chested would not incur any financial loss. Deidara and Haydn mimicked Chunqing, circling Jesu in a teasing manner, but upon receiving Jesu's threat, they stopped, satisfied. Deidara and Haydn chuckled. Conservative ninjas found the future individuals on Tenkai rather frightening. Their admiration felt like a voyeuristic gaze, as if they sought to strip one of all clothing. Chunqing, pleased. Return to the forum. Is Jesu the one who killed Nara Shikamaru-sensei? Yes, indeed, that is him. How do you all know this? Am I the only one unaware? The previous comment was incorrect. Saratobi Asuma was killed by Haydn. This part of history is not a focal point and is not widely known, so it is understandable. I am aware, let me elaborate. Saratobi Asuma had a high bounty in the black market as one of the 12 guardian ninja, making him a prime target for Jesu. At that time, Asuma was leading a team to capture the Akatsuki, and both sides engaged in battle. Due to Jesu's multiple lives and Haydn's immortality, their powers were exceedingly overwhelming. Even when Saratobi Asuma and his comrades joined forces against them, they were defeated, resulting in Asuma's sacrifice. Later, Nara Shikamaru meticulously planned, with Kakashi's assistance, to exact revenge, successfully killing Jesu and Haydn. This battle marked Shikamaru's first significant display of his combat abilities and was quite spectacular. I highly recommend everyone to appreciate it. The rise of the esteemed strategist Nara Shikamaru in his inaugural battle. Haydn, I detest all intelligent individuals. When the documentary reached this segment, I was moved to tears. Commander Shikamaru's sorrow led to his dark transformation. Without prior intelligence gathering, who could have anticipated that these two were immortal? The most heart-wrenching aspect was that Asuma's wife, Hong, was pregnant at the time, and we lost a father before our future adult had even been born. Witnessing Asuma's sacrifice brought tears to my eyes. Saratobi Hiruzen paused, nearly dropping his pipe. Shikamaru and his companions looked at Asuma with a mixture of sorrow and shock, surrounded by the concerned gazes of many. Asuma's initial grief at the news of his death inexplicably subsided, and he began to comfort others instead. I am still alive and well. As for the future, who can truly predict it? Shikako lamented, knowing as a father that no one understood Shikamaru's pain better than he did. The anguish was evident even from the written accounts. 35 million ryo. Kakuzu had memorized the bounty amount and corresponding target in the underground black market. With a sigh of regret, Kakuzu acknowledged that this time he would likely not acquire that sum. Datara questioned, Haiden, aren't you immortal? How did you die? Haiden replied, I don't know, but Lord Jashin will inform me. This time, I shall offer even more blood and sacrifice. Chapter 23, Naruto's Identity Revealed. I recall that the third Hokage's other son also died in battle, correct? The third Hokage himself perished as well. Only Konohamaru and the future remain. Therefore, I personally resonate with the third Hokage's notion of the will of fire. For he consistently embodied that principle, sacrificing himself for the greater good. As for the other three elders, I remain skeptical. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head behind the Hokage's desk, his expression obscured by shadows. As Hokage, Hiruzen had steadfastly upheld the will of fire. Where leaves dance, the fire endures. Even if it meant sacrificing himself for the village. Even if both of his children would fall for the village, he remained resolute in his beliefs. However, as a father, the pain of losing both wife and child caused his heart to ache fiercely. Yet, the Hokage must suppress personal emotions, for sacrifice is the essence of a ninja. Danzo gazed at the sky, gripping the armrests of his chair in anger, wishing to argue. He had devoted himself to Konoha. So how could he not embody the will of fire? Once he calmed, Danzo's thoughts became complex. Only he knew the resentment he harbored for losing to Sarutobi Hiruzen. That day, amidst the chaos in the land of clouds, he and Hiruzen, along with the disciples of Lord Tobirama, found themselves in peril. Lord Tobirama assessed the dire situation and decided that one must remain behind, knowing that the one left would undoubtedly perish. Danzo wished to take on that task. Believing in the essence of a ninja being sacrifice, but in his cowardice, he could not voice his desire for Hiruzen to stay behind. He felt inferior to Hiruzen. Danzo has carried that day with him, the day he lost to Hiruzen and the position of Hokage. Since then, he became Hiruzen's shadow, buried deep underground. A dark guardian of Konoha, employing any means necessary to protect it. Now, the sky had revealed the outcome to Danzo. In the end, Shimura Danzo had still lost to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kurenai and Mito felt more shame and indignation. As disciples of the second Hokage, they believed they had dedicated their lives to Konoha. At this moment, being dismissed by the sky, they felt misunderstood. Was it wrong to be cautious and rational? Moreover, those who claimed the third Hokage mistreated Naruto. Please consider the context of that era. Naruto's childhood environment is incomparable to ours today. However, Naruto is the orphan of the fourth Hokage, who died protecting Konoha, yet Naruto grew up ostracized, eating nutritionally deficient ramen and drinking expired milk. If I were Naruto, I would surely turn dark. Natsuki turned abruptly to face Naruto, alarmed. Stay calm, Naruto. Her intense gaze urged him not to lose control. Suddenly bombarded with the revelation that his biological father was the great hero, the fourth Hokage, Naruto froze. Natsuki rushed forward to embrace him tightly, whispering his name in hopes of bringing him back to reality. Naruto's mind was a blank slate. He felt the warmth of her embrace and the fresh scent of various fragrances wafting from her. Natsuki had prepared a sachet containing ylang-ylang, bergamot, and pine. A calming combination she had noted from previous experiences. She carried it with her always. If it weren't too abrupt, she would have liked to press the sachet to Naruto's nose. Gently patting his back, she reassured him, Naruto, you are still you. Do not be afraid. Naruto inhaled deeply, trying to suppress his tears, feeling choked. Why did you hide this from me? If my parents were heroes, then why am I called a monster? Kakashi arrived just in time, appearing at the window as Naruto clung to Natsuki, sobbing uncontrollably. Kakashi waved his hand to indicate it was all right, then jumped into the room. After Natsuki grew weary of holding Naruto, she asked Sasuke for help. Before Sasuke could refuse, Naruto leaped into his arms, crying pitifully against his waist. Kakashi approached and ruffled Naruto's hair, understanding the psychological turmoil of transforming from an orphan to the son of a hero. Such a sudden shift was undoubtedly difficult for Naruto to process. Those who say the third Hokage abused Naruto should compare the treatment of Jinchuriki at that time. A convenient comparison would be Gaara, a well-known Jinchuriki and the biological son of the fourth Kazekage. What was his treatment like? While Gaara faced isolation, torment, assassination, and betrayal, Naruto was merely eating ramen and causing mischief. There have always been various conspiracy theories surrounding the third Hokage, claiming he intentionally mistreated Naruto, giving him expired milk while sweetening the deal to make him grateful. This is erroneous. Such conspiracy theories are driven by hindsight. First, from a material standpoint, Naruto's living conditions exceeded the standards of abuse. His apartment was well equipped with a refrigerator, and he had ample funds to buy large quantities of milk and ramen, even if expired. If the third Hokage truly intended to mistreat him, he could have easily cut off funding. Additionally, the expired milk was a result of Naruto's haphazard lifestyle. Secondly, if the third Hokage truly needed to manipulate Naruto, why not thoroughly brainwash him? The orphans of Root were implanted with cursed seals and indoctrinated with absolute loyalty, yet Naruto was allowed to grow wild, retaining his selfhood and free will, even permitted to indulge in mischief, such as spending money on cosmetics for his beloved father. Furthermore, considering the general caution towards Jinchuriki in the ninja world, let us compare Naruto's situation with that of Jinchuriki from other nations. Gaara's plight was miserable. I won't elaborate further. Consider Killer Bee. In Kumobikure, there was a complete selection process for Jinchuriki and the Raikage, and due to the death of the previous host, the third Raikage and his successor, A, decided to seal the Eight Tails into Killer Bee. Everyone in the village knew he was the brother of the next Raikage. Yet he still faced disdain, with people throwing rotten vegetables and eggs at him. How much more so for Naruto, who was unaware of his own identity. In conclusion, I believe that the times have changed, and so have people's understandings of a good life. My grandfather's generation often remarked that our generation lacks for nothing in terms of food and clothing, so why do we struggle in our studies? My grandfather lived through hard times, and his childhood wish was to have a piece of meat every day. How would he view my life? Where I can eat meat and drink milk daily. Surely, he would see it as a fortunate existence. The third Hokage's attitude toward Naruto mirrors my grandfather's attitude toward me. It is essential to remember that the third Hokage was a ninja active on the battlefield during the Warring States period. The lives he led and the life Naruto experienced are worlds apart. In the eyes of the third Hokage, children who are spared from the battlefield, who have enough to eat daily, and who have adults to shield them from the consequences of their mischief, are indeed living in remarkable times. To summarize, the third Hokage has treated Naruto exceedingly well. No better approach could possibly have been conceived by him, as it is impossible for one to envision what they have never experienced. The third Hokage himself has never known a life of ease. Now I understand. Yet one question lingers in my mind. The fact that Naruto Uzumaki is the host of the Nine Tails is common knowledge among the villagers of Konohagakure. If the identity of the Jinchuriki is known, why conceal his status as the fourth Hokage's son? To put it plainly, Minato Namikaze is deceased, and the identity of his son, as the Jinchuriki, would likely make Naruto a target for other ninja villages. Furthermore, if the villagers were to be informed of Naruto's lineage, there would surely be a few ninjas who benefited from the fourth Hokage's assistance and would show kindness to Naruto, would there not? I fail to comprehend why being a Jinchuriki would cast a darker shadow on Naruto's existence in Konoha. Do you cherish the idea of having an unpredictable nuclear bomb in your village? The previous commenter has hit the nail on the head. We should not be harsh on the villagers. If I were one of them, I too would steer clear of Naruto. Let us not approach this issue with a godlike perspective. Do you know how many lives the fourth Hokage took during the Third Great Ninja War? One might assume that Minato, being so young, acquired the title of Hokage through unremarkable means, but in truth, he had to solidify his position through great sacrifice. Just as White Fang's actions left a lasting mark on Chiyo, the enemies of the fourth Hokage are numerous. I shudder to think of how many adversaries would seek vengeance if Naruto's true identity were to be revealed. The legendary title of the Yellow Flash of Konoha is regarded as that of a demon by shinobi from other villages. He single-handedly turned the tide of the Third Great Ninja War, prompting Iwagakure to issue orders that any encounter with the Yellow Flash would allow for immediate retreat without punishment. I believe the third Hokage certainly considered this aspect. Rather than allowing Naruto to become a target, it was more prudent to conceal his identity. With tears streaming down his face and his nose reddened from crying, Naruto realized that the concealment of his lineage was meant for his protection. He came to understand that his circumstances were, in fact, fortunate. Yet, his cerulean eyes filled once more with tears as he sobbed, repeatedly whispering, "Why me? Why me?" Attempting to wipe his face with his sleeve only made it wetter. Realizing he could not clean himself, Naruto threw himself into Kakashi's embrace, burying his face deep within. Kakashi recounted the story from the beginning. Obito's burial, Kushina's pregnancy, the Nine Tails attack on the village, and the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife. However, the truth only deepened Naruto's anguish. It was his own father who chose to seal the Nine Tails within him. Although he did not understand the concept of a nuclear bomb, the context made it clear that it was a formidable weapon. Those in Konoha who had once treated Naruto harshly, would they feel any guilt? Perhaps a few would. We too are victims of the Nine Tails rampage. My family perished in that calamity. I merely uttered a few harsh words against that demon fox. I never laid a hand on him. What wrong have I committed? Everyone acted similarly. For he was the demon fox. Konohamaru is the third Hokage's own grandson, yet aside from having a personal protector, he has not received any special treatment. He causes trouble just like Naruto. The third Hokage has been quite fair. Gaara of the Sand is perhaps the most tragic figure. Truth be told, I would rather be a dog than endure the life he led as a child. My dog has had a far better existence than young Gaara. The experiences of Killer Bee. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki mirror those of Gaara and Naruto, with the distinction that Bee had already matured. For a ninja, being 9 years old is considered grown. He had a loving older brother in the fourth Raikage, a mature mindset, and a high level of awareness. When others throw mud at me, I grow lotus flowers from it. Not quite. Gaara's situation is different. With a father like his, no one could withstand it. When I watched the documentary on the Fourth Great Ninja War, I pondered how Gaara reconciled with his father. Is reconciliation even possible? I cannot comprehend it. Gaara is purely compassionate. Historical records since the reign of the fifth Kazekage reveal that Gaara's true nature is exceptionally kind and gentle, much like his mother, Karura. I believe reconciliation is impossible. Even if he reached such a degree of understanding, Gaara still chose to forgive without achieving true reconciliation. The nightmares of his childhood accompany him for life. It is said that an unhappy childhood requires a lifetime to heal. How could true reconciliation be attainable? The circumstances that shaped Gaara into that unearthly form are profound. Today is yet another day to drag Raza's corpse out for a beating. Suddenly, Konohamaru saw himself and sniffled, claiming, I don't cause trouble everywhere. Gaara, in the most tempestuous age, harbored thoughts of murder from the moment he saw his name. Indeed, he embodies a complete tragedy. The sand around him stirred, and the Sand Village shinobi remained on high alert. Suddenly, Gaara's murderous intent dissipated, for he recognized that his true nature is exceptionally kind and gentle, much like his mother, Karura. From the text in the sky, it is not difficult to deduce that the fifth Kazekage is Gaara. However, the current inhabitants of Sunagakure fail to comprehend this, and the one who struggles with acceptance the most is Raza. Raza, bewildered, exclaims, how could this be? How could it be Gaara? Killer Bee struck a pose, proclaiming, when others throw mud at me, I grow lotus flowers from it. The fourth Raikage, upon witnessing the future individuals praising Killer Bee in the sky, felt immense joy. Indeed, possessing such profound awareness is commendable. The tragic fate of Jinchuriki ultimately stems from the very system that creates them. From the moment a Jinchuriki is born, their unfortunate destiny is sealed, cultivated as a controllable weapon, sacrificing personal happiness for the stability of the village. Thus, the root of the Jinchuriki system lies in the objectification of ninjas. Jinchuriki as weapons, ninjas as tools. This is the lament of the shinobi. It is for this reason that we speak of the greatness of Tachibana Natsuki and the trio of Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. They changed the world, transformed the shinobi, and brought an end to the Jinchuriki system. Only with the complete dissolution of the Jinchuriki system can the hatred of tailed beasts towards humanity possibly dissipate. This is not merely the liberation of the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, but also the emancipation of the shinobi. The true danger lies not in the tailed beasts, but in humanity's insatiable greed and cowardice. Chapter 24. The new plan of the Akatsuki organization after observing the heavens for so many days. The shinobi have come to understand that the notion of ninjas as mere tools is not the truth. The future generations will continue to hold a respectful attitude towards the third Hokage, admiring his sacrifices and contributions to the village, yet they will reject his life philosophy. As the break concludes, Haruwaki straps on her backpack and dons her hiking attire, tightening the cuffs of her pants. She equips knee pads, a windbreaker, and gloves. The onlookers regard Haruwaki's attire with confusion, questioning what she intends to do. Upon arriving at the assembly point, she finds a number of individuals dressed similarly to her. The cross-country class is a mandatory course for all capable students at Konoha University, designed to enhance physical fitness. As the whistle blows, the students gather around the instructor, instinctively lining up by height, boys in one line, girls in another. Instructor, the cross-country class is about to commence. Everyone, please count off. 1, 2. Instructor, excellent. Now, let us begin our warm-up. Follow my movements. 1, 2, 3, 4. The students follow suit, stretching their bodies and engaging in light exercises. Instructor, now we will embark on a journey through the oil birch forest and return, with an estimated duration of 8 hours. Please check your backpacks for satellite phones, first aid kits, and sealed food scrolls. Instructor, everyone accounted for? Leave your marks on the ground. Haruaki leaves a scissor mark on the ground. Stay close to me. If you fall behind or lose your way, find a way to catch up. In emergencies, the Flying Thunder God technique may be used for a direct return. Otherwise, the use of space-time skills to hasten our journey is strictly forbidden. Should I discover any violations, it will be deemed a serious offense. The teacher instructed before turning and sprinting towards the school gate. Chunqing followed the main group as they ran. This was an endurance training session, requiring them to complete the entire course. The term endurance training was quite intriguing. It involved traversing forests and navigating complex terrains, which also honed their agility and adaptability to varying landscapes. Under the teacher's guidance, the students exited the school, crossed pedestrian crossings, and navigated the urban area at a leisurely pace. Upon entering a secluded path, the teacher began to accelerate, prompting the students to follow suit. As they entered the forest, the pace quickened once more, and Chunqing matched the speed. Within the forest, some students ran along the ground, while others chose to leap from tree to tree. In densely vegetated areas, branches would sway wildly as individuals rushed past. After being struck on the head by a branch for the first time, Chunqing sighed in exasperation and retrieved a sealing scroll from her backpack. A cloud of white smoke dispersed, revealing a striking black helmet. Once donned, the helmet shielded her from the branches, much to her satisfaction. In response to Chunqing's actions, some elders scoffed, declaring her overly dramatic for merely brushing against a few branches. A certain ninja, unimpressed, remarked, "Is this what future ninjas have come to? Afraid of tree branches? What a disgrace." Yet, the use of a helmet for such minor hazards did seem excessively pampered. Was it truly necessary to guard against such trivial dangers? After all, they were just small twigs. Saratobi Hisashi quietly reminisced about his own childhood, recalling the times he had fought on the battlefield despite sustaining injuries from shuriken. In comparison to Chunqing's reaction to a mere branch, it was no wonder that the heavens deemed his upbringing less than favorable. Having successfully navigated through the forest, the teacher allowed for a 10-minute break before they would retrace their steps. "It's so hot," Chunqing murmured, leaning against a tree while she fanned herself with a small device. The heat of Konoha in September was quite overwhelming. As the break concluded, they began their return journey. Along the way, they encountered a few classmates who had fallen behind due to lack of stamina and speed, and the teacher instructed them to join the main group for the return to the school, with the understanding that they would need to make up for their exercise on the playground after class. They ran from dawn until dusk, finally returning to the school. After gathering their marks at the assembly point, the day came to an end, and the heavens closed. This particular session had been the longest, with a vast amount of information to organize. 2 full classes, followed by an hour-long forum filled with extensive written records and mathematical formulas requiring analysis. The Hokage's office was brightly lit, indicating yet another busy day ahead. The world was in search of Akatsuki and news about Kakuzu and Haiden, as the allure of immortality was unfathomable, especially to the wealthy and powerful. Experiencing a day in the life of a future student, the ninjas could not deny their envy. Classes, training, and leisure with their phones, such a carefree existence was hard to resist. The heavens had stated that one cannot conceive of something devoid of any foundation or reference. If one were to ask the current ninjas to imagine a peaceful life, it might resemble one without perilous missions, affording ample time to spend with family, allowing children to grow up joyously. Beyond that, their imaginations would falter. The ninja world collectively anticipated the outbreak of the Fourth Great Ninja War, speculating on Uchiha Obito's whereabouts and the delay in the commencement of the conflict. In the Land of Rain, at the Akatsuki's base, Nagato convened a meeting with the members, including Uchiha Itachi. Aware that the Uchiha massacre held deeper implications, Nagato nonetheless included Itachi in the plan. as Obito had mentioned that Itachi was also fervently yearning for peace. As long as they shared a common goal, Nagato was willing to accept Itachi, just as he had agreed to collaborate with those who had manipulated him throughout his life. Recently, Obito had brought the genuine Uchiha Madara, whose reincarnated form stood before Nagato, confessing to his long-term schemes, including the acquisition of Nagato's Rinnegan. Despite Nagato repeatedly shattering his body, Madara remained indifferent, as he was already deceased. Ultimately, Nagato suppressed his anger and accepted the collaboration, acknowledging it as the only path to peace. A gentleman can be deceived by fairness. To take advantage of someone like Nagato, who craved peace, was a simple matter, threatening him with the peace plan. In the cold, dimly lit cave, flickering candle flames illuminated Nagato's true form seated upon a stone throne, his Rinnegan reflecting the shadows. His skeletal frame bore hollow cheeks and dark red hair. The members of Akatsuki stood or sat scattered throughout the cave, marking a rare full assembly in Nagato's first personal account of his past to the group. I was born in the village hidden in the rain, a nation repeatedly ravaged by the wars of great powers, Nagato began, the ripples in his Rinnegan seemingly echoing his memories. At the age of 5, I witnessed my parents murdered by Konoha ninja. He recounted the tragic details of his childhood and the subsequent struggles alongside Yahiko and Konan. Nagato's gaze swept over the assembly. The initial formation of Akatsuki was for the peace of the Rain Village. Now, our ultimate goal is world peace. After all these days of observation, I hope you can discern its authenticity. What it reveals is the future. Silence enveloped the cave. Nagato resolutely declared, moving forward, Akatsuki's action plans will undergo significant changes. More detailed information will be conveyed by the true mastermind. The sound of footsteps echoed, and the members of Akatsuki recognized the approaching figure. Clad in red armor with long black hair, the ominous presence of the reincarnated body exuded a heavy pressure. His Rinnegan slowly surveyed the crowd as a smile crept across his lips. "Greetings, everyone. Thank you for your patience." Deidara's pupils constricted as he whispered, "Uchiha Madara." Scorpion, nestled within his puppet, marveled at Madara's imposing aura, questioning if this was indeed the legendary ninja. Kisame, wielding his great sword, inquired, "So, the true mastermind is Uchiha Madara?" The atmosphere thickened as all eyes turned towards Madara. Suddenly, Obito, masked and lurking behind Madara, dashed forward. "Oh my, what a lively gathering." Internally, he scoffed, "What a performance. Old man. And he even has to make a show of his footsteps." Despite having his true identity revealed, Obito remained reluctant to unmask himself. The previously tense atmosphere began to shift as Madara let out a low chuckle, stepping forward to address the assembly. "You are now aware of the truth behind the Moon's Eye plan, the deceptions of Kaguya, the decay of the nobility, and the illusion of peace." His tone grew more intense as he spoke of Kaguya. "However, the heavens have now revealed to me how true peace can be achieved. We possess a swifter method. Before the heavens divulge further details, we must swiftly capture the Jinchuriki, extract the tailed beasts. If the Jinchuriki perish, it matters not. The Rinnegan naturally holds the power to resurrect them. Once the Ten Tails are revived, the Infinite Tsukuyomi can be initiated." Madara outlined his new plan, detailing how to hasten their journey to a new world. By swiftly gathering the tailed beasts before the heavens expose anything further, and using the Rinnegan to revive any fallen Jinchuriki, they would summon the Ten Tails, and upon attaining the form depicted in the heavens as Six Paths Madara, the Infinite Tsukuyomi would be activated, eliminating all nobility. This time, they could act more decisively, eradicating anyone unwilling to establish a republic in a single sweep. Madara surveyed the assembly, his Rinnegan slowly spinning. From this day forth, Akatsuki's operational objective will shift. At all costs, we shall gather the tailed beasts with utmost speed. Any who stand in our way shall be eliminated. The day the Ten Tails awakens will be the dawn of a new world. The base fell into a hushed silence, the only sound being the rain pattering against the tall tower. The time for action had arrived. In the shadows, Kuro smiled silently. The emergence of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki would provide him the means to unseal his mother. Continuing the plan to collect tailed beasts aligned perfectly with Kuro's intentions, as the potential to successfully unseal his mother would be significantly higher before the two extraordinarily powerful Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto had fully matured. This presented both a crisis and an opportunity. After thousands of years of waiting, This was the closest he had ever come to rescuing his mother. The next morning, those who rose early were astonished to discover that the celestial phenomenon had brightened once again. "Mother, the sky has lit up. Come quickly. Is there another celestial event today?" This marked the first time there had been 2 consecutive days of celestial phenomena. Chunqing was busy grooming herself, cheerfully humming a tune. It was Friday, a delightful Friday. With Saturday, a splendid Saturday, just around the corner. Baiyuan Maki inquired, "Are you happy, Chunqing? Are you going out to play?" Chunqing replied, "Not really. I just feel genuinely good today." Everyone remembered yesterday's celestial event. Chunqing had been preparing for Monday's classes when she noticed the display. Yesterday's phenomenon had represented Monday, while today's displayed Friday, indicating that the flow of time for them differed from that of the celestial display. However, she felt the passage of time appeared the same to her. Perhaps the celestial display had chosen to showcase different times. As they pondered this, the celestial display changed. On the playground of Konoha University, Chunqing was participating in the autumn recruitment fair. Although still a first-year graduate student, it was prudent to observe the employment situation for the year ahead. Passing by the recruitment staff, one remarked, "Employment is becoming increasingly difficult each year." Another added, "Indeed, with more and more graduates, degrees are losing their value." A third interjected, "Those with abilities are always in demand, regardless of the time." Why did the display just flicker? Someone wondered. Yes, Miss Chunqing used to see the display while rushing around. Why was it cut off today? Perhaps the visuals along the way lacked significance. Sigh, will there be no more of this in the future? Following Chunqing's gaze, students were everywhere, clutching resumes, and the recruitment lists were so numerous they were overwhelming. Many even took out cameras to document and ensure no information was missed. Record-keeping personnel scribbled furiously. Chunqing noticed a distribution map of the recruiting units at the entrance. There was a designated area for medical practitioners, and she headed straight there. The first row featured positions related to medicine, starting with a highly prestigious private hospital. A sign supported by a stand displayed a lengthy list, with the top 3 marked as urgently hiring: a surgeon, a pharmacist, and a regenerative medicine researcher, all requiring expertise in medical ninjutsu, detoxification techniques, and cellular repair. Upon glancing at the salaries, Chunqing was taken aback. They were astonishingly high. She passed by, exclaiming inwardly, "How exaggerated is this salary?" Continuing to the next company, she found another private hospital. After reviewing several, it was clear that public hospitals offered lower salaries, yet the security of employment was markedly different. Aside from the first private hospital, public hospitals attracted more students seeking consultation. As Chunqing continued her exploration, she noticed an overwhelming demand for medical practitioners in beauty hospitals, particularly in painless cosmetic procedures and scar repair. The medical ninjas, skilled in medical ninjutsu, detoxification techniques, and cellular repair, lamented, "We're not envious. Really, we're not." Collectively, the medical ninjas from various villages felt overwhelmed. "Oh dear, celestial display. Cast them into the future. Let them earn high mission payments every month," murmured a ninja quietly. "Is this salary a mistake? Did they add an extra 0? As he rubbed his eyes to confirm he had not misread, he grumbled, jealousy twisting his features. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage's pipe fell to the ground in shock. "Is this salary higher than that of the Hokage?" Jiraiya wiped sweat from his brow. The salary for a regenerative medicine researcher at that private hospital is about 15 times the standard mission payment. Tsunade was equally astonished by the exceptional compensation for future medical ninjas, but felt more gratified knowing that medical ninjutsu would flourish in the future. Ino, unable to contain herself, hugged her pig tightly, exclaiming, "Lady Tsunade, did we ever live in the wrong era?" Ino thought, "Oh, sage of the 6 paths. Is it too late for me to travel back in time?" The ninjas here had all faced countless battles and had certainly earned high mission payments, though such missions typically carried significant risk. In the future, a medical ninja proficient in medical ninjutsu could earn a salary equivalent to that of a high-ranking mission payment. Would the future medical ninjutsu differ from what we know today? How vast could the differences in medical ninjutsu be? When I have children, I shall ensure they pursue medical ninjutsu. Chapter 25. Employment prospects for future ninjas. The second row featured recruitment for water-related abilities, with the first position listed being from the Water Resources Department of various cities in the Wind Province. The job listings primarily sought lake construction engineers, artificial rain engineers, agricultural irrigation consultants, and firefighters. Chunqing, possessing all elemental chakra, was intrigued and leaned in to listen to the inquiries of the seniors. An unknown senior stated, "My major is microliquid manipulation, and I hold a doctorate. Given my situation, I can skip the exam and go directly to the interview, correct?" The staff responded, "Yes. You may proceed directly to the interview stage. Afterward, you will need to pass our department's training assessment, which is similar to practical content in microliquid manipulation, involving filtering impurities and separating liquids using chakra." The senior continued, "I noticed on the flyer that upon employment, one receives a guaranteed position, and after 3 years, housing is provided. Are there restrictions on housing options?" The staff replied, "Yes, there are. The standards for assigned housing in Wind Province have been stipulated in a unified document. If you join our Water Resources Department in Sunagakure, you will be assigned housing in the newly developed Chongqing Lake Apartments, which were just completed in 168. They are all new properties." Once the senior departed, the next individual promptly inquired. Chongqing attentively listened to the recruitment requirements from several units in Wind Province, which were not limited to just water-related abilities. Any ninjas skilled in water techniques were welcome. "We are truly in need of talent. Come quickly," the Wind Province officials urged. Chongqing even specifically asked the staff, "Is it really sufficient to just know water techniques?" The staff confirmed, "Indeed, knowing water techniques is all that is required. Our Wind Province is rife with deserts, scarce in water and rainfall, and many from other provinces leave after earning enough money. We are constantly in need of those with water-related abilities." As Chongqing passed by the recruitment unit of the Wind Province Meteorological Bureau, she noticed the staff counting resumes with sighs of exasperation, feeling that this year's recruitment quota would again be unmet. Adjacent to them, the staff of the Agricultural Bureau inquired, "How many resumes have you received?" The meteorological staff replied, 67. The agricultural staff remarked, "That's not too bad. I have a few more than that." The meteorological staff sighed, "If we can hire 10 out of these 67, that would be quite fortunate." To the right of the Meteorological Bureau was the Environmental Protection Agency, whose staff commented, "You treat people like beasts of burden. They certainly won't want to come." The meteorological staff retorted, "Do you understand how necessary artificial rain is?" The Agricultural Bureau added, "This is just a matter of necessity. Fields cannot be without water, or how can we grow crops?" Microliquid manipulation? In Orochimaru's base, Hozuki Suigetsu attempted experiments, manipulating 2 different colored liquids, mixing and separating them. Hozuki Suigetsu, hands on hips, proudly thought, "This isn't too difficult." In the Village of Mist, nearly every ninja was proficient in water techniques, and seeing the job demands displayed on the celestial phenomenon made their eyes glisten with envy. "If knowing water techniques is all that is required, then I could certainly qualify." A resident of the Hidden Mist Village gazed at the enticing benefits of a job: a monthly salary, weekends off, comprehensive insurance, and housing distribution after 3 years of service. For a moment, he found it hard to regain his composure. If only he could thrive in a future as a lake engineer, an artificial rain engineer, an agricultural irrigation consultant, or even a firefighter. A ninja pondered the professions that appeared against the backdrop of the sky. Could creating rain with water techniques be considered part of a job? The ninjas were incredulous. Such tasks seemed fit even for students of the Ninja Academy. Indeed, future ninjas might no longer need to resort to killing. Chongqing traversed various sectors in sequence. Earth-style users typically entered urban planning and construction, with demolition experts and mining explosives specialists earning exceptionally high salaries due to the inherent dangers of their professions. Fire-style users, especially those of higher rank, often found their way into the metal smelting industry, as well as various chemical and waste incineration plants. Those with lower abilities generally gravitated towards the food industry or the performing arts, becoming pyrotechnic artists providing fireworks displays for various performances in films. Lightning-style users predominantly entered the power generation sector, with some adept at finally controlling microcurrents transitioning into the medical field, employing microcurrents to stimulate the nerves of paralyzed patients, thus assisting in their recovery. Regarding the professional application of ninjutsu in various fields, the emphasis on its lethality diminished. Reactions among ninjas varied. Some were dazed, questioning the possibility of ninjas engaging in ordinary professions, while others expressed amazement at the plethora of opportunities available to future ninjas. How liberating it was, they thought, to have the right to choose one's profession without the need for combat. Most ninjas possessed multi-element chakra, with pure single-element chakra ninjas being relatively rare. This implied that should modern ninjas traverse to the future, Aside from those requiring medical ninjutsu with restricted ability ratings, they would be capable of fulfilling all the aforementioned roles. Even waste treatment facilities eagerly sought out those skilled in dissolution techniques, and even bloodline limits could find acceptance in the future. Utilizing earth techniques for construction and flood control, they could now erect towering edifices instead of merely defending against attacks. Was this what the future held? Some felt a sense of contentment, while others simmered with anger. How could ninjutsu be so trivialized? A ninja struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally stammering out, "In the future, ninjutsu has been misappropriated." Incredibly, people of the future seem to enjoy fire-style performances, with ninjas entertaining civilians using fire techniques. What had become of the dignity of ninjas? After much wandering, Chunqing finally arrived at the last row, where the time-space specialization was located. She was promptly intercepted by a staff member inquiring about her major. Chunqing replied, "I am a freshman in the time-space folding and logistics management program, merely here to assess the situation." The staff member, brimming with excitement, led her to their company's sign and provided a detailed introduction. "We are a Fortune Global 500 company, primarily engaged in the global coordination and distribution of organ transplants. This field requires skilled individuals in time-space management to ensure organs are transferred in the shortest time possible. Our company offers excellent growth prospects along with competitive salaries, comprehensive insurance, and holidays as mere basics. Our coordinators enjoy a 3 days on, 4 days off schedule, and we provide free accommodation for employees. In short, our company offers exceptional benefits. We hope you will consider us upon graduation, and salaries can be further negotiated." Finally, the staff member handed Chunqing a business card, adding her contact information. Seizing the opportunity, another company representative approached, drawing Chunqing to their sign, presenting their company's details, and extending a business card with promises of even better remuneration and benefits. Soon, a steady stream of staff members introduced their companies to Chunqing, and by the time she had made her way halfway through, her bag was filled with a stack of business cards and a list of contacts from various companies. Continuing forward, she found that most remaining positions were within government departments, primarily involving urgent material dispatchers for disaster relief, document transfer agents, and hazardous material transporters. Thus, her collection of contacts expanded to include numerous government personnel. Chunqing left the recruitment venue feeling accomplished. The disparity in treatment for various skilled individuals at the recruitment fair illustrated that future ninjas specializing in time-space ninjutsu would remain few. Although talent was needed in other areas, it was not as pronounced, leading companies to foster relationships with new students in hopes of preferred consideration upon graduation. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed challenging. Apart from the second and fourth Hokage, few could master it. How wonderful it was to know that such high-level ninjutsu would be openly taught, accessible to all who enrolled in university. However, merely having instructors did not guarantee mastery. The key was that as long as one was admitted, they could learn. Chunqing, hailing from the land of snow, was treated equally by Konoha University. Ninjas remarked, "Yet another day of jealousy towards the future. Narashikaka's character would surely flourish." The future seemed impossibly peaceful. For those who had never experienced peace, how could ninjas, who had lived through a life of slaughter, ever fathom that ninjutsu would evolve into something so benign? Future ninjas became true guardians. Water techniques were employed for extinguishing fires and inducing rain, lightning techniques for power generation and electrotherapy, and even the destructive explosive techniques found suitable employment in construction and lake creation. An unimaginable peace. If such a future could only be attained through the Fourth Great Ninja War, ninjas exclaimed, "I am willing. I am willing. I am willing." As the scene shifted, Chunqing had returned to her dormitory, video chatting with her university roommate. Nara Shikamaru observed the screen with a furrowed brow. Today's display was distinctly different. Previously, the screen showcased complete segments, even reflecting the journey in its entirety. However, today, the screen flickered rapidly, as if pressed for time. "In a hurry for something?" Ino inquired. "Curious. Feels like it," Shikamaru replied. "It seems like there's an exam coming up. They're only reviewing the main points, skipping the rest." Ino nodded, still puzzled about the sudden change. Shikamaru had no answers, either. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, en route to Konoha, mused, "Perhaps it's because I've started stirring up trouble." On the other side of the video call was Ling, who had first appeared in the initial scene. "Is that so? That is wonderful. I'll enroll in the medical program right after the college entrance exams." Chunqing nodded, expressing her admiration. "I wish I could too." But the medical program requires studying for a doctorate, and there's so much to learn. It's exhausting. Wouldn't you want it for a monthly salary of 2 million? Ling pressed. But studying medicine is truly arduous, Chunqing lamented. True, being on the job feels like warfare. One must always be on high alert. By the way, how do you find studying at the Biological Research Institute? Can you adapt? To be honest, it's incredibly tiring, mainly due to the mental strain. But I do learn a great deal. Indeed, entering a research institute is quite different. I heard the first class is a visit to Professor Orochimaru's coffin. Did you attend? Ling suddenly became animated. I did. Although I knew it contained only some clothing, I was still thrilled. The most exciting part was the genetics class, where we had a holographic projection left by Director Orochimaru. I cried during class. Chunqing felt envious. Really? How I wish I could see that holographic projection of Professor Orochimaru. Can students from other schools attend? Not at all. If it were open, the Konoha Biological Research Institute would be overwhelmed. Orochimaru tilted his head, pondering whether his plan for immortality had failed. For the current Orochimaru, the greatest desire was to achieve eternal life, bordering on obsession. From the words and the enthusiastic tone of the two girls, it was evident that in the future, Orochimaru was revered, likely serving as a respected instructor for biology-related courses. The Konoha Biological Research Institute, perhaps? Orochimaru reflected on the astonishing turn of events that led him back to Konoha, where he now found himself as a teacher. This outcome diverged vastly from his previous expectations. Nevertheless, he remained largely preoccupied with his quest for immortality. Those familiar with Orochimaru's character experienced a complex mix of emotions. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt both guilt and relief. Orochimaru was his most cherished and esteemed disciple. He lamented his failure to guide Orochimaru towards a virtuous path, allowing him to delve into forbidden techniques that led him into darkness. However, he was gratified that Orochimaru had not completely descended into depravity and had ultimately returned to the fold, now serving as a professor akin to himself. Jiraiya laughed heartily, while Tsunade, despite calling Orochimaru a rogue, could not hide the smile that hinted at her joy in seeing a comrade return to righteousness. Speaking of which, Rei, there's a persistent theory circulating online that Lord Orochimaru has left behind a means of resurrection. What do you think of its plausibility? Chunqing inquired. Actually, my peers and I have discussed this, and we share a consensus. Even if such a means of resurrection exists, it would not be utilized in the immediate future, rendering it rather pointless, replied Rei. Chunqing's interest piqued. Elaborate, please. I have time and ample bandwidth. Director Orochimaru devoted his life to the study of immortality, focusing on the soul, as the physical body is destined to decay. Previous research reports have articulated clearly that the entropy of the soul is unavoidable. Whether through body replacement or soul division, the increase in entropy is an irreversible process. As long as one exists consciously, it ultimately leads to the collapse of consciousness, potentially fragmenting the soul and erasing the self. Following the revelation of these findings, Director Orochimaru abandoned the pursuit of immortality. Even if a means of resurrection were to exist, he would not choose to revive until a true method of immortality is discovered. From my current understanding, the only genuine form of immortality might be mechanical, creating an electronic life that records all memories of a person. This electronic entity could embody true immortality, provided it has sufficient energy. However, from the moment of its inception, it ceases to be you. But is not the Otsutsuki clan theoretically immortal through the use of their tensei technique? Chunqing countered. The immortality of the Otsutsuki clan merely extends the time before death. It is an evasion rather than a transcendence of death. A logical analysis reveals the flaws in their form of immortality. The Otsutsuki's tensei can be viewed as a compressed file, with the host being the vessel, a rather unfortunate individual. When the compressed file is fully decompressed, the Otsutsuki file replaces that of the unfortunate soul, allowing them to completely inhabit that vessel, thus achieving resurrection. However, the consciousness that is reborn is not the original. This presents a philosophical contradiction. Are you truly you after reincarnation? Furthermore, the vessel must meet strict criteria, and not all vessels can withstand the Otsutsuki file, which may also be damaged, resulting in the loss of aspects of the self or distortion of personality. As Orochimaru listened intently, he fell into contemplation. Entropy of the soul? Mechanical immortality? Rei began to elaborate on the Otsutsuki clan's tensei technique. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could he possibly acquire one of the Otsutsuki for his research? After absorbing the flaws of the Tensei technique, his thoughts transitioned to a new phase. Am I truly myself after reincarnation? Simply extending human lifespan is meaningless? The shinobi world focused intently on the information regarding the Otsutsuki clan, as they were formidable adversaries that needed to be meticulously documented. Chapter 26. The Great Debate on Uchiha Itachi Chunching. The Otsutsuki are truly repulsive, jamming their compressed files into others' bodies. Every day I wonder, when will the Otsutsuki be eradicated? Ray. Haha. Thankfully, director Orochimaru and his team were proactive, inventing the spatial ceiling layer before the Otsutsuki could amass their power, or we, the chakra-empowered, might have been subjected to their compressed files. Regardless of how one perceives it, it's impressive. I believe a genius like Orochimaru possesses a mind vastly different from mine. Whether it is the reverse engineering of the Yomi technique, establishing spatial ceiling layers beyond the planet, or creating the Godslayer virus that targets the Otsutsuki's genetic structure, utilizing their cells to forge biological weapons, it's unfathomable how one can be so astute. Indeed, he is one of the greatest scientists in history. Had Professor Orochimaru chosen to live until now, perhaps we would have already infiltrated the Otsutsuki stronghold. Let us not burden our predecessors too much. We must trust in the wisdom of future generations. The current scientific community is working diligently. Yomi? Spatial ceiling layers? What are these concepts? Orochimaru pondered, remaining silent, as even his sharp intellect could not fathom realms beyond comprehension. The entire shinobi world was astonished by Orochimaru's potential for salvation. Could it be that the true savior of the world is Orochimaru? Those acquainted with him found it bewildering to associate the terms savior Orochimaru together. This evaluation seemed rather excessive, leaving Hiruzen Sarutobi momentarily speechless. Tsunade snickered derisively, mocking the absurdity of the world. Jiraiya remained in a state of disbelief. Natsuki, calmly, thank you for the invitation. Technology is the primary productive force. Natsuki, hands clasped together, serpent gate. Natsuki, proudly, her plan was remarkably successful. The genetic virus was likely her request. Although in her world, Professor Orochimaru was already extraordinarily formidable, envisioning a global defense mechanism through technology. It does not quite reach the level of foresight that anticipated 2 centuries of research from future generations. Nonetheless, it is indeed good news that Professor Orochimaru was able to successfully create the Godslayer virus based solely on her verbal exposition of the principles. Natsuki, assertively highlight Orochimaru. If he is unwilling, we shall forcibly take him away. Uchiha Madara was taken aback, realizing that the future values research-oriented talents akin to Senju Tobarama. Crossing the borders of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Madara soared towards Konoha. Suddenly, Natsuki felt a chill run down her spine. Why does it feel a bit cold? Ray, how is your life as a Master S student at Konoha University? Chunching, it's been rather normal. The first year has plenty of classes. Not much different from university. However, next week's history class should be quite interesting. Our teacher assigned a debate topic yesterday. Is Uchiha Itachi a hero or a villain? The debate will take place next week. Ray, wow, discussing my god Itachi. That sounds fantastic. Please tell me about the debate afterwards. I'm so curious. Chunching, I noticed that those chosen for the debate have been diligently gathering information, so it should be quite an engaging discussion. I'll keep you updated. The higher-ups of Konoha were perplexed, as Uchiha Itachi was en route to the Land of Lightning to capture the 8 tails and 2 tails. He began to realize there might be more to the Uchiha massacre than met the eye. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath, fixating on the screen. This time, he surely would unveil the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. The screen switched abruptly to a classroom filled with students. At the front, 8 students were positioned, divided into 2 camps, each with placards indicating their roles in the debate. The history teacher announced, "All right, students, please maintain silence throughout the debate. It will commence shortly." The higher-ups of Konoha exclaimed in unison, "What?" They were astounded. What on earth was going on with the screen today? It frantically switched scenes, as if chased by a dog, eagerly showcasing the future. The history teacher stated, "To save time and ensure we can complete the debate before class ends, there will be no questioning phase. After the opening statements, we will proceed directly to free debate. Let us begin. We will first enter the opening statement phase, starting with the affirmative side's first speaker. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed." The first speaker of the affirmative side began, "Esteemed teacher, Dear classmates, good afternoon to you all. Today, our stance is that Uchiha Itachi is a hero imbued with profound tragedy. Throughout history, the criteria for judging a hero have never rested on perfection, but rather on their extraordinary courage in pivotal moments, their willingness to shoulder responsibilities beyond the ordinary, and their self-sacrifice for the survival of others. We shall elaborate on our viewpoint from three perspectives: motivation, outcome, and essence. Firstly, regarding the motivation behind his decisions. Itachi's actions represent the optimal solution under extreme conditions, a reluctant choice made between two evils. Itachi is not devoid of compassion. Rather, he was compelled to choose between a civil war ignited by a coup within his clan and the preservation of Konoha. According to the records in the Konoha Confidential Archives, Replica Edition, the Uchiha clan was on the brink of rebellion, having planned a coup while Konoha had just endured the chaos of the Nine Tails incident and the Third Great Ninja War, grappling with internal and external threats. Should a civil war erupt, referencing the history of the Third Ninja World War, it would undoubtedly invite invasions from Sunagakure and Iwagakure, wreaking havoc upon Konoha and potentially leading to the collapse of its defenses. It is noteworthy that at this juncture, the negotiation window between the Uchiha and Konoha had closed. The opposing side may argue why he did not use the Konoha Tsukumi to alter the will of Konoha's higher-ups. It must be noted that Konoha Tsukumi has a cooldown of many years, while the coup was imminent. Moreover, another Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Shursui had fallen into the hands of Danzo, making blind usage of Konoha Tsukumi perilous. Secondly, from the perspective of historical consequences, Itachi's actions averted a greater calamity. In the short term, his actions prevented internal conflict within Konoha, preserving the overall strength of the village and averting further casualties, thereby retaining military power for the Fourth Great Ninja War. In the long run, Itachi transmitted vital intelligence to the Akatsuki organization, including information regarding the Rinnegan and the Outer Path. He utilized the already set Konoha Tsukumi to nullify the Edo Tensei, directly altering the course of the first half of the Fourth Ninja World War. Thirdly, examining the essence of a ninja. Itachi's sacrifice aligns with the highest morals of a ninja. The essence of a ninja is to guard peace in the shadows. Itachi willingly bore the burden of historical condemnation, enduring immense psychological pressure, even allowing his brother to harbor hatred towards him to ensure his growth. After the Edo Tensei, he still chose to assist the Allied forces in countering the Edo Tensei, embodying a sense of responsibility that persists even beyond death, which is the hallmark of a true hero. In conclusion, Itachi made the most agonizing choice under extreme circumstances and sought atonement throughout his life. The evaluation of a hero must consider the historical context rather than impose the moral standards of a peaceful era. Acknowledging Itachi's heroism is the highest tribute to the ninja spirit that values responsibility above life itself. With applause from the students, Itachi halted his journey, and Kisame and the Hungry Ghost Path kindly paused to wait. Itachi stood beneath a tree, silently listening. Sasuke's eyes glowed crimson with fury, trembling with rage. Hero? What kind of hero is this? Natsuki quickly embraced Sasuke, gently stroking his back. Sasuke, calm down. The refreshing scent of the rock orchid indeed had a soothing effect, and Natsuki sensed Sasuke's trembling body gradually stilling. Sasuke's head hung low, his black hair obscuring his facial expression. To annihilate the entire clan for the sake of the village. Does that mean the Uchiha clan deserves to perish for Konoha? If Uchiha Itachi is a hero, and if revenge is merely a lie, what then is the purpose of my existence? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. In the end, the truth was revealed. The pressure on Itachi to choose was ultimately his negligence, yet the survival of Konoha was indeed secured because of it. If history were to repeat itself, his choice would remain unchanged. The villagers of Konoha, upon learning the truth for the first time, began to murmur among themselves. So Itachi's actions were actually the will of the higher-ups? But that was also because the Uchiha clan sought a coup. Their demise was deserved. The heavens have proclaimed Itachi a hero. If the Uchiha had truly instigated a coup, it would have led to calamity akin to the Nine Tails incident. Yet, was the annihilation of the Uchiha clan not excessive? Was it not too much to have Itachi execute the will of Danzo, who possessed Shursue's eye? Once this information was revealed, all rationalizations for defending the village began to seem bizarre. One must recognize that the Sharingan is a unique eye of the Uchiha clan, coveted by outsiders for millennia, making it difficult not to associate the higher-ups with villainy. Even as a rogue ninja, must he still convey messages for the village? Itachi is indeed listed among Konoha's rogue ninjas, a notorious rogue. How tragic. There is a grain of truth in what the heavens have said. Itachi's sacrifice aligns with the highest moral standards of a ninja, elevating the perception of him among the shinobi as a true hero. History teacher, thank you for the impressive speech from the first speaker on the affirmative side. Now, let us invite the first speaker from the opposing side to present their viewpoint, with a time limit of 5 minutes. Please proceed. Opposing side first speaker, respected teacher, fellow debaters, and esteemed classmates, greetings to you all. We firmly believe that Uchiha Itachi is a criminal. A true hero would never resort to such extreme methods of killing, nor would they become an executioner for a despotic regime. We will unveil the malevolent essence of Itachi's actions from 3 dimensions: moral boundaries, historical impact, and systemic critique. Firstly, Itachi's actions breached the moral boundaries of humanity. The harm inflicted upon innocents can never be justified, and his deeds trample upon basic human ethics. According to the records in the desolation and demise of the Uchiha, Itachi personally participated in the annihilation of his clan, leaving even his dearest friend, Uchiha Izumi, unable to escape. When he chose such an extreme method to resolve the issue, any notion of righteousness had already deteriorated. As noted in a brief history of Konoha, the higher-ups of Konoha never attempted to resolve matters peacefully. They had already decided to purge the Uchiha clan prior to the coup, with Danzo even seizing Shirsue's right eye in advance. Although the third Hokage advocated for negotiation, no substantial actions were taken to prevent Danzo. This indicates that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan was not the only option, but rather a premeditated political cleansing by Konoha's higher-ups, essentially constituting a political assassination. At that time, Itachi did not lack alternatives. Konoha Tsukumi indeed had a cool-down period, but the third Hokage's ambiguous attitude clearly left room for negotiation, which was deliberately ignored. Not all members of the Uchiha clan supported the coup. The radical faction's plans even faced opposition from some clan members. A true hero would create a third path rather than comply with extreme orders. Secondly, Itachi's actions exacerbated the vicious cycle of hatred within the ninja world. While Itachi's conduct and deeds served to protect Konoha, it allowed the higher-ups to evade reflection and perpetuate their oppressive actions. This systemic oppression led to further disasters for Konoha, such as the collapse plan and Pain's assault on the village. Simultaneously, Itachi's protection of Sasuke was fundamentally an extreme form of psychological manipulation. He shaped Sasuke's growth trajectory in the most brutal manner, leading him to ally with Orochimaru and develop extreme ideas later on, attempting to rule the world through force. These outcomes substantiate the notion that violence only begets deeper violence. Thirdly, the argument for Itachi as a hero is merely a fallacy. He is an accomplice of the system. The opposing debaters emphasize Itachi's sacrifice, but this precisely exposes the core issue. Itachi defended a decaying authority. The Uchiha clan was isolated and monitored for decades, with Danzo collaborating with Orochimaru to conduct inhumane experiments and transplant Sharingan. Yet Itachi chose to become a tool for suppressing the Uchiha rebellion. His choice fundamentally represents a compromise with an unjust system rather than true resistance. A genuine hero would bravely challenge the system, much like Tachibana Natsuki, who reformed the political structure and led the establishment of a republic, whereas Itachi's guardianship in the shadows is but a cowardly compromise. In conclusion, Itachi Uchiha has achieved his so-called noble goals through the most nefarious means. While we do not deny his contributions to history, he cannot be regarded as a hero. Otherwise, it would signify a disregard for and obliteration of human nature. When evaluating historical figures, we must never beautify their crimes based on outcomes. Otherwise, we risk losing the fundamental boundary between good and evil. If Itachi can be glorified as a hero, how do we differ from Danzo, who endorses necessary evils? Itachi listened intently, contemplating. Indeed, this is his sin, an undeniable sin. Sasuke Uchiha wore a grim expression. The high-ranking decisions and Danzo's covetousness towards the Sharingan left Sasuke feeling cold all over. The dark side of Konoha was laid bare before him. Gritting his teeth, flames of hatred ignited within his heart. Itachi surely knew more than he did. If he was aware of everything, what was the point of protecting such a village? What does the Uchiha clan amount to? Natsuki gently reassured Sasuke while remaining vigilant, prepared to employ her psychic abilities. Surely, the higher-ups would not act against them, right? Naruto was bombarded with various messages, incredulous that the third Hokage, who was like a grandfatherly figure, would condone the village's coercion of Itachi to annihilate his own clan. Those who had previously been hesitant to voice their opposition suddenly found the courage to speak out, emboldened by the support of the audience. Itachi Uchiha was indeed a madman. The very one who exterminated the entire Uchiha clan. How could he possibly be a hero? This was a desperate choice. What could you possibly do? While I cannot conceive of a solution, I certainly would not opt for such extreme measures. The undeniable truth remains that Itachi caused the tragedy of the Uchiha clan. As the heavens stated, achieving his so-called noble goal through the most wicked and cruel means. Was that goal truly noble? That was merely the will of the higher-ups, which is the very source of all evil. Hey, are you out of your mind? Is this something you can just say? The third Hokage sighed, instructing the ANBU to monitor and guide the village's discourse. Chapter 27. The Great Debate on Itachi Uchiha. Part 2. History Teacher. Thank you to the first speaker of the opposing side. We will now enter the free debate segment, alternating turns, with the affirmative side beginning. Please note that interruptions are not permitted during this segment. Affirmative third speaker. The opposing team repeatedly emphasizes the possibility of a peaceful resolution while neglecting a crucial fact at that time. The radical faction within the Uchiha clan had completely taken control of the clan meeting, and even the clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, could not suppress them. I asked the opposing side, with such a short time remaining before the coup, what alternative pathway could Itachi have taken besides military suppression or allowing a civil war? Please specify. Opposing third speaker. The opposing team simplifies the issue to a black and white scenario, reducing a complex historical context to a binary opposition, which does not align with the basic logic of historical dialectics. While the radical faction controlled the Uchiha clan meeting, there were still moderates within the clan, and the higher-ups of Konoha were not a monolith. Itachi could have allied with the third Hokage and the moderates to publicly expose Danzo's crimes in seizing Shirsue's Sharingan, eliciting sympathy for the Uchiha clan from the Konoha populace and garnering public support. Does the affirmative side truly believe that the villagers would support a decision to slaughter an entire clan? If the villagers did support it, wouldn't all ninja clans vacate Konoha the next day? I ask the affirmative side, when the evidence of wrongdoing by the higher-ups is irrefutable. Does it require more courage to expose the truth or to execute a massacre? Affirmative second speaker. The opposing team's proposition of selective elimination is built on erroneous premises. First, the reform plan you mentioned is predicated on the assumption of information transparency. However, at that time, the root organization controlled public opinion, and the Uchiha clan had long been demonized. Would villagers believe the Uchiha or the higher-ups of Konoha? More crucially, Itachi's actions were aimed at preventing foreign invasion, while Konoha was vulnerable. I asked the opposing side, if Konoha were weakened by civil war, would Sunagakure or Iwagakure miss this opportunity? The tragedies of the Third Shinobi World War are vividly remembered, and the Nine Tails incident had only recently passed. Could Konoha truly withstand a civil war? Opposing second speaker. I believe the affirmative side continually evades the fundamental question, is the slaughter of an entire clan, the self-destruction of a family, just? Is this the action of a hero? Even if it was necessary to prevent a coup, why could they not precisely eliminate the instigators? Is excessive violence not a systemic crime? Does it not demonstrate that Itachi has become a tool for the higher-ups of Konoha? Affirmative fourth speaker. The opposing team's suggestion of selective elimination reveals a naivete in historical understanding. If some clan members are spared, the seeds of revenge will inevitably remain. Moreover, the younger brother Itachi spared, Sasuke Uchiha, became a variable that nearly led to the destruction of Konoha in later events. Although Sasuke merely strayed on the path of vengeance for a time, does this not prove that preserving some clan members could pose a threat to Konoha? Opposing fourth speaker. The affirmative side retroactively justifies the legitimacy of actions based on outcomes, yet Sasuke's deviation during his growth stems precisely from Itachi's extreme measures. If he had guided Sasuke towards reform in his capacity as an elder brother, rather than inciting his hatred, might the outcome have been different? More importantly, Itachi upheld a regime that systematically persecuted the Uchiha. Does this guardianship not fundamentally equate to aiding and abetting? Affirmative first speaker. The opposing team believes that reform is superior to violence. But let us consider history. Natsuki Tachibana's ability to achieve peace in the shinobi world is precisely because Itachi preserved Konoha's existence in its early days. Had Konoha collapsed in the Civil War, how could peace have been realized later? The assessment of a hero must be contextualized within specific historical conditions. Between an imminent civil war and long-term systemic reform, Itachi chose the former. Is this not the burden of a hero? Is not the one who safeguards the will of fire in the darkest of times worthy of being called a hero? Opposing fourth speaker, I urge the affirmative side to address our second speaker's query. Is the slaughter of the weak the act of a hero? History teacher, time is up. The free debate segment has concluded. We will now enter the summary statements. History teacher, thank you to both teams for their impressive summaries. The debate has reached its conclusion. Now, I invite the students to cast their votes for the team they believe performed better today. As the debate ended, the audience began to share their thoughts. That was incredible. Both sides had compelling arguments. Indeed, I'm unsure which side to support. Both presented excellent points. If I hadn't listened to the opposing side, I might have been completely convinced. Yes, when either side spoke, I felt they were more reasonable. This debate is so fascinating. I wonder if the teacher will organize more like this. Which viewpoint do you personally agree with if it weren't for the debate? A student asked Haruka. Haruka, I certainly stand from a grand historical perspective, considering Itachi Uchiha as a hero. After all, without him, there might have been a civil war in Konoha. We were only 5 years old at that time, and if things had gone awry, we might have been sent away while the world fell apart. One student disagreed. The Uchiha clan chose to initiate a rebellion not because they wanted a civil war, but as an extreme measure to seize control of Konoha. Ultimately, it stemmed from their dissatisfaction with the discrimination and exclusion they faced within the village. In my view, the entire situation did not necessitate a civil war, nor would it have led to the destruction of Konoha. Exactly. Does the Uchiha clan deserve to perish? Haruka shrugged. It all depends on one's perspective. From the historical developments we have, Itachi Uchiha's accomplishments certainly qualify him as a hero. He preserved Konoha and forced Sasuke Uchiha onto the path of redemption, leading to the end of the Edo Tensei during the Fourth Great Ninja War. While I feel sorry for Sasuke and the deceased Uchiha clan members, I personally lean towards the viewpoint that Itachi Uchiha is indeed a hero. A student furrowed their brows and shook their head in disagreement. No, Itachi had merits, but he does not deserve the title of hero. Is it the act of a hero to wield a blade against the weak? Both sides engaged in a fervent exchange of words, passionately defending their positions. Under the vast sky, those experiencing a debate for the first time were completely absorbed in the rhythm of the speakers. The affirmative side had compelling arguments. Yet the opposing side was equally valid. The future students were remarkable. How could there be such articulate speakers and sharp minds? After the second speaker from the affirmative side concluded, I found myself deeply concerned for the opposing side, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Their arguments were truly formidable. The subsequent exchanges among the students provoked profound contemplation. Indeed, when embracing the perspectives of others, one must not heed only one side of the narrative. It is imperative to gather insights from both the affirmative and the negative. I firmly believe the opposition's stance holds merit. Even children are not spared. Can this truly be deemed heroic? Must the Uchiha clan annihilate themselves to safeguard the village? Is this not absurd? How could Uchiha Itachi acquiesce to such a notion? An elderly ninja, with eyes closed, shook his head in dismay, sighing as he reflected on the harsh realities of war. Those who have endured conflict understand that once civil strife erupts within a village, enemies will pounce like ravenous wolves. After speaking, he reopened his eyes, his voice hoarse, acknowledging that while Uchiha Itachi's methods were undeniably brutal, allowing civil war would result in far more than just the Uchiha's demise. The title of hero was rightfully earned, declared a young ninja passionately. That is only because the deceased are not among your own, leading you to label Uchiha Itachi a hero. What kind of hero is he, when even his own parents? At this point, the young ninja's voice faltered, choking back tears. The history teacher expressed gratitude for the brilliant exchanges from both debaters, commending their performances. The affirmative side successfully highlighted the ethical responsibilities under extreme circumstances, emphasizing the ninja values of the time and bolstering their arguments with historical references for added authority. Conversely, the opposition astutely detected the issue of moral boundaries, deconstructing the affirmative's heroic narrative through the lens of excessive violence, skillfully elevating the question of whether avoiding massacre aligns with the preservation of a decaying system. which was equally captivating. Whether Uchiha Itachi is a hero or a villain, I trust each student harbors their own answer. Let us once again applaud the remarkable contributions of the 8 students. The classroom erupted in applause. The history teacher remarked that the foundation of peace is often forged in darkness. It is through the sacrifices of those who came before us that we enjoy our lives today. Today's lesson concludes here, and the debate serves as my midterm assignment. Each of you is to compose a 5,000-word essay discussing Uchiha Itachi's historical impact, due after the National Day holiday. Some Konoha ninjas stared blankly at their forehead protectors. If safeguarding the village necessitates the sacrifice of some, is this truly just? Does the village genuinely protect its inhabitants? Uchiha Itachi suppressed the sorrow in his eyes. Let us go, Kisame. We must quicken our pace. His purpose was to preserve Konoha and protect Sasuke. For this goal, he was willing to endure sacrifice and suffering. All blame would rest upon his shoulders. Uchiha Madara's emotions were complex. When the Uchiha clan refused to follow him away from Konoha, he foresaw their tragic fate. Observing the Uchiha circumstances in Konoha from the shadows for so many years, everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. He held disdain for Uchiha Itachi's actions. The so-called coup d'etat of the Uchiha clan was merely a group of ants fighting over scraps within a cage. Konoha was a decaying tree, and only the Infinite Tsukuyomi could remedy it. At this thought, Uchiha Madara grew agitated, nearly forgetting that the Infinite Tsukuyomi was but an illusion. Sasuke, tightly embraced by Shaki, remained silent. This hypocritical protection of the village, the decaying system, and the upper echelons of Konoha, particularly Shimura Danzo, who had stolen Shirsue's eye, would one day be confronted, and he would restore the glory of the Uchiha. Sasuke gently pushed Shaki away, his pupils returning to their dark hue, exuding an unexpected calm. Do not worry, Shaki. I am not like the last place. You're not like the last place. You are the one who should be most concerned, Shaki thought to herself. History shows that the Uchiha clan is vulnerable, easily provoked, yet possesses great power. With a worried expression, Shaki brought Naruto over to sit beside Sasuke. If someone from the upper echelons truly targeted Sasuke, she would envelop the 3 of them with her telekinesis, ensuring they were safe from any attempts to seize Sasuke. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in deep silence. He had numbed his conscience with necessary sacrifices, viewing slaughter as a dark rule of the ninja world. Had the celestial curtain not descended, he could have continued deceiving himself, but now everything was laid bare. He had to provide an account to Konoha. Failure to resolve these issues adequately could lead to a crisis of trust between Konoha and other clans. In the root organization, Shimura Danzo instructed ninjas to closely monitor Uchiha Sasuke. If that boy exhibited any signs of defection, immediate capture would be executed. Danzo gazed at his bandaged arm, upon which was embedded a Sharingan taken from the Uchiha. All experimental records had been destroyed. Even if the celestial curtain accused him of seizing Shirsue's Sharingan and conducting human experiments, so what? Who could prove it? Other ninja villages watched in glee as Konoha's secrets were laid bare. The celestial curtain transitioned once more. Spring Sunshine was watching a video. The title strikingly prominent. Is Konoha shrouded in darkness and decay? The truth of history is. The video commenced. Dear viewers, good morning, noon, or evening. I am the nameless film district deity aspiring to traverse the globe. In the previous video's comment section, many netizens raised questions. Why is the seemingly dark and decayed Konoha village worth preserving? I can only say that these individuals have been overly sheltered. Do you believe Konoha is filled with darkness and decay? Standing in the context of the times, Konoha is, in fact, a beacon of light and hope. I know the comments will be rife with question marks. Do not fret. We will now conduct a comparative analysis of the situations in various ninja villages prior to the 4th Great Ninja War. Other ninja villages? Other ninja villages. Celestial Curtain. The ninja villages that once mocked Konoha could no longer find humor in their own situations. Were they not aware of the conditions in their own villages? In the era of the ninja villages, among the 5 great nations, the best situation belonged to the Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning, where the populace was simple and martial, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. The Cloud Village had a relatively sound system of leadership succession and a selection process for Jinchuriki, rather than a village. It would be more apt to describe the Cloud Village as a tightly knit gang, resulting in remarkable unity and the fewest rogue ninjas among the 5 great villages. Furthermore, The Cloud Village excelled economically and boasted superior military prowess, making it the undisputed foremost ninja village before the Fourth Great Ninja War. The primary dark aspects of the Cloud Village centered on three issues. 1. High internal centralization and oppression, with leadership positions being hereditary. 2. External aggression and hegemony, plundering the bloodlines of other villages. 3. The arduous existence of Jinchuriki. Cloud Village ninjas, proud. They forcefully ignore the dark aspects, proclaiming their village as the strongest. Indeed, let us extol the virtues of our Cloud Village, the rightful number one. Cloud Village ninjas asserted, "What is wrong with being warlike? Only with a strong fist can we negotiate. Indeed, if you don't comply, we will fight." Next was the Rock Village in the Land of Earth. Due to its geographical location, the Rock Village was isolated, enjoying a peaceful existence with little turmoil. In terms of warfare, it adhered to a fanatical, pragmatic militarism, seeking to achieve results at the cost of ninja lives. For instance, they employed human waves to besiege the Third Reikage and established explosive units for suicide attacks. Therefore, the dark aspects of the Rock Village primarily manifested in 1. A disregard for humanity, with ninjas treated as expendable resources. 2. Warlike tendencies, attempting to invade the interests of other nations. 3. The difficult existence of Jinchuriki. Had the celestial curtain not appeared, no one would have deemed the sacrifices of ninjas for their villages as inappropriate. Yet, since the celestial curtain emerged, ninjas seem to have suddenly awakened to their humanity. They began to realize, "I am human," no longer viewing matters from the perspective of mere tools. The ninjas discovered that the sacrifices they had long taken for granted were all part of the darkness. Chapter 28. The initial display of ninjutsu continuing in the Land of Water's Kirigakure. Known for its infamous blood mist policy, the village has long remained isolated, suffering from economic stagnation and the hardship of its people. The number of rogue ninjas is unparalleled in the ninja world, compounded by the persistent and brutal persecution of bloodline limit clans. Thus, I shall not dwell further on Kirigakure, but rather place it at the bottom of the hierarchy. In the Land of Wind, Sunegakure's darkness is a lamentable reality. I do not wish to cast excessive criticism upon it. A full granary cultivates propriety. When one's needs are met, they discern honor and disgrace. The darkness here is largely a result of inherent resource scarcity, and living in a desert imposes constraints that are difficult to alter. Even the Kazekage must venture into the desert to seek fortune, rendering it difficult for me to speak harshly. However, I must mention the cruel experiments conducted on the young Gaara, which led to his mental breakdown. Lastly, we turn to the numerous small ninja villages, each with their own sorrows. The lack of self-defense capabilities in these small nations often breeds a more profound despair. Take Amigakure. For instance, its geographical location relegates it to a perpetual battlefield, leaving its citizens displaced. Hanzo of the Salamander, in his quest to maintain power, betrayed the Akatsuki, even conspiring with Danzo to eliminate Yahiko. Isn't this a comparison of wretchedness? Even Kumogakure fares little better. When compared to others, it might seem somewhat preferable. Yet the later generations have it far better. The populace of small nations has long endured the oppression of ninjas, powerless to resist and forced to suffer. Each village harbors its own shadows of darkness. This world is indeed cruel. Sacrifices deemed necessary for the village's benefit are inescapable. The ninjas of Sunegakuure, impoverished and devoid of joy, remain in a dire predicament. Why must they endure life in such barren conditions? Returning to Konoha before the Fourth Great Ninja War. Despite not being the strongest ninja village, it presents a facade of peace and prosperity. Under its governance, the people live in abundance and stability, boasting the most comprehensive educational and medical systems in the ninja world. Since the establishment of the ninja village system by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Konoha has served as a model for other villages. The systems of shinobi, ninja academies, and ANBU can all be likened to beacons of hope, illuminating Konoha's path. This also elucidates why individuals like Itachi Uchiha are willing to sacrifice for their village. It is a sanctuary amidst a brutal world, albeit one fraught with hypocrisy and bloodshed. Yet, in times of war, even this semblance of peace is obliterated. Can Itachi not perceive the shadows lurking in Konoha? He sees them clearly. Having once served in the ANBU, he understands the truth. His choice to annihilate his clan instead of resisting was not a product of the will of Fire's indoctrination. No, Itachi, who witnessed the horrors of war from the age of 4, despises conflict and yearns for peace. This extreme longing for tranquility compelled him to commit such a tragic act. The ideology of ninja sacrifices, coupled with the harsh realities of battle, shaped his moral compass. To preserve Konoha in the face of a family coup, even if Itachi had participated in the insurrection, the outcome might have been no better, likely resulting in the complete eradication akin to the Kagaya clan. When contrasted with the fates of other ninja villages, Konoha's peace emerges as both a rare treasure and a fragile existence. Konoha is a sanctuary, a place where his younger brother can grow up safely. Thus, he chose to take drastic measures to safeguard this peace. Other villages may criticize Konoha, using it to rationalize Itachi's actions. For those unfamiliar with the intricacies of their own village, it leaves them aghast, as they all strive to protect their homes. In an instant, many hearts shatter. Ninjas from various villages gaze upon the unveiled darkness of their own villages, rendered speechless by the shared suffering. Why must the world be so despairing? All crows are black, revealing the hypocrisy and repulsiveness inherent in every village. An increasing number begin to empathize with Madara Uchiha, wondering if the Infinite Tsukuyomi might indeed be a remedy. Spring opens the comments section. Sheepkeeper, Itachi's actions are difficult to accept, yet the logic is straightforward. When Shisui took his own life, his only request to Itachi was to protect the village and uphold the honor of the Uchiha. By annihilating his clan, he safeguarded the village while bearing all the blame alone, even successfully negotiating with Danzo to spare his brother, Sasuke. From his perspective, it was a threefold victory. 9-1 sheepkeeper, a unique perspective. With clear reasoning, I don't want to eat today. Those who struggle to comprehend must have been coddled by the current peaceful society, often standing on moral high ground to criticize others. They fail to realize how merciless the past truly was, as even Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha have blood on their hands. Konoha is already the most peaceful and comfortable place in the world. A civilized ninja, I am at a loss for words. The cruelty of the era should compel us to change it, not to meld with it. You all seek to justify Itachi's actions, treating him like a deity. What madness is this? The boiling pot exploded. Well said. Second young master. The struggles of the past were profound. It's no wonder Madara was deceived by the allure of the Infinite Tsukuyomi. If I lived in that era, I too would have fallen for it. Naturally beautiful Uchiha. Why would ninjas willingly serve as tools of war for millennia? Why hasn't anyone stepped forward to change this situation? Never give up on being naturally beautiful Uchiha. If I were to traverse back to the ninja village era, I would undoubtedly become a rogue ninja. Sacrificing for the village is absurd. If it were for a greater cause, I would have no objections. But the sacrifices made back then for the village? I can only scoff. Delicious mackerel. Regarding the historical merits of Natsuki Tachibana, I suggest all Uchiha seek her out for political education. One should not be too radical in thought. The Great Queen. At the time of the Uchiha massacre, Natsuki was merely 5 years old, not yet having formed her own thoughts. However, the Uchiha indeed need a dose of ideological education. A cup of taro milk tea. Let us shift perspectives. If we view Itachi's actions as a rebellion for the village and his brother against the Uchiha clan, wouldn't that cast him in a more noble light? Above the heads of deities, Uchiha clan, do we deserve to perish? Under the celestial canopy, the debate grows fervent and unyielding, ultimately failing to yield a consensus. Itachi Uchiha's choice can be logically explained, yet it remains unforgivable on a human level. Sasuke Uchiha displays an unusual calmness towards the forthcoming evaluations of Itachi. Anger cannot resolve the predicament. Natsuki feels a throbbing headache, pondering how the situation will further unfold. With Itachi's undercover identity exposed, what will the Akatsuki's response be? According to Itachi's character, he should already be en route to Konoha, especially as Sasuke finds himself in a precarious situation. Furthermore, with Danzo's various misdeeds now laid bare, will he resort to madness within Konoha? Holding sway over the root organization, Danzo possesses the potential for chaos. Naruto leaned closer to Natsu, whispering, "Natsu, is there truly no way to save the Uchiha clan?" Natsu replied softly, "I am uncertain, Naruto. Perhaps there was a solution, but the dire circumstances left no better choices." Sasuke, though listening intently, remained silent, pondering. If I were Itachi Uchiha, what would I do? Are there alternative methods? Ultimately, he could not conceive a way to preserve his clan. The scene shifted, revealing Chunqing on an expansive arena, clad in a sleeveless black top and black trousers. Her bare elbows and wrists wrapped in inconspicuous fabric. Her hair was styled into two buns. Opposite her stood a tall, slender boy dressed in white, with long white hair tied into a high ponytail. The spectators, witnessing the martial platform, were captivated. Oh, are we to engage in battle? Let me behold the prowess of the next generation. Chunqing's attire seemed quite practical for movement. The boy in white towered over her, making Chunqing appear diminutive. Before the match formally commenced, the audience buzzed with fervent discussion, while the two competitors engaged in amiable conversation. Carl remarked, "Am I fortunate or unfortunate? There are so few with spatial abilities in the entire school, yet I draw you." Chunqing blinked. "Are you afraid?" Carl smiled, "Certainly not." At that moment, a jester perched on his shoulders sprang to life, emitting an unsettling cackle. "The number is 4, a long spear." The jester transformed into a spear. Carl gripped the weapon, preparing for action. "Ready?" The audience erupted with cheers as Chunqing unsheathed scissors marked with the flying thunder god seal. "Let us begin," she declared. The teacher at the edge of the arena shouted, "Prepare, begin." Chunqing swiftly hurled her scissors toward the corner of the arena before darting towards Carl. Carl's spear arced through the air, striking at Chunqing's arm like a silver serpent. Chunqing evaded, simultaneously launching her scissors. Carl deftly deflected the projectile, only to find Chunqing had suddenly vanished, reappearing at the arena's edge. "Flying Thunder God, how annoying," he muttered, expanding his sensory awareness to guard against a surprise attack. Raising his spear and preparing to fire, Chunqing flickered, and Carl sensed a disturbance in the air behind him. Without turning, he fired, forcing the newly emerged Chunqing to retreat. Chunqing adjusted her strategy, engaging Carl in close combat for a brief exchange before vanishing again. Carl heightened his vigilance upon seeing a violent gust of wind stir the dust, as Chunqing charged at him with a spiraling sphere of energy. Carl leapt back, abandoning his spear as the sphere struck the ground, creating a perfect spherical crater. The jester spun again, landing on the number 2. A scythe sliced through the air with a piercing whine. Chunqing nimbly dodged, but Carl abruptly altered his attack. The scythe's handle elongating into a chain, the blade pursuing her like a venomous serpent. In a moment of crisis, Chunqing activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing at the arena's corner. Carl sighed, "I can't hit you at all. This is why I detest battling those who flit about." Chunqing blinked. "Then why not block my escape with your number 6 chain?" Carl looked skyward, troubled. "Ah, Mr. Jester may not wish to transform into number 6 today." They continued their sparring, exchanging blows. Ultimately, Carl grew impatient, and the jesters will spun once more. "The number is 9. Alas, my luck is indeed poor today," Carl lamented, gazing at the toy hammer that appeared in his hand. Chunqing laughed heartily. "Haha, Mr. Jester clearly wishes for my victory." Carl shrugged and raised his hands in surrender. "Teacher, I concede." Chunqing, satisfied, gathered her scattered scissors and patted Carl's back, encouraging him for the next match. The audience was astonished to witness the extraordinary abilities of the nun users. "How can that weapon transform so effortlessly? That Carl's weapon even communicates," they exclaimed. "Is this the essence of nun? Each time it morphs into different forms based on the numbers spoken by the jester." Nun bore a striking resemblance to chakra, enveloping Carl like flames. Could this be akin to summoning techniques? It seems to summon various weapons. Nun users wield their powers without the need for hand signs. Carl possessed at least 9 distinct weapons: a number 2 spear, a number 4 scythe, a number 6 chain, and a number 9 hammer, 2 more than the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Subsequent matches featured no further involvement from Chunqing, allowing the audience to witness a plethora of unique nun abilities. Discussions among spectators filled in the gaps regarding the classifications of nun abilities. For ninjas, the offensive types, emission, transformation, and enhancement, were relatively straightforward to comprehend. Techniques such as discharging electricity, igniting flames, or delivering a powerful punch were akin to traditional ninjutsu. However, the bizarre abilities of materialization and specialization proved challenging for the ninjas to grasp at once, capable of summoning various weapons and creatures from thin air. One individual conjured a tiger instantaneously, without any delay. The wonders of nun were astounding. Nara Shikaku diligently recorded, noting that nun abilities could be categorized into enhancement, transformation, materialization, emission, manipulation, and specialization. As the matches unfolded, It became evident that these bouts were merely for demonstration. There was no intent to fight to the death. Both combatants aimed their strikes at limbs, resulting in little more than slightly soiled garments and no visible bloodshed. Such contests hinted at a future of peace where lethal abilities might no longer be paramount. The common folk held a sense of anticipation, as the heavens proclaimed that each individual possessed such capabilities at birth, albeit not everyone was suited to develop them, yet the hope alone was enough to evoke delight. Kakashi observed the curious expression on Natsu's face, reflecting on how unexpectedly she had discovered this wondrous ability. Naruto, like an inquisitive child, exclaimed in awe, "Natsu, Natsu. That person who transformed into a tiger is incredible." Natsu internally corrected him, "That is a nun beast." Natsu nodded, "Indeed, they are all remarkable." Chapter 29. The contract. Chunqing watched as a towering figure nearly obliterated the arena with a single punch. "That student named Yubo must be of the enhancement type," she noted. A classmate confirmed, "Indeed, he was the top student in the School of Management last year." Chunqing inquired, "Did no one urge him to attend a military academy?" "Such a terrifying nin ability. His capacity is quite impressive. I suspect he leans towards the emission type, having excelled in both release and entanglement training." A classmate replied, "I heard he must inherit the family fortune. All his siblings have joined the military, and he, being the youngest, was restrained from enlisting." Chunqing thought to herself, feeling a pang of envy towards the affluent. Jiraiya asked Tsunade, "What do you think of that boy's abilities?" Tsunade scrutinized Yubo's performance, analyzing. "The use of nin differs from chakra. His nin envelopes his body like armor, while I concentrate chakra at my fists for precise explosive release." Jiraiya nodded, marveling at the extraordinary powers humans inherently possess. "Indeed, it is a completely different energy from chakra. No wonder it has remained undiscovered for so long." Upon hearing that Yubo was compelled to join the military for his inheritance, the others, like Chunqing, displayed their envious natures. As the sun set, the heavens closed. Finally, it is willing to provide everyone with the time to organize and digest the information. Throughout the day, the screen changes continuously, filled with an overwhelming amount of information. Whether it be the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre, the dark deeds of the various ninja villages, or the fascinating abilities of Nun, the topics abound. Everyone is so engrossed in discussion that they have no inclination to work, all focused on today's revelations. The Hokage Tower is brightly lit, and the major clans of Konoha are engaged in candlelit conversations. Across the world, the curtains of information have been slightly lifted, leading to another chaotic day. On the rooftops of Konoha, ninjas leap about, while the adults are busy. Sasuke eats in silence, practicing hand signs quietly. Natsuki clings to Sasuke, ensuring that Naruto remains within her proximity, maintaining a radius of 3. Naruto rolls on the floor, occasionally sitting up with a frown, his face clouded with worry. Natsuki fiddles with a square toy, staring blankly at the leaves outside. The ninjas tasked with monitoring and protecting Natsuki breathe a sigh of relief, glad that no disturbances have arisen. Before the children's bedtime, Tsunade and Jiraiya take a moment to check on Natsuki. They examine her health, take her pulse, and analyze her meridians. Tsunade concludes that she possesses a healthy body, devoid of any special powers. Natsuki smiles, for she has concealed them. Uchiha Madara has issued a directive to the Akatsuki organization to capture the tailed beasts. Deidara and Sasori are responsible for capturing the one tail located in the Land of Wind. Kakuzu and Haiden will go to capture the 7 tails in Takigakure. Haiden, Konan, and Yahiko will head to the Land of Earth to capture the 4 tails and 5 tails. Deidara, with his flight capabilities, will swiftly travel with Zabuza, Haku, and the Animal Path to the farthest water country to capture the 3 tails and 6 tails, Itachi, Kisame. And the Hungry Ghost Path will proceed to the Land of Thunder, with Kisame tasked with capturing the 2 tails. While Itachi and the Hungry Ghost Path will aim for the 8 tails, Obito, Madara, and the Hell Path will head to Konoha to capture the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, and ensure the safety of Uchiha Sasuke and Tachibana Natsuki. Each group is accompanied by a pain, and the 6 pains possess the shared perception of the Rinnegan, tasked with observing enemy movements and relaying information. It has been a day and a night since the last assembly, and the Akatsuki members are gradually arriving at their destination. Given the distance to the Land of Thunder, Itachi and his companions are expected to take some time. The Land of Water is particularly far. Deidara and his team are traveling on clay birds, which, while fast, will still take approximately 3 to 4 hours. Obito leaves the other two outside Konoha, stating that he will proceed alone to investigate the internal conditions of the village. Familiar with the terrain, he crosses the barrier and stealthily approaches the memorial stone. As expected, he discovers Kakashi at the stone, standing like a statue in the middle of the night. Obito hides behind a tree, observing Natsuki, who, taking advantage of her youth, has managed to keep Sasuke occupied alongside Naruto, creating a makeshift bed for the three of them to share for the night. Sasuke's resistance proves futile as he is forced into this unexpected camaraderie. Naruto's antics and Natsuki's playful disruptions leave Sasuke with no time for self-pity, and the three of them eventually drift off to sleep entangled in one another. The following day, the trio is roused just as dawn breaks. Wake up. The screen is bright. Huh. I'm so tired. Is something happening? Why has there been a screen for 3 days in a row? So early. On the screen, Haru appears to be just waking up, eyes closed, being dragged along by a girl with red hair. The girl, brimming with excitement, pulls Haru to a building labeled the Tailed Beast Contract Department. Wake up, Haru, we've arrived. Haru rubs her eyes and yawns widely. Have we arrived? The girl replies. Get energized, Haru. Please help me record this. It's the most glorious moment of my life. Haru retrieves a head-mounted camera and gestures accordingly. Let us adjust your hairstyle. Ryoko, we have 2 minutes until 8 o'clock, and we need to start recording. Ryoko takes out a mirror to fix her bangs, ensuring her face is clean. She has done her research. Kurama dislikes the scent of cosmetics, so she has opted not to wear any. Suddenly, Ryoko recalls something joyful, breaking into a silly smile and bouncing on the spot, taking a few deep breaths to calm herself. I'm ready. Let us begin, Haru. Haru starts the recording. Ryoko flashes a peace sign at the camera, joyfully declaring, Soon I will meet Kurama. Today will be the most important day of my life. Thank you, lovely Haru, for documenting this. The Kurama within Naruto stirs upon hearing his name, opening his eyes. Ryoko makes a heart gesture toward the camera, which is equivalent to sending one to Haru, before turning to enter the building. The staff approach her, inquiring, Hello, may I see your identification? Ryoko presents her and Haru's IDs. Hello, I am Ryoko Irukawa. I had made an appointment for today to visit the land of Peach. The staff checks the computer, confirming her information, and smiles. All right, Miss Irukawa, first congratulations on passing Kurama's test. Please follow me to receive the summoning scroll. With Haru's camera capturing the moment, Ryoko follows the staff to collect the enormous contract scroll, and then they arrive at a special room. In the center of the room is a formation covered in symbols. The staff member states, Before we activate the transfer, I need to mention a few important points. 1. The land of Peach is quite vast. Be sure to follow Kurama's signposts. If you accidentally enter another tailed beast's territory, they may not take kindly to it and might expel you. 2. Although you have passed Kurama's test, you have not yet formally signed the contract, so please watch your words. 3. There is a slight chance that Kurama may change his mind and not want to sign. If that happens, it's fine. We can try again another time. Natsuki observes, Indeed. They are off to seek Kurama to sign the summoning contract. In the world before Natsuki's journey, aside from the 8 tails Gyuki and the 9 tails Kurama wanting to stay with their last Jinchuriki, the other tailed beasts had been relocated to a distant island after the 4th Great Ninja War, a beautiful large island filled with peach trees, named the Land of Peach. Tailed beasts and humans can borrow the power of the tailed beasts by signing a summoning scroll. After voluntarily submitting an application, those who resonate with the tailed beasts, whose chakra is highly compatible, may sign a summoning contract and wield the power of the tailed beasts. Natsuki remarks, It seems she will follow the same procedure in the future. After the staff finishes explaining, they indicate for Ryuko and Haru to stand on the transfer array. Please stand in the array. It will soon transport you to the land of Peach. As the camera shifts, the scene transforms from indoors to a peach orchard. A gentle breeze sweeps through, causing pink peach petals to fall like rain, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. The camera pans with Haru's perspective, revealing a peach grove bathed in morning light, with soft grass underfoot, dew-kissed wildflowers swaying in the wind, and distant mountains shrouded in mist, resembling a watercolor painting. Ryoko's eyes sparkle. Wow, it's beautiful. No wonder it's called the Land of Peach. The two follow the signposts until they reach a towering tree. Its trunk entwined with glowing ancient runes, its canopy sprawling like an umbrella. Beneath the tree, 9 paths diverge, each marked with a wooden sign displaying the name and a charming illustration of the respective beast. A solitary guardian crane, a magnificent sandcastle, 2 tails of a traveler, 2 adorable cat paws, 3 tails of a floating tortoise shell, 4 tails of Sun Wukong, a heap of rosy peaches, 5 tails of King Mu, a horseshoe imprint, 6 tails of the rhinoceros dog, a mini slug blowing bubbles, 7 tails of Chome, 3 pairs of vibrantly colored wings, 8 tails of the ox demon, a bull's head adorned with ink mirrors and microphones, 9 tails of Kurama, 9 spreading tails. Riko admired each one, taking photos while exclaiming various delightful praises. The tailed beasts, the physical embodiments of the Jinchuriki, peered curiously, contemplating this as a potential future abode. Chunqing and Riko followed the path marked by Kurama, guided by signs leading them to the revered beast. As they approached, Chunqing felt a flutter of anxiety, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. "Are you ready, Riko?" Riko inhaled deeply. "Of course, let us proceed." They continued onward, turning a corner. Suddenly, the wind stilled. Before them lay an expansive meadow, at the center of which rested a small crimson figure, Kurama. It lay with eyes closed, its massive form rising and falling rhythmically with each breath, each strand of fur shimmering like molten gold. Its 9 tails sprawled across the ground like flames, occasionally flicking lazily. Riko's pupils dilated. She had envisioned the enormity of a tailed beast, yet standing before Kurama, the overwhelming presence rendered her weak in the knees. Even a single paw of this creature dwarfed both of them combined. Chunqing and Riko remained silent until Kurama opened one eye, its crimson slit pupil glinting like a gem in the setting sun. "Ah, here come 2 little rascals." Kurama's deep voice rumbled like distant thunder. Riko stepped forward, gazing up into Kurama's eyes, raising the enormous scroll in her hands for Kurama to see. "Great Kurama, I am Riko Irukawa, and I have come to the land of Peach Springs to establish a summoning contract with you." With that, she presented the sealing scroll before Kurama. "This is my offering. Please, let us formalize our contract." At that moment, Kurama appeared surprisingly gentle, a petal from a peach blossom resting on its snout, swaying gently with each breath. Riko, unwavering, stared into Kurama's vast eyes, her heart racing under the weight of its feral gaze. Suddenly, one of Kurama's tails shot forth, deftly snatching the contract and sealing scroll from Riko's grasp. The sealing scroll unfurled, revealing Riko's offerings, a selection of delicacies she had personally prepared, and a large, vibrant yarn ball crafted with her family's help, artfully woven into a stunning rainbow sphere. Kurama squinted its eyes, leisurely tossing roasted chicken and duck into its mouth, while Chunqing, acting as the photographer, diligently captured Kurama's reactions. She noticed the corners of Kurama's mouth twitch slightly. In the next moment, the great fox lowered its head, resting it upon its forepaws, its gaze fixed on the girls while its 9 tails swayed against the grass. "You are Riko Irukawa?" Kurama inquired. Riko's face lit up with joy. "Yes, you may call me Riko." Kurama, with a hint of pride, responded, "Humph, you have passed." The tail unfurled the contract, signing its name, Kurama, upon it. Riko produced her prepared pen and inscribed her name, Riko Irukawa, in the lower right corner of the scroll. Standing upright after signing, she bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I look forward to our future interactions, and I shall cherish the power you grant me." Kurama appeared quite pleased, sporting a fox-like smile. Straightening herself, Riko shyly extended a finger toward Kurama, hesitantly asking, "Might I touch your tail, great Kurama?" The fox remained silent but extended a tail toward her. Was this consent? Riko gazed upward, her eyes sparkling, trembling fingers reaching toward Kurama's tail. The crimson fur glowed like flames in the sunset, yet was unexpectedly soft. As her fingertips brushed the tip of the tail, Kurama's ears twitched, yet the tail did not shy away, instead lowering slightly, as if permitting her touch. "So soft." Riko gasped softly, her fingers sinking gently into the plush fur like a warm cloud. Chunqing stood nearby, camera focused on this enchanting scene. In the frame, the enormous 9-tailed fox lounged languidly, its head just visible, while Riko cradled the tail's tip in her hands, her expression akin to discovering the world's most precious treasure, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Though Kurama maintained its haughty demeanor, the tip of its tail swayed gently, as if responding to her touch. Reluctantly, Riko withdrew her hand, bowing once more. "Thank you. I will cherish this contract." Kurama squinted its eyes, curling its tail to gather the remaining roasted delicacies beside it, leisurely stating, "Next time, remember to bring freshly fried tofu, and the yarn ball could be larger." Riko nodded vigorously, her smile radiant as blooming peach blossoms. "Yes, I will buy even more beautiful yarn and bring you an enormous one next time." Under the sun, the great fox and the diminutive human girl stood together. The contract scroll spread upon the grass, Kurama's signature commanding most of the space, while Riko's name was small, yet resolute alongside it. Chapter 30. Capturing the tailed beasts. The entire ninja world beheld this terrifying scene through Chuanqing's eyes. As the nine tails emerged, the villagers of Konoha were paralyzed by fear, haunted by painful memories etched in their minds. An elder trembled backward, his murky eyes reflecting the shadow of the colossal beast. As if transported back to that bloody night, burning homes, heart-wrenching screams, and the nine tails' crimson, inhuman slitted gaze. "Do not approach, do not approach." Yet, the nine tails' unexpected friendliness was astonishing. The world seemed to freeze in that moment. The streets of Konoha fell silent. "Is that really the nine tails?" A ninja murmured incredulously, his voice dry as sandpaper. "How can this be? What a joke!" Suddenly, an enraged roar pierced the still air. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man. A grotesque scar stretching from his neck to beneath his collar, his left sleeve flapping emptily in the wind. "It's all a lie. All of it." His fingertips dug deeply into his palms, yet he seemed unaware of the pain. "When the nine tails tore my son apart, it wore this very expression." His voice emerged from deep within his throat, laden with the scent of blood. "It laughs, then turns people into mush." His voice dwindled to a near whimper. But the next moment, he lifted his head sharply, his face contorted with rage, hatred almost palpable. "This Peach Springs is clearly a lair for demons. Like this middle-aged man." The majority of villagers threatened by the tailed beasts were unwilling to believe the spectacle before them was real. How could the nine tails be so tranquil? How could it allow humans to approach? How could it lie there lazily, like a common pet, permitting a girl to stroke its tail? Some bowed their heads, fists clenched. Others covered their mouths, shoulders trembling slightly, while others' gazes shifted from shock and doubt to something sharper, anger, fear, and an unhealed wound. Under the vast sky, Ryoko gazed up at the nine tails, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. The nine tails' tails swayed gently, resembling a docile creature. Yet, in the eyes of those who had suffered at the hands of the tailed beasts on the streets of Konoha, this enchanting scene felt like a cruel deception. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having witnessed the might of the nine tails, was equally astonished. Such a friendly demeanor was indeed unimaginable. Naruto placed a hand on his abdomen. Aware that the nine tails was sealed within him, Kurama, the colossal red fox with 9 majestic tails, looming like a mountain in the sky. Natsuki, in her heart, chuckled affectionately. "Kurama, how adorable. Come give your mama a kiss." Embracing Naruto's shoulders, she reassured him, "Do not be afraid, Naruto, we shall stand by your side." The work of cultivating goodwill must not cease. With the successful signing of the summoning contract with Kurama, Ryoko floated out of the building amid the staff's congratulations. She squealed in delight, grasping Haru's hands tightly. "I did it, Haru. Ha ha ha, I succeeded." Haru beamed back. "Congratulations. You are now officially recognized as Kurama's partner." Spinning joyfully, Ryoko exclaimed, "Woohoo! I will be Kurama's official caretaker. His tails are so soft and utterly adorable." She then began to chatter incessantly about her preparations. Kurama, capable of sensing malice, could perceive the deepest evils within a person's heart. Cunning tricks would be effortlessly seen through. Thus, all her preparations were meticulously crafted by her own hands. I researched the previous caretaker's notes and discovered Kurama's fondness for poultry and eggs, so I prepared roasted chicken, duck, goose, and marinated eggs. I learned that Kurama enjoys playing online games, but since I'm not very familiar with that, I didn't prepare anything. Most importantly, I found out that Kurama loves playing with balls. I rallied my entire family to knit, including my parents, grandparents, and our neighbor, Yumiko. We knitted for half a month. Ryoko proudly placed her hands on her hips. I knew only sincerity could touch Kurama. Haru applauded, "Smart Ryoko." Inside Naruto, Kurama observed his future self alongside the proud Ryoko, his upcoming partner. He closed his eyes again, counting time within. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Great Republic would be established. In a past video, the comments indicated that the battle in the Valley of the End symbolized the war's conclusion. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, both still under 20, were now 12, suggesting that the Fourth Great Ninja War would conclude within 8 years. freedom. Other tailed beasts shared similar thoughts, yearning for liberation. All Akatsuki members reached their destinations. Communicating readiness through Pain's 6 paths, Uchiha Obito commanded, commenced the operation. As the sky continued to display its spectacle, it captivated the attention of the masses, marking the village's most vulnerable moment. Outside Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, Scorpion received the signal to act alone and stealthily infiltrated. Gaara was confined within a small room, surrounded by vigilant ninja guards. Multiple puppets launched a surprise attack, administering poison to swiftly eliminate the guards while stealthily releasing a hypnotic gas into the room. Gaara was captured. Manipulating the puppets, Scorpion wrapped Gaara and escaped underground from Sunagakure. Quietly, the Jinchuriki of One Tail vanished. In the Land of Lightning, a wood clone deftly evaded a flying sword. The formidable Kisame appeared, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. The wood clone recognized him as a member of Akatsuki. Kisame confronted 2 wood clones on their way back to the village, stating without hesitation that the organization desired their tailed beasts. The battle commenced fiercely. Water release techniques clashed with the 2 tails fire techniques, leading to the defeat of the 2 wood clones. Uchiha Itachi and the Hungry Ghost Path captured Killer Bee, who attempted to flee the village. Amaterasu ignited, but both were deceived by a severed octopus tentacle clone, allowing Killer Bee to escape successfully. The Hell Path, observing through the eyes of the Hungry Ghost Path, relayed this information to Uchiha Obito, who remarked, "We merely need to acquire the tailed beast chakra." In the Land of Water, Deidara bombarded the lake where the 3 tails resided, causing it to surface. The giant turtle, after a brief display of resistance, expressed a willingness to accompany him, eager for the future promised by the sky. A white ice shield ensnared Hachibi, while the corrosive bubbles from the 6 tails proved difficult to defend against. Zabuza and the summoned creatures faced a momentary setback until Deidara arrived just in time to assist, leading to Hachibi's defeat. In the Land of Earth, Haiden's skills were formidable, yet the sky had not revealed his most potent ability, Blood Exchange. After a brutal battle with the 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han, he emerged victorious. Finally, the 4 tails Jinchuriki was different. When Konan and Yahiko approached him, Old Purple willingly agreed to go with them. "I have lived long enough," he stated. "Having been a Jinchuriki for nearly 40 years, I never anticipated a peaceful end." Konan and Yahiko were taken aback. They had envisioned countless scenarios, fierce resistance, desperate pleas, even a berserk transformation into a tailed beast, but never such tranquility. Inspired by the peace in the sky, Old Purple was willing to sacrifice his life. His voice was hoarse, akin to the friction of tectonic plates. "Freedom, oh freedom." Ryoko skipped ahead of Haru, who had already removed her head-mounted camera. Ryoko recounted her anxiety during the application process and her elation upon learning that her chakra was highly compatible with Kurama, along with the busy preparations of the past few days. Suddenly, her exuberance waned. "You know, Haru, while researching, I discovered that the past was profoundly different from our present." Haru replied, "Yes, I am aware." Ryoko continued, "I found records indicating that incidents involving tailed beasts harming people were primarily concentrated during the Ninja Village era. Before that, such events were rare and usually accidental, mostly due to their immense size and power leading to unintentional harm." Haru added, "The tailed beasts back then must have roamed freely in the wilderness, seeking amusement." Ryoko affirmed, "Yes, aimlessly running, wandering, and sleeping." However, when the 9 tails was sealed within Uzumaki Mido, people realized that the tailed beast's power could be harnessed. Everyone coveted this power, leading to the division of the Land of Whirlpools and the Uzumaki clan, resulting in the emergence of numerous Jinchuriki. Haru remarked, "Human greed is the root of destruction." Ryoko reflected, "Sealing the tailed beasts within human bodies is akin to stuffing a volcano into a glass bottle." Haru added, "And then they blamed the volcano for erupting, causing countless deaths." The two continued their discussion, covering topics from Sage of the 6 Paths splitting the 10 tails to prevent the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki, to the various amusing tales of the tailed beasts she had uncovered. Finally, Ryoko smiled at the sky. "Fortunately, we are different now. The tailed beasts are no longer disasters. They are companions." The sky dimmed. In Konohagakure, everyone was astonished by the unusually brief sky display today. At the moment it faded, Natsuki, Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, Uzumaki, and their guiding jonin, Hatake Kakashi, vanished from their spots. The guarding ninja exclaimed, The masked intruder left behind a message. Ninetales Jinchuriki successfully captured, and in the next moment, also disappeared without a trace. Still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, Natsuki had no time to activate her abilities. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a pitch-black, unfamiliar space. Instantly recognizing it as Kimui's dimension, her body remained vigilant while her heart relaxed. All right, let's get started. The uncertain 7th Squad surveyed their strange surroundings. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, cautiously observing their surroundings. Be careful. Just moments ago, we were in Konoha, and in an instant, we have arrived at this place. The space before them distorted for a moment, and a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds and a white mask appeared before Team 7. Kakashi's pupils trembled violently, staring incredulously at the masked individual. Outside the Kimui space, a group of ninjas instantaneously arrived at the location where Team 7 had vanished. The guarding ninja exclaimed, "The sky is falling." Everyone has recognized the perpetrator, the malevolent Uchiha Obito in his sinister black robe with red clouds. How infuriating that he could breach the barrier team. Previously, when Timiku mentioned he came to steal offerings from the spirit tablet, I thought it was a jest. Yet here he is, infiltrating Konoha. Did the barrier team fail to notice anything? The guarding ninja promptly notified the 3rd Hokage, causing a stir within the Hokage building. Are you saying that Uchiha Obito just appeared in Konoha and abducted all 4 members of Team 7? They vanished without a trace. Yes. A heavy silence fell over the room, for this was indeed dire news. Konoha immediately dispatched numerous shinobi to search for traces of Uchiha Obito. On the 2nd day, Timiku did not appear. The busy and anxious individuals hardly noticed his absence. On the 3rd and 4th days, Timiku was still missing. Konoha began receiving reports from various ninja villages that their Jinchuriki had been kidnapped, with the culprits being the Akatsuki. On a remote island far from the 5 great nations, members of the Akatsuki were extracting tailed beasts. The extraction of a single tailed beast required approximately 3 days. And now they simply needed to wait patiently for the completion of the process. The nobles were filled with dread as their impending doom loomed over them. The executioner's blade hanging above their heads. How could they not be afraid? Across the globe, the populace was in a state of jubilation, for they too had heard the whispers. All tailed beasts had been gathered, and a new world was on the horizon. On the 6th day following the abductions of the Jinchuriki, the 5 Kage, under pressure from the daimyos and nobles, hastily convened to discuss a solution. Under the frantic pressure from the nobles, the meeting of the 5 Kage focused on how to obliterate the Akatsuki by any means necessary to thwart the Moon Eye plan and safeguard the interests of the nobles and shinobi villages. Present at the 5 Kage summit were the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Tsuchikage Jinoki, the 4th Reikage, the 4th Kazekage Raza, and the newly appointed 5th Mizukage Terum Mei, as they deliberated on the first step of their plan to locate the Akatsuki and the abducted Jinchuriki. After 2 days of meetings, their subordinates had yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the Akatsuki. They had thoroughly scoured the land of rain, finding not a single trace. On the 3rd day of the 5 Kage conference, as arguments ensued, a dark circular probe appeared in the center of the meeting room. The 5 Kage jumped back in alarm, and the Reikage surged forward, demanding, "Who goes there?" Black Zetsu grinned ominously, his voice gravelly. "Greetings, esteemed Kage. You are searching for the location of the Akatsuki, are you not? Quickly disclose the location of the remote island and note that extracting a tailed beast takes an average of 3 days. Uchiha Obito and the reanimated Uchiha Madara are also present." He briefly outlined Madara's plan before vanishing, leaving the 5 Kage in bewilderment. He had not distanced himself but remained hidden in the shadows, observing clandestinely. Black Zetsu was now filled with trepidation, for both Madara and the Akatsuki were wary of him, having specifically chosen a secluded island, making it impossible for him to approach. Without the ability to get closer, he could not act in a timely manner. He needed to find a way to implant Kagaya's will into Madara the moment he became the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Yet, Black Zetsu's combat prowess was weak. Aside from immortality and earth manipulation, he had little utility. No matter how he pondered, he could not find a favorable opportunity, especially since Tenmaku had already betrayed him. If Uchiha Madara successfully became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, his own life would truly come to an end. Thus, Black Zetsu resolved to disrupt everything. Tachibana Natsuki and her companions had all been captured by Obito and were held within the Kimui space, which even Uchiha Madara could not access. Therefore, he had to place his hopes on others, particularly the beneficiaries of the shinobi village system, as they would go to any lengths to prevent the world depicted in Tenmaku's vision from materializing. Listening to their plans to establish a ninja alliance, Black Zetsu prayed internally. Go forth. The more brutal the conflict, the better. Ideally, wear Madara down entirely, creating an opening for me. This was the closest Black Zetsu had ever been to successfully rescuing Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chapter 31. The Ninja Alliance. On the day the Ninja Alliance was formed, Ino anxiously watched her father, Yamanaka Inoichi, as he hurriedly packed essential items. He was to serve as the captain of the liaison unit for the Ninja Alliance, heading to the border of the Land of Fire to command the operations of the forward Ninja Alliance troops. Yamanaka Inoichi gently patted Ino's head, reassuring her. Do not worry, Ino. Tears welled in Ino's eyes as she implored, Daddy, why must you go? Didn't Temaku say that once Uchiha Madara becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, we would attain a peaceful world? Why must we stop him? Yamanaka Inoichi crouched down to meet Ino's gaze. Because the world is not merely black and white. What if Uchiha Madara refuses to adhere to Tachibana Natsuki's ideals after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? What if Tachibana Natsuki has already perished, and we cannot follow the original path of development? Sighing, Yamanaka Inoichi continued, ninjas must heed the Hokage's directives, fighting to protect their village, even when those orders may seem unreasonable. With that, he departed without a backward glance. The island where the Akatsuki was located lay in the southern seas of the Land of Fire. To save time, the vanguard of the Ninja Alliance was composed of the 5 Kage and their accompanying guards, alongside elite ninjas from Konoha. Other ninjas from various countries advanced directly towards the Akatsuki's island upon receiving the summons. After several days, the sky once again brightened. A much more mature-looking Haru appeared. Everyone was astonished. Why does Miss Haru look so much more mature? Her hairstyle has changed as well. Picked up by a special vehicle to the military base. For individuals in camouflage uniforms escorted Haru into the facility. After a complex security check, Haru arrived in the conference room. Upon entering, she found 2 individuals inside, Akajikeru, who had also matured significantly, and a middle-aged man. Haru greeted them warmly, approaching the middle-aged man to shake his hand. Hello, General Soul, long time no see. Hello, Researcher Sato. General Soul stated, let us dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the point. He brought up several lists of the Otsutsuki that had appeared thus far. Haru examined each list carefully, noting the confidential nature of the content. Haru inquired. The notification did not mention an Otsutsuki invasion. So where did the issue with the spatial barrier arise? Akajikeru explained. The military received a prophecy of an impending arrival of a powerful Otsutsuki, one far beyond any we have encountered before. Unfortunately, the prophecy lacks detail. We speculate he will appear in 10 years and directly breach the spatial barrier beyond our planet. Haru nodded. So you have located my mentor. General Soul replied. Indeed, Researcher Kimura recommended you to us. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, regarding the threat from beyond the stars. Everyone beneath the sky lamented. Even if the world achieves peace, there will still be many dangers. Shikamaru remarked, we must establish a unified nation. Ino and Choji stared at Shikamaru in surprise as he continued, a horde of powerful extraterrestrial enemies capable of resurrecting indefinitely through parasitic ninjas. Each as formidable as Kagaya Otsutsuki. If we do not unify, we stand no chance of victory. Haru clicked on the video prepared for her. Akajikeru briefly introduced. This is footage of Seville's battle against Otsutsuki Kinshur. Haru mused, the hero of the planet. Seville, a figure from our textbooks. I never imagined I would witness Seville's battle with my own eyes. General Soul added, these are images the military has never made public. For years, Lord Seville's legacy has inspired us. The video began to play. Seville's little finger entwined the chain around his injured comrade, as healing applied to others was halved. With most of his wounds restored, his ally retreated under Seville's protection, seeking concealment. On the fractured ground, the slender figure of Seville contrasted sharply with the towering Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who stood over 2 meters tall. Seville slowly raised his right hand, the chains coiling around it as if they were alive. You killed my parents. I have remembered it all these years. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, expressionless, lifted his staff and uttered 2 words, ants. Seville retorted, you self-proclaimed deities. Treating humanity as mere fertilizer for the divine tree, slaughtering at will, have likely never regarded the power of humans. With a pointed finger towards Kinshiki, 5 chains immediately enveloped it. Kinshiki, appearing instantaneously, swung his staff with enough force to shatter mountains towards Seville. Seville stepped back, his right hand swinging fiercely, the chains hurtling towards the enemy like a dragon emerging from the sea. Kinshiki, still unfamiliar with the intricacies of Nan, found the entirely different power system from chakra considerably disorienting. Based on the memories accessed through his Rinnegan, Kinshiki deduced that Seville was a manipulation-type nin user, wielding chains as his weapon. Manipulation-type abilities typically require physical contact with the enemy, and the user is often their own weakness. Kinshiki confidently assessed him as no threat. He merely needed to evade those chains. With overwhelming physical strength surpassing that of any human, Kinshiki felt assured that Seville could not withstand his might. Seville was compelled to frequently employ the healing chains of his little finger to mend his injuries. Kinshiki smirked coldly. With your feeble abilities, do you really think you can obstruct me? Seville's powers were indeed troublesome, yet thus far, none of his attacks had even grazed Kinshiki. Seville tightened his right hand, revealing the chains that ensnared Kinshiki. The chains coiled around his limbs, body, and neck like venomous serpents, causing Kinshiki's chakra flow to cease abruptly. Realizing the change within him, Kinshiki's pupils dilated in shock. When did this happen? A chain capable of invisibility? It dawned on him that Seville was not a manipulation type after all. The chains were a manifestation of Nan. This ability was unlike any other nin user he had encountered, rendering him unable to utilize chakra. Seville, with a sense of benevolence, explained, "This is the power of humanity, the very strength you deem insignificant." As the chains constricted, Kinshiki was forced to kneel. My nin ability is the contract chains. Each finger possesses a specific power. The middle finger's binding chain can force an enemy into a state of absolute submission. Your chakra is now sealed. The chain from Seville's middle finger moved with the agility of a serpent. Kinshiki, incredulous, questioned, how could such power exist? Seville looked down upon him. A nun user can maximize their potential through restrictions and oaths, establishing rules and vowing to adhere to them. The more arduous the rule, the greater the resultant power. I have imposed a rule. The binding chain of the middle finger can only be used against your Otsutsuki clan. Should I employ it against anyone else, I would be immediately punished by the oath, and the chains would shatter my heart. Seville revealed a victorious smile. I am willing to pay any price to eradicate the Otsutsuki. Do not harbor any false hopes. Once bound by my chains of binding, you will be unable to utilize the Tsuki no Kage. Thus, you shall meet your demise. As Seville delivered the death sentence, his previously concealed allies emerged, swiftly severing Kinshiki's head with a single stroke. Seville retracted the chains, his gaze unwavering. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow any Otsutsuki to trample upon my comrades. Is this the essence of Nan? Contracts and oaths, establishing rules to amplify one's strength, enhancing the body, summoning Nun beasts, manipulation, materialization, prophecy, sealing chakra. How astonishingly potent these Nun abilities are. Ordinary individuals devoid of chakra gazed upon their forms, realizing the latent power they possessed. As Haruaki sequentially opened the videos, the 3 Otsutsuki revealed themselves to be terrifyingly formidable. The other 2 were similarly sealed of their chakra, dispatched by Naruto and Sasuke, each delivering a lethal blow. All possessed the ocular powers of Byakugan and Sharingan, capable of absorbing chakra, rich in unique bloodlines, and traversing time like the legendary Kagaya Otsutsuki and the fabled Sage of 6 Paths. The might of the Otsutsuki clan far exceeded expectations. Upon completing the 3 videos concerning the Otsutsuki, it felt as though a final task had been accomplished and the celestial curtain closed, vanishing without a trace. As the extraction of the 5 tails commenced, Nagato spoke. The hungry ghost and animal paths have detected the Ninja Alliance 300 miles from the island. Uchiha Obito opened his eyes. It must be Black Zetsu. Obito spoke with conviction, certain he had revealed their location. Nagato continued. The vanguard of the Ninja Alliance is advancing from the northwest, estimated at 30,000, led by the 5 Kage. The Ninja Alliance surged toward the island, with ninjas gathering chakra beneath their feet to run across the sea. They too were aware of the celestial content, the impending formidable adversary leaving them in awe. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the area. The waves surged, and the air crackled with the chill of chakra pressure. Who goes there? Roared the Raikage. From within the mist emerged two figures. Zabuza? The surprised Mei Terumi beheld the man before her. Zabuza Momochi, wielding his beheading sword, was accompanied by the masked Haku. You wish to pass? You must first contend with us. Behind Zabuza and Haku, the 6 paths of pain lined up, standing upon the water, their rinnegan gleaming ominously. Reikage AI, fuming with rage, unleashed a torrent of lightning chakra, attempting to breach the defensive line. The Azura path intercepted from the flank, its mechanical arm transforming to launch missiles. The Reikage's bodyguard threw a punch at the Azura path, urging his comrades to break through. Inoki floated above, invoking dust release, destruction of the origin. The hungry ghost path leaped high, directly absorbing the dust release. The animal path could summon 8 different beasts. The hungry ghost path could absorb chakra, and the Azura path was lethally potent. The most formidable Deva path, Pain, wielded Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, enough to overwhelm the Ninja Alliance. However, the 5 Kage, armed with rich combat experience, strategically dispersed. As elite ninjas engaged each of the pain paths, the 5 Kage led the charge, forcefully breaking through the line toward the island. 100 miles from the island, they encountered members of the Akatsuki who had come out to meet them. Deidara soared above on his clay bird, launching a bomb-laden bird straight at Inoki. Traitor! Inoki shouted, soaring up to confront Deidara. Uchiha Itachi deliberately positioned himself before the 3rd Hokage, the two standing resolutely against one another. Kisame approached the new Mizukage, Terumi Mei, grinning widely. What a splendid battlefield we have chosen. Suddenly, a samurai dispatched by the daimyo spoke. The daimyo has ordered the eradication of the Akatsuki, but Haiden and Kakuzu must be captured alive. Haiden burst into laughter, glaring at the samurai, brandishing his scythe as he charged forward. The war ignited. Kisame stood at the crest of the wave, his shark-like skin quivering with excitement. Mei Terumi formed hand seals and initiated an attack with melting release, melted beast technique. Corrosive acid mist engulfed the sea, but Kisame leaped back to evade, as a mist ninja wearing a forehead protector surfaced from the water below. Got you. Kisame sneered, fool. His sword expanded violently, piercing through the water prison and draining the ninja into a desiccated husk. Kisame formed hand seals and struck the surface of the sea with water release. Great exploding water shockwave. A colossal wave transformed into a hemispherical water prison, ensnaring Reikage AI, Konin, and numerous ninjas within an elliptical water cell simultaneously. Kisame merged his sword, Samahata, into his own body, submerging beneath the water, his gills flaring open as he initiated the hunt. Only Nagato, Obito, and Madara remained on the island. Nagato formed hand seals, invoking the outer path, samsara of heavenly life. The body of Uchiha Madara descended, dust and debris falling away, his skin regaining the softness and vitality of the living, a rebirth. Upon completing the technique, Nagato seemed to have his life force instantly siphoned away, collapsing in exhaustion. Obito retrieved Nagato's lifeless form into the Kamui dimension and extracted Naruto Uzumaki from that space. As Naruto was brought forth, he instinctively shouted, only to be silenced by a swift chop from Obito. The outer path, golem of the 6 paths, emerged, a withered wooden figure that roared with ferocity. Its immense cry echoed into the ears of the Ninja Alliance. Hidden beneath the waves, Kagaya frowned. If the Ninja Alliance could not even breach the defensive line constructed by the Akatsuki, how could they contend with Uchiha Madara? The roar of the golem resonated from the island, an oppressive force that rendered breathless. On high, Inoki had spotted the gigantic figure of the golem. This was dire. They had summoned the golem of the 6 paths. Reikage AI exclaimed. Is this the 10-tailed shell that Kagaya spoke of? Jiraiya urged. We must break through quickly. They have other means to extract tailed beasts. The Ninja Alliance attempted to surge forward to breach the encirclement. Deidara, riding on a clay giant bird, cackled maniacally as he unleashed a barrage of explosive clay bombs. Art is an explosion. The successive detonations forced the Ninja Alliance to retreat. As they deliberated their next course of action, contemplating how to break through and prevent Uchiha Madara, a member of the Mist Umbu behind Konin trembled, removing his forehead protector which splashed into the sea. Suddenly, he raised his long blade, striking his teammate beside him. The teammate stared in shock at the blade embedded in his shoulder, unable to question before his breath left him. Sakuya remained silent, attacking indiscriminately. Sakuya, have you lost your mind? He shouted in response. The madness lies with you. Willing to be the lapdog of aristocratic scum. The battlefield fell silent. Sakuya grimaced bitterly, shaking his head. I've had enough. After all these years, I've had enough. His memories flashed back to the past, recalling the moment he severed a comrade's head. Receiving congratulations from his instructor for officially becoming a ninja. The darkness and bloody reality he faced for so many years. Wasn't he the world of the heavens preferable? Wouldn't it be better to usher in peace sooner? He turned the blade towards Conan. How long will you continue to deceive yourself? Conan remained silent, gazing at Sakuya. Once a companion who helped her secure her position as Mizuki's. Raikage Ei struck like lightning, sending Sakuya flying with a punch. Traitors had no right to question a Kage. Chapter 32. The end of Uchiha Madara within the Kimui dimension. Relying on the provisions brought by Obito, Shaki calculated that Team 7 had been confined there for 17 days. Perhaps fearing they would starve, Obito had also sent in some lamps, potted plants, and leisurely reading materials. It felt as though whatever they saw was taken. Now, the Kamui dimension housed 3 massive bookshelves, likely pilfered from someone's home, and not one book was repeated. Kakashi-sensei had yet to find a way out. Since the day they were abducted, Obito had not shown himself again. Initially, Naruto had been curious, exploring the vast Kamui space, but soon he became restless. Perhaps the tedium was overwhelming. Shaki sat with her knees hugged to her chest, pondering the developments outside. They must be collecting tailed beasts, having captured Naruto for the 9 tails. A distortion rippled through the space, and Shaki focused on the distortion. It didn't seem to be mealtime yet. Were they serving early today? Suddenly, a corpse plummeted from above. Red-haired, emaciated male. Shaki recognized it as Nagato's body. Hearing commotion from afar, Naruto rushed over. Again, the space warped, and Naruto was snatched away by Obito. Kakashi attempted to intervene with a body flicker technique, but was unsuccessful. Gazing upon Nagato's skeletal corpse and sunken eyes, Shaki speculated that they intended to extract the 9 tails. The 10 tails would soon emerge. She wondered if the Sage of 6 Paths would appear this time, as Naruto faced death. Surely, he would. Regardless, resistance was futile. Shaki expressed a semblance of concern before burying her head in her knees. She believed in Nagato, in Uchiha Madara, and in Obito. While they may be misguided, their original intent for peace would never waver. On the ocean's front line, tumult brewed, and the land was no less tumultuous. On a moonless night, as blood splattered against crimson gates, the fastest deaths among the nobility occurred in the land of water, where rogue ninjas lurked, ready to strike from the shadows. One night, Kurochi Raigo wielded dual blades, lightning cleaving through the night sky. 15 elite guards of the feudal lord perished before they could even scream. The feudal lord of the land of water slumped to the ground, his golden crown rolling away, trembling fingers pointing at Kurochi Raiga. I can give you money. Whatever you desire, even women. Kurochi Raiga grinned wickedly, thrusting his lightning blade through the lord's chest. Go to hell, scum. As the tale of Kurochi Raiga, a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, slaying the feudal lord of the land of water along with his 15 guards spread, the ninja world trembled. Soon, a frenzy of assassinations targeting the nobility erupted across the globe. In the land of fire, a noble was poisoned despite being surrounded by heavy guards. In the land of wind, a noble's convoy was caught in a sandstorm. When the dust settled, only corpses riddled with sand and iron remained. Kurochi Raiga unhesitatingly severed yet another noble's head, murmuring to himself, how many is this now? The 8th? No matter, I can slay a few more. Helping the ninja world conserve chakra should ease the strain of casting Infinite Tsukuyomi, right? Indeed, let me assist him in conserving energy. Kurochi Raiga chattered to himself, laughing as he headed towards the next noble's estate. On a remote island, as the ninja alliance advanced, the Akatsuki members were dispatched to obstruct them. They had managed to extract the 5 tails, while the 6 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails remained untapped. The 8 tails was too elusive, surely hiding in a place difficult to find. They could simply use the severed limb of the 8 tails that Itachi had cut off. The golem of the 6 paths released 3 chakra chains from its mouth, dragging the 6 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails out instantly, as the Jinchuriki lay unconscious, unable to resist. The golem's form expanded, a roar erupting, and the 10 tails was resurrected. The anguished roar shattered the earth, and the powerful chakra surging forth created tidal waves upon the sea. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals. 6 paths, 10 tails coffin seal. His voice remained unwavering. Barely re-emerging into the light, the Ten Tails' massive form began to collapse, compressing into a torrent of pure energy that surged violently into Madara's body. This was the technique to absorb all the tailed beast's power, thus becoming the Ten Tails' Jinchuriki. As the dust settled, the Sage of Six Paths Madara appeared. His white hair danced wildly, draped in the white cloak of the Sage of Six Paths, 9 truth-seeking balls floating behind him, and wielding the Six Paths staff. Feeling the surging power within him, Uchiha Madara smiled with satisfaction. Following Sakuya's betrayal, more members of the Ninja Alliance chose to defect. Nishida? Even you, the Konoha ninja's hand trembled on the hilt of his blade, the reflection revealing the image of a former comrade removing his forehead protector. The protector fell, splashing into the water, the droplets resembling something shattering completely. Nishida offered no defense, merely turning his kunai slowly towards his former ally, revealing a twisted, struggling smile. Obedience to commands is the sacred duty of a ninja, yet I still yearn for the arrival of peace. The blade glimmers with a cold light, reflecting 2 faces etched with the same anguish. There are also some indecisive combatants, bound by the indoctrination of the shinobi village system, yet harboring souls that long for peace and freedom. In the land of wind, Shuriyuri appears dazed as she mechanically throws shurikens. Her aim falters, prompting her comrades to shout in frustration, "What are you doing? Focus." Shuriyuri nods weakly, her increasingly numb heart brimming with resistance. Suddenly, a kunai hurtles towards her. She suppresses her muscle reflexes and allows it to pierce her. In that moment of penetration, she experiences a strange sense of relief. As the seawater envelopes her vision, the cold sensation delicately cradles her fading consciousness, and a smile of liberation graces her lips. When Jiraiya witnesses a former ally from Konoha turn against them and be slain by the 3rd Hokage, their bodies slowly sinking into the depths of the sea, he too feels a momentary tremor of doubt. The Ninja Alliance battling against the Akatsuki? A conflict among the Ninja Alliance itself? In the chaos, the waters are stained crimson. A roar that shakes the heavens and the earth reverberates, heralding the emergence of the Ten Tails, an immense creature that casts a shadow over the land. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the Ten Tails vanishes. The assembled ninjas sense an ominous shift. In the next instant, Madara Uchiha appears before them, floating in midair, surveying the Ninja Alliance with a penetrating gaze. The overwhelming aura he emanates nearly stifles their breath. After a lengthy pause, one ninja, recovering from the pressure, speculates. Is he searching for something? Is it the 8 Tails Jinchuriki? Madara's Rinnegan possesses the ability to detect abnormal chakra, allowing him to discern the previously undetectable Black Zetsu and see through its disguise. It seems he has discovered something, as he swiftly darts away in pursuit. Black Zetsu is fleeing. Upon realizing the Ninja Alliance cannot break through, it decides to escape. So weak, so utterly useless, this Ninja Alliance, it thinks. I must find a hiding place. There is still a chance. As long as I survive, I can surely find an opportunity, even if it means outlasting Madara. Navigating through the sea, Black Zetsu aims for a secluded island to merge into the woods. However, a sudden chill envelopes it. The surging waters above erupt in a massive splash. Found you. The moment it hears the voice, Madara's fingers plunge violently into its tar-like body, the power of the Rinnegan scorching its surface with burn marks. Black Zetsu frantically splits into dozens of tendrils, attempting to escape through division and liquefaction. Madara's 6 paths power boils in his palm, forcibly consolidating Black Zetsu. No more idle chatter. I will directly access Black Zetsu's memories. The instantaneous influx of millennia's worth of memories momentarily halts Madara's brain, but he swiftly moderates his reading speed. A conspiracy spanning 1,000 years unfolds before his eyes. Kaguya Otsutsuki's will, birthed in the moment of her sealing, incites discord, alters the tablets, schemes against his father and brother, and entices him to embrace the Moon Eye plan. Absurd, how utterly absurd. His knuckles crack from the tension of his grip, and Madara's chakra surges uncontrollably. Upon absorbing Black Zetsu's memories, Madara's fingers abruptly close. Utilizing yin-yang release to directly decompose Black Zetsu's chakra into its most primal form. Dead beyond resurrection. It dawns on him that he has been a pawn on the chessboard all along. Having always fancied himself the player, the truth of the Moon Eye plan is revealed, filling Madara with a sense of absurdity. This absurdity eclipses his anger, akin to a tiger realizing it has been led astray by an ant. Who would have imagined the ant was the true orchestrator of the chessboard? Gazing at the ashes remaining in his palm, Madara scoffs coldly. He looks up at the moon on the horizon. The moment is ripe. As the wielder of the Rinnegan approaches the moon eye, meant to realize the infinite dream, will awaken. Recalling the contents of the tablet, Madara soars towards the moon, fixating on its full orb, illuminating the world. Infinite Tsukuyomi. The Ninja Alliance can only see one figure ascend towards the full moon, and in that moment, the world is rendered silent. The moon in the sky undergoes a sudden transformation. 9 tomo materialize on its surface, and a crimson light cascades down like a tide. This light is not warm, not a beacon of hope, but rather a consuming, illusory dreamscape that devours all will. The ninjas on the ground look up, their pupils constricting. Some attempt to form seals to resist, while others turn to flee, yet their movements freeze the instant they touch the light. Their eyes morphing into the patterns of the Rinnegan. The world succumbs to silence, leaving Madara alone in the sky, gazing down with satisfaction at the illusion he has woven. Almost forgotten, he is not alone. Obito impatiently shouts from the ground, "Old man, hurry it up." Madara hears Obito's voice, but does not respond. Instead, he slowly raises his hand, his fingertips gathering destructive chakra. Closing his eyes, the Rinnegan at the center of his forehead spins. His 10 fingers dance rhythmically, like playing a requiem for the aristocracy. The aristocrats are but a swarm of parasitic insects, indulging in more precious treasures, more beautiful maidens, and finer wines within their sweet dreams, utterly lost in their illusions. A satisfied smile graces their lips, blissfully unaware of death's approach. These parasites are unworthy to witness the dawn of peace. As the heavens have decreed, search through memories, eliminate them one by one, ensuring no remnants remain. This time, it can be executed more thoroughly, sending away those who harbor deep-seated animosity towards peace and unity, who obstruct the founding of a nation. Such reforms will be easier, and Shaki will be safer. That lad Obito is rather unreliable. If opposition forces grow too numerous, he may falter. Upon reopening his eyes, all is concluded. Madara descends to the ground, voluntarily dispelling the infinite Tsukuyomi. Those lost in their beautiful dreams slowly awaken. Obito retrieves Nagato's corpse and brings forth Shaki and the others. Shaki finds her footing once more. She looks up to see a white-haired, white-clad Madara Uchiha. Oh, it seems the infinite Tsukuyomi was a success. Shall we commence the verbal duel? Shaki feels a twinge of nervousness, as many of her thoughts remain unformed. Sensing her anxiety, Madara refrains from complicating matters for the young girl. He speaks little, forming hand seals. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life. A torrent of chakra surges forth. Madara's life force draining away like sand through an hourglass, yet the light within his Rinnegan grows ever more intense. Shaki's eyes widen. What is this unfolding rhythm? In an instant, the laws of life and death in the universe are forcibly reversed. A colossal figure of Yama appears. Yama rises, opening wide his mouth, releasing countless souls of the deceased, returning them to their bodies to revive them. The bodies of the fallen ninjas tremble, cold veins surge with warm blood once more, and frozen pupils refocus. Some awaken abruptly in darkness, lungs bursting as they inhale the long-lost air. Others feel their stiff fingers twitch slightly, as if awakening from a prolonged slumber, while a hapless soul coughs seawater, quickly swimming to the surface. Wasn't I dead? What just happened? I seemed to have a wonderful dream. So did I? Immediately after, Madara extracts the 10 tails from his body, and his white hair visibly transforms back to black at an incredible speed. Madara collapses, gasping weakly. The residual 6 paths power, along with Hashirama's cells, sustains his body, preventing him from perishing immediately. Shaki recalls the introduction to the samsara of heavenly life she had seen before. This technique exchanges life for life, effective within a certain range. The more individuals revived, the greater the chakra consumption, and the physical toll of death by overexertion is far more tragic than that of a typical exchange. Yet Shaki observes a hint of serene joy at the corner of Madara's mouth. He gazes at Shaki, trembling as he beckons her closer. Natsuki approached, and Madara's Rinnegan stubbornly fixed upon her, as if awaiting an answer. His voice was hoarse, barely audible. "Can you bring peace?" He sought an affirmative reply. Natsuki knelt on one knee, resolutely grasping Madara's hand, gently pressing her forehead against his cold palm. and closed her eyes. Please read my memories. A faint glimmer of chakra ignited at Madara's fingertips. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. The inception of the Republic, the National Day festivities, the sleepless nights spent studying. Tears shed over insurmountable math problems. Children frolicking beneath the statue in the Valley of the End. Couples circling around a bonfire. Universities across the globe. The fearful gaze of a child awakening anew. Madara's pupils dilated slightly. So that's it. A nearly naive smile crept across his lips. Suddenly, that hand fell, crashing into the pool of blood and splattering droplets. Tears cascaded down Natsuki's cheeks. When she lifted her head again, the first ray of dawn pierced the horizon. Chapter 33. A brief interlude. The sky was clear, the sun hanging high. Above, an eagle spread its vast wings, soaring on the currents. Its sharp, golden eyes scanned the earth, locking onto a magnificent castle constructed of white stone bricks. Towering spires and symmetrical colonnades shimmered under the sunlight, their domes glinting with a cold brilliance. The eagle abruptly folded its wings and began to dive, swiftly sweeping over expansive lawns and plazas, where a crowd in white uniforms, akin to ants, lined up for a shift change. It brushed past the billowing crimson flags. In the central office of the tower, the window stood open, allowing warm sunlight to stream in. A silver-haired girl lay sprawled across the desk, her long hair tangled amidst a pile of documents. The sudden call of a bird roused Natsuki from her slumber. Furrowing her brow, she glanced up, her sleepy blue eyes meeting the eagle's golden gaze. She waved, and the ninja eagle alighted gracefully upon the cluttered desk. Natsuki retrieved a vacuum-sealed rabbit leg from the drawer, unwrapped it, and presented it to the eagle. The creature obediently awaited as Natsuki detached the letter from its leg before departing with the rabbit. Natsuki opened the letter, reading through it swiftly. Sasuke had trained with the Akatsuki for 3 years, with guidance primarily from Itachi Uchiha and Nagato. He had now graduated and was currently mocking Naruto at Mayaboka Mountain, planning to return to Yongan City with his teacher to celebrate the new year. A smile of satisfaction spread across Natsuki's face. Pleased by the enduring bond between Sasuke and Naruto, she stood and walked to the window, gazing at the beautifully landscaped lawn. The progress of Sasuke and Naruto's training over the past 3 years had been gradual, and once the new year had passed, they would begin learning sage arts. How wonderful it was. Natsuki smiled, shaking her head in delight. Behind her, the space warped, and a figure in a black uniform and white mask appeared. Natsuki continued to smile and cheerfully greeted, "Good afternoon, Obito. If you have time, could you please help me organize these documents?" Obito remained silent, directly taking a seat at Natsuki's desk and began sorting the chaotic files. Natsuki glanced at the distant swirling clouds, reminiscent of the Rinnegan. The image of Madara Uchiha flashed before her eyes, conjuring memories of that day when he had resurrected the fallen ninja alliance using the Rinnegan, only to collapse weakly upon the ground, gasping for breath. The unforgettable experience of soul extraction, the sensation of having her memories scrutinized through the Rinnegan, felt akin to her brain being thrust into a washing machine for a spin cycle, rendering her nauseous and in tears. Though the process was fraught with unexpected challenges, and the outcome even more surprising, the throne of the queen had landed upon Natsuki's shoulders. Not only the nobility, but even the likes of Danzo had been swiftly eliminated by Madara with a mere flick of his wrist. Under the formidable deterrence posed by Obito and the Akatsuki, Natsuki achieved a remarkably smooth unification of the ninja world. Thus, standing before them now was the architect of peace, the spokesperson for the Great Republic, and its first and last queen, Tachibana Natsuki. Natsuki felt a swell of pride, only to be interrupted by Obito's voice. All done. She turned to behold a mountain of documents, her spirits plummeting. So many files help. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Itachi were preparing to return to Yongan City to celebrate the new year with Natsuki. The group strolled leisurely, with Naruto distracted by a roadside stall, tempted by its delectable offerings, unable to move forward. Sasuke, with a look of disdain, approached to pay. Oh, as they passed a bouncy castle, Naruto was completely entranced. "I want to play." "Sasuke, you don't want to." "Naruto, I do." "Sasuke, no." Naruto rolled on the ground, persistently pleading. "Let's go play, please." Eventually, Sasuke relented and took Naruto to buy tickets. The two enjoyed an afternoon splashing about in the beach ball water pool. Jiraiya watched them with a smile, his chin resting on his hand. How delightful. Itachi, munching on dumplings, simply nodded in agreement. At the Konoha Research Institute, Kabuto pushed open the door, clutching a financial statement. Lord Orochimaru, we have a crisis. Funds are running low. Obsession with research kept Orochimaru from raising his head. File an application with the White House. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. The White House has informed us that we have exhausted our funding application opportunities. Orochimaru replied, use next year's. Kabuto responded, next year's is also gone, and beyond that. We have depleted our funding applications for the next decade. With a sigh, Orochimaru gestured for Kabuto to bring him the statement, his face clouded with melancholy. It seems I must seek out Natsuki. Kabuto's expression turned resolute, yet tinged with exhaustion. Lord Orochimaru, please take care of the funding for the Konoha Research Institute. Have you lost your mind? A thunderous voice echoed through the medical department of Konoha University. In the office of the dean, a strikingly beautiful Kunoichi clenched her fists, struggling to suppress her desire to strike. Tsunade slammed the paper she held onto the table. Look at what you've written. It must be reasoned and substantiated. I have repeated this countless times. Where is your evidence? The student across from her trembled, afraid to speak. Tsunade's chest heaved with rage, and she took several deep breaths in an effort to regain her composure. Rewrite this. Your introduction is disjointed. Each sentence must be meticulously examined 3 times to ensure that every statement is backed by evidence. The student, shedding tears of frustration, departed with his paper in hand. As the door clicked shut, Tsunade pressed one hand to her heart and rubbed her temples, feeling a headache brewing from the stress. Why had she ever thought to become a teacher? Perhaps the well-behaved and intelligent Sakura had fed her unrealistic fantasies, along with the silver-tongued dream weaver, Natsuki Tachibana, who had made grand promises to her. At that moment, Tsunade fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, at IWA Hidden University, Deidara was equally agitated, tugging at his hair. I've said it 1,000 times. Art requires the perfect golden ratio. You dare to mix hydrogen peroxide into my clay. The student opposite him stammered. But you said to let my creativity flow. Deidara suppressed his urge to obliterate his student and stormed out of the explosive engineering laboratory. At the border between the rain and wind provinces, ninjas and civilians worked together to realize Tachibana Natsuki's century-long plan for the Kanglan Canal water diversion project. To alleviate the drought in the wind province, they aimed to transfer the excess freshwater resources from the rain province. The governments of the 2 provinces collaborated on the project, utilizing surface water pipelines to minimize evaporation and efficiently direct water into the desert of Wind Province. Excavating mountains and opening rivers, the water pipelines slowly extended along the designated topographical lines towards the Wind Province. The Rice Fields Province, a region of great expectations for Tachibana Natsuki, served as the granary for the Great Republic, with plans to construct thousands of granaries to stockpile resources for times of war and famine. As the harvest season arrives, grains are transported in truckloads to the granaries. The convoy is entirely mechanized, incorporating the most advanced puppet technology from Sandy Hidden University, with the most innovative invention being the automated handling puppets that can load and unload tirelessly around the clock. The granaries, resembling white, cylindrical silos adorned with sealing techniques, stand in neat rows, their round forms delightfully charming. An elderly farmer often gazes at the granary with a silly grin, exclaiming, "Ha-ha! These cylindrical structures are even more impressive than those in the renowned capital." Obito faithfully accompanies Shaki, ensuring her safety. He witnesses documents fluttering from Shaki's desk, transforming into tangible achievements that return to her hands. Most days are as tranquil as still water, though Obito occasionally reminisces about Uchiha Madara. The world is evolving for the better, Obito is certain. A knock at the door interrupts the calm, and Kakashi, with crescent-shaped eyes full of mirth, peeks in, holding a food box. Although Kakashi has finished work for the day, Shaki is working overtime, so Obito decides to keep her company. Let us dine together, he suggests. This little world has reached its conclusion. Next, I will write a brief segment, which shouldn't be too lengthy, about the original 4th War Team's viewing of this little world, Chapter 1, Chapter 33. Following that, we will embark on a new viewing experience. Love you all, moi. Chapter 34. Original 4th War Team, Viewing 1. Previewing reminder. Original 4th War Line, Viewing World 3. The 4th Great Ninja War is raging fiercely. Suddenly, an unusual phenomenon occurs in the sky, and a large screen materializes. Look up at the sky. What is that? It's lighting up. Uchiha Madara and Obito simultaneously lift their gazes to the unexpected spectacle, their brows furrowing in concern. The previously arrived Hokages observe the sky with solemn expressions, while the ninja coalition regards the screen as a mere trick devised by Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu, hidden underground, remains alert to this unforeseen variable. He cannot allow the opportunity to resurrect his mother to be thwarted. The screen flickers, revealing a line of text. Loading, the ninja coalition murmurs among themselves. What is that up there? A movie screen? It looks somewhat like it. This must be a ploy from Uchiha Madara. Do not stare at it. Suddenly, a brilliant golden object streaks across the sky like an arrow. The camera swiftly focuses on it, revealing Naruto in sage mode, flying rapidly. He appears to be over 20 years old, anxiously making his way with a furrowed brow. Wait, is that me? Naruto exclaims, pointing at himself in confusion. It's Uzumaki Naruto. The ninja coalition gasps, joy evident on their faces. The Naruto in the sky looks much more mature than their current 16-year-old version, signaling that victory is within reach, filling them with delight. Hashirama laughs heartily. Haha, splendid. It seems we have triumphed in the end. Tobirama warns. Do not let your guard down, brother. Minato gazes at the Naruto above, his expression tender and proud. You've grown faster than your father, Naruto. Your hair is longer, making you look more like Minato. Kushina would be so pleased. Obito remarks, it appears we have lost, Madara. You are not one to accept defeat, are you? Madara retorts. Humph, a puzzling occurrence. After several failed attempts to attack, Madara decides to observe the situation further. The more Naruto thinks, the angrier he becomes, flying faster and unable to contain his frustration. It's all that annoying Sasuke's fault for leaving without telling me. I must inform Shaki and Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's words catch Sasuke's attention, who remains silent, initially contemplating how the underdog could fly so quickly, only to find Naruto as unreliable as ever. Sasuke scoffs. He must have gotten himself into trouble again. As Naruto speeds towards his destination, he realizes he is going too fast to stop. With a terrified expression, he shouts, Sasuke, help, I can't stop. Sasuke, envisioning the potential pain of catching Naruto, opts to unleash his Susanoo, which rises from the ground, shielding those nearby. Boom. Naruto collides heavily with the Susanoo. The good news, he stops successfully. The bad news, it was a rough halt. That looked painful, Sasuke remarks, observing Naruto's rapid descent. Sakura watches the scene with a resigned smile, recognizing the mix of unreliability and reliability that defines Naruto. As Naruto, dizzy and disoriented, rises to his feet, Gaara steps forward to steady him with a gentle smile. Naruto shakes his head to clear his thoughts and loudly accuses Sasuke. You abandoned me. I'll definitely tell Shaki and Kakashi-sensei about this. Sasuke sighs, his expression one of exasperation. I left a note on your desk before I left. You must have skipped out. Realizing his fault, Naruto's bravado deflates, leaving him looking crestfallen. Black Zetsu, amused by the little drama, chuckles softly to Konan. Uzumaki Naruto is still the same. Even at 23, he retains that childlike essence. Konan, fond of Naruto, smiles indulgently. Being like a child is indeed a blessing. Fake. Obito mutters instinctively upon seeing Konan, realizing the absurdity. That wicked woman has been dead for 800 years. Upon hearing that Konan has passed, Madara contemplates a new theory. Perhaps it is not the future, but a parallel universe? Tobirama quickly deduces the implications of the parallel universe concept, explaining that each choice may branch into a new timeline, with different timelines running concurrently like countless films that cannot interact. Tobirama ponders the significance of this spectacle revealing parallel universes. Black Zetsu sees a mature and commanding version of himself in the sky, feeling quite satisfied. The camera pans to a massive banner behind them. Reading, heartfelt congratulations on the successful completion of the Kanglan Canal South Line, Phase 1, project. Below, a smaller line states, a joint investment project by the Ministry of Water Resources of Daxing, the Ministry of Water Resources of Fengxing Province, and the Ministry of Water Resources of Yulin Province. The main project of the Kanglan Canal South Line is situated within Fengxing Province, making this meeting hosted by Fengxing. At Gaara's signal, a photographer steps forward. All leaders are present. The meeting is about to commence. Let us first capture a group photo. Gaara positions himself at the center, with others arranging themselves accordingly. After the photo shoot, they proceed indoors, taking their designated seats. With tea prepared, the host approaches the podium. Esteemed leaders and guests, The meeting is about to commence. Please maintain silence and order. After the reminder, the meeting officially begins. Dear leaders and guests, hello. Today, we gather to celebrate this historic moment, the full operation of the Kanglan Canal South Line, Phase 1 project. As a national strategic project, the Kanglan Canal South Line has taken 5 years to complete, starting from the Yushin River Reservoir in Yulin Province, reaching Shine City. After the water supply commences, it is anticipated that 1 billion cubic meters of water will be conveyed to the Wind Province, making an irreplaceable contribution to the optimization of water resource allocation, ensuring the livelihood of the populace, and promoting coordinated regional development. First, allow me to introduce the leaders and guests present at today's meeting. The Governor of Wind Province, Gaara. Gaara stands and bows, prompting a timely round of applause from the audience. The Director of the Strategic Security Bureau of the Ministry of National Security and Special Advisor to the Supervisory Committee, Sasuke Uchiha, rises and bows in a similar manner. The Director of the Tail Beast Management Bureau of the Department of Spirit Beasts, Naruto Uzumaki, stands with a broad smile, performing an exaggerated bow and waving. Under the celestial canopy, the crowd murmurs in confusion, pondering the unfamiliar nomenclature of the Kanglan Canal Water Diversion Project. Understanding dawns upon those familiar with the Rain Country as they enlighten their companions that the Yushin River is a significant river within its borders. Although through mental communication, they have already grasped that the celestial realm is not their future, the spectacle before them is captivating. The ninjas engage in hushed conversations. Shinobi Village is indeed our Sunagakure. Correct? Diverting water from the Yushin River to the drought-stricken Wind Country sounds like an excellent idea. Once the war concludes, I shall propose to Lord Gaara that we collaborate with the Rain Country to initiate this water diversion project. You're thinking too far ahead. The war is not over yet. Naruto, with a puzzled expression, contemplates the titles. What is this about the Tail Beast Management Bureau, Naruto Uzumaki, and the Director of the Strategic Security Bureau and Special Advisor, Sasuke Uchiha? Sasuke recalls the lengthy prefixes used by the host during the introduction. Each word familiar, yet bewildering when strung together. The parallel world has established a unified nation, as confirmed by Hashirama Senju. He elucidates his hypothesis, stating that both Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha's titles bear the prefix of their nation. The Kanglan Canal traverses the Rain and Wind countries. Only a highly unified, powerful, and stable nation possesses the audacity and capability to undertake such a grand project. However, he adds, it cannot be too absolute. A nation encompassing the fire, wind, and earth countries, along with numerous smaller nations, is also plausible, as such an endeavor could not be constructed along the borders. Minato Namikaze nods in agreement. Indeed, spanning 2 countries, the required investment of funds and resources would surely be astronomical, and completion would be arduous in an unstable environment. Hashirama, upon hearing this, gazes at the celestial display with hope and contentment. It is indeed a powerful, stable nation that emphasizes the well-being of its citizens. Surely, it will usher in enduring peace. Madara Uchiha furrows his brow, pondering the intentions behind this celestial phenomenon. Chapter 35, Original 4 Wars Group, Viewing 2. Host, thank you all for attending. This meeting has 5 agenda items. For the first item, let us warmly welcome the Governor of Wind Province, Gaara, to deliver a speech. Gaara approaches the podium. Dear colleagues and friends, today we gather to celebrate the full commencement of the southern line of the Kanglan Canal Water Diversion Project. This project stands as a monument in the grand journey towards the prosperity of the Great Republic. Looking back at the past 5 years of Kanglan Canal construction, guided by the principles of technological advancement, ecological priority, and people-oriented governance, over 100,000 builders have braved the elements, working day and night. Each kilometer of pipeline and each dam embodies the sweat and loyalty of its builders. The completion of this frontline project is not an end, but the beginning of a new journey. Moving forward, we shall. Thank you all. This ostentatious display evokes a sense of familiarity among the ninjas, reminiscent of the idle officials in the capital. However, Gaara's commanding presence starkly contrasts with those officials, exuding authority, albeit somewhat difficult to comprehend. How impressive, the Gaara up there! Naruto exclaims, his eyes wide with admiration, observing the more mature version of himself. Gaara reflects on the feasibility of the Kanglan Canal project, nodding in agreement to the praises he hears. It is indeed a magnificent endeavor. Once the war concludes, He too wishes to spearhead the construction of a water diversion canal. Next, the conference transitions to an awards segment, showcasing the achievements of award-winning institutions and individuals. Gaara, Naruto, Sasuke, and Conan proceed to present the awards, recognizing this exemplary group of individuals who embody dedication and selflessness. Finally, Kuratsuchi represents the Rock Province, delivering the last speech, announcing the imminent commencement of the northern line of the Kanglan Canal, hoping for contributions from all sectors of society toward national development. The meeting concludes. The Ninja Alliance remains silent, realizing the second Hokage's foresight was indeed accurate. There is a future that encompasses at least the three great nations of fire, earth, and wind in a unified nation. Inoki's eyelids twitch as he contemplates the Kanglan Canal, recognizing its potential benefits for the Earth country, which experiences relative aridity. With parts of its southern regions being desert, this water diversion project intrigues Inoki, yet the notion of a unified nation rings ominously in his ears. After the meeting, Gaara and others gather to converse. Gaara cheerfully inquires, "Naruto, Sasuke, would you like to stay for a meal?" Hearing this, an initially excited Naruto deflates like a deflated balloon, dejectedly declining the invitation. No, I can't. My work is not yet complete. Shaki is waiting for my report. Conan chuckles softly, teasing, "Is Naruto still unaccustomed to paperwork? You must adapt." Naruto, pointing to his fingers, whispers, "I am trying my best." Sasuke, arms crossed, retorts, "Trying? You skipped work to play games this morning. You're clearly slacking off." Naruto glares at Sasuke, suddenly struck by inspiration. With a mischievous grin, he swiftly slaps Sasuke on the backside and dashes away. The action occurs too quickly for Sasuke to evade. Embarrassed and furious at being publicly humiliated, Sasuke chases after Naruto. Kuratsuchi watches the two hastily retreating figures, bemused. Really? When will these two ever grow up? They've grown so tall, yet still lack maturity. Shaki will surely have her hands full. Conan nods in agreement. Naruto gazes at his celestial counterpart, delivering a playful slap to Sasuke's rear, stiffening as he turns to Sasuke, offering a disingenuous smile. "Say, Sasuke, do you know Shaki?" Sasuke, his tone as cold as stone, replies, "I do not know her." The celestial imagery flickers. A man in a black uniform stares blankly at a map on the wall. It is Obito Uchiha. Obito's face registers surprise. Why is he here? Look at that map. Someone points out the discrepancies in the map. The Great Republic, capital Yongan City, Fire Province, Wind Province, Thunder Province. Does this mean all 5 great nations are unified? How is that possible? Even the distant water country has been unified? Excitement fills the air. Obito turns to see where the voice is coming from. Shaki, disregarding queenly etiquette in the absence of others, hops gleefully around her desk. She approaches Obito, her head bobbing with joy. "All my work is done for today. The queen is off duty. You can leave too, captain of the guard." Obito offers a congratulatory remark before returning to the map. Shaki, still smiling, sits beside him to view the map. They observe the 2 new municipalities set to be established in the Earth and Thunder countries next year. Obito recalls a memory from the early days of nation building, where Shaki spent an entire day delineating provincial boundaries with a pencil. "Shaki, why did you draw the borders this way?" Shaki, puzzled, asks, "Which province are you referring to?" Obito replies, "All of them. Previously, you delineated a substantial portion of the Land of Fire to be allocated to the Land of Rain. Now, the Land of Rivers seeks to establish a directly governed city. The fragmentation of a great nation equates to a division of power. Yet the prospect of rebellion seems improbable at this juncture. Is it not unnecessary to delve further into this matter?" Natsuki pondered momentarily before earnestly explaining to Obito, "Observe here. And here. And here. These divisions are based on the orientation of mountains and rivers, making them quite suitable for governance. Wouldn't you agree? The disintegration of a great nation serves not only to prevent insurrections, but also concerns resource allocation, particularly in core transportation areas and regions rich in natural resources, thus averting an overconcentration of resources in a single province. Moreover, the original population of the great nation is substantial, and with the increase in both populace and land, the challenge of governance escalates. An appropriate scale is essential for balanced development and enhanced administrative efficiency. The principle of fewer entities benefiting the whole nation promotes coordinated growth. Take the former Land of Fire as an illustration. It is abundant in population, territory, water resources, arable land, minerals, and forests. A judicious redistribution of the Land of Fire's territory to adjacent smaller nations would ultimately be most advantageous. It is unfathomable that unification has indeed occurred. The Land of Fire has ceded a considerable amount of territory, as has the Land of Lightning. The Ninja Alliance engaged in fervent discussions, scrutinizing the state of their respective nations. Mizuki quickly noticed the Land of Water, which would henceforth be known as Mist Sea Province, a rather pleasant name. Kankuro observed the former location of the Land of Grass, with the southern portion largely ceded to Rainforest Province and a small northern section incorporated into Northern Rapids Province. The Land of Grass left no trace on this map. Kankuro felt inexplicably elated. The village of Grass had vanished. How delightful! Hashirama's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "As expected of Tobarama, your vision is remarkably accurate." At this juncture, Hashirama became animated, pondering whether the merging of nations would indeed eradicate warfare, uniting all as one people. Tobarama cautioned, "Calm down, brother. Do not be overly excited. This is merely a glimpse into a parallel future." Upon seeing his own likeness, Obito was momentarily taken aback. Madara, nearby, raised an eyebrow and turned to Obito with a knowing look. "Have you betrayed us?" Obito retorted, "How could that be? I abhor this decayed world." Madara scoffed, "You had better stay true to your words." Upon hearing Obito address the white-haired woman as Natsuki, it dawned on everyone that she was indeed Natsuki. The ruler of this nation is a mere young girl? Listening to Natsuki elucidate the necessity of redrawing maps and establishing directly governed cities for the sake of national peace and stability would surely bring tears to Hashirama if Edo Tensei were capable of weeping. Hashirama cupped his hands to amplify his voice, shouting towards Madara, "Madara, abandon your plans. Our dream can come to fruition in the future. No wars. No divisions. Peace has truly arrived." Unfortunately, Madara's heart remained as cold as if he had been filleting fish at a market for 20 years. Even if he felt the slightest flicker of emotion, his expression remained stoic, offering no response. Parallel worlds are distinct from the present. They cannot be conflated. Natsuki's design for the fragmentation of great nations elicited frequent nods of agreement from Tobarama, a highly astute proposal, given the high plateaus in the Land of Earth. The low-lying city of Iwagakure, encircled by mountains, serves as a vital transportation hub. Assigning it solely to the Land of Rivers would equate to relinquishing control over a critical artery. Should the nation maintain control over Iwagakure, it could swiftly quell any rebellion within the Land of Earth. Anoki, a seasoned politician, felt a sense of discomfort regarding Natsuki's alterations to the Land of Earth and could not help but question, this arrangement is indeed intricate. But how did that girl, Natsuki, ascend to the throne? Through military conquest? Or negotiation? Natsuki, weary from her explanations, rose and proclaimed, "Come, Captain of the Guards, accompany me on a discreet visit." As dusk fell, the glass-clad skyscrapers sparkled like crystalline peaks, reflecting the golden sunlight of the setting sun. Overpasses transformed into steel rainbows, with traffic flowing like luminous schools of fish. Supermarket shelves brimmed with an array of goods as crowds busily selected fruit. On the pedestrian street performers played an unfamiliar instrument. The orderly community featured neatly arranged houses where neighbors amicably exchanged food. By the greenbelt, workers offered slightly imperfect plants to passers-by seated nearby. Walking and observing, Natsuki and her companion arrived at their destination, the Central Park of Yomen City, home to a beautiful artificial lake named Emerald Lake, a project aided by Kisame and Deidara. Surrounding the lake were rows of trees and various flowers, teeming with life and beauty. Natsuki indulged in snacks with one hand and ice cream with the other, while Obito held a cup of black sugar pearl milk tea. The park bustled with people of all ages, strolling, jogging, and playing. Natsuki, on her discreet excursion, expressed her satisfaction, remarking how increasingly reminiscent it was of her previous world. Obito gazed at the scene before him, his expression somewhat dazed. Under the vast sky, he too appeared lost in thought. Is this an alternate possibility for the world? Madara, impervious to persuasion, cast a sidelong glance at Obito, sensing a potential shift in his allegiance. Obito, do not be deceived by appearances. Human nature remains unchanged. Greed, selfishness, and avarice will inevitably lead to destruction, even if peace is temporarily attained. Obito's wavering heart hardened once more. Indeed, human nature is difficult to alter. The Ninja Alliance gazed in rapture at this splendid world. The sky unveiled a breathtaking display of peace and prosperity, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Unable to articulate their awe, only able to marvel inwardly. Hashirama's eyes remained fixed, unblinking, recognizing true peace for what it was. Orderly, harmonious, prosperous. Could this be the essence of peace? Tobirama too was astonished by the vision of the world displayed above. Once, he had questioned Madara and Hashirama's dream. Though he held hope for the village, reality had always been fraught with disappointment and darkness. Now, Tobirama comprehended, grasping both his brothers' and Uchiha Madara's intentions. If this were indeed the world we could attain, if madness is the means to realize such a world, I find myself, in a way, beginning to understand the wicked Uchiha, Tobirama mused. The scene shifted once more, revealing Sasuke in pursuit of Naruto, the two soaring through the sea of clouds at breakneck speed. Sasuke bore a fierce expression, vowing to deliver a thorough thrashing to Naruto once he caught up. Aware of Sasuke's prideful nature, Naruto desperately fled to evade the impending beating. The camera shifted, revealing Naruto's trajectory as he transformed from a small yellow into a larger and larger figure until Naruto tumbled out. Did I missee? It must be an error in perception. The crowd gasped as the 23-year-old Naruto plummeted from the sky, his body spiraling uncontrollably toward the Ten Tails. Bang! The Ten Tails was upended by Naruto's headbutt, letting out a pitiful wail. He truly fell out. The 23-year-old Naruto, dazed, stood up, abruptly realizing something was amiss. Just a moment ago, it was dawn. How has it suddenly turned dark? He then spotted Obito leaping down from atop the Ten Tails. Recognizing a familiar face, the 23-year-old Naruto greeted, "Hey Obito, why aren't you with Natsuki?" Noticing Obito's appearance and attire, a question mark appeared above Naruto's head. Wait, did you go to Tsunade for some cosmetic procedure? Why do you look younger? And didn't you say you would never wear anything left behind by Madara again? Why are you in this outfit now? The battlefield fell into silence. Obito, Madara, Tsunade, Ninja Alliance. What in the world are you talking about? Naruto gazed at the silent Obito, shifting his gaze to the reanimated Uchiha Madara beside him. Huh, Madara? Naruto rubbed his eyes in disbelief, ensuring he wasn't mistaken, and surveyed his surroundings. The familiar sky above, the fallen Ten Tails, the distant divine tree, the crowd adorned with the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village, along with the younger versions of himself, Sasuke, and Sakura. Finally, his attention landed on Minato, his father. As his mind rebooted, Naruto clenched his fist in realization. Oh, you all are from the Fourth Great Ninja War, right? The others replied with a hint of exasperation. Is your reflex arc a bit too long? The familiar comrades of Naruto from Konoha nodded in affirmation. It is indeed Naruto. The 16-year-old Naruto stepped forward. You are another me. Having fallen from that big screen in the sky, the 23-year-old Naruto observed his younger self with curiosity, still maintaining his sage mode. You are me, right? How old am I? Naruto replied. You are about to turn 17. The older Naruto exclaimed. Oh, so today is my birthday? Wow, I've traveled back to this time. Wait, you know, is it the same for you? The younger Naruto asked. Not quite, but I do remember that this screen appeared when I was 12. The younger Naruto nodded in understanding. I see, so you knew in advance. The older Naruto added. Yes, your screen arrived late. It would have been better if it had come sooner. Oh, I see, the younger Naruto responded. The nonsensical dialogue caused Ino to furrow her brow in frustration, unable to contain her thoughts as she noted how the grown-up Naruto remained obliviously naive. Tobirama remarked, did they not clarify anything? Are they communicating via brainwaves? Hashirama stroked his chin. So this is the function of the screen? Tobirama retorted, don't just connect to others' brainwaves, brother. After a brief pause following Naruto's appearance, the screen continued to play. The newly reappeared imagery captivated everyone's attention. Oh, it's the place from earlier. Sasuke is still there, the 23-year-old Naruto said. Sasuke, focused on the distorted space, retrieved the latest communication device from the Scientific Academy and dialed a number. A female voice answered, hello, what is it? Naruto has flown into a time rift, Sasuke explained. When? The voice inquired. 1 minute ago, Sasuke replied. Where? He continued, sending coordinates. Just say a word, she prompted. Fool. Sasuke responded. A moment of silence followed as Sasuke's phone suddenly emanated telekinetic energy, coalescing into the form of an elderly man with a white beard. What chakra is that? How can it take such a form? The 23-year-old Naruto then explained to everyone what a phone and telekinesis were. The girl on the line, Vivian, possessed a telekinetic ability called Lost Chapters Beyond the World, capable of making prophecies based on names, time, and location. The ninjas were astonished by the latent vitality within humanity. The clock rewinds, parallel tracks, a girl playing the flute, Vivian stated. Sasuke, slightly anxious, asked, "Has he returned to the past?" Vivian replied, "I sense a significant event. A very secure house devoid of life-threatening dangers, where he has encountered someone he deeply misses." Sasuke asked, "Can I follow? He needs your help." Lightning igniting the forest. "Act quickly," she urged. Sasuke hung up and rushed into the rift before him. Hearing Sasuke call him a fool, the 23-year-old Naruto felt a surge of indignation, only to see Sasuke decisively leap into the time rift. Tears streamed down the 23-year-old Naruto's face as he lamented, "Sasuke, I swear I won't spank you in front of others again." The 16-year-old Sasuke looked up at the considerably taller 23-year-old Naruto. Sasuke commented, "Even if you've grown up, you're still as foolish as ever." The crowd witnessed the emergence of the 23-year-old Sasuke from the screen. He hovered in the sky, surveying the ground, locking onto the radiant figure of the 23-year-old Naruto, who shone brightly in sage mode. The divine tree, the 10 tails, and Uchiha Madara signified the fourth great ninja war. Sasuke flew to the side of the 23-year-old Naruto. "Oh!" someone exclaimed in surprise. The 23-year-old Sasuke had shed his youthful naivety and restlessness, now embodying the essence of a king in the night. Tall and poised like a pine tree, he bore a refined countenance akin to cold jade, exuding an air of superiority as if nothing in the world could captivate his attention. The 23-year-old Naruto grimaced, feeling disgruntled by Sasuke's grand entrance. He couldn't stand the sight of Sasuke's composure, which felt more painful than being defeated. He reached out and yanked Sasuke's dark robe, causing him to stumble. Infuriated, the 23-year-old Sasuke retaliated with a couple of playful punches, and the two began to quarrel. What appeared to be a scuffle was devoid of chakra, merely a playful tussle akin to that of two children. The assembled ninjas, including the allied shinobi forces and the Hokages of past generations, fell into an odd silence, observing the soft, ineffective blows exchanged between the two. Could this truly be the strength of Naruto? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as the 23-year-old Sasuke revealed his left eye, the sixth Tomo Rinnegan, and uttered, "Shinra Tensei." As soon as he spoke, he vanished, and a shadowy entity appeared before the 23-year-old Naruto. Black Zetsu was caught off guard by the sudden switch. Reacting swiftly, the 23-year-old Naruto trapped Black Zetsu, utilizing the power of yin-yang release to condense him into a slime-like sphere. The crowd was puzzled, wondering what he was doing. "I got him," the 23-year-old Naruto exclaimed. Celebrating his success, Sasuke playfully tapped the older Naruto on the head before taking the sphere to Madara and Obito. Feeling aggrieved, the 23-year-old Naruto approached Madara and Obito, handing over the Black Zetsu sphere. "Hurry, Madara, extract the memories with your Rinnegan. Black Zetsu is not to be trusted." As they gazed into Naruto's clear eyes, both Madara and Obito simultaneously extended their hands. Upon viewing Black Zetsu's memories, Madara and Obito were left in shock. Obito uncovered the entire truth behind Rin's death and Kakashi's suffering, realizing that it was all orchestrated by Madara. In a fit of rage, Obito engaged Madara in combat. For the allied shinobi forces, this was a fortunate turn of events as they began to brawl. What on earth is that dark entity? How fascinating. It was just like that, and it became a ball. The screen momentarily froze, buzzing with static. It's lit. The big screen is bright again. Surely, no one else will appear this time. Naruto, is this screen the same as the one we encountered in our childhood? The 23-year-old Naruto asked. It appears so. The 23-year-old Sasuke replied. So, it intentionally brought me to this world, didn't it? Naruto crossed his arms. Minato approached, standing alongside his two sons. Naruto, he said with a smile. The 23-year-old Naruto joyfully embraced his father, exclaiming, "It's been so long, Dad. I'm so happy to see you." Minato replied, "You've grown into a more handsome and reliable young man. I just saw it." The 23-year-old Naruto shyly scratched his head. He really? Sasuke shyly approached his counterpart. The 23rd Sasuke, locking eyes with him. The 23rd Sasuke reflected on the teasing remarks the celestial screen had made about his younger self, recalling how he nearly strayed from the path of vengeance. "Eternal peace is unattainable," he declared. Sasuke, still obstinate, revealed through a mere glance that he still aspired to be the ruler of darkness. The 23rd Sasuke reminisced about the assessment Summer had given him when he first delved into public affairs. Summer had remarked, "Sasuke is an incredibly kind and endearing child, always trying to appear aloof and cool, yet his heart is tender, albeit a touch melodramatic. He claims boredom, but his actions betray him as he plays joyfully with Naruto, possessing both strength and gentleness." Kakashi had voiced his concerns, stating, "I know Sasuke is a good kid, but is it wise to let him into the National Security Department at such an early age?" Summer had replied, "Sasuke's views can be extreme, seeing things in black and white, intolerant of any ambiguity, making him susceptible to manipulation. Like Naruto, he is politically naive. If he doesn't begin honing his skills early, how will he manage the clever minds of his subordinates?" Gazing at his other self, the 23rd Sasuke mused, "Summer has a point, but I am not melodramatic." The celestial screen illuminated, revealing a 12-year-old Naruto. Naruto exclaimed, "That's me." He pulled Summer into Ichiraku ramen, exclaiming, "Hey, old man, I'll have 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, one with less noodles and one with extra." The 23rd Naruto's eyes sparkled. "Oh, it's my younger self and Summer." "Do I know that queen, Summer?" asked Naruto. "Huh, you don't know Summer?" The 23rd Naruto replied, "Tachibana Summer is part of our world. She, Naruto, and I form Team 7. Sakura queried, "Huh?" Naruto counted on his fingers. "Our Team 7 consists of me, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei, with Yamato and Sai joining later." "Yamato-sensei, is he the one who uses wood release?" "Yes." The 23rd Naruto pulled the 23rd Sasuke aside for a hushed discussion. "This world resembles the one depicted on the celestial screen, where Sakura-chan is part of our Team 7. But why don't they recognize Summer?" On the celestial screen, Naruto and Summer were enjoying ramen when a commotion erupted. "Something big is happening," Naruto exclaimed, pulling Summer outside to witness a large curtain in the sky. "Sasuke, look. This is about our childhood, right?" Sasuke inquired. "You mentioned that this celestial screen has appeared in your world before?" The 23rd Sasuke briefly recounted the contents and imagery displayed. The allied shinobi forces and the group listened in astonishment. Uchiha Madara unleashed the Infinite Tsukuyomi, slaughtering the nobility, while Uchiha Obito aided Summer in establishing a unified nation, leading to an era of peace in the ninja world. Am I dreaming? This development stirs something within me. Could it be true, or are these two merely deceivers? The fighting group paused their conflict momentarily due to the 23rd Sasuke's explanation. Madara scoffed, "What a joke. How could I forsake the Infinite Tsukuyomi for an intangible promise? Only the Infinite Tsukuyomi can bring about absolute peace. True peace cannot arise from the Infinite Tsukuyomi," the 23rd Naruto countered. "The world is a tangible existence, whereas dreams are but ephemeral illusions. The peace brought by the Infinite Tsukuyomi is not true peace. It is merely a fleeting dream." Madara retorted, "If one can live out a peaceful and happy life within a dream, then isn't that dream reality?" The 23rd Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words. Having intended to deliver a powerful, logical argument to persuade Uchiha Madara, much like Summer would. Alas, he regretted not paying attention in political philosophy class, now struggling to articulate profound reasoning. He couldn't recall the intricate details of materialist principles, which left him in a state of anxiety. "Oh dear, I've forgotten how to articulate my thoughts. If only Summer were here." The 23rd Sasuke interjected, "The celestial screen will reveal the answers, Madara." The fabric of the sky showcased the myriad transformations occurring in another world due to the celestial screen. They witnessed yet another parallel universe that had evolved into a more beautiful, authentic realm of peace through change. The detailed analysis of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi, along with the descendants' views on them, Summer's persuasion of the Sage of Six Paths, the dark side of the ninja village system revealed, and an innovative contract method for tailed beasts. The celestial screen seemed to rush through the display, yet conveyed all necessary content effectively. Senju Hashirama clenched his fists as he observed the evaluations of his descendants. "It was my oversight, Tobirama. I failed to see the truth. The ninja villages. The tailed beasts, no wonder it's all upside down. It seems Madara had the foresight." Senju Tobirama patted his elder brother. "You've done enough, brother." Upon witnessing the resuscitated Uchiha Madara, the tension in the room escalated. They watched as Madara swiftly enlisted the Akatsuki, launching a blitzkrieg that caught the ninja villages off guard, seizing all tailed beasts within a single day. The allied shinobi forces felt a surge of anxiety for the ninja villages of the alternate world. This Uchiha Madara was alarmingly swift. The old Zetsu, willing to sacrifice for freedom, the nobility exposed as grotesque under the threat of death. The ninja alliance formed to uphold the village system, the traitorous Tsukuyomi, a blood-soaked battlefield, and the black scythe Raiga confronting the nobility. Uchiha Madara resurrected and became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, illuminating the world with the Infinite Tsukuyomi, slaughtering the nobility and the defenders of the old era. So it was the truth behind the Eye of the Moon plan. The peace pursued by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito became clear to all. Madara formed hand seals. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life. The cooled blood began to flow once more. Madara gazed at his image on the celestial screen, from resurrection to inevitable demise. He remained silent. Can you bring peace? Please read my memories. Madara saw Summer willingly press her head against his palm. The celestial screen did not reveal Summer's memories. But as he watched his smiling self perish, he understood he must have glimpsed an extraordinarily beautiful landscape. Madara found himself lost in thought, wondering what kind of world Tachibana Summer could show him. The onlookers watched as Uchiha Madara was resurrected, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, annihilating those who obstructed peace, ultimately choosing to meet his end willingly. The shinobi beneath the celestial screen felt an indescribable sensation swell within them. Was this truly what Uchiha Madara yearned for? Under the military deterrence of Obito and the Akatsuki, amidst the cheers of the common folk, Summer successfully unified the world, establishing the Great Republic of Daxing. At only 12 years old, Summer exhibited remarkable political acumen. Through mere fragments conveyed by the celestial screen, she constructed an entirely new political system, a republic, parliamentary democracy, a constitution, state ownership of land, economic development, a novel healthcare and education system. Illiteracy and mortality rates plummeted, education became equitable, and class mobility flourished, with infrastructure rapidly improving. The society progressed visibly towards prosperity. The celestial screen gradually illustrated how a dark world transitioned step by step towards peace. The spectacle evoked not only awe but also skepticism. How could such a splendid world possibly exist? It must be false, certainly a fabrication of Uchiha Madara, conjuring a celestial screen and two illusory Naruto and Sasuke, merely to ensnare them in the Infinite Tsukuyomi. The celestial screen concluded its display. After a prolonged silence, Madara inquired, "Where is Tachibana Summer?" The 23rd Naruto, hearing Madara's question, felt elated. So Madara believes now. It seems Uchiha Madara is indeed Uchiha Madara. Summer is the same age as me. We attend the Ninja Academy together and graduated together. Naruto, however, there is no one named Yuki in our class. He frowned. Adding more information, Yuki lives in the village hidden in the leaves. She once expressed her desire to become a medical ninja when she was young. Perhaps she works at the Leaf Hospital now. Naruto shook his head. I have not seen this girl. With her white hair and blue eyes, such striking colors. I truly have not encountered her. Sakura also recalled the workers at the hospital carefully. Sakura, I have not seen a girl named Yuki either. Some felt relieved. While a unified nation is beautiful, it seems that the ninja village system is indeed more suitable for ninjas. Others felt disappointed. Why was there no Yuki Tachibana in their world? A leaf ninja among the crowd raised his hand quietly. I think I know her. With all eyes focused on him. This ordinary leaf, Nin trembled in fear. Just as I saw the sky, I remembered something from before. When I was a Chunin, I lived here, right next to the Tachibana family. Shin Tachibana was also a Chunin. We occasionally exchanged words, and he has a daughter named Yuki. Naruto nodded repeatedly. That's right. Yuki's father's name was indeed that. The disappointed people rekindled their hopes. There was a Yuki Tachibana in their world. Hurrah! Later, I was promoted to Nin and moved away. Not long after, I heard that Shin Tachibana and his wife died on a mission. The news I received was that upon learning of her parents' deaths, their daughter succumbed to a high fever out of shock and died at home, found breathless. She must have been around 4 or 5 years old then. Yuki passed away at 5, never even having the chance to meet Naruto Uzumaki, which left him in disbelief. How could this be? The crowd felt the absurdity of fate. How could the queen capable of creating a new world have succumbed to illness in her youth? Madara understood. Their world lacked Yuki, and he needed to find new ways to achieve peace. A fanatical light flickered in Madara's Rinnegan. Obito, revive me. His deep voice was undeniably resolute. He looked into Obito's eyes, and the two quickly communicated through their Sharingan. Obito, having just experienced the furious collapse of his beliefs, had no time for respite as the ancient Madara conjured a new plan. Obito struggled to suppress the anger swelling within him and the sarcasm threatening to spill from his lips. Sasuke and Naruto sensed something was amiss. This was not how things should unfold. Just then, the two figures from another world began to fade, becoming transparent. Naruto looked at his gradually disappearing body and realized with alarm, we must leave. He waved desperately at Madara and Obito. Madara, Obito, don't act rashly. Peace cannot be achieved by exterminating the nobility. Peace requires a meticulous approach, much like Yuki. There was much he wished to say, but there was no opportunity left. Naruto, Sasuke, and the distant sky vanished simultaneously. The visitors from the alternate realm departed, bringing with them something yet appearing to leave nothing behind. Madara, trust me, Obito. I will bring peace to the world, just as that world above. Obito fell silent for a moment, then formed hand seals with his hands. Hashirama understood Madara well. He sensed something was off and shouted, Madara, what do you intend to do? A gust of wind blew through Madara's long hair. The sky presented me with a new vision. Although the Infinite Tsukuyomi cannot bring true peace, it could certainly serve as an experimental ground. Couldn't it? Hashirama, an experimental ground? Madara's tone grew excited. He had discovered a new application for the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Absolutely. An experimental ground. Our world differs from that of the sky, and thus our path to peace must also be different. Our Yuki Tachibana is long gone. That is the difference. But it matters not. The Infinite Tsukuyomi can serve as a new social experiment, and through numerous social evolutions, I shall uncover the way to peace. Tobirama rejected Madara's whimsical notion. You still do not understand, Madara. We are all dead. True peace should be explored step by the living. The sky has already shown the way to peace. It is right for future generations to explore and improve upon it. Madara scoffed. Humph, the future generations? Hashirama, look at the people present. Who among them can truly create a world like that of the sky? The crowd fell silent. Madara's gaze turned fervent. Do not worry, since there is no Yuki Tachibana. And since you cannot provide an answer, I shall take it upon myself. I will establish different conditions, chart various paths, and I will surely find absolute peace. Obito took a deep breath. Outer path reincarnation. Tobirama's pupils suddenly constricted. Stop him. Yet it was already too late. Obito collapsed, and the revived Madara clasped his hands together, forming the final seal. 6 paths, 10 tails, coffin seal. All attempts to stop him failed. Madara's form slowly ascended, his Rinnegan gazing at the moon high above, his voice proclaiming like a deity. Illuminate the world, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Following a wave of dizziness, Sasuke and Naruto returned to their familiar world. Naruto, in a fit of agitation, raked his hands through his hair, his golden locks becoming disheveled, his azure eyes filled with anxiety. Damn, that Madara seems a bit off. What should we do? Oh, it's all my fault for not articulating clearly. Sasuke crossed his arms, a glint of cold light flashing in his dark eyes. That Madara. He intends to use the Infinite Tsukuyomi for social experimentation, searching for a so-called perfect world. The perfect world caused Naruto to pause suddenly. Yuki's warnings about utopia echoed in his mind, but Yuki had previously stated that utopia was unrealistic, that a perfect, absolutely peaceful world was unattainable. Before departing, I shared all information with him using the Sharingan. Sasuke interrupted, swiftly gliding his fingers across his phone screen, transferring a substantial sum to Vivian. Then turned to the still frowning Naruto. I relayed all of Yuki's attempts and her thoughts on utopia to Madara. Since he is so obstinate, let him try. The final outcome will surely prove whether a perfect world exists. Naruto clenched his fists, pondering what kind of stubborn individual Uchiha Madara was. He sighed, very well. Suddenly, Naruto became increasingly frantic, scratching his head. I forgot to say a proper goodbye to Dad. Chapter 37. The Initial Creation Team's Viewing. Preview Reminders. 1 Original Work Initial Creation Team. 4 Viewing World 2. Spring Sunshine World. 2 Yuki's role is primarily within the sky. Those who want to see Yuki's treasures can suggest ideas here. 3 novel perspectives are the author's viewpoints. Differing views do not negate yours. 4 Soap Opera Warning. Winter is an exceedingly challenging time for the common folk. Closing one's eyes may mean no tomorrow. The wealthy indulge in feasts while the roads are littered with frozen bones. Fortunately, spring is on the horizon. The temperature is rising, The ice is yet to thaw, but the vibrant green shoots of wild grass have already begun to emerge. Winter is universally accepted as a truce period. Ninjas can rest peacefully during this season and spend time with their families. Uchiha clan. Madara Uchiha, draped in a fox fur coat, sat in the corridor, gazing at the barren trees in the courtyard. Brother Madara, come inside. It's still quite cold outside. You've been out for too long. Hearing his brother Izuna Uchiha's voice, Madara turned his head and revealed a faint smile. I will stay a little longer before heading back inside. Senju clan. Hashirama Senju lay sprawled on the tatami, staring blankly at the ceiling. Brother, come out for some fresh air. Don't just stay in the room all the time. Hearing the voice of his brother Tobirama Senju, Hashirama turned his head, offering Tobirama a toothy grin. Tobirama, shall we go ice fishing soon? Do you want some fish? At that moment, the sky suddenly tore open with a narrow crack, revealing a massive curtain. It's bad, clan leader. The sound of hurried footsteps made Tobirama furrow his brow. The door swung open, and Senju Tobirama, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, It is dire, clan leader. Lord Tobirama. Something strange has appeared in the sky. Similar scenes unfolded in multiple locations, as those who were slumbering were roused to witness the celestial phenomenon. What is that sound? A voice echoed through the crowd, startling them. Did you hear it? I did. It emanated from that large black screen in the sky. Uchiha Madara scrutinized the bizarre apparition with his Sharingan. It is not an illusion. As the celestial display completed its loading, it began to radiate a blinding light, making it difficult to gaze upon. Then, the dazzling brilliance faded, revealing a magnificent white castle upon the screen. What is this? The people of this era, unfamiliar with the concept of cinema, found it challenging to comprehend the spectacle above. As the camera zoomed in, the castle's grand hall gradually came into view. The hall was ablaze with light, and a jade throne loomed upon the steps, flanked by the crests of the Uchiha and Senju clans. These emblems, once symbols of enmity, now formed the foundation of the Empress's power. Below, the throng stood silently with bowed heads, none daring to gaze directly at the throne. Yet many stole furtive glances at the young woman poised for coronation. She ascended the steps with grace, her white hair cascading down her back, her robe trailing elegantly, each measured step resonating with the weight of history. The Senju and Uchiha clans, upon seeing their respective emblems, exchanged puzzled expressions. Upon noticing the crest of their adversaries nearby, their expressions shifted. How nauseating! Tobirama felt a flicker of hope. The presence of both the Senju and Uchiha crests raised the possibility of a future reconciliation. The queen reached the pinnacle, turning to face the audience, the camera capturing her understanding gaze. Her eyes, as pure as the sky, seemed capable of penetrating one's soul. Then, four figures emerged. A man, resembling Uchiha Madara, approached from the left, followed by a figure reminiscent of Izuna, bearing a crown. From the right came a man strikingly similar to Senju Hashirama, accompanied by a figure resembling Tobirama, holding a scepter. The four knelt before the queen. Is that the clan leader? Someone murmured. It cannot be, can it? The one holding the tray resembles Lord Izuna. Oh, is that Lord Hashirama? Look. Isn't that Lord Tobirama? The Uchiha and Senju clans engaged in fervent discussion, noting the uncanny resemblance to their leaders and their rivals. Madara frowned, a deep sense of vigilance washing over him. He harbored a premonition about the figure in the sky, who was both familiar and foreign. What is this phenomenon? And how is it linked to Izuna? And who is this striking woman with azure eyes and white hair? Tobirama inquired. Brother, do you recognize the woman in the sky? Hashirama strained to recall. I do not, Tobirama. Uchiha Madara rose, cradling the resplendent crown held by Izuna, his gaze sharp, yet submissive. Your Majesty, pleased on the crown. The queen smiled, her fingers delicately brushing the crown's edge as she accepted it. I have shattered all chains, Madara. The queen firmly placed the crown upon her head. Madara knelt once more, pledging his eternal loyalty in the name of the Uchiha. Next, Hashirama rose, receiving the scepter from Tobirama's hands, offering it with both palms. I have fulfilled my promise, Your Majesty. The queen accepted the scepter from Hashirama. He too knelt, vowing eternal allegiance in the name of the Senju. She settled upon the throne, facing the assembly, the weight of the crown causing her to tilt her head slightly upward, while the coldness of the scepter tightened her grip. From this day forth, there shall be no more wars in this world. Her voice, though soft, ignited fervor in the hearts of all present. who gazed upon the woman on the throne with reverence. This is our queen, the harbinger of peace. Madara activated his Sharingan, the atmosphere around him darkening. Hashirama, bewildered, felt the question arise. Did you hear that strange woman calling your name? Madara's heart sank, along with the heart of Izuna. Could it be that the Madara in the sky is truly me? Izuna sensed his brother's disturbance and offered gentle reassurance. Madara, we cannot ascertain the origins of this celestial display. It may not be trustworthy. Initially, Hashirama found the situation puzzling. The figure resembling him in the sky was odd, as were Madara and Tobirama. However, when the woman proclaimed, "There shall be no more war," Hashirama's eyes sparkled with hope. Tobirama, is this our future? Have the Senju and Uchiha united to end strife? This notion filled Hashirama with joy. Unity, peace. Tobirama, however, doused his enthusiasm. Do not rejoice too soon, brother. This enigmatic apparition may not be reliable. The scene shifted as the populace gathered spontaneously in the streets and squares, chanting in unison, "Long live the Queen! Long live Queen Natsuki!" The citizens radiated vitality, their faces aglow with joy. Hashirama, beaming, sought to share his elation with Tobirama. Madara too was moved by the scene and wished to discuss the idea of unity with Izuna. In the next moment, the camera cut to the four figures standing protectively behind the throne, their gazes fixed intently on the queen. The expressions of the four were enigmatic, brimming with stubbornness and desire. Each pair of eyes received a close-up, revealing the depth of their intentions. The unfolding spectacle nearly overwhelmed their minds. Gossip was always the public's favorite, especially in a time devoid of entertainment. While respect for the clan leader was paramount, whispers were permissible. Wow! The clan leader and Lord Tobirama, along with those two from the Uchiha clan. Was Hashirama's visit to the Uchiha not to pursue this Queen Natsuki? Such skill from Hashirama, winning the heart of the next queen. But doesn't the daimyo have an eldest son? Can a princess ascend to the throne? Perhaps the princess is more exceptional. Did she not claim she would bring peace to the world? Izuna remarked, Madara, we may be in for trouble. Tobirama cautioned. Do not be foolishly jubilant, brother. We must arrange for night watchmen. The daimyo of the Fire Country has both a son and a daughter. But there is no princess named Natsuki. The alliance of the Senju and Uchiha in allegiance to the queen will surely disturb the daimyo's slumber. Those with a modicum of political acumen sense the brewing unrest. The celestial image shifted, revealing an indoor scene. What a thrilling experience! An astonished voice exclaimed. Three girls from the upper bunk leaned forward, their heads of black, red, and pink hair aligned in curiosity. The girl with pink hair chuckled, Isn't it exhilarating? This is a perspective specially recorded by the production team, reserved for the privileged. Incredible. Though the plot is explosive, the experience is exhilarating. The casting is remarkable. Each actor bears a striking resemblance, especially the one portraying Madara, whose presence is palpable. I am fully on board with this recommendation. The girl with red hair exclaimed, Wow, they really resemble him. Can you lend me a look, Hualyan? Of course, replied the girl with pink hair. The girl with black hair chimed in. I want to see too. Hualyan, let me have a look. The girls descended from the upper bunk, discussing the order in which they would view the spectacle. Actors? Are they performing, akin to a drama? Izuna interjected, expressing disbelief on behalf of his beloved brother. It is not at all comparable, not even close to Ban. Although the plot is quite explosive, Spring Ching, enamored by the actor's striking looks and commendable performances, has succumbed to this recommendation. She sat at the table, admiring herself in the wall-mounted mirror. Today, I look splendid. The mirror reflected Spring Ching's image, cascading green hair, amber eyes, her features delicately exquisite. Subsequently, she opened her notebook and searched for the name mentioned by Hualyan, the record of the Warring States Empress. Through the lens of the mirror, everyone realized that the celestial display was, in fact, the scenes that Spring Ching beheld. The medium was the eye. Tobirama confidently stated that this might be a space-time ninjutsu, transmitting images from different timelines directly before our eyes. Hashirama interjected, like the Flying Thunder God technique. After a moment's contemplation, Tobirama added, The Flying Thunder God pertains only to space. This phenomenon in the sky could very well originate from another world. Indeed, time and space are wondrous entities. A new idea sparked in Tobirama's mind. Perhaps he could refine his research on the Flying Thunder God technique. If not for the celestial display still ongoing, he would have rushed into the laboratory. The webpage displayed search results. The Record of the Warring States Empress, directed by Nakata Ryo, featuring Kajiwara Chiyoko and Yoshida Masakazu, narrates the tale of Queen Tachibana Natsuki, who, besieged by the Tsutsuki, inadvertently traverses back to the Warring States era decades prior. There, she unites the Senju and Uchiha clans to conclude the war, utilizing her historical acumen to unify the world ahead of time, ushering in an era of peace and rectifying historical grievances. Throughout this journey, she not only displays remarkable political acumen and avant-garde governance philosophies, but also experiences a transcendent love that spans time. The assembly understood that this Queen Natsuki, known as Tachibana Natsuki, was a time traveler from the future. Through the narrative of the Queen, it was revealed that she would ultimately unify the world decades hence and bring forth a peaceful era. But is this truly the case? Peace, something the populace had never witnessed. None could fathom its essence. Could it be that this peculiar celestial board was deceiving them? Those who had never been educated, who suffered under oppression, sincerely yearned for someone to bestow upon them peace, much like Queen Natsuki in the heavens above. As they entered the video streaming site and clicked on the first episode, the opening theme was automatically skipped and the main feature commenced. The overpass resembled intertwined rainbows, vehicles flowing like schools of fish. The camera zoomed in on a speeding white vehicle. In the back seat, a more mature-looking Natsuki, clad in casual attire, reclined with her eyes closed. To her left sat a man with black hair, black eyes, and a black uniform, adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem on his shoulder. To her right was a man with 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks, yellow hair, blue eyes, and a black uniform, bearing the Uzumaki clan's emblem on his shoulder. The driver, with a serious demeanor, and a professionally attired woman in the passenger seat were discussing work while holding white papers. The Wagakure had submitted the progress on the construction of the Sanshin Protective Forest that morning. The true waterfall in Rei's province had garnered significant attention through grassroots promotion, becoming a notable growth point for tourism in the last quarter. The airport in Belanquin City, Mist Country, had been completed and was expected to commence operations in the next quarter. The unfamiliar sights overwhelmed everyone, leaving them in awe. Wow, it looks incredibly impressive. Tobarama. You must take a look. Tobarama, however, collected the various pieces of information presented by the celestial display with a detached demeanor. The hovering roadways, combined with the state-of-the-art transportation systems, aim to enhance traffic efficiency by segregating traffic flows into different planes and allowing only unidirectional passage. It effectively minimized vehicle interference and elevated road capacity while reducing collision probabilities. In Chapter 38, the viewing session for the founding group continued. The Uchiha clan, proud of their fan emblem, immediately noticed the black-haired individual. He might be an Uchiha. Furthermore, what caught their attention was his striking resemblance. Izuna, suddenly spotting a face that bore an uncanny likeness to his brother, Madara instinctively turned to Izuna. Izuna stepped closer to Madara. Upon closer inspection, there are indeed differences. It is merely a superficial resemblance. He does resemble Lord Izuna. I concur, the likeness is striking. Yet, upon closer scrutiny, distinctions emerge. Nonetheless, it is quite uncanny. The Senju clan was equally astounded. They recognized the familiar visage from the battlefield, having memorized Izuna's face. How does this individual resemble Uchiha Izuna so closely, though different? Izuna's chin is sharper, his eyebrows finer, and his eyes less slanted. How vexing. I feel an urge to strike him. Observing the swirling pattern on the yellow-haired man's attire, Hashirama remarked, a yellow-haired Uzumaki is quite rare. The Wagakure sounds like a city from the land of earth. The protective forest? Is the true waterfall the one from the land of lightning? Belanquin, if I recall correctly, is in the land of water. The Senju and Uchiha clans were renowned families across the world. Ninjas frequently traversed the lands on missions. Hence they were well acquainted with the names of significant locations in each nation. Listening to the woman's report, realization dawned upon them. It was indeed a unified superpower. Hashirama joyfully tugged at Tobarama. Look, Tobarama. That individual bears the Uchiha emblem, and the yellow-haired one has the Uzumaki emblem. Haha, we have indeed united. Tobarama, with a sense of resignation, did not comprehend his elder brother's fervor. To him, the alliance between the Senju and Uchiha was ill-advised, and he had persistently sought to counter his beloved brother's various propositions regarding the Uchiha. All was as usual until the yellow-haired man's communicator suddenly crackled to life. Naruto. New Tsutsuki appear outside the planet, 6 in total. One possesses an unusual ability that bypassed the spatial barrier. Before the communicator could finish its announcement, the enemy had already arrived. Here they come. The previously silent Uchiha Sasuke suddenly spoke, revealing his Sharingan. This pair of eyes, unique and alluring, captivated everyone's attention. Concealed near the Uchiha domain, Black Zetsu wondered, 6 Tomo Rinnegan? In an instant, Naruto entered Sage Fox mode, enveloped in a golden-red chakra cloak. Sasuke's Rinnegan spun rapidly, and the purple Susanu's skeletal form manifested, shielding both Natsuki and the driver in its embrace. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous explosion reverberated as an invisible force uprooted the topmost layer of the overpass. Looking up, they beheld a white figure suspended in midair. It was the Tsutsuki who had traversed the spatial barrier. With white eyes, skin resembling that of a corpse, and grayish-white hair. The most striking feature was the deep blue Rinnegan centered on his forehead. His pallid visage bore an air of disdain as he coldly surveyed them. Upon seeing Naruto's horizontal sage eyes and dark eye makeup, Hashirama, who also possessed sage abilities, immediately understood. He has entered sage mode. However, this cross-eyed appearance indicates the amalgamation of other powers. As the purple Susanoo revealed itself, the Uchiha clan was utterly convinced that this black-haired individual was undoubtedly one of their own. Madara gazed at Sasuke's 6 Tomo Rinnegan, ruminating on whether their family's archives had ever mentioned the existence of such a Rinnegan. Could this possibly be an advanced form of the Manjiki Sharingan? As the pale Tsutsuki emerged, the Hyuga clan, who had originally come to spectate, could no longer remain passive. Isn't that our Byakugan? Has it been leaked? They questioned, bewildered by the additional eye on his forehead. That's unsettling. This deep blue Rinnegan bears a striking resemblance to the Uchiha's 6 Tomo Rinnegan, does it not? Indeed, it bears a resemblance. Tsutsuki, suddenly recalling something, Hyuga Hayashi hurriedly sought out the ancient texts. Take Natsuki first, Sasuke shouted to Naruto, who swiftly lifted Natsuki and left the battlefield. The purple Susanoo clashed with the deep blue chakra of the unknown Tsutsuki in the air, each encounter unleashing explosive sound waves, uprooting the surrounding trees. The divine, cataclysmic power astonished the ninjas of the Warring States era, whose techniques were relatively rudimentary. The Senju clan remained vigilant, questioning if this was the power of the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan, too, was puzzled, wondering if this was indeed their power. Observing the battle above, Uchiha Madara felt his blood boil with excitement. Hyuga Hayashi rummaged through the texts until he unearthed a weathered, brownish-yellow volume, inscribed with a betrothal between the Hyuga clan and the Tsutsuki of the moon. He was convinced that the Tsutsuki mentioned in the contract was the one appearing in the sky. The unknown Tsutsuki had its sights set on Natsuki, casually engaging with Sasuke before soaring towards her. Suddenly, a pitch-black rift in space appeared beside Naruto, spreading rapidly like a shattered mirror. Alarmed, Naruto tightened his grip on Natsuki, attempting to distance themselves. In the next instant, Natsuki felt an irresistible pull. The world around her distorted and spun, her consciousness gradually fading. Senju Tobirama frowned at the temporal rift, pondering the true nature of this Tsutsuki, whose chakra rivaled that of the Uchiha and possessed the unique ability to manipulate space-time. Coupled with the previously mentioned spatial barriers, it was clear that these Tsutsuki were enemies of Natsuki's homeland, beings from beyond the stars. Concerned about missing any critical details, Tobirama began to take notes. A prolonged darkness and silence enveloped Natsuki. Uncertain of how long she had been unconscious, she finally opened her eyes to find herself in an extraordinarily dense forest. Sensing something amiss behind her, Natsuki immediately activated her nun ability, creating a closed space known as aquatic fish. This ability manifested a sealed environment, where any intruders would lose their mobility and be devoured by the summoned nin fish. The sudden appearance of these peculiar fish, infused with a distinct aura, successfully repelled the anomaly. Who are you? Natsuki turned to see a figure clad in a black robe with wild black hair and a familiar face. Uchiha Madara, towering over her with dangerous glints in his dark pupils. Just behind him, having crossed the river, was Senju Hashirama, donned in a white haori and possessing smooth black hair. The ninjas quickly noted Natsuki's extraordinary ability. Observing the seemingly harmless, aimlessly swimming bone fish that deterred Madara from approaching, Hashirama felt a tinge of embarrassment. Their clandestine meetings had been inadvertently exposed. Assessing the girl's age, Natsuki realized her current predicament. She had been forced to traverse time once again. Despite having successfully unified the world and established a prosperous nation where peace reigned, the queen, who had worked tirelessly for 30 years for global harmony, felt a sense of helplessness. Madara furrowed his brow, while Hashirama remained perplexed. This unfamiliar woman possessed an extraordinary ability they had never encountered. Despite having been on high alert just moments before, their bodies relaxed upon seeing her. Natsuki pondered the current state of the world, where clans still waged war against each other, and the Uchiha and Senju remained in opposition, where technological advancement had yet to ignite, leaving society in a primitive state, where infrastructure was lacking and transportation was inefficient. If she were to establish a nation, the land of water would be a promising choice. Her impression of Madara was still rooted in the Fourth Great Ninja War, where she had incited him to eliminate all nobility. Noticing Madara's growing impatience, she mentally organized her thoughts. The first step was to gain the trust of Madara and Hashirama, ensuring her safety, ideally enlisting them as her guardians. With the forces of the Senju and Uchiha at her disposal, she was determined to seize the opportunity, believing that with sufficient incentives, nothing was unattainable. Natsuki, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara. Madara's Sharingan began to rotate slowly as he coldly inquired, "Do you know us?" Hashirama's expression remained gentle, yet his vigilance was unwavering. "Which clan do you belong to? Why have you suddenly appeared?" Natsuki replied, "You aspire to establish a ninja village, hoping to unite and end the wars, correct? Then you've been eavesdropping on us for quite some time, haven't you? Kill her, Hashirama." Madara raised a kunai, aiming for Natsuki's throat. Yet, as the kunai approached the barrier before her, it failed to touch it, losing momentum and falling to the ground. Intrigued by this novel ability, Hashirama halted Madara, saying, "It seems she still has something to say." Natsuki continued, "A mere alliance of ninja clans cannot alter their destinies. The path to peace requires at least 5 conditions: a unified nation, economic prosperity, social stability, a cultural and technological explosion, and political integrity. I have unified the 5 great nations and ended a millennium of war. No one understands how to forge peace better than I." Though her claim seemed far-fetched, Madara, having lived for so long, had never heard of a world where a great nation achieved peace and unity. However, Natsuki's unwavering gaze and the aura of authority she exuded compelled belief. Seizing the moment, she elaborated, "At 17, I unified the world, ending a century of conflict and division, establishing an unprecedented great nation. Ninjas no longer need to fight for survival. The average lifespan increased from 35 to 80. Mandatory education was instituted, allowing children under 18 to study without worry. Technology soared, culture flourished, and the lives of the people transformed." Her vivid depiction of a prosperous era, even if fabricated, captivated the imagination. Hashirama stroked his chin in contemplation. "You seem to truly understand us. What you describe aligns with our deepest desires." Madara, too, was moved. Though his suspicion heightened, he glared at Natsuki, questioning her. "You claim to have unified the world at 17, but you look no older than that. Your lies are riddled with flaws. Why have you suddenly appeared? What do you seek?" The first episode concluded. Everyone understood now. This was the aforementioned time travel, transitioning from one era to another. Yet, she appeared younger, previously resembling his grandmother, and now looking closer to his age. Perhaps it was a consequence of the spatial rift? Could it truly be that ninjas no longer had to fight for survival, and children could attend school until 18? Was a life expectancy of 80 years even plausible? Nobles rarely lived to such an age. Surely, it was a fabrication, too absurd to be true. Is that all? After watching the first episode, Haru paused the playback. "Hannah, I sense a significant issue." "What issue?" "The first episode presents a problem. The blue renegade Tsutsuki Keisei appeared in 126 AD. So how could he possibly be present in 98 AD? Furthermore, historical records indicate that Queen Natsuki had a personal bodyguard from the Umbu, reputed to be a special nun user capable of creating a dimensional space to shelter living beings. Was this an attempt to forcibly transport Natsuki by removing this bodyguard? Huolin. This is of little significance. Artistic creation requires no logic, merely a whimsical means to allow Natsuki to traverse dimensions. Haruka, well, it's quite enjoyable to see Natsuki feigning before Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. I shall continue to watch. Senju Tobarama acutely perceived the importance of time. quickly jotting down notes about Otsutsuki Kagaya and specialized psychic abilities. Though he did not yet grasp the specific meanings of these concepts, it was prudent to record them. The feudal lords felt a slight sense of relief. This was akin to a dramatic performance, allowing for the fabrication of plots based on celestial descriptions. It was merely a tale, and there was no need for excessive concern. As for the future a century hence, when the world would be unified under the banner of Tachibana Natsuki, it was simple enough to eradicate the Tachibana lineage entirely. By eliminating Natsuki's ancestors, they could return to their revelries, as such peaceful existence had persisted for millennia. Both ninjas and common folk were deeply disheartened. Was it merely a story? Black-haired girl, I'm so hungry. Let us head to the cafeteria. Red-haired girl, Lian, my dear mother, could you bring me a portion? Lian, get up. You must accompany me. Hualin tugged at the red-haired girl. Come on, Ryoko. Let us go to the second cafeteria for the newly opened rice noodles. The quartet set off towards the cafeteria. Upon entering, they were greeted by a dense array of symmetrically arranged doors, with girls of similar age bustling about. Exiting their dormitory, they traversed the broad pathway, passing by towering buildings, until they reached the second cafeteria. It was bustling with a crowd, both men and women, all with flushed faces. Though they appeared to be in their 20s, their gazes were imbued with an innocent sincerity, their demeanor naive and harmless. Inside the cafeteria, a dazzling array of dishes and diverse beverages awaited them. Amidst the lively laughter, the four friends grappled with the task of selecting their preferred dinner. The ninjas exchanged glances, their faces marred with scars, their eyes gleaming with the ferocity of battle. The commoners looked at one another, their faces lined with creases and weariness, a mixture of panic and numbness etched upon them. Was this truly a peaceful world? Chapter 39. The initial viewing of the group the following day, early risers noticed the sky had brightened, joyfully summoning friends and family from their slumber. Groups of people were all heading in the same direction. Haruka, I'm so tired. Ryoko, me too, I despise early classes. Similar discussions echoed around them, with classmates debating the difficulty of courses and the proficiency of instructors. Upon arriving at the teaching building, Ryuko and Haruka parted ways. Ryuko was headed to the Seal and Formation Laboratory on the 5th floor, while Haruka needed to ascend to the Time-Space Ninjutsu Research Laboratory on the 6th floor. Haruka entered the classroom, which was adorned with intricate formations on the walls and was exceedingly spacious, with only a few rows of seats at the front. As the bell rang, the teacher arrived precisely on time, grumbling about the school S-ban on the Flying Thunder God technique before taking attendance. A total of 10 students. And it was completed in no time. Teacher. All right, children, do you remember the assignment from last class? How to establish a universal time-space formula that permits the transfer of items within a certain range through a marked transition. Raise your hand to speak. A reasonable response earns you 2 extra points. Students, including Haruka, raised their hands to contribute, and the teacher, pleased, awarded everyone 2 additional points. The teacher then began to explain the principles of item folding and transfer. Most of the people under the sky. Who am I? Where am I? What is linear algebra? What is spatial curvature? What is a wormhole model? Those lacking mathematical foundation or aptitude felt as if they were listening to a foreign tongue. Every word comprehensible, yet utterly incomprehensible. Senju Tobarama's eyes lit up. He had just developed the Flying Thunder God technique and had yet to apply it in combat. Currently limited to a 2-point transfer. He never anticipated that in the future, the technique would evolve into so many variants. Not only having 2 segments and multiple segments, but also capable of transferring items. Tobarama, when multiple markers exist, the caster must quickly switch between different coordinates, dynamically selecting the optimal nodes for the shortest path through nested use of multiple markers. Tobarama wrote with divine inspiration. Despite his tone remaining steady, his eyes grew increasingly bright. Hashirama nearly felt scorched by his brother's fervent gaze and could only timidly diminish his presence. Having never witnessed such emotional fervor from Tobarama, he resolved to refrain from disrupting him. As practical exercises commenced, under the guidance of the teacher, the students frequently practiced instant movement and item transfer. Ninjas? What a terrifying ninjutsu! Instant movement, the ability to teleport instantaneously. This would be utterly advantageous on the battlefield. Merely imagining themselves battling against a ninja employing the Flying Thunder God sent shivers down the spines of the ninjas from the warring states. Encountering them in reality would spell certain doom. However, As they listened to the teacher elucidate the complex calculations, the ninjas felt reassured. This ninjutsu, demanding both perception and intellect, presented an excessively high learning threshold. As class neared its conclusion, the teacher once again reiterated the importance of diligent study before dismissing the students a few seconds early. Haruka proceeded to the 5th floor to await Ryoko. After the class bell rang, numerous classmates began to exit the seal and formation laboratory. Ryoko, hi Haruka. Let us go to the 7th teaching building. The two descended together, and Haruka mentioned the scene she had just witnessed. There were so many red-haired students in the seal major. 13 of those leaving the laboratory had red hair, haha. Ryoko, indeed, since declaring my major in seals, I've encountered many students with the Uzumaki bloodline. It must be the influence of the Uzumaki lineage. My father, brother, and I are all quite adept at sealing techniques, and our chakra levels have consistently been rated 10 since childhood. Haruka, but I don't bear the Senju or Uchiha surname, and it seems none of my classmates possess the bloodlines of those two clans. Ryoko, that's different. Everyone understands the foundational principles of sealing techniques, and simple seals can be easily learned. Your studies in time-space are unlike ours. Without mathematical talent, even Uchiha Madara himself would find it ineffectual if one cannot grasp mathematics. They simply cannot. Haruka, haha. The Uzumaki clan observed the emergence of numerous similarly red-haired individuals in the sky, filled with anticipation. Seals and formations. Red hair. These must be the children of their Uzumaki clan. Hearing Haruka and Ryoko converse, the Uzumaki felt a sense of pride. The Uzumaki people stood tall, declaring, indeed, our clan excels in sealing techniques, and our chakra levels are inherently vast. Through their dialogue, the ninjas gleaned new information. Those with the Senju and Uchiha surnames excel at the Flying Thunder God, and they must be especially cautious should they ever encounter one. The Uchiha whispered amongst themselves, having been entangled with the Senju for so long without encountering a Senju ninja proficient in the Flying Thunder God. Hearing descendants use Uchiha Madara as a benchmark to illustrate the difficulty of mastering the technique was a clear testament to Madara's extraordinary prowess. Yet Izuna expressed his dissent. Surely, his brother Madara could master the Flying Thunder God. In truth, he didn't quite understand either, having copied it with the Sharingan. He remained uncertain how to utilize it and fell silent. My brother loves me. Ryoko, how unfortunate it is. If only I could still use the Uzumaki surname. I think the name Uzumaki Ryoko sounds lovely. Haruka, Inukawa Ryoko also sounds quite adorable. You could change your online name to Uzumaki Ryoko. Ryoko, no? Calling me Kawaii Kurama is far cuter. Once I graduate, I'll apply to contract with Kurama. The Uzumaki were puzzled. Why would they no longer use the Uzumaki name? Was there a problem with Uzumaki? In the forest, Kurama lay still, resting with his eyes closed. When he suddenly heard his name, Kurama opened one eye and glanced at the red-haired girl in the sky, thinking she wished to contract with him. What a fanciful thought. Kurama would never be a slave. Upon arriving at the first-floor lecture hall of the 7th teaching building, for students from the dormitory gathered together, Chunqing extracted a thick tome, Fundamentals of Historical Overview, from her backpack. This was a major course for the entire grade, and also the most convenient one for idling away time. Flipping open the textbook to the table of contents, she propped it up in front of her and began diligently working on the assignments left by the teacher from the previous lesson. The contents included 1. The Origins of Ninja Sect and the Warring States, Era 1. 1. The Sage of Six Paths and the Founding of the Ninja Sect 1. 2. Clan Conflicts during the Warring States, Era 2. The Emergence of the Ninja Village System 2. 1. The Establishment of Konoha 2. 2. The 5 Kage Summit and the Distribution of Tailed Beasts 2. 3. The Political Structure of Early Konoha 3. Wars and Turmoil 3. 1. The First Ninja World War 3. 2. The Second Ninja World War 3. 3. The Third Ninja World War 4. Reforms during the Era of Peace 4. 1. The Crisis beneath the facade of Peace 4. 2. The Rise of the Akatsuki Organization 5. The Fourth Ninja World War and the New Era 5. 1. The Great Alliance of Nations 5. 2. The Resurrection of Kagaya, Sutsuki 5. 3. The Establishment of a Unified Nation. Merely perusing the table of contents provided ample information. The historical narrative, structured chronologically according to the ninja sect, ninja villages, and the 4 ninja world wars, allowed ninjas to swiftly place their own era within the tumult of clan conflicts during the warring states. Following the timeline, it became evident that the establishment of a unified nation, corresponding to Section 5. 3. would only emerge after a series of cataclysmic wars. A future that was far from promising. The most despairing of all were the commoners, who felt they would never witness an era of peace for them. Facing the horrors of war seemed less unbearable than preemptively ending their lives, seeking a swifter departure from their suffering. Hashirama and Madara were the first to focus on the emergence of the ninja village system, a dream they had cherished since childhood, to create a village to protect their younger siblings. However, in hindsight, this system appeared unsuitable, while nation-building felt an unattainable aspiration. At this moment, neither Hashirama nor Madara had engaged closely with politics, a realm that remained obscured for most ninjas. Not only could they not conceive of nation-building, but they also struggled to memorize official titles. Both contemplated the previous day's presentation of the female emperor's chronicles of the warring states. Despite its awkward plot, the character Tachibana Natsuki was a genuine queen, and it was evident that the tales crafted by future generations drew upon the realities of the future nation. As the teacher blew into the microphone to ensure the sound system was functioning, he announced the commencement of class. All right, we will continue from where we left off last week on Chapter 1, the origins of the ninja sect and the warring states era. Now, let us delve into Chapter 2, the emergence of the ninja village system, accompanied by the somewhat hypnotic voice of the history teacher. Chunqing found her thoughts flowing freely as she wrote with fervor, the tip of her pen producing a rhythmic scratching sound as she calculated mathematical formulas. To her left, Ryo was perusing a textbook on cursed seals, while to her right, Huayan was engrossed in a book featuring animated illustrations. First, let us briefly revisit the conclusion of our last class. During the Warring States era, ninjas operated as familial units, such as the Senju, Uchiha, Kagaya, and Kirigakure clans, engaged in ceaseless conflict. This feudal family system led to frequent small-scale wars, resulting in a high mortality rate among both commoners and ninjas alike. Hearing a future citizen unravel the current historical narrative for the first time, the students listened intently, their ears perked up. Unfortunately, Chunqing remained focused on her writing, glancing up occasionally to catch glimpses of what the teacher displayed on the screen. Indeed, they were living in such a scenario, where ninjas acted as family units. What did feudal mean? It referred to the armed occupation of a territory within a certain scope. Now it made sense, indeed. The Yui clan resided here as a feudal entity. During this pivotal period of transformation, two clans emerged prominently, or rather, two individuals, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, who bore the historical burden of altering the course of their era. Upon hearing these familiar names, Chunqing glanced up, only to confirm what she suspected. The high-definition portraits of the two were displayed before her. She admired Madara's striking features before returning to her work. Tobirama sighed. And combined with the teacher's narrative, it was not difficult to deduce that Hashirama's proposal had materialized. The Senju and Uchiha clans had indeed united. Hashirama's heart raced with excitement as the dreams he shared with Madara were on the verge of realization. Madara felt a similar exhilaration. This was also his ambition. Under the leadership of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the two clans reconciled their long-standing feud to form an alliance, together with the subsequently joined Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Among others, they established Konoha, laying the foundation for the ninja village system. Following this, numerous ninjas from various nations began to emulate the establishment of Konoha, leading to a rapid evolution into a one ninja village per nation paradigm. The ninja village system represented a transitional phase in society, moving from chaos and barbarism towards order and civilization. Its progressive nature manifested in several facets. On a societal level, it ended the chaotic warring states period, achieving relative peace and forming military alliances among clans, while technological advancements surged. While the ninja village system was progressive, it was not without its inherent flaws. These limitations were evidenced by the hereditary nature of power, where the positions of Kage were often monopolized by specific families or teacher-student relationships, thereby fostering political corruption and establishing a new cycle of hatred, particularly concerning the overly idealistic distribution of tailed beasts. Hearing about the alliance with their arch-rivals, the sentiments among the Senju and Uchiha clans were strikingly uniform. Each bore a twisted, malevolent expression, seemingly wishing to annihilate the opposing family. Merely hearing of the Senju-Uchiha alliance made them nauseous. What was the clan leader thinking? Was Tobirama not going to intervene? The mention of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans came as a surprise. Their relationship with the Senju and Uchiha was far from amicable, having engaged in several conflicts. They never expected to be among the first ninja families to be incorporated into the ninja village system. Listening to the teacher elucidate the progressive aspects of the ninja village system brought Hashirama immense joy with each word spoken. He could hardly contain his smile, although his front teeth felt overly warm. Ending the wars, achieving relative peace, fostering clan integration, and improving child survival rates. Yes, this was the world he envisioned. This was the village he aspired to build alongside Madara. Overwhelmed with emotion, Hashirama felt tears welling in his eyes. Tobirama, we did it. We have put an end to the chaos of the warring states. However, upon hearing the teacher mention the inherent flaws, Hashirama quickly composed himself, wiping away his tears and focusing intently. Each word spoken by the teacher struck Hashirama like a hammer, forcefully pounding into his mind. Even with the establishment of the ninja village, new contradictions would inevitably arise, and a fresh cycle of hatred would emerge. He realized that his understanding was still insufficient. The ninja village had numerous shortcomings that required rectification. Beside him, Tobirama too pondered the pros and cons of the ninja village. How might these flaws be amended? Meanwhile, Madara reflected on whether the ninja village system envisioned by him and Hashirama was truly adequate. Given that the future had forewarned him, he felt an obligation to strive for improvement, to discover the true path to peace. Was nation-building truly the answer? Hearing his brother's quiet musings, Tobirama offered his insights and suggestions. If we were to establish a nation directly, we might be perceived as a thorn in the side of the major nations, likely facing relentless assaults from hired ninja clans. Direct nation-building is not a prudent idea. At this moment, the commoners began to harbor some hope for the ninja village system. Even a relatively peaceful era was far preferable to the current state of perpetual battle. The feudal lords and nobles of the capital nodded in agreement, marveling at such a beneficial system. It encompassed the majority of ninja clans within a nation, forming a military alliance subordinate to the state, allowing for greater control and influence over the ninja populace. I have never encountered such a marvelous genius conception. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are truly gifted individuals. Their understanding of the daimyo is profound. This is akin to a drowsy person being presented with a pillow. The daimyo of the Land of Fire promptly dispatched his subordinates to reach out to Senju and Uchiha. He commanded them to immediately, without delay, relinquish their familial grudges. There was no time to waste. They must unite swiftly. In Chapter 40, during the viewing of the initial formation group, the history teacher briefly recounted the numerous conflicts that arose in the early days of Konoha, illustrating the inherent flaws within the shinobi village system, the rivalries among clans, the ideological oppositions of the two founders, Uchiha Madara's defection, and the Valley of the End battle were all mentioned. Listening to this succinct summary of the future, the once fervent hearts of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, driven by the desire for peace, grew cold. Hashirama found it hard to believe that Madara would abandon their dreams. Even more difficult to accept was the sight of his trembling hands, knowing he would have to strike down his dear friend Uchiha Madara to protect Konoha. Conversely, Uchiha Madara remained the more composed of the two, immediately soothing Izuna, who was enraged by the news of his demise. A singular phrase echoed in Madara's mind, the essence inverted. He fully grasped why his future self would depart. The shinobi village merely offered a facade of peace. There was little to be angry about, only a profound sense of disappointment. What truly incensed Madara was the absence of any mention of Izuna. Though he was reluctant to speculate, it was highly probable that Izuna perished before the village's founding, likely at the hands of the Senju clan. For only they possessed such power, either Hashirama or his brother. Madara could not comprehend why he would agree to Hashirama's proposal for unification under such circumstances. A history lesson, broadcasted through the celestial screen, forcefully infused political and historical knowledge into the smoothly functioning minds of both shinobi and civilians. It became evident that the historical impact of an event must be examined from both positive and negative perspectives. For contemporary individuals, the shinobi village system, which they regarded as beautiful, was fraught with numerous issues. Uchiha Madara's fate was particularly poignant. The curtain fell on a legendary ninja's life at the hands of a collaborator. As the history teacher's voice reverberated like a score, Haru completed her temporal studies assignment. On the way back to the dormitory, the four friends engaged in cheerful conversation. As their dialogue progressed, the topic shifted back to the recent history lesson. Ray remarked, I paid close attention in history class today. What did you think of the teacher's proposal? Haru replied, huh? What proposal? Hanami chimed in, apologies, I was lost in anime. Ryoko laughed, hee, I wasn't really listening either. Rei persisted, well, if the first Hokage were Uchiha Madara, would Konoha be better off? Haru considered, I don't believe so, as the shinobi village system is fundamentally flawed. Regardless of who leads, it would still be inadequate. Only Senju Hashirama's remarkable character and ideals elevate the system's perception. Hanami added, do you really think Madara could be Hokage? I doubt it. He isn't suited for political leadership, but rather for military command. His personality is extreme and forceful, firmly believing that strength equates to justice. Such a disposition is ill-suited for a Hokage. Ryoko concurred, stating, I agree with Hanami. If Uchiha Madara were Hokage, he might support militaristic expansion, potentially transforming Konoha into a hyper-militarized machine of war. Rei challenged, don't you think that if Uchiha Madara were Hokage, he would strive to address this inversion of essence? Konoha might indeed flourish under his leadership. Haru mused. The inversion of essence refers to Hashirama's declaration that he would protect the village at all costs, correct? Rei confirmed, exactly. Protecting the village means safeguarding everyone, ninja, children, friends, and family. Anyone who opposes the village deserves no mercy. Do you not perceive that when Hashirama uttered those words, he transformed? Previously, he viewed people as individuals, but now he is willing to sacrifice all for the village's sake. Has he not lost his way? If Uchiha Madara were Hokage, he would certainly protect identifiable individuals within the village, for he recognizes this ailment, does he not? In light of the teacher's lesson, it was evident that Senju Hashirama was the first Hokage and Senju Tobirama the second. Astute individuals discerned that Uchiha's influence and authority in Konoha paled in comparison to that of the Senju clan. The various dark facets of the shinobi village were also thoroughly dissected by the history teacher. As the group followed the girl's train of thought, they pondered whether Uchiha Madara's leadership would indeed elevate Konoha. The Uchiha posited, certainly. Our eyes can pierce through the hypocrisy of the unworthy. The Senju countered, impossible. Entrusting the village to the malevolent Uchiha would only exacerbate the situation. Tobirama observed his elder brother's anguished and confused expression, sighed, and gently consoled. We still have the opportunity to alter our brother's fate. Hanami remarked, so, treating individuals as individuals is essentially Uchiha Madara's principle? This revelation will fundamentally alter the essence of my future fanfiction. Ryuko speculated, perhaps he has been momentarily blinded by the illusion of peace? Those who have experienced war find it challenging to resist the allure of peace, even if it is imperfect. It seems Uchiha Madara may possess obsessive tendencies. Dissatisfied with the current flawed peace of Konoha, yearning for an ideal, everlasting tranquility. Haru countered, I believe lasting peace is unattainable. The instinct for survival and competition is inherent in all beings. Even the smallest grass strives for sunlight, while humans resort to increasingly cunning and cruel means to vie for resources. To me, a more accurate definition of peace is a historical period devoid of extreme violence in the struggle for resources. Ryoko quipped, so we must await the heat death of the universe, when all life ceases to exist, to attain peace, for by then, humanity will be no more. Rei concluded, thus, if Uchiha Madara were Hokage, he would undoubtedly persistently seek a better path to peace, and perhaps Konoha would consequently improve, would it not? My reasoning is sound. Is it not? Haru agreed. Indeed, should it be Uchiha Madara, there exists a minuscule possibility that he might eventually transcend the shinobi village system. However, given his prolonged struggles culminating in the belief in the Infinite Tsukuyomi, it is difficult to evaluate. Regardless, I remain skeptical. Moreover, human life is finite. The shinobi village is an inevitable product of its time, a reality that is difficult to contest. I hold a wholly pessimistic view of the shinobi village system. Anyone in power would achieve the same results. Ryoko expressed, I believe that if Uchiha Madara became Hokage, he might exploit his strength to infringe upon the interests of other nations. While Konoha may flourish in the short term, upon Madara's demise, the village would inevitably face retaliation from other nation shinobi, igniting a world war. In the long run, the outcome would remain unchanged. Kaguya exclaimed, this is not part of my plan. Kaguya began to panic. Was this not in accordance with her designs? The future generations were aware of the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Had she failed? Impossible, impossible, impossible. Kaguya fixated on the celestial screen, devising a strategy to remove this portal that could divulge the future. No one could impede her efforts to save her mother. Madara synthesized the information revealed by the celestial screen in his mind. There is no everlasting peace. For humanity's essence is competition, and the conclusion of the shinobi village system is inevitable. He focused on the keyword, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara pondered, in the end. He becomes a believer in the Infinite Tsukuyomi? What does this entail? Thus, how could one attain the peace depicted upon the celestial screen? Madara's gaze was intense as he fixated on the girls displayed on the celestial screen. Please, reveal it to me swiftly. Hanami interjected. We just need Tachibana Natsuki to complete our ensemble. Madara hesitated to recall the peculiar love story from before, yet his mind involuntarily revisited it. The mere unification of the ninja clans cannot alter the fate of the ninjas. The path to peace necessitates at least 5 conditions: a unified nation, economic prosperity, social stability, a cultural and technological renaissance, and political integrity. I have once unified the 5 great nations, bringing an end to a millennium of warfare. No one understands the art of forging peace better than I do. However, Madara finds this assertion rather ludicrous, akin to a castle suspended in midair, defying the laws of physics. Hashirama reignites the hope of dreams. Is it not to learn from Tachibana Natsuki? A unified nation, we must establish a cohesive state, ensuring global stability. Hashirama nudges Tobirama beside him, urging him to employ his clever mind to ponder how we might establish a unified nation. First, we must unite the Uchiha clan. Haruharu's eyes brighten. Indeed, we are indeed lacking a Tachibana Natsuki. Huayan interjects, haha, why is that? I merely mentioned it casually. As fan fiction often portrays it that way, my apologies. Haruharu continues, consider this. Why is the ninja village system doomed to fail? Huayan responds hesitantly, I'm just a novice writer. I'm not sure. Rei suggests, is it overly idealistic? Ryoko adds, perhaps it's because they haven't toppled the feudal lords and nobility? Haruharu affirms, all correct. First, to overthrow the old society and establish a new nation, what is required? A scientific guiding ideology. The will of fire proposed by Senju Hashirama is far too vague, lacking both realism and systematic approach, much like the will of stone espoused by other ninja villages. In contrast, Tachibana Natsuki's Marxist theory and the ideas of Tim are the most advanced and scientific theoretical weapons of the time. Furthermore, the inherent limitations of the ninja village system fail to unite all possible forces. The Uchiha clan, of vital strength, is not even courted by Konoha to forge a united front, such a waste. Moreover, the core resources of the ninja villages are monopolized by the prominent clans, rendering it impossible to unite smaller families or commoner ninjas, let alone the most crucial class, the common people. Conversely, when considering Natsuki, Ryoko exclaims, wow, precisely. Guided by Marxism, we can establish a united front between ninjas and commoners, utilizing compulsory education to dismantle class stratification. Incredible. Haruharu, you've made the connection. You must have paid close attention in last year's Marxist philosophy class. Rei inquires, what then? Haruharu elucidates, then? Natsuki recognizes that the true enemy of peace lies in the aristocratic class that preys upon the ninjas and commoners, uniting all possible forces and choosing to ally with the currently weaker commoners. We must establish a Ministry of Education, implementing compulsory education to treat both ninja and commoner students equally, gradually phasing out the surnames of prominent clans such as Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, and Uzumaki, enabling a more equitable allocation of resources, distinctly differing from the ninja village system, correct? Huayan agrees enthusiastically, indeed. Haruharu continues, additionally, the various internal flaws of the ninja village system are insurmountable unless one, like Natsuki, establishes a new nation independently. Otherwise, it will forever remain mired in its deficiencies. For instance, the economic foundation of the ninja villages is exceedingly unstable, almost entirely reliant on the feudal lords' subsidies and mission commissions, lacking a robust producer and independent industrial system. Take Sunagakure, for example. Severing their mission sources leads directly to the feudal lords tightening their grip, plunging the entire village into abject poverty. The power structure is unscientific, devoid of effective supervisory institutions, prone to dictatorship and corruption, and the lifetime appointment of positions is utterly absurd. In summary, the problems within the ninja village system are so numerous that they cannot be enumerated exhaustively. Some astute individuals recognized these issues, such as Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama. One sought an alternative path, while the other endeavored to amend the ninja village system, yet to no avail. Engaging in this ninja village system is a futile endeavor. It is akin to placing a noose around one's neck and handing the rope to the feudal lords. If I were a feudal lord, I would simply laugh. The dreams of peace articulated by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara indeed lack a Tachibana Natsuki to enlighten them on who is the enemy, who is the ally, what it means for the people to hold power, what the mass line is, and what the correct path entails. Huayan claps vigorously. Bravo, Haruharu. I shall return and create a new folder, eager to pen a new book, implementing everything you've suggested during the Warring States period. Ryoko exclaims, full marks, full marks. Ray inquires, do you have aspirations for a graduate degree in Marxist philosophy? I believe you could certainly achieve it, Haruharu. To topple the feudal lords and nobility. To overthrow the old society and establish a new nation. The lofty feudal lords and aristocrats instinctively felt fear upon hearing Haruharu's words. Heresy! Heresy! The feudal lord of the land of fire, ablaze with anger and trepidation, shouted to the heavens, you heretical charlatan, you mislead the masses. In a fit of rage, the feudal lord upturned the tea table, calling out, bring me someone, bring me someone. My lord, the attendant knelt respectfully. Go and hire ninjas. Let them bring down this heretic from the sky. Anyone who dares to propagate heretical discourse shall be executed. The aristocratic class, confronted with the notion of the people holding power, felt an acute sense of crisis. Initially, they regarded the heavens with curiosity and reverence. But this quickly transformed into hostility and rejection. At first, when they heard the call to overthrow the feudal lords and nobility, both ninjas and commoners were filled with trepidation and confusion. They had been indoctrinated with the belief that the feudal lords were the supreme leaders of the nation, the most precious individuals in the world, and that the noble lords were elevated beings, above reproach from the common folk. Now, the heavens declare that the true enemy of peace is the aristocratic class that preys upon ninjas and commoners. Their genuine adversaries are the aristocrats and feudal lords. However, our village this year is indeed the ninjas who seized our grain. A villager questioned the village chief, struggling to comprehend why the true enemy was the aristocrats when it was the ninjas who took their food. The village chief, possessing some literacy and having acquired a modicum of knowledge in the capital, explained, the ninjas are hired by the aristocrats to collect grain. It is the aristocrats who truly take our food. Upon hearing Haruharu criticize the vagueness of the will of fire, although Hashirama had yet to grasp its essence, he nonetheless felt a pang of disappointment. Subsequently, Haruharu calmly enumerated the internal flaws of the ninja village system as if reciting a grocery list. Engaging in this ninja village system is a doomed endeavor, akin to placing a noose around one's neck and handing it to the feudal lords. Tobarama turned, and indeed, he noticed his elder brother, deeply affected, huddled in a corner like a mushroom, but he merely glanced before redirecting his attention to his notes, his hand continuing to write. This statement struck too heavily. Given the current state, it was evident that his brother would not recover easily. Upon hearing the series of questions posed by the heavens, Tobarama also began to contemplate. Who is the enemy, and who is the friend? The aristocrats and feudal lords are the enemies, while the ninjas and commoners are allies. Uchiha Izuna's side, foreseeing a difficult time ahead for the Uchiha clan, he must hasten to send someone to procure grain and medicine. Madara observed the cognitive restructuring taking place beneath the heavens, overthrowing the old society, establishing a new nation, a scientific guiding theory, and most importantly, the common people as allies. Following the mass line, Madara stated, the enemy of the ninjas is not other ninjas, but the aristocrats. The true impediment to peace is the aristocrats. Should we not eliminate them? Upon hearing Madara utter such perilous words, Izuna promptly interjected, Brother Madara, merely eliminating the aristocrats will not alter the fate of the ninjas. Madara concurred with his brother's sentiment, acknowledging that simple slaughter cannot yield peace. A new nation must be founded, uniting all clans of ninjas and commoners, treating them equally. Izuna's tone grew more serious. These ideals remain distant, Brother Madara. We must prepare in advance. After witnessing today's event, the feudal lords will undoubtedly send someone to contact us and the Senju. Perhaps they are already en route. Chapter 41. The initial groups viewing 5 for several consecutive days. The heavens remained dim. Officials dispatched by the feudal lords fervently urged the Senju and Uchiha to form an alliance. However, the ancient enmity between the two clans, as voiced by Izuna and Tobirama, successfully thwarted the proposal. News returned to the feudal lord's estate, prompting a fresh batch of tea to be served. Although the daimyo of the Fire Nation was angered, he did not succumb to irrationality, for the truth of the shinobi villages had already been unveiled by the celestial curtain. The ninjas were not fools. Rather, they simply lacked sufficient political acumen. Regardless of the turmoil, it was imperative to win over the ninjas first. The mystical energy of chakra held the potential for great peril should they find themselves opposed. The astute daimyo devised a more effective means of persuasion, given the ninjas' lowly status. Offering them minor official positions seemed a prudent approach. Once they tasted the sweetness of power, the ninjas would surely comply obediently. Subsequent to this, more envoys were dispatched, and officials were sent to every ninja clan's residence to persuade them, all presenting a unified message. The shinobi villages were not governed by a sound system, prompting the daimyo to establish law enforcement agencies in various cities, hoping that the powerful ninjas would join the police force to protect the citizens within the city. Offering a substantial monthly salary, the daimyo placed great emphasis on the Uchiha, Senju, and Sarutobi clans. As soon as the envoy departed, Izuna tugged at Madara, emphasizing, "Brother, we must not join the police force." Madara understood Izuna's intent. This was merely a ploy by the daimyo to win over the ninjas, and they were unwilling to see a future under the celestial curtain. Indeed, Izuna affirmed, the police system is a double-edged sword. While it appears to bestow power and glory upon the ninjas, it is fundamentally intended to control them, sow discord between ninjas and commoners, and perpetuate their isolation and suspicion. Meanwhile, in the Senju clan's quarters, Tobirama arrived at the same conclusion. Brother, this is merely the daimyo's political maneuvering. If you truly desire a future like that under the celestial curtain, our clan must not join the police force. Hashirama nodded sadly. I understand, Tobirama. The distinction between true enemies and genuine friends has been made abundantly clear by Haru. In recent days, Hashirama had ventured into the villages of the commoners, seeking to unite the ninjas' allies, but his efforts were in vain. Upon learning of his ninja identity, the villagers regarded him with suspicion, fear, and resentment. They averted their eyes, desperately concealing their animosity and grievances, all of which Hashirama observed keenly. The ninjas and commoners could not yet become allies. Watching the envoys depart, Hashirama murmured in confusion, Tobirama, the path to peace is indeed arduous. I currently have not a single friend. Tobirama replied, we have seen the correct path. We need only to follow it. Albeit the journey is fraught with challenges, Hashirama no longer felt lost. He resolved to continue reaching out to the commoners, aiding and protecting them. One day, his actions would demonstrate to the villagers that ninjas could indeed be true friends. Suddenly, a voice broke through the air, Father. The great board in the sky has illuminated once more. After several days, the celestial curtain shone brightly again, prompting everyone to step outside and gaze eagerly at the sky. The daimyo and nobles seethed with frustration, having exhausted every conceivable method to attack the celestial curtain, yet it remained steadfast. Black Zetsu, too, had schemed endlessly, but the curtain remained unharmed. Before them appeared a pristine, radiant expanse. Haru and her companions were shopping in a grand marketplace, which boasted several levels filled with clothing stores offering a kaleidoscope of colors and styles. What brings them here? Is this still the world of mortals? Even the most seasoned nobles were left in awe by such a spectacle. As for the ninjas and commoners, they were utterly entranced by this enchanting world. Within the bustling marketplace, patrons perused and selected items at their leisure. Children tugged at their parents towards the ice cream shop, their faces adorned with innocent delight. The shopkeepers greeted all with warm smiles, their demeanor friendly and inviting. The nobles could not fathom how these commoners managed to live so lavishly. In their eyes, the future commoners were still beneath them. This reality clashed with their understanding. They believed commoners were meant to toil in the earth, ultimately returning to dust. All present shared a sense of bewilderment. Is this truly a world of peace? Hashirama's voice faltered, as if choked by emotion. Suddenly, he erupted into tears, embracing Tobirama, exclaiming, Tobirama, do you see? Our dream has truly been realized. Tears and snot stained Tobirama's clothing as Hashirama patted his back vigorously. Haru and her friends navigated through a sea of garments, carefully selecting their outfits. The crowd followed Haru's gaze, captivated by each piece of clothing, their eyes unwilling to blink. After purchasing their attire, the four friends descended to the basement level of a grand supermarket. The spacious supermarket was meticulously organized, showcasing high-quality goods and fresh produce, fruits, vegetables, seafood, dairy, and delicacies. Under the celestial curtain, the people of the warring states stood in silence, dazed and unresponsive, their minds overwhelmed by the stunning visuals. Exiting the supermarket led them to a subway station, where the throngs of people were simply overwhelming. The girls struggled to navigate the crowded subway, exerting immense effort to escape the station. "Looks like we hit the evening rush. This is truly terrifying," Ryoko remarked. "And this is not even a holiday. Such is life in Konoha City. You'll get used to it," Ray assured her. "Oh no, my meat floss cake has been squished," Hanan exclaimed, lifting her flattened treat for her friends to see. The girls quickly checked their belongings. Sturdier fruits and packaged foods remained intact, while softer items like bananas and cakes were less fortunate. "My blueberries have been squished, but it's all good," Haru said. "My cake has vomited," Ryoko laughed. "But I don't mind. It all ends up in my stomach anyway." As the celestial curtain closed, everyone returned to their daily lives, having spent an entire day immersed in the future. What kind of world could be described as one of prosperity and abundance? The world of the future. The world beneath the celestial curtain. If only Tachibana Natsuki could truly cross over. The common people held a sincere hope. Once again, Senju Hashirama visited the village of the commoners, who remained wary and resentful of ninjas, yet their attitudes had softened noticeably. They were not foolish. They simply had not had the opportunity to receive an education. The celestial curtain had proclaimed that commoners and ninjas were destined to be true friends. They were merely reluctant to believe and accept this, particularly those who had lost loved ones due to the violence of ninjas. The nobles attempted to sow discord between the commoners and the ninjas, yet the nobility itself was not impervious. Izuna and Madara bid farewell to the members of the Kichikawa clan. "Brother, what do you intend to do?" Izuna inquired. "I will not consent. The Kichikawa clan merely seeks to exploit the power of ninjas to overthrow the daimyo. Promising to elevate the Uchiha to a new noble status is nothing but a deception. The celestial curtain has offered them a glimpse of an opportunity to replace the current daimyo, but they cannot bring peace. They are parasites." In the Senju quarters, Tobarama and Hashirama saw off the members of the Fujiwara clan. "Brother, what are your plans?" Tobarama asked. "The Fujiwara clan merely seeks to incite war to become the new daimyo. They will not usher in the peace we envision. I have heard that the daimyo is offering a bounty for anyone bearing the Tachibana surname. They are foes, enemies of peace." Chapter 42. The initial viewing of the founding group, the ninjas were not without their responses. Under the leadership of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, various ninja clans gathered. To prevent the nobles from discovering their assembly, they all discreetly employed transformation techniques. In this inaugural multi-clan meeting, discussions commenced regarding the potential formation of a new regime. Some sought to partake in the grand vision painted by the daimyo and nobles, while others aspired to unite in the pursuit of a better new world. Just then, the celestial curtain illuminated once more. Familiar desks and unfamiliar formulas appeared. Haru was diligently completing her homework. A sudden wail erupted from the girl. Huayan cried, "Chunqing, help me. Do you have a moment? Could you do me a favor?" Chunqing leaned back, glancing towards the neighboring Huayan. "What is it?" Huayan replied. "Could you help me figure out how to write the subsequent plot?" Chunqing asked. "Are you referring to that historical fanfiction you mentioned last time?" Huayan confirmed, "Yes." Chunqing walked over, casting a glance at the protagonist's character design as well as Huayan's brief outline. A modern traveler, transformed into a common ninja? A common ninja during the Warring States period seems quite challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Chunqing added, "Based on your outline, it appears you wish to pursue a route of armed revolution and early nation building. Wouldn't it be easier to depict the traveler as a noble? The first-class traitor to awaken, a noble identity would facilitate the recruitment of ninjas." Huayan responded, "However, if the protagonist is of noble birth, the revolution wouldn't be complete." "Would it?" Chunqing acknowledged, "True. It could easily devolve into nobles' children remaining nobles, while farmers' sons remain farmers. So, where have you progressed in your writing?" Huayan stated, "The first step is to win over Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara." Chunqing inquired, "Have you successfully gained their allegiance?" Huayan replied, "Yes." The protagonist directly tells them he comes from the future. Chunqing suggested, Perhaps you should opt for a more astute approach, gradually building rapport with them, discussing dreams of unity. Wouldn't that be a better method? Hualyan exclaimed, but I'm in a hurry. I am eager to establish a nation. Chunqing conceded, all right then. What do you plan for the second step? Hualyan articulated her plan, under the call of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Gather the strength of ninja clans within the Land of Fire to establish cities and siphon populations for infrastructure. Chunqing critiqued, this plot seems implausible. At that time, animosity between ninja clans was exceedingly deep. Simply pulling two individuals would evoke a sea of blood. The same applies to ninjas and commoners. The commoners despised ninjas. They would never approach a city built by them. Furthermore, noble powers would undoubtedly obstruct any such endeavor. Do not forget the existence of Kurizetsu lurking in the shadows. How will you navigate these challenges? Hualyan chuckled. That is precisely why I sought your guidance from my protagonist. The figures of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and the hopeful allied ninjas were momentarily enlightened. They had just been debating how to persuade commoners to join their nation. Now, a descendant's suggestion was at hand. Indeed, the heavens stood with the ninjas. The nobles were angered, yet upon hearing the girl from the heavens discuss how ninjas could reasonably establish a nation, they scoffed disdainfully. Speak more. The more detailed, the better, so we can devise ways to counter the potential alliance of ninjas. Just obediently act as our dogs. Yet still dream of becoming masters. Foolishness. Chunqing remarked, this is far too complex. It cannot be articulated clearly in a short time. By the way, Hualyan, do you remember Rei's cousin, Koz Wakaba? Her doctoral research focuses on the history of the Warring States period, correct? Hualyan confirmed. Yes, Rei mentioned it once. Chunqing proposed. Let's search for her papers. Hualyan logged into the Konoha University library and searched for Koz Wakaba, retrieving several papers. She selected one titled A Brief Discussion on the Factors Hindering the Establishment of a Unified Nation at the End of the Warring States. Hualyan read aloud. The study found that the main factors impeding unification include the feudal political structure dominated by daimyos, the long-standing enmity among ninja clans, the constraints of familial patriarchal systems, economic development disparities, the dispersion of military power, cultural ideological differences, and the absence of a strong unifying leader. These factors interact to create structural obstacles that hinder the realization of national unification at the end of the Warring States. The overly abstract conclusions left the majority beneath the heavens bewildered and perplexed. Tobarama reviewed the main factors obstructing unification, conducting a brief analysis based on his understanding. He thought, indeed, these answers can only come from descendants. This method of unraveling complexity cannot be replicated by existing cognition. Hualyan recited the abstract, but instead of resolution, it only deepened her confusion. This is so abstract, Chunqing. I'm just writing fanfiction. Isn't this academic writing a bit excessive? Chunqing replied, all right, let's analyze from the beginning. The first point, the feudal political structure dominated by daimyos. From the perspective of subordinate status at the end of the Warring States, daimyos are the highest rulers of the nation, while ninja villages are merely military contractors. If the protagonist and ninjas wish to establish a true nation, they must confront the obstruction of the noble class and overthrow or circumvent the daimyos. Hualyan agreed. Yes, exactly. Chunqing continued. First, we need to understand the source of the nobles' power. Why are daimyos daimyos, and why are nobles nobles? The primary distinctions between the noble class and the commoner class are based on bloodline, political power, resource ownership, and cultural ideology. Thus, ninjas are evidently part of the commoner class. Therefore, when the protagonist unites ninjas and commoners, this distinction must be dismantled. Nobles control land, taxes, and other resources, completely monopolizing political power while oppressing and exploiting the commoner class. They rely on bloodline relationships to inherit privileges, making it nearly impossible for commoners to break through class barriers. It must be articulated plainly to the commoners that nobles are just as mortal as they are. There is no difference between them and ordinary folk. To attain a better life, they must unite and resist the nobles, reclaiming land and power from them. Hualyan's fingers danced across the keyboard, recording Chunqing's analysis. Chunqing's words struck like thunder in a clear sky, awakening countless individuals. Nobles are just as mortal as anyone else. There is no difference between them and common folk. Nobles are human, ninjas are human, and commoners are human too. Everyone is human, and to attain a better life, one must strive and seize, reclaiming land and power for themselves. If we could have paid less grain last year, my son would not have starved. Indeed. Why are nobles allowed to steal my land and my grain? To achieve peace, one must resist the nobles. The nobles, no longer disdainful or gleeful spectators, felt as though they had been stripped bare and left exposed to the scorching sun, suffering in agony. They let out a desperate howl. Nonsense. The lowly must remain lowly for eternity. Chapter 43. The initial creation groups viewing 7 Chunchin continued. The second point, the animosity between ninja clans. This is a historical grudge that dates back to the era of the Sage of Six Paths. The seeds of hatred were sown from the ideological opposition between Indra and Ashura, gradually evolving into the clan rivalries following the disintegration of the ninja sect. Referring to section 411 of the paper, the root cause of this animosity stems from 3 points. 1. Systemic oppression, where the ninja tools theory causes nobles to view ninjas as disposable, deliberately inciting clan conflicts to maintain control. 2. A lack of shared identity. Ninjas live as families, and their identification with familial ideals often surpasses their personal identity. 3. A cycle of hatred arises as ninjas are employed by nobles and merchants, leading to inter-clan conflict over missions, which breeds enmity. Battle casualties and blood feuds create deeper hatred, ultimately forming a cycle of animosity during the warring states. The noble class hopes for ninjas to engage in mutual destruction, preventing them from resisting their masters. Ninjas lack independent production capabilities, and the economy of ninja clans is almost entirely dependent on the noble class, forcing them to serve the nobles. Moreover, at that time, ninjas primarily identified as Uchiha or Senju before considering themselves ninjas. Therefore, our protagonist must sever this cycle of hatred, first uniting the families, then finding ways to shape social identity like Natsuki, instilling a unified core value into ninjas to replace their familial identities. Huayan raised her hand. Teacher Chunqing, I'm a bit lost. How should I instill a unified value? What should I teach? Modern thought. Spring sunshine, of course. With the revolution underway, the notion of the will of fire seems rather trivial. The focus should undoubtedly be on promoting democracy, science, the rule of law, and equality. By the way, is your protagonist planning to claim the throne for themselves, or will they support someone else? Hualien, either option is viable, I suppose. The ultimate goal is to eradicate the aristocracy and unify the world. If Ban Yi were to become king, that would be splendid, wouldn't it? Spring sunshine, I would advise having the protagonist ascend to the throne. The ideologies of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are somewhat abstract. While they possess remarkable leadership qualities and charisma, they are not suited for political leadership in that era. If we must choose a monarch, it would be wiser to consider Senju Tobarama or Uchiha Azuna, although both bear their family surnames. No. I still believe it would be better for the protagonist to become queen, akin to Queen Shaki, enacting laws that prohibit monarchs from claiming the throne again and restrict familial ties from holding power consecutively. Hualien, so, does this relate to the values we need to instill? Spring sunshine. Indeed, it is related. If the protagonist claims the throne, they need not fear being influenced by familial ideologies, ensuring equality among all clans without one family overshadowing the others. Hualien, I understand. Please continue. The various clans at the ninja conference fell silent, as the celestial canopy revealed the necessity of uniting ninjas and commoners. It elucidated the cycle of animosity between ninja clans and its ties to the aristocracy. Most ninja clans were willing to unite for a promising future. Yet a new dilemma arose. Who would lead? They did not have a figure like Hinashaki. The most suitable candidates would undoubtedly be Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. However, the celestial canopy indicated that these two were not particularly fit to serve as political leaders. Moreover, from the perspective of the other clans, neither the Senju nor the Uchiha dominating the landscape was something they would prefer. They would rather witness a fierce rivalry between the two clans than one overpowering the other. Spring sunshine. The third issue is the constraints posed by the patriarchal family system, which can seamlessly continue from the previous point. Instilling a unified value system among ninjas ultimately aims to dismantle the family patriarchal structure. Hualien, Teacher Spring Sunshine, I have another question. Isn't valuing family a commendable quality? Why must we dismantle the larger clans? Indeed, valuing family is a virtue every ninja should possess. Why should we dismantle the larger clans? The clan ninjas of the warring states period struggle to comprehend this. Spring Sunshine's expression grew conflicted and troubled. it was far too complex. Let's find a paper to examine, shall we? You search for the family patriarchal system. As Hualien's search results emerged, everyone could see numerous articles analyzing the negative impacts of the family patriarchal system and exploring why clans inevitably face extinction. Although Hualien glanced only at the abstracts and skimmed through quickly, most ninjas managed to keep up with her rapid browsing. The perspectives of later generations diverged sharply from the present, and the interpretations of the family patriarchal system were so novel that the elder clan members steeped in familial ideals found them difficult to accept. They could not fathom why the younger generations were so harshly critical of the patriarchal system. The greatest shock came from the Hyuga clan. Nonsense. The family patriarchal system is meant to unite family members. How could it lead to the family's demise? A ninja from the Hyuga clan could not restrain himself from rebuking the words displayed on the celestial canopy. He was a guard who had participated in the ninja conference alongside clan leader Hyuga Seiji. The renowned branch family and caged bird system were well known among all clans. And thus, the ninjas could understand the Hyuga clan's intense reaction. Hualien, I understand now, Teacher Spring Sunshine. Overemphasizing family interests is detrimental to national interests. I comprehend. Spring Sunshine. You should also seek out papers to study these subsequent topics, such as economics and culture. They are too intricate. Hualien, don't go. Please help me think of what difficulties the protagonist might encounter and the potential actions of the aristocrats. This is my final request. Spring Sunshine. Why not write a simple narrative, or perhaps change the time period? Grant the protagonist some advantages, like signing in to receive 100 tons of rice. The revolutionary challenges at the end of the Warring States period are overwhelmingly numerous. Pursuing the inquiries is endless. Hualien, Spring Sunshine, please. I beg you. I will treat you to corn tarts. Upon hearing Hualien's summary, the ninjas, overly fixated on familial interests, began to ponder. If they truly established a unified nation, would it mean the inevitable decline of ninja clans? If they chose to align with the aristocrats, could their families continue to thrive, just as they had for millennia? With the sons of daimyos remaining daimyos and the sons of nobles remaining nobles? The hopeful ninjas and commoners were filled with dismay, facing countless issues that even the future generations found daunting. The aristocrats, on the other hand, felt a slight sense of relief, hoping that the girl on the celestial canopy would articulate more challenges, ideally dissuading everyone from pursuing the path of revolution and returning to their rightful places. The prospect of corn tarts momentarily swayed Spring Sunshine, causing her to pause in her stride back to her seat. With a resigned sigh, she replied, "All right, where were we?" Hualien chuckled, "The potential difficulties we might encounter and the aristocrats' actions." Spring Sunshine. The aristocrats will undoubtedly seek to obstruct the establishment of the city, undermining the alliance between ninjas and commoners, correct? They would likely employ their areas of expertise to impose restrictions, such as limiting resources, hindering ninjas from purchasing food and daily necessities, bribing to dismantle the ninja alliance, funding potentially rebellious ninja clans, and inciting public opinion to erode support for the new regime. Hualien diligently recorded her notes. Spring Sunshine. Additionally, there are conflicts among ninjas, between ninjas and commoners, and even among commoners themselves. Drawing from Queen Shaki's various measures post-establishment, I shall refrain from elaborating further. The commoners, unfamiliar with the intricacies of political strife, were taken aback. Is there such a plethora of strategies? Could so many issues arise? The ninjas at the conference exchanged glances. If they were to establish a nation, could they withstand the aristocrats' tactics? Would they be capable of resolving the myriad of challenges and conflicts? The aristocrats had not experienced a moment's joy since the celestial canopy appeared. It continuously incited ninjas to unite and resist the daimyos and aristocrats, instigating the uninformed commoners to defy the nobles' commands. This had been the status quo for millennia. Why would it change now? Spring Sunshine. Oh, I almost forgot about Kurizetsu. The protagonist, being a time traveler, could inform Madara and Hashirama in advance. He is quite the troublemaker and must be guarded against. Hualien, so many issues. Why did I choose to write about the Warring States Revolution? It's so troublesome. Can we not just go for the Infinite Tsukuyomi instead? Spring Sunshine. The Infinite Tsukuyomi might not be feasible. It requires the Rinnegan. Moreover, the Infinite Tsukuyomi is merely the initial condition. Slaying the daimyos is easy, but vanquishing the daimyos in the people's hearts is far more challenging. The impact of millennia of feudal society is deeply entrenched. You must genuinely instill the core values of democracy, civilization, and peace into the hearts of those from that era. If the ninjas of that time were willing to unite, combined with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, I believe achieving world unification would not be an insurmountable task. However, reaching a state of global unity is merely the first step toward peace. The true challenge lies in maintaining a peaceful nation, establishing a just legal system, ensuring stable and sustainable economic development, implementing a comprehensive social security system, and fostering a robust and reliable military force, alongside compulsory education and technological advancement. Yet again, a lengthy enumeration of challenges emerged. Spring Sunshine's tone seldom varied, creating a monotonous atmosphere. When she rapidly recited a long series of incomprehensible terms and sentences, it was easy for listeners to become mentally overwhelmed, much like the current situation. The crowd beneath the celestial canopy, cosmic cat heads. Hashirama abruptly stood up, his hands crashing onto the table, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. He surveyed the crowd, his voice low yet imbued with strength. Esteemed friends, the heavens have unveiled to us a vision of the future, a world where both ninjas and commoners can truly live in happiness. The ninjas gathered at the examination table turned silent, their gazes fixed upon Hashirama. The obstacles of nobility, hatred, and war lay starkly before us. Yet, it is precisely for this reason, his lips curled into a resolute smile, that we must strive to change it all, not through waiting, nor through compromise, but through revolution. As the heavens have proclaimed, the peace we yearn for is not far away. We need only to resolve each issue one by one, as the heavens have guided us. Moreover, we have been forewarned of these issues, granting us additional time to devise solutions. He suddenly spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entirety of the future, his voice rising in intensity. I implore you all to join me. Let us together forge a new world. Hashirama's gaze swept across each individual, finally resting on Madara, his smile radiant and nearly blinding. Madara, this time we shall not merely establish a village. We shall create an entirely new world. Tobirama felt a sense of relief but inwardly scoffed. Finally, a sensible statement from you, brother, if only it didn't involve Uchiha Madara. Izuna maintained a polite smile while gritting his teeth. Damn you, Senju Hashirama. Madara observed Hashirama's resolute gaze, arms crossed, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. You remain as foolish as ever, Hashirama. Hashirama believed Madara was about to agree to the alliance, only to be abruptly doused with cold reality. The feudal lords were currently on a rampage within the Land of Fire, ruthlessly hunting down anyone bearing the surname Tachibana, executing all regardless of status or age. The nobility was already on the move. Madara's voice dripped with coldness, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The Kichigawa clan had repeatedly sent envoys to persuade the Uchiha clan to join his city. I am sure all present are aware of this. As his words hung in the air, a palpable aura of menace radiated from Madara, causing the ninjas at the conference table to instinctively retreat into defensive stances. I trust you, Hashirama, for you too desire a peaceful world, yet I harbor no faith in human nature. Among the numerous ninja clans present, there are surely some who have been coerced by the nobility. Madara rose, slowly approaching a group of ninjas from different clans. Without armor, without weapons, and without revealing his Sharingan, the pressure he exuded was enough to crush insects. Several ninjas adorned with striped clan emblems seemed unable to bear it any longer, tossing down smoke bombs in a desperate attempt to flee. Would release, birth of the world tree. Their escape was thwarted. Hashirama's would release was swifter than body flicker techniques. He deftly incapacitated several of them, expertly severing jaws and limbs, a task he was well accustomed to. Please do not worry. We have just received news from our clansmen. They have secretly accepted employment from the nobility, and their attendance at our meeting was merely to gather intelligence. What unfolded was a sudden spectacle of purging traitors. Whether it was a deliberate act by Hashirama and Madara or mere coincidence, it was indeed a remarkable stroke of luck. News arrived during the conference, and they could ascertain the truth upon returning to investigate. Huayan, I'm starting to feel like giving up. Chunqing shook Huayan's shoulders. You mustn't give up. I've told you for so long. You must write something, or all my efforts will be in vain. Huayan, I will write, I promise. To show my gratitude to my dear Chunqing, let us go buy some desserts, my treat. With that, the notebook snapped shut, and the two girls exited together. The heavens closed. At this moment, Madara stood beside Hashirama, with Tobirama and Izuna positioned behind them. Madara declared, "Now, you may make your choice." Chapter 44. The founding groups viewing 8 following the Ninja Clan Conference. The various ninja families officially united. They swiftly seized the city, eliminating the Lord and any opposing forces within, thereby establishing the Ninja Allied Forces, with leaders Hashirama and Madara, both having abandoned their original surnames, leaving the chieftain positions to their younger brothers. After announcing the formal founding of their nation, the Ninja Allied Forces initiated a blitzkrieg, expanding outward at a remarkable pace. Utilizing the Susanoo and the Great Buddha, they vanquished 4 nations. Such divine power was beyond the reach of mere mortals. After capturing the majority of the Land of Fire, the Ninja Allied Forces entered a strategic stabilization phase. It was then that Hashirama and Madara realized the truth. While seizing power was easy, maintaining it was challenging. Hashirama, during countless sleepless nights post-establishment, would clutch his blanket and lament, thankful he had heeded Tobirama and Izuna's advice against further expansion. It's too hard, too hard. Building a nation is truly arduous. As if in response to Hashirama's inner turmoil, the heavens gradually imparted knowledge of the future, bureaucratic systems, and candidate selection processes of the Great Prosperity Nation, Tachibana Natsuki's literacy program, to eradicate illiteracy at lightning speed. The importance of science and education for national prosperity, the principles of hybrid rice, compulsory education, and examination systems. As the second author of this narrative, Chunqing accompanied Hualien, diligently poring over documents, researching materials, and brainstorming potential difficulties and reasonable solutions. All of this information was transmitted to the people of the Warring States period. In Hualien's tale, the protagonist led the populace in constructing the very skeleton of the nation, gradually filling it with flesh and blood. Under the heavens, the nascent land of Konoha also stumbled forward, clumsily striving for peace. The appreciation for the heavens was abundant, for it was the heavens that had bestowed knowledge of the future upon the world. Gratitude flowed towards Tachibana Natsuki, as many existing policies were adaptations of her work. She was indeed an exemplary queen, admired by future generations. Deep gratitude was also directed towards Chunqing and Hualien. For although they may not have realized their actions were being transmitted to the past, the collective thanks remained, acknowledging their daily struggles to devise solutions and gather information. In the twilight of the Warring States period, a newly established land of Konoha was flourishing. I firmly believe that the future of this nation is bright, for the unwavering support of its people is the most potent force. 10 years later, golden waves of wheat surged, and standing high above, Hashirama and Madara were filled with pride. The sounds of bustling traffic, the lively chatter of the crowds, and the hum of factory machinery filled the air, a symphony of their own creation. This was the peace they had forged with their own hands. The wheat fields were once again ripe for harvest, and Tobirama excelled not only in ninjutsu, but also in the study of fertilizers. Having grown accustomed to treating Tobirama like a workhorse, Izuna and Madara began to show him some appreciation. After all, he was their benefactor, not to be scolded. If Tobirama had truly rebelled, they would find it difficult to replace such a reliable ally. Since the successful unification of the world by the land of Konoha, the heavens had vanished, as if their task had concluded. Hashirama, Madara, and the others occasionally gazed skyward, not in anticipation of the heavens' return, but in fond reminiscence of the days when the heavens had been present. Perhaps the thoughts of the day lingered into their dreams at night. "Mom, the heavens have appeared again. Come quick and see." On a certain day, 13 years into the era of Konoha, the heavens re-emerged. Complex formulas, long unseen, were being penned by Chunqing. Hualien, Chunqing, it seems we have overlooked a major detail. As Hualien's story approached the conclusion of world unification, she suddenly realized something significant. Chunqing, what? Hualien, non-abilities. We've forgotten about non-abilities. I set the parameters for the traveler to be non-ability users. Chunqing, right. My apologies. I am a chakra user, and I neglected that detail. Hualien, sigh. Our dormitory lacks non-users. You and Ryoko are chakra users, while Rei and I are non-ability users. We accidentally overlooked this. Wow, it seems Chunqing and Hualien haven't changed at all. 10 years have passed, and they remain the same. Hadn't we already known? The passage of time under the heavens differs from our own. What are non-abilities? Similar to chakra users, this may be a power akin to chakra. Chunqing suggested. Why not randomly select a fortunate individual to traverse back in time and teach them about nun abilities? Huayan responded, isn't that a bit hasty? Chunqing insisted. You could include it as a side story since everything is coming to a close. Write about a time traveler from the future who is astonished to discover that this world was unified long before the end of the Warring States period. It could serve as an intriguing supplemental tale. Huayan considered, that could work, or perhaps we should simply forego writing about nun abilities altogether. Chunqing replied, I believe it is still worth writing about. During the late Warring States period, commoners and ninjas can be seen as two distinct groups. The existence of nun abilities is necessary. It would allow some capable commoners to become nin users. Otherwise, the ninjas and commoners may ultimately split into two factions, which would hinder national unification. Furthermore, there is the Otsutsuki clan. When nun abilities had yet to be widely developed, countless lives were lost in battles against the Otsutsuki, with Sasuke and Naruto nearly sacrificing their lives. It is imperative to introduce nin abilities sooner rather than later. The Otsutsuki clan, including Hashirama and Madara, had captured Kaguya and learned through memory extraction of her millennium-long conspiracy aimed at saving her mother. If it were not for this individual's various schemes to disrupt the stable world order, they might even commend Kaguya for her filial piety. Unfortunately, Kaguya's family history is not well known, and summoning her is unnecessary. It is best to leave her on the moon. Additionally, the very resilient old immortal is currently sealed within the Leaf Village's Otsutsuki Research Laboratory. Chunqing's tone exuded clear concern, revealing her lack of faith in their current strength to defeat the Otsutsuki clan. Tobirama, resting his chin on a pen, shared his analysis. He had previously stated that with his brother and Madara, unifying the world was not an issue, indicating his understanding of their capabilities. Yet, he still hoped that nun abilities could be developed and utilized more widely, proving that none could better confront the Otsutsuki clan than chakra. Moreover, this is a power that ordinary individuals can learn, significantly enhancing the nation's military strength. Chunqing proposed, what if we create a new character, a rare and exceptional being, a genius among commoners who can naturally wield nun abilities to teach others? Huayan remarked, a new character? That could work. Chunqing inquired, so? How do you plan to write it? Huayan replied, I prefer the time traveler concept. As a child, I struggled with meditation, feeling restless even after 3 years of practice. Perhaps I should write about a time traveler who teaches nun abilities step by step. I'll find a video on nun abilities to refresh my memory. It's been so long since I last studied, and I've forgotten everything. Chunqing agreed, sounds good. Let us watch together. Huayan clicked on a video titled What is Nun? A cute little girl with golden hair styled in twin tails, wearing a red puffy dress, appeared on screen. Her appearance was reminiscent of Killua from Hunter x Hunter. Hello everyone, I am Kuki Karapika, and today, I represent the Nun Users Association to introduce the concept of nun and some simple training methods. Chunqing asked, when was this video made? Huayan replied, 5 years ago. Chunqing gasped. At that time, Kuki must have been 56 years old, right? Being a nun user is truly wonderful. The audience beneath the sky gasped in disbelief. 56 years old? This girl named Kuki is 56? She looks like she is only 13. Hashirama's eyes widened. 56 years old. He recalled the elderly women of the Senju clan, who appeared youthful even past 50. But to look 13 at 56 seemed exaggerated. Kuki explained, it is widely known that there are 3 types of extraordinary powers that humans can harness: chakra, natural energy, and nun. While chakra and natural energy can only be wielded by a select few, nun abilities are inherently possessed by all individuals. In theory, with diligent study and training, anyone can learn to use nun abilities. First, we must understand the characteristics of nun. 1. It is inherent to all. This has been previously mentioned. Nun is the life energy that every person possesses, as natural as breathing, yet ordinary individuals cannot perceive or control it. 2. It is challenging to learn. Training in nun is exceedingly difficult. More crucial than mastering nun itself is cultivating the mind. Without mental fortitude, one may become obstinate, unable to rectify erroneous thoughts, and easily fall into madness. 3. It is not easily extinguished. Chakra and natural energy typically dissipate upon the death of the user, whereas nun does not vanish with the death of the nun user. At times, it may even become more potent due to the user's demise. Hashirama nodded in understanding. Indeed, nun is a form of life energy, quite similar to chakra. Tobirama interjected, However, it is different. Chakra is a combination of physical and mental energy produced through cellular metabolism. Kuki continued, "Next, I will discuss the methods of learning none. None can be learned in 3 ways. 1. Inherent talent. This type of individual is exceedingly rare and can be disregarded. 2. Awakening through practice. This is the safest and most commonly used method for learning none. By gradually learning from none users and diligently practicing through meditation and mindfulness, one can start to sense the existence of ki, progressing slowly to learn none. The ability to learn and the time taken vary based on personal aptitude. 3. Forced awakening. It is vital to emphasize that this is a highly dangerous method of learning none and is currently prohibited. Please do not be deceived into paying strangers for lessons. If you wish to learn none abilities, please enroll in a nationally recognized school for ability users. Now that we understand what none is, I will demonstrate the proper teaching process for none abilities. The screen behind Kuki lit up, displaying none training. With a simple drawing of a person meditating on the left and another hanging upside down from a tree on the right, Kuki explained, learning none is a gradual process. Individuals of all ages can learn. Some may possess high talent and understanding, allowing them to learn none early, while others may require a long period of training to lay the groundwork for awakening their none abilities. She pointed to the meditating figure. Meditation, mindfulness, and observing nature can refine the mind, helping us to feel our bodies and breaths, imagining a flow of energy within. This energy slowly dissipates, and through visualization, we attempt to perceive the true existence of ki and learn to control its flow. A person's life energy will gradually diminish. When you sense ki and can manipulate it freely, you will have learned none. Next, she directed her ruler towards the hanging figure. A healthy and robust body aids in the practice of none abilities. Daily physical training, such as running and swimming, can enhance life energy. The stronger the body, the greater the potential ki, making it easier to sense ki. The ordinary individuals listened with utmost seriousness. They could not extract chakra, fundamentally different from ninjas. Now, the heavens offered them an opportunity, the chance to become users of abilities. Despite Kuki emphasizing the difficulty of practicing none, their hearts burned with excitement. Everyone feverishly took notes, word for word. Some silently vowed to meditate and practice as soon as the presentation concluded, rising early the next day to train their bodies. Kuki continued, "You might need 10, 20, or even 30 years to sense ki and learn none. This is entirely normal. A longer learning period does not imply weaker none abilities." The screen shifted, displaying 4 great techniques with 4 characters below: entangle, absolute, train, release. Kuki then spent considerable time detailing and demonstrating the 4 great techniques, emphasizing the necessity of a solid foundation before briefly showcasing advanced techniques and combinations. The foundational techniques displayed by Kiki are refreshingly simple. Each move, though unadorned, reveals its extraordinary nature to the discerning eye. Onlookers are captivated, exclaiming in awe at the immense potential they possess. The ninjas engage in a comparative analysis of none and chakra, absorbing the teachings imparted by Kiki. The interconnectedness of their knowledge allows the ninjas to gain significant insights from his instruction. Both Hashirama and Madara sense the aura of a formidable warrior emanating from Kiki, igniting a fervent desire within them to engage in a thrilling battle with a none user. Subsequently, a hexagon appears on the screen. Kiki explains that the 4 major branches of none subdivide into 6 categories: enhancement, emission, manipulation, transformation, materialization, and specialization. As individuals possess varying aptitudes, personalities, and environments, their respective categories differ. The video concludes. Huayan remarks, "I understand now. Perhaps it's best to write about a time traveler fixing things." Chunqing concurs. As the celestial screen fades once more, it gives the impression of a lesson specifically designed to teach them the nuances of none cultivation, after which it abruptly departs. Following this day, a global fervor ignites for the study of none, with individuals rising early each day to engage in vigorous physical training, often seen meditating in serene contemplation. A notable shift in conversational topics is evident, transitioning from mundane greetings to inquiries about one's proficiency in none and the perception of chi. Due to the chakra flowing within the bodies of the ninjas, their meditative endeavors yield only an overwhelming sense of vitality, rendering them unable to perceive the so-called chi. The ninjas reflect, "What a sweet burden this is. It seems we must continue our chakra training." Chapter 45. The initial group's viewing, straight individuals may skip, a malicious little side story one day after the founding of Konoha. Hualien exclaims, Chunqing. Haha. The short story I posted yesterday blew up. I've never received so many comments. Chunqing replies, oh, you found time to write a short piece? May I see it? Hualien shyly responds, no, I'm a bit embarrassed. Chunqing teases, are you writing something risque? Hualien defends, I'm not. I wrote about Madara, and I feel awkward sharing it. But the readers love it. The comments section is full of enthusiasm, and my inbox is flooded with requests for more. Chunqing, confused, asks, when did you become a storyteller? Hualien explains, it was during that time after history class when we discussed the feasibility of Madara becoming Hokage. The term storyteller surfaces again, perplexing those under the celestial screen. What does it mean? It does not sound like a conventional term. Reflecting on their discussion regarding Madara's potential as Hokage, the audience recalls that particular session. Madara, puzzled, furrows his brow. It hardly seems like a serious topic. Chunqing queries, so, what line struck you, transforming you from a respected elder to a storyteller? Hualien points out, Hashirama protects the abstract concept of Konoha. For this, he is willing to kill friends, himself, and all others. Madara, on the other hand, regards people as individuals. He aspires to create an ideal world where everyone is happy and at peace. Chunqing muses, is that how we discussed it? I vaguely remember, but it sounds reasonable. Hualien, suddenly animated, gestures enthusiastically. Don't you think Madara possesses a remarkably unique aura? Upon reflection, it resembles a maternal quality. Chunqing's eyes widen in shock. All present under the celestial screen exclaim, in unison, Mother? Who? Madara? Hashirama and Izuna cast sidelong glances at the brooding Madara, with Hashirama unable to suppress a shiver. Oh no, Madara is angry. Chunqing's incredulity is evident, prompting Hualien to elaborate. Not only does Madara exude a maternal quality, but there is also a sense of obsession, a pathological divinity. When he perceives himself as the savior of the world, he indeed embodies a godly love for humanity, albeit one that is unhealthy, disrespecting others' choices. He desires everyone to experience happiness, coercing them into his vision of it, much like an excessively controlling mother. Chunqing concedes, that does sound somewhat plausible. Hualien, fueled by excitement, continues, consider the scenes from the fourth Great Ninja War documentary, where Madara confronts Obito. Doesn't it resemble a mother chastising her son? Chunqing's expression contorts as she vehemently protests. I refuse to accept the notion of Madara as a maternal figure. Hualien retracts her statement, persisting, all right, to summarize. I believe Madara embodies a blend of divinity and maternal brilliance, which I find quite charming. Would you like to join our maternal brigade? Chunqing raises another objection. But Madara is not feminine at all. What leads you to this conclusion? Hualien responds, I've researched this. Possessing maternal traits does not equate to femininity. I believe motherhood encompasses a tendency to protect, nurture, and sacrifice, which can indeed be found in men. I prefer to refer to such men as fatherly mothers. Chunqing sighs. You certainly have a penchant for twisting logic in peculiar ways. I cannot argue against you. Additionally, please send me the story for my review. Madara's emotional turmoil is palpable. Upon hearing himself ascribed maternal qualities, he is incensed, letting out a cold laugh. After listening to Hualien's theories on divine love and her dissection of maternal traits, he falls into deep contemplation, finally uttering, such trivial conjectures are merely the weak embellishing the strength of the powerful with divine attributes. Let them be. Izuna, initially shocked, reflects that this admiration from future generations is, in fact, a testament to Madara's appeal. Moreover, he finds the description unexpectedly reasonable, culminating in a suppressed smile. Madara is indeed a gentle soul, which explains why future women would be drawn to this strength paired with tenderness. Hashirama, struggling to contain his laughter from the onset, refrains from uproarious laughter in light of Madara's grim demeanor. As the celestial screen closes, he fails to suppress his mirth, bursting into laughter, and meets Madara's fierce glare, swiftly adopting a serious expression. It's truly amusing. I can't help but laugh. Chapter 46, a dramatic interlude in the Warring States period. Viewing reminder. 1. If Tobirama and Izuna from the Chronicles of the Warring States Empress were to traverse into the world of the Fourth Great Ninja War. 2. Dramatic. On the battlefield beneath a full moon, Kurizetsu controls Obito's body. The outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique is successfully executed by Uchiha Madara. At this moment, The space beneath the full moon distorts violently. Madara, newly resurrected, revels in the sensation of chakra surging within him, only to be abruptly struck by a chakra fluctuation so familiar it causes his heart to stop. All eyes turn warily towards the sky as the space rends apart, and two figures emerge from the fissure, landing gracefully. 30-year-old Izuna clutches his head in frustration. Are you incapable of writing coordinates correctly, Senju Whitehair? 30-year-old Tobirama, expressionless, retorts, someone tampered with the coordinates. It was not my error. Immediately, both scan their surroundings. A fundamental instinct for ninjas. Madara? Izuna calls out. Big brother? Tobirama exclaims. Izuna quickly notices his brother Madara, while Tobirama focuses on his elder sibling. Upon recognizing their faces, Madara's pupils dilate in shock. Izuna? In Madara's memory, Izuna is perpetually 24, yet the Izuna before him appears significantly older. Genjutsu? No. Madara is certain this is the genuine Izuna. The battlefield descends into an eerie silence. The reanimated body of Hashirama stares wide-eyed at the remarkably youthful Tobirama, bewildered by the appearance of another Tobirama. Tobirama, sensing the newcomers, furrows his brow, perplexed by the identical chakra signatures they emit. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, then at Izuna, and spoke candidly. You resemble him quite a bit, Sasuke. Sasuke despised this comparison. Izuna, who had been distanced from the ravages of war for a decade, surveyed the ground littered with corpses, the nauseatingly familiar scent of blood assaulting his senses. He quickly composed himself and cheerfully waved toward Madara, smiling as he asked, Brother Madara, what are you all up to? The second Tobirama noticed that another version of himself and his elder brother were in their reanimated forms, while Uchiha Madara appeared youthful and vibrant. After mentally conjuring a grand narrative, he silently cursed Madara for being a troublesome presence, capable of stirring up chaos even in a different realm. Tobirama approached and inquired, Who are you? Looking at the disintegrating version of himself, the alternate Tobirama replied, If I'm not mistaken, we must be in a parallel dimension. I encountered that Uchiha Izuna over there at a temporal rift and traversed from another world into this one. Tobirama asked, What was it like to traverse through the temporal rift? The alternate Tobirama responded, The speed was tremendous. I could only see matter flashing in and out like bubbles, accompanied by a peculiar white noise. The entity that opened the rift bore no ill intent and shielded us, resulting in no harm. Tobirama probed further, Did you sense time? The alternate Tobirama replied, My body experienced only a sensation of weightlessness. I had previously believed that such time travel would disassemble the human body into countless independent particles, continuously separating and reassembling, potentially leading to complete evaporation. The ninjas present were perplexed. Why are they discussing such absurdities so casually? What kind of terrifying notion is it that muscles and bones could be crushed into powder by overwhelming gravity? Why had the newly appeared Senju Tobirama and the Uchiha, who bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke, manifested? Did that newly emerged Uchiha recognize Madara? Was no one curious? Tobirama remarked, Quite the experience. The alternate Tobirama agreed, Indeed. I should document this upon returning. He turned to Izuna, If you didn't lose your wits in fear, you must have activated your Sharingan to record this, right? Izuna retorted, You're the one who summoned me to the lab. It's your fault I fell into this world. When I return, I will inform Hikari that you deliberately created the time rift to endanger me. This triggered a shift in the expressions of Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara, though they quickly recovered. Both Izuna and the alternate Tobirama noticed the change. Izuna glanced at the alternate Tobirama, devising a plan with a mischievous grin. You're in trouble, Senju Tobirama. When I return, I shall tell Brother Madara that the parallel universe version of you was responsible for my demise. Prepare for a beating. Hikari wants to assist you. The alternate Tobirama fell silent, arguing his point. There are countless possibilities in parallel universes. Perhaps there is indeed a world where you killed me. Your complaint lacks logic. Izuna glared at him. In this world, you were the one who killed me, so you're definitely getting hit. The two began to bicker, arguing over who was destined to receive a beating. Remarkably, their attitudes were unusually amicable. Naruto scratched his head in confusion and asked Tobirama, Uncle Second Hokage, do you also have a friend named Hikari? Meanwhile, Hikari, whose communication unit had been destroyed, was counting the time at the edge of the battlefield. Izuna and the alternate Tobirama caught the key word, Hikari. Their minds raced, and they exchanged glances. Izuna smiled warmly, waving at Naruto, Little One. Please tell Uncle your friend Hikari's full name and what she looks like. Naruto, enchanted by Izuna's Sasuke-like smile, blurted out, her name is Tachibana Hikari, with white hair. Sasuke immediately covered his mouth, exclaiming, you fool, don't divulge too much to strangers. Izuna and the alternate Tobirama exchanged excited looks. It's Hikari. The alternate Tobirama closed his eyes. A mysterious energy surged within him, radiating outward in a circular form. Izuna explained to the version of Madara from another world. This power is called Nun. As he spoke, Nin manifested above his finger, taking the shape of a fan. This is Nun, the life energy emitted by humans. Then, Izuna elbowed the alternate Tobirama playfully, grinning as he disclosed the nature of Tobirama's Nun ability. His ability is called the Eye of Divine Domain. The expanded circle can cover half a planet. The further away, the more perception blurs. The closer, the clearer it becomes. However, the user must remain still while using it, rendering it a rather harmless ability. Tobirama was speechless. This vindictive character was still as he had always been. Madara observed the lively and cheerful Izuna, his heart quaking at the thought of what could have been if his Izuna had survived. Having said that, Izuna aimed to elbow Tobirama again, but was blocked. Over there. At 3 o'clock, Tobirama stated, leaving behind a kunai marked with the flying thunder god seal before vanishing. Madara looked at his brother. Who are you seeking? Tachibana Hikari? Izuna tilted his head, replying with a mischievous grin. Brother, what do you think peace is? Madara responded. Izuna shifted his gaze to Hashirama. What is your interpretation of peace? He proceeded to ask each person in turn, what do you think peace is? Everyone responded with confusion. Within mere moments, 2 white-haired figures appeared. Naruto's eyes widened. Hikari? Izuna cheered as he rushed forward, seizing Hikari and embracing her, rubbing their faces together. So adorable. It's Hikari from her childhood. Hikari, bewildered, exclaimed. Cosmic Cathead, what just happened? As Hikari sat on the ground, bored and fiddling with her fingers, her mind was busy drafting a speech to persuade Uchiha Madara to assist her in eliminating the aristocrats. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, and she looked up to see the second Hokage, no cracks in sight, dressed stylishly, with a gentle demeanor as he took her hands. I found you, Hikari. Hikari responded. In the next moment, she was whisked away by the flying thunder god technique. Naruto squeezed through the crowd, pointing at Izuna and the alternate Tobirama, shouting in anger, don't bully Hikari. Izuna, holding Hikari, made a face at Naruto. Hikari is mine now. You have no share. Naruto yelled, give Hikari back to me. Izuna and Naruto engaged in a chase, with Izuna continuously pulling out an assortment of odd toys to hurl at Naruto. Mini scrolls, plastic toy cars, rubber ducks, heart-shaped glasses, and twisting sunflower planters. The allied ninja forces stood dumbfounded. Is there a flaw in the logic of this story's development? The chase was interrupted by Madara, who confronted Izuna. I know you, Izuna. What are you stalling for? Izuna sighed, as expected of brother Madara. He then bounded over to the alternate Tobirama, setting Hikari down and smiling into her eyes. Remember to use your Nun ability. Hikari's mind momentarily blanked. Nun ability? The alternate Tobirama activated the flying thunder god, arriving above the rubber duck closest to Obito. Hikari, though she didn't fully understand, she complied. The secret chamber manifested in an instant, enclosing Hikari, the alternate Tobirama, and Black Zetsu. At this moment, Hikari realized they were utilizing their Nun abilities to capture Black Zetsu. She cast a complex glance at the alternate Tobirama, as this development reminded her of her favorite fanfiction from her previous life. She understood it was a parallel world, where her counterpart had traversed back to the end of the Warring States period. How tragic that Hikari had such a grim fate in that era. Far more harrowing than during the third Hokage's time in Konoha. Shashi no longer concealed her abilities, extracting Kurizetsu from Obito's body. Despite the fact that the space materialized by this Nun ability, known as the Hidden Room, measured only 333 in size, within this chamber, Shashi reigned supreme. Of course, invincibility comes at a price. In exchange for this safety, the ability of Hidden Room bore no offensive capability. When Shashi activated her power, foes enveloped by the room were rendered incapable of attacking her, and she, in turn, could not inflict harm upon them. Only those who unwittingly entered this space from the outside would provoke the fish to strike. It was indeed feasible to detach Kurizetsu from Obito, as such an action could not be classified as harm. To this end, Tobirama produced a scroll adorned with circles, sealing Kurizetsu into a sphere, prompting Madara to sense the fluctuations of his chakra. He then retrieved a green scroll, affixing it to Obito's gaping chest wound, visibly aiding in the healing process. While Hashirama too felt the stirrings of his chakra, the young ninjas of Konoha gazed in astonishment at the bizarre skeletal fish materialized by Shashi's nun ability, having never before heard of her possessing such extraordinary powers. Naruto exclaimed, "Shashi, you have nin abilities too?" Shashi retracted her power, feeling somewhat guilty for hiding it from them. But it was one of her few prized abilities, which she could not disclose. My nun ability is called Hidden Room Fish, which allows me to manifest a secure space under my control. Curious ninjas from other villages inquired whether she had discovered this ability herself. Shashi shook her head, stating it was learned from elsewhere. As another question arose, Tobirama interjected, cheerfully taking the black sphere into his possession, positioning his body to shield Shashi. "Madara, let me explain this fellow to you," he said, revealing Kurizetsu to Madara and commencing a recount of the arduous journey of Kurizetsu, who had plotted for millennia solely to save his mother. The two worlds are different, and thus Kurizetsu's experiences should also differ. You may examine for yourselves. Madara accepted the black sphere from Tobirama, yet did not immediately utilize his Rinnegan to extract Kurizetsu's memories, instead focusing on Tobirama. "How have you been, Izuna?" Tobirama's gaze softened. Indeed, it was his brother Madara, embodying the same gentleness across worlds. "I am exceedingly happy, often in the company of my brother and Shashi. I prepare Madara's dinner. And lately, he has developed a fondness for kelp tofu soup, which I make daily. It is merely that Senju Hashirama and Tobirama are quite bothersome. I shall eventually poison all of the Senju clan." Tobirama reminded, "Only my brother and I still bear the Senju name." Tobirama responded that he indeed intended to poison both of them. Upon hearing this, Hashirama and Tobirama realized that the Senju clan of another world had also disbanded. Learning that Izuna from another world thrived well, Madara felt a mix of sadness and relief, casting a glance at Shashi behind Tobirama. "Has the otherworldly version of me abandoned the Eye of the Moon plan?" Tobirama tilted his head, asking, "What is the Eye of the Moon plan?" Madara began to elucidate his grand vision. First this, then that, followed by Infinite Tsukuyomi. "The world shall know peace, and everyone can live their happiest lives in dreams." Tobirama successfully connected with Madara's line of thought, sighing, "It appears that regardless of the world, you remain so gentle, brother Madara." The Ninja Alliance, perplexed, exchanged glances. While Tobirama, bewildered, remarked, "This plan is riddled with flaws that I shall refrain from criticizing, yet I must pose a question. If everyone is lost in dreams, who will cultivate the fields and produce food? Who will mine and construct roads? Ultimately, they would all perish from starvation, would they not?" The Ninja Alliance chimed in agreement. Madara retorted, "The divine tree will evenly supply chakra to all. No one will go hungry." "Very well, they shall not starve. But how will humanity progress?" Tobirama countered. "Progress stems from necessity. Within an illusionary world, all needs are falsely satisfied, depriving society of the motivation to solve problems. Knowledge will cease to be transmitted. Each individual will exist in isolation within a fantasy, devoid of intellectual exchange and technological collaboration. Thus, progress will stagnate at the moment of entering the dream. You are stifling the future of humanity, Madara." Tobirama expressed his strong agreement with his alternate self's perspective. Upon hearing Tobirama's inquiry, Madara scoffed, "Progress? Tobirama, the Edo Tensei you invented is humanity's advancement, summoning the deceased back to the world. Such a sophisticated ninjutsu has never existed before, yet what has it brought forth? Do you see the corpses upon the ground?" The Ninja Alliance recalled the Edo Tensei army they had encountered earlier, suffering numerous casualties. Most of the dead here fell victim to the hands of the reanimated ninja. "You assert that humanity needs to advance? Yet, human nature is inherently greedy and ugly. Progress merely provides more efficient means for mutual slaughter." As the two debated the merits of Infinite Tsukuyomi, Shashi felt it was time to step forward. Having prepared for this day's verbal duel for a full 11 years, she took a step forward, ready to engage Madara in a grand debate on peace. However, Tobirama obstructed her movement, extending his arm back to shield her. "Brother Madara, would you care to hear about our world?" Tobirama then began recounting his tale. At the age of 16, a traveler descended from the heavens, named Tachibana Shashi, who proclaimed herself the queen who united the seas, and ushered in 30 years of peace. No one understood peace better than she. In an unnoticed corner, Shashi's toes began to twitch. Help! This is so awkward. Is this really her? She would never speak in such a manner. What does she mean by no one understands peace better than I? How embarrassing. Despite their initial distrust of this youthful queen, her prophecies regarding the future began to unfold, prompting them to believe in Tachibana Shashi. On the day hybrid rice technology succeeded, the Senju and Uchiha clans united to establish a nation, endorsing Tachibana Shashi as their queen. Over 4 years, the flames of war consumed all nations, and Shashi emerged as the sole queen of the world. Shashi found herself moved. Following unification, she initially ruled with an iron fist, but once her policies were enacted, she would transition to a republic. Indeed, this was her envisioned future. Could it truly be her, Tachibana Shashi? Tobirama continued his narrative. Our world has now basked in peace for 10 years. Though poverty still exists, no one faces starvation, conflicts and strife remain, yet wars do not arise. With rice yielding 1,000 pounds per acre and transport networks sprawling across the globe like veins, Shashi declared that once material resources became so abundant that they could never be exhausted, and all individuals possessed noble virtues, true peace would arrive. And our task was to relentlessly strive toward that goal. The crowd's perception of Shashi shifted. Could this be a queen capable of forging 2 eras of peace? Hashirama's mouth widened in amazement, pondering how beautiful such a world could be. Does such a world truly exist? A ninja, stunned into forgetting his fear, stepped forward. Is there genuinely a world like that? Are you not deceiving us? Tobirama shrugged. You cannot prove me wrong, can you? Madara turned to Shashi. I have always maintained that peace in the real world is fleeting and fragile. How long do you believe peace can endure after your demise? With a reservoir of wisdom yearning for expression, Shashi seized the opportunity, stepping forth. I believe a nation can be governed in 3 ways, by one ruler, by a few, or by the many. Each form of governance possesses its own advantages and disadvantages. The concept of a single ruler signifies the boundless power of a sovereign or monarch, characterized by the advantages of centralization, heightened administrative efficiency, and the swift realization of policies. However, this system's flaw emerges when a successor proves to be foolish or tyrannical, leading to the rapid decline of what was once a flourishing state. Conversely, the rule of a few can be likened to an aristocracy, akin to the current policies of the Land of Fire, where governance is dominated by several noble factions, with the daimyo representing these powers. This system harnesses the collective wisdom of the aristocracy, yet it is marred by extreme class division, as nobles often regard commoners as beneath them. The rule of the majority is a construct I envision as democracy, representing the interests of the greater populace, albeit with inefficiencies. It is susceptible to the ambitions of demagogues who may steer society towards autocracy. Ban, indeed, should your successor be a fool upon your death. The peace of that world shall swiftly unravel. Natsuki, if we could amalgamate the merits of these 3 governing systems into a hybrid model, we might sustain a nation's enduring stability while evading the pitfalls of each. In my vision, this system is termed a republic. Republic. Both Izuna and Natsuki simultaneously uttered the name of this system, Republic. Gazing at Izuna's radiant smile, Natsuki felt her previously extinguished spirit rekindle. As her parallel counterpart had successfully realized her concept. What a triumph! Natsuki, the Republic may not be the most perfect system, but in my eyes, it is the least flawed. A republic can be understood as a harmonious coexistence of various power structures, with a supreme leader guiding the overarching direction, while officials at all levels attend to affairs and manage the populace, who are endowed with the right to vote. This ensures the long-term stability of the state, preserves the enthusiasm of the majority, and leverages the intellect of a select few elites. If I were to spearhead the establishment of such a nation, I would serve as its first and only queen, for the administrative efficiency of a single ruler is paramount, facilitating the rapid implementation of my policies. Subsequently, transitioning to a republic would maximize the prospects for enduring peace. Ban expressed dissatisfaction. Hence, such peace remains fragile. Ultimately, this nation shall succumb to the ravages of greed and desire, rendering permanent peace an elusive dream. Natsuki inquired, do you believe the antithesis of peace is war? Ban, is it not? Natsuki, I contend that peace and war cannot be dichotomously contrasted in black and white terms. For instance, if I were to unify the world, establishing my nation as the sole entity, rallying all ninjas, granting them elevated status and privileges to oppress the common folk, and seizing every grain of food they cultivate, leaving them with only the barest sustenance. It would illustrate a scenario where, theoretically, peace reigns perpetually without the specter of war. The vividness of this example rendered Natsuki's point clear to all. The commoners in this narrative existed in a world that could ostensibly sustain eternal peace, devoid of conflict, a world some might find preferable to death itself. Natsuki, however, peace and peace are not synonymous, nor are wars identical. Should the commoners in this story rise against the ninja regime, it would signify progress, as they would be fighting for a better life. War, in this context, becomes their path to happiness. Fixated on Ban's gaze, she continued, I recognize your noble ideal of liberating everyone from war to lead a life of happiness, advocating for the use of Infinite Tsukuyomi to achieve this end instantaneously. You wish to satiate the hungry directly, bypassing the toil of agriculture, yet this vision is impractical. We must focus on the tangible world, embrace imperfection, strive within reality, confront challenges as they arise, and diligently work towards a better world. Given that a successful example already exists, might you consider placing your trust in me just once? I assure you I shall exert my utmost efforts to bring peace to the world. Witnessing Natsuki's fervent argument, those who understood nodded in agreement, acknowledging her profound insights. Even those who were initially perplexed found themselves captivated by her audacity to meet Ban's gaze directly, a remarkable display of courage. Izuna, charmed, nearly swooned at Natsuki's adorableness, observing her fingers tremble with tension while she endeavored to exude confidence. The Natsuki of their world had ruled for over 40 years, exhibiting none of this youthful naivety. Izuna playfully embraced Natsuki from behind, nuzzling her neck like a kitten, casting a triumphant yet cheeky glance at Ban. Ban, everything Natsuki said has come to fruition. To secure the greatest interests for the Uchiha clan, I willingly devote myself, striving diligently for your affection, as the most favored concubine. Ban. Tobirama. Hashirama. Ninja Alliance. Natsuki. All eyes turned to Natsuki. Disbelief etched across their faces as they realized they had misjudged her character. Natsuki, utterly astonished, pointed at herself with a trembling finger. I, your concubine? Tobirama nodded affirmatively. Natsuki's inner self screamed, help. Why is the parallel world Natsuki like this? I have no intention of romance, let alone becoming a favored concubine. Izuna, in a playful mood, grasped Natsuki's hand and brought it to her lips, feigning sorrow. But yesterday, you called me your favorite little kitten. Natsuki shuddered with discomfort, struggling to escape Izuna's embrace. Stammering, she protested, there must be some misunderstanding. I'm currently a staunch advocate of singlehood and have no desire for romance. Izuna's expression shifted to one of feigned innocence, pointing at Tobirama. He is also your concubine. We are both striving for family interests, after all. Tobirama nodded calmly. Natsuki felt as though the world were collapsing around her. Concubine? Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama vying for affection on account of family interests? Is this truly my doing? It cannot be. Izuna reveled in Natsuki's bewildered expression, a smile of delight plastered across her face. Ban, exasperated, remarked, enough of this, Izuna. Izuna affectionately patted Natsuki's white hair, attempting to ease the tension that had recently enveloped the group. Just as she was about to say more, both Izuna and Tobirama suddenly intercepted an unknown signal. Izuna lamented, it seems our time is drawing to a close. She hurriedly embraced her beloved brother. I have always loved you, dear brother. I trust the counterpart in this world shares the same sentiment. Releasing Ban, Izuna added, Natsuki knows so much. If you have questions, remember to ask her, Ban. In our world, you and Hashirama love to debate with Natsuki. Tobirama positioned himself before the reincarnated Hashirama and Tobirama, stating, in our world, peace is safeguarded by you and me. Fear not, this world will also improve. Trust in Natsuki. Finally, Tobirama gently embraced Natsuki. Believe in yourself. As Izuna and Tobirama's forms began to fade, Izuna decided to deliver one last playful jab at Natsuki. Not just Tobirama and I, but Ban and Hashirama are also your concubines. Hehe, do you like that, Natsuki? With that, their figures vanished entirely, leaving behind a lingering remark. Ban, Hashirama, Tobirama, Izuna must have done this on purpose. The crowd exclaimed, wait, what? The first Hokage, the second Hokage, the Shura of the ninja world, and his brother, all four at once? You're truly impressive, Natsuki. Finally, Naruto seized the opportunity to speak with Natsuki, leaning in, hesitating before asking, Natsuki, do you want 4 boyfriends? The misunderstood Natsuki exclaimed, for the love of peanuts. For my sake. Chapter 1. The launch of the Gale Chronicles. Preview reminder. The new world has commenced, with the timeline set at the moment Naruto returns to the village in the first episode of the Gale Chronicles. The gates of Konoha shimmered under the sun, as the vigilant duo, Kamizuki Izumi and Kanji Tetsu, stifled yawns, their boredom reaching a point where they contemplated counting ants. Nonetheless, they remained dutifully watchful of every individual entering the village, for safeguarding their home was an unwavering commitment. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures appeared, clad in an orange tracksuit and sporting a white spiky hairstyle, one tall and the other short. They strolled into Konoha. Hey, could that be? It can't be wrong. Naruto swiftly ascended a telephone pole, surveying the village below. Narrator. The beautiful Konoha, the enchanting village, bustling with life. This is the beloved home of my favorite cartoon character, Uzumaki Naruto. Indeed, he has returned. Uzumaki Naruto is back. Narrator. Oh, you fool. Naruto joyfully shouted, drawing the attention of the crowd. At that moment, he heard Sakura's voice. Looking down, he confirmed it was indeed Sakura, accompanied by his younger comrades, Konohamaru and his team. He leapt down, flashing a wide grin. Long time no see, Sakura. What should have been a heartwarming reunion took a turn when Konohamaru attempted to showcase his new seduction technique, only to be sent flying by Sakura's punch, landing headfirst into the ground. Nearby, Natsuki, camera in hand, captured the iconic moment. To avoid disrupting the narrative, Natsuki prepared to leave when the crowd began to stir. There's a dark spot in the sky. Wow, it's getting longer. Quickly, notify the Hokage. Natsuki looked up, noticing the dark spot stretching across the sky as if the heavens were splitting. Everyone gazed upwards, where a large black screen materialized. Natsuki. I don't recall any mention of a massive black screen appearing in the sky in 67 years of Konoha's history. This doesn't seem right. Naruto's return to the village should be significant enough to be recorded in history, and an anomaly in the sky would undoubtedly warrant documentation. This was undoubtedly an unexpected occurrence. Ding. Connecting. Oh, it made a sound. It must be a movie screen. Connection successful. The black screen suddenly emitted a blinding white light, forcing the villagers to shield their eyes. As the brilliance faded, the screen displayed a table stacked high with books, a pair of delicate hands holding a pen, making notes on the pages. As the screen went dark, a girl's voice emerged. The natural attributes of a human refer to their biological and physiological characteristics. The social attributes manifest during material production and social interactions. The natural attributes serve as the foundation for social attributes, which in turn constrain the natural attributes. The essence of a person is the sum of all social relationships. Her tone was devoid of emotion, reciting fluently. As the screen illuminated again, she underlined the subtitle "The Essence of a Person." The screen darkened once more as she continued. The value of a person lies in the meaning they hold for themselves, in their ability to create value to meet their own needs. This includes the social value of individuals, their contributions to society, the personal value of individuals, the respect and fulfillment of their needs by society. The realization of personal value is inseparable from social value, which predominates over personal value. Natsuki was taken aback. Wasn't this a focus of Marxist theory? While others speculated on the content of the screen and debated the validity of the girl's statements, Natsuki had already realized. This was the future. Please consider this as dialogue. Chapter 2. The News Broadcast. Preview reminder. The planet housing the world of Naruto is relatively small. Hence, I directly assumed the total population during the Gale Chronicles period to be around 60 million. By observing the content on the screen, the frequency and amplitude of the swaying, combined with the rhythm of the screen's illumination and dimming, the audience could conclude that the images projected were remarkably consistent with what the human eye perceived. Hokage Tower. Originally, Tsunade had planned to test Naruto, but she sent a subordinate to summon him instead. Standing by the window, Tsunade gazed at the enormous screen in the sky, accompanied by Shizune, who cradled a small pig. Tsunade. Shizune, what do you think is the purpose of this large screen appearing in the sky? As the girl turned, the scene transitioned. Please come in. Upon hearing the girl's consent, a gentle woman with black hair and eyes opened the door. She softly inquired, "Haruharu, I've prepared some fruits and snacks. And your brother brought back a cake. You've been studying for a long time. Would you like to come out and take a break?" Haruharu closed her notebook. "I'll be right there, Mom." The scene followed Haruharu's footsteps from her bedroom to the living room. The spacious, well-lit area featured a large screen displaying advertisements, where two men with black hair and eyes were seated. The young man in the center bore a striking resemblance to the previously seen mother. He was her brother. The older man, seated alone on the side, appeared to be the father. Upon seeing Haruharu emerge from her room, her brother waved. "Come here, Haruharu. I bought sweet potato bread and egg tarts, just out of the oven and still warm." He eagerly revealed the contents of his bag. "And this chocolate cake. I even went to Rocky Supermarket to get your favorite milk." Amused by her brother's endearing demeanor, Haruharu chuckled, as her family treated her like a fragile object in light of her impending exams. "Haruharu, thank you, the best brother in the world, Haruharu. These are all my favorites." Upon hearing his sister's praise, Haruharu's brother puffed out his chest proudly, patting the space beside him. "Tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you tomorrow." Listening to those around her discussing the figures on the screen, the novel foods, and the household appliances, Natsuki's attention was immediately drawn to the television, where the time was displayed in the upper right corner. 16567, 1856. Recognizing this familiar method of timekeeping, Natsuki realized it was proposed by Timus Pace, marking the advent of the ninja village system as the year of the Common Era. This raised a further question. The future depicted on the screen was different from Natsuki's world since the timelines did not align. Timus Pace began to emerge on the historical stage around the year 180 CE, at which point he claimed to be just 18 years old. This implies that in the year 165 CE, when the concept of the Common Era was first introduced, Timus would have been merely 3 years old, making it implausible for the concept to have been accepted or utilized by a television station at that time. Therefore, the world portrayed on the screen was not the same as the one Natsuki had traversed. As Haruharu and her brother savored their desserts, the large television's time transitioned to 1900 hours, and a familiar melody played. Natsuki watched the news broadcast, accompanied by that recognizable background music, lost in contemplation. As their parents emerged with 2 plates of fruit, the news broadcast commenced. The screen displayed 2 neatly dressed individuals. Male host, "Good evening, viewers." Female host, "Good evening." Male host, "Today is June 7th. Welcome to the news broadcast." Female host, "First, let us introduce the main topics for today's program. The National College Entrance Examination commenced today, with various regions and departments enhancing services to ensure a safe and orderly examination process. Over 30 years, Fengxing Province has completed the reclamation of 365 billion acres of decertified land. The 58th Medical Research Special Contribution Award ceremony was held in Yongin City. In the first 5 months, our country's industrial production has maintained rapid growth. Now, let's move on to detailed reports. As the scene shifted, numerous children of similar ages, dressed alike, appeared. They queued past security checkpoints and entered a venue adorned with banners announcing the college entrance examination. Host, today marks the commencement of the National College Entrance Examination, with a staggering 35 million candidates registered. Across the nation, there are 7,899 examination centers, 350,000 examination rooms, and 10,000 backup venues. As the announcement unfolds, images of various schools such as Yongin First Middle School, Yongin 13th Middle School, Shine University Affiliated High School, and Union Engineering University Affiliated High School grace the screen. Under the grand canopy, the audience reflects in bewilderment. How did Shine and Union find their way onto the screen? Observing the name of Shine University Affiliated High School, a drone zooms in to ensure clarity before soaring upwards, showcasing a breathtaking aerial view of the institution. The intent is to illustrate the sheer number of students participating in the examination, all while maintaining an orderly environment. Yet, for the ninjas of Shine Village beneath the canopy, the impact is overwhelming. Is this truly our Shine Village? It appears to be merely a school. To their astonishment, they discover a small artificial lake nestled at the heart of Shine University Affiliated High School. The residents of Shine Village are utterly flabbergasted. They do not possess a lake in their village, yet this school boasts one. There is no sign of sand. Could this really be Shine Village? It must be a fabrication, they surmise. Similar dialogues arise in Union Village. However, due to their robust economic strength, the ninjas display less astonishment. At the Hokage building, the figure of 35 million candidates captures the keen attention of Narashikaku. He deduces that the young individuals seen queuing are likely candidates, approximately 18 years of age. Assuming a uniform age distribution, if the average age were 50, this would imply a national population of at least 675 million in the Land of Fire. Or rather, when aggregating the global population, it likely sums to around 60 million. This population figure seems exaggerated, plunging the Hokage building into silence. A superpower indeed. It is a consensus that, regardless of strength, the sheer population size is sufficient to merit the title of a superpower. Following the coverage of the examination, the screen transitions to a desert where diminutive figures toil at the edge. Upon closer inspection, they are binding straw and weeds into squares and partially burying them in the sand. Host, on June 7th. A report from the Forestry and Grassland Bureau of Fengxing Province reveals that over the past 30 years, 65 billion acres of decertified land have been rehabilitated, with 94 million acres designated for protection, 287 key projects implemented, and a central investment of 32 billion liang allocated for the initial establishment of a green protective belt around the Ta Lock. Fengxing Province has emerged as the leading contributor to greening efforts in our nation, serving as a model for combating desertification. Listeners react with skepticism. What is the merit in rehabilitating a desert? It is far too desolate, unsuitable for habitation. 32 billion liang? Such wealth could be better utilized. I could use it to buy more meat for my mother. The mention of the Ta Desert? Seasoned ninjas, accustomed to missions, exchange glances. It must be the desert in the Land of Wind. Surely, the Ta Desert is the largest in that realm, located at its westernmost point. Then, they hear of the Special Contribution Award in Medical Research, presented by a representative from the Konoha Biological Research Institute, a disciple of Orochimaru. In the base of the Sound Village, Orochimaru, enduring bodily torment, nonetheless ventures outside to observe the canopy, and suddenly sees his own name. Orochimaru speculates that perhaps he will return to Konoha in the future, which would be promising news, suggesting that his forthcoming body-switching experiment has been remarkably successful. Orochimaru greedily extends his tongue, envisioning how to wield the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke's body would undoubtedly serve as his ultimate vessel. Next, it is announced that the industrial growth of Raijo Province is leading the nation, with Union City vigorously promoting green industrial development. A half-hour news broadcast brings profound astonishment to the populace. The terms articulated by the host are all too familiar to Tachibana Natsuki. Deshingwa is her homeland. The world depicted on the canopy, aside from the passage of time, bears remarkable resemblance to the world she inhabited prior to her transcendence. Natsuki hypothesizes that the world on the canopy may represent a parallel universe, one that is developing at a swifter pace. Yet, how can one explain the Gregorian calendar? Perhaps the calendar, akin to Marx's ideological theories, was also proposed by Tim's mentor, Marx. It is plausible that in this world, Tim's mentor Marx chose to abandon hermetic life to lead the people toward a peaceful new world ahead of time. This development may indeed be possible, Natsuki nods, finding her conjecture highly credible. At this moment, Natsuki suddenly feels envious of the world on the canopy, a realm created under the direct leadership of Marx. Those with a modicum of political acumen can easily deduce that the relationship between Fengxing Province, Raijo Province, and Deshingwa suggests that this burgeoning power likely encompasses the present lands of wind and thunder, and may very well include the lands of earth and fire, along with numerous smaller nations. As the news segment concludes, Chunqing expresses her intent to review the topics for tomorrow's examination and retreats to her bedroom, closing the door behind her. As the canopy dims and illuminates once more, Chunqing is seen queuing for security checks. This transition technique evokes thoughts of cinema. Could this be part of a film? A grand screen set up for a promotional spectacle? I doubt it. I just passed by and overheard discussions among the ninjas, confirming it is not an illusion. The scene depicts several orderly lines passing through security gates. Nearby, a red banner reads, the 165th National Unified College Entrance Examination. Shuangshua Province People's High School Examination Center. The screen switches again. A somewhat jarring, urgent bell rings. Within a classroom filled to capacity, desks and chairs are neatly arranged, and students sit in silence. The examination commences as candidates begin to answer the questions. A distorted, mechanical female voice resonates. The students immediately begin to write. The two proctors at the front of the classroom remind them once more, "The examination has begun. Please commence answering." Chunqing lowers her gaze. The first line of the exam paper reads in bold, centered text, 165th June, Shuangxia Province National Unified College Entrance Examination, History. After filling in her name, Tachibana Chunqing, and her examination number, she carefully reviews the candidate instructions. Chunqing begins to tackle the multiple-choice questions. The first question states, in the year 71 AD, Raizhou Province's ship magnate, Ruiji Man, expressed his willingness to donate 50 million liang to construct a hotel in Yong'an City, while also voicing his desire to name it after his father. Tachibana Natsuki decisively agrees. In 72 AD, the Wells Hotel was completed, and Tachibana Natsuki made a rare exception to attend the opening ceremony. This indicates that at that time, the Xinhua was urgently seeking to promote economic development while steadfastly adhering to a people-centered development philosophy, proposing the establishment of special economic zones and dismantling the feudal lord-vassal system. Chunqing reads the question meticulously, then reviews each option, striking them all out before selecting one. Upon encountering her own name in the first question of the history exam, Natsuki is rendered speechless. This was not how she envisioned things. How could she possibly have a part in this? Is there another with her name? Those familiar with Tachibana Natsuki are equally stunned, racking their brains for various possibilities, only to realize that the future depicted on the canopy is indeed their own. The ship magnate Ruiji Man, still under the tutelage of his father, smiles upon seeing his name. The true ship magnate of the Land of Thunder, Wells Man, bursts into laughter, filled with pride and satisfaction at seeing both his and his son's names on the screen. Wells Man calls his subordinates, inviting them for a celebratory meal, exclaiming that it will be on him, inviting all he can. Wells's lips curled upward in unabashed delight. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to regale his business partners with the tale of his son and the 50 million Rio. Tachibana Natsuki, Ruikaman, and Weissman were all individuals still among the living. Although the exact significance of the year 71 AD remained uncertain, it surely could not be far off. Upon seeing Natsuki's name, Naruto tilted his head in puzzlement. Was this indeed the same Natsuki mentioned? Sakura, though unsure, ventured, "I think so." Naruto felt a surge of joy for Natsuki, exclaiming, "Wow, it seems Natsuki has become quite formidable, able to approve a 50 million Rio hotel construction project." Sakura too felt happiness for Natsuki, yet the mention of the Daxing Kingdom left her somewhat anxious. Previously noted to encompass the wind and lightning countries, the inclusion of Natsuki suggested that the fire country was also part of this narrative. At present, none of the wind, lightning, or fire countries showed any intention of unifying, and the global situation remained largely peaceful. This, however, bore the ominous signs of impending chaos. The fundamental contradiction reflected by the Uchiha clan extermination incident is the opposition between the bloodline limit families and civilian ninjas. The power suppression of local aristocrats by the higher-ups of Konoha, the conflict between the enforcement authority of the police force and village autonomy, as well as the contradiction between the evolution requirements of the Sharingan and village safety. Haru carefully circled the fundamental contradiction and diligently examined each option, eliminating choices that pertained to civilian ninjas and village autonomy, ultimately crossing out the irrelevant options. The higher-ups of Konoha were taken aback. Outside the snake lair, Uchiha Sasuke, with his Sharingan spinning, was oblivious to the unfolding events. Chapter 3. College Entrance Examination History. Unaware of the audience watching her solve problems, Haru proceeded to the next question. The establishment of the ninja village system is marked by which event? The founding of Konoha, the establishment of ninja villages in the 5 great nations, the signing of the Tailed Beast Distribution Treaty following the first 5 Kage Summit, or the implementation of the Mission Commission system. Haru quickly circled the ninja village system, selecting and underlining the 5 great nations. Indeed, the possibilities of the future seem greater. This is our destiny. I concur. Do we not currently reside within a ninja village? As Haru penned her answer, dissent arose regarding her choice. Should not the establishment of the ninja village system be tied to Konoha's founding? A thoughtful individual stroked their chin, responding, "The question pertains to the establishment of the ninja village system. One village alone cannot suffice to define it. Isn't that more reasonable? Perhaps you ought to read more." During the Warring States period, the lives of farmers were exceedingly harsh. A sumptuous meal typically consisted of two dishes, a porridge made from millet and a congee made from foxtail millet. After the establishment of the Daxing Kingdom, as famine became a thing of the past and a diverse array of meats was introduced into their diet, the farmers grew taller and stronger, with a notable increase in average height. This transformation was primarily due to the influence of urban development, the stabilizing social order, the discovery and cultivation of new species, and advancements in livestock breeding techniques. Haru swiftly circled the main factor and made her selection. The first 4 questions were straightforward, requiring no time for contemplation. Haru mused. This round of easy questions is overly simplistic. The materials for the 4th question evoked memories in an elder who had lived through the warring states. He shared with the youth by his side. Indeed, in my youth, we subsisted solely on millet. We couldn't even afford to eat small grains daily. How unlike today, when we can enjoy white rice every day. Upon reading the subsequent materials, he laughed joyfully, clapping his hands in approval. Wonderful, wonderful. Life is improving. We shall no longer suffer hunger. The children of the future will be fortunate indeed. Such a variety of meats is splendid. According to the records in the minutes of the 5 Kage Summit, the primary purpose for the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, in proposing the distribution of tailed beasts was to balance the combat power of the various nations to maintain peace within the ninja world. Haru, finding the question exceedingly simple, decisively marked her answer. Although the answer was immediately apparent, she could not help but place a large circle around it. Dear teacher, perhaps you ought to reconsider the level of your examination. It feels akin to a high school history paper. Upon seeing this question and its options, many struggled to comprehend the rationale behind Senju Hashirama's logic. Why would he relinquish his village's immense strength to other ninja villages in the hopes of ensuring peace in the ninja world? Perhaps it was those ordinary citizens who failed to grasp the divine wisdom of the ninja. The Minister of Finance, Hatake Kakashi, stated, since the founding of the Daxing Kingdom, we have invested between 600 million and 1 billion ryo annually into infrastructure development in the Wind Province. This support is a crucial step towards achieving a moderately prosperous society in Daxing. This indicates that the key factor hindering Daxing's progress towards a moderately prosperous society is the extreme economic imbalance among provinces. Finally, a challenge emerged. Haru swiftly eliminated the irrelevant options, recognizing that the question was not focused on the Wind Province, which was not the most critical issue. At the Hokage Tower, a multitude of colleagues directed their gaze toward Hatake Kakashi, including the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. The title of Minister of Finance suggested a role of great significance in managing the nation's finances. It was indeed surprising that Kakashi had ascended to such a position. Kakashi felt a twinge of embarrassment under their scrutiny, pondering, Minister of Finance? That sounds quite impressive. The earlier mention of Tachibana Natsuki and now Kakashi in connection to economic roles led to a collective speculation. Could it be that the Daxing Kingdom was indeed founded under the auspices of Konoha, much like Senju Hashirama's original establishment of the ninja village system? In the Land of Lightning, the 4th Raikage, slammed his fist onto the stone table, cursing, damn Konoha. How many years has it been? From Senju Hashirama to Senju Tobarama, to Namikaze Minato, and now to Hatake Kakashi and that Tachibana Natsuki. Who knows what formidable powerhouse may emerge next to forge a superpower? How can Konoha be so brimming with talent? After 3 great ninja wars, which nearly depleted our village, they still managed to rise again. The 4th Raikage, openly admitted to feeling an overwhelming sense of jealousy. All the great nations were envious, particularly the ninjas of Sunagakure, whose sentiments were the most complicated. Investing 600 million to 1 billion ryo annually in infrastructure development was a staggering amount. Natsuki realized that the world depicted on the celestial screen represented the future, her present world's future. In the world before her journey, Hatake Kakashi served as the 6th Hokage, and during his tenure, Konoha thrived economically, with a notable increase in the happiness of its citizens. A historically validated managerial talent, Kakashi excelled in economic development and the management of livelihoods. In the future Natsuki envisioned, should she successfully unify the world and ascend as queen, she would undoubtedly appoint Kakashi as the Minister of Finance to assist her in economic development and addressing the needs of the populace. Realizing this filled Natsuki with anticipation. It indicated that her plans might indeed come to fruition. In the upper left corner of the celestial screen, a small digital clock, which Haru used to keep track of time, displayed. Upon completing the 5th question, The time read 1504. In the next moment, it jumped to 1600 hours. An observant individual quickly noted the small shift on the celestial screen. Has the time changed? Indeed, it had. Moments ago, it was 1504. And now the question had transformed. Material 1. The land of rain is situated at the crossroads of great nations, perpetually engulfed in conflict. Hanzo of the Salamander, wielding formidable power, briefly unified the hidden rain village. Following the Second Shinobi World War, Hanzo's regime adopted a relatively isolationist policy to diminish the influence of neighboring countries, granting a fleeting period of peace. However, during the Third Shinobi World War, the Land of Rain was again compelled to become a battleground for the great nations. And even Hanzo's demigod title could not alter its fate. Excerpted from Geopolitical Studies of the Shinobi World. Material 2. The Akatsuki organization was initially founded by Yahiko with the aim of securing peace and independence for the Land of Rain, striving to prevent it from becoming a battlefield. However, the conspiracy between Hanzo and Danzo Shimura led to Yahiko's demise, and under Nagato's leadership, the Akatsuki shifted towards endorsing violence and armed revolution, ultimately resulting in Nagato's complete control over the Hidden Rain village. Excerpted from post-war non-state organizations in the Shinobi world. 1. Based on Material 1, analyze the role of the Land of Rain within the Shinobi village system. 2. In conjunction with Material 2, elucidate the primary reasons for the Land of Rain's failure to achieve true independence. 3. Synthesize the above materials to reflect on the existential predicaments faced by small ninja villages in the era of the Shinobi. Pain stood amidst the rain, gazing upwards at the overcast sky, accompanied by Conan. The Land of Rain has always been shrouded in incessant drizzle, seemingly forever deprived of clear skies. After perusing the first excerpt, Nagato remarked to Conan, "Indeed, even the so-called demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, could not liberate the Land of Rain from its fate as a battlefield for great nations." Upon reviewing the second excerpt, Nagato's convictions grew stronger. Great nations are inherently arrogant. They must experience equal suffering to instigate change, otherwise, they shall remain unchanged. Pain clenched his fist. Yahiko's fallen figure resurfacing in his mind as he fixated on Danzo Shimura's name. Let it begin with Konoha. The commoners and ninjas of the Land of Rain exhibited a sense of numbness towards this reality. In their childhood, they harbored resentment and aspired to alter the fate of their powerless nation. Yet, the harshness of reality set in as they recognized their own inadequacies, leading them to live apathetically, much like their predecessors. Upon encountering Danzo's name in the second excerpt, Jiraiya was most affected, recalling his experiences in the Land of Rain. Overwhelmed by guilt for the devastation wrought by war, Jiraiya chose to remain in the Land of Rain, teaching Nagato and his companions, hoping his guidance would enable them to thrive in a chaotic nation. Subsequently, he received no further news of his three disciples, initially believing, as Orochimaru suggested, that they had perished in the turmoil. To his astonishment, Nagato not only survived, but had also assumed control over the Hidden Rain village. Moreover, he learned that one of his disciples, Yahiko, had succumbed to the conspiracy of Danzo and Hanzo. Reflecting on those three children, Yahiko, with his vibrant orange hair and exuberant spirit, Conan, gentle and nurturing with her purple locks, and Nagato, reserved and introverted with his red hair, Jiraiya recalled their shared ideals. His heart ached for his disciples, who had perished without realizing their aspirations. Jiraiya wrestled with the darkness of Konoha, a darkness capable of devouring flesh and blood, yet leaving no trace of its carnage. In the vicinity of the Akatsuki's base, Danzo Shimura, upon discovering that his past schemes had been unveiled, felt a mix of surprise and calm. Sacrificing a weak nation for the benefit of Konoha was a necessity. This was the reality. No one would hold him accountable. Neither Konoha's higher-ups nor Tsunade would. It was all a necessary evil. Chunqing reviewed each question, highlighting key points, and returned to the two excerpts, underlining as she went. After contemplation, she composed her answers on the pink answer sheet, clearly delineating her points. 1. Answer. The Land of Rain serves as a geographical buffer zone within the Shinobi village system. Located at the intersection of the wind, earth, and fire countries, frequently becoming a natural battleground due to the friction among differing national powers. Politically, it is a vassal state, constrained by its limited territory and resources, rendering it susceptible to the influence of great nations. 2. Answer. The primary reasons include the hegemonic interference of great powers, which, to safeguard their own interests, infiltrate smaller nations, exemplified by Danzo's conspiracy with Hanzo to stifle the Akatsuki's peace movement. The limitations of small nation leadership are evident as Hanzo, initially striving for the land of Rain's peace and independence, later compromised his ideals for personal power, aligning himself with Konoha's influence. Lacking a long-term strategic vision and sustainable governance approach. The structural oppression of the system is inherent, as the shinobi village framework is a political game dictated by great powers, leaving small nations devoid of agency. 3. Answer. On a military level, numerous small nations lack strategic resources such as tailed beasts, rendering them militarily disadvantaged and unable to secure their own safety. Economically, the task delegation system is monopolized by great powers, making it difficult for small ninja villages to secure developmental funding, while the global trade system is dominated by large nations, perpetuating the dependency of smaller nations. Politically, small nations cannot maintain peace and neutrality, as great powers intervene in their internal affairs through proxy wars, leading to prolonged instability and relegating them to battlefields without the authority to partake in decisions affecting their own interests. This discourse on the Hidden Rain village captivated Nagato, who meticulously studied Chuanqing's every word. Indeed, the Land of Rain is merely a buffer between great powers, a victim of their geopolitical games, lacking any voice of its own. Observing Chuanqing's assertion that the essence of the shinobi village system is a political game orchestrated by great powers, Nagato felt it was profoundly accurate. The rules of the current world are dictated by these powers, and his objective is to reconstruct this framework. He raised his hand to touch the Rinnegan within his eye socket. With the power of the Rinnegan, possessing strength akin to that of the divine, he could alter the rules of this world. Danzo Shimura scrutinized Chuanqing's responses, firmly asserting that small nations must recognize their place. The dominance of the strong over the weak is a natural law, and it is only fitting that great powers manipulate the smaller ones. Opinions on Chuanqing's answer varied. Some agreed, while others opposed. If the battlefield were to be located among the great powers, wouldn't it merely result in a higher death toll? Question 1. Are the lives of the small nations not valuable? Instead of blaming the great powers, shouldn't we blame the small nations for their weakness? Strive to grow stronger, and perhaps they can escape their fated role as battlegrounds. Yet, if even Hanzo of the Salamander could not alter the fate of the Land of Rain, who could? The populace of the great nations regarded this with a touch of sympathy, but when weighed against the prospect of their own countries becoming battlegrounds, they preferred to let the small nations bear the burden. Other small nations, such as the Land of Grass and the Land of Waterfall, which had also faced numerous invasions, expressed sorrowful reactions. When the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. If the Land of Rain can be trampled upon, will we be next? Yes, it will inevitably fall upon us. The great powers will never consider the plight of the small nations. Chapter 4. A new plan in the upper left corner, the white electronic clock ticked again. 16:30. Bell. Supervisor, the examination time is over. Please cease writing, students. The 3 teachers collected the papers, averaging 10 students' papers per teacher. The collection proceeded swiftly. Once completed, the supervisor announced, students may leave now. Chuanqing stood up, departing alongside her classmates. The exams are finally over. I feel so relieved. Oh no. I think I didn't do well in history. Forget about it. Let us just enjoy our time now. 2 classmates caught up from behind. Chuanqing, shall we head back to the dormitory together? Shall we sit together at the teacher's banquet later? Chuanqing replied, sure, let us go back to the dormitory first. I want to wash my face. I want to change into a dress. Classmate, I feel the same way, but our school is truly wonderful. They spent money to host a thank you banquet for us. From the moment the exam bell rang, Naruto felt a sense of discomfort. But now that the test was finally over, he, like his classmates, could finally relax. Naruto scratched his head, pondering. If the Chunin exams were truly conducted like this with written tests, I would surely perish. Nearby, Konohamaru nodded in agreement. Sakura, however, reveled in this style of examination. To their surprise, the scene shifted rapidly, with many questions left unshown on the screen, leaving everyone feeling a sense of regret. After all, this was news about the future. If only they could reveal a bit more. The screen displayed the thank you banquet. The hotel's second, third, and fourth floors were fully booked, filled with students and teachers. The teachers sipped on light drinks while the students indulged in cola, and everyone enjoyed their meals heartily. During the toasting segment, teachers approached each student's table by class, raising a cup to each graduating child. The teachers expressed their hopes for the students to achieve good results and for their futures to be bright. The students thanked their teachers for 3 years of guidance and support. The teachers, filled with emotion, reflected on yet another batch of graduates departing. The students embraced their teachers, moved to tears. Oh, these 3 years have been tough for both the teachers and me. The classmates also hugged each other, exchanging blessings of friendship for the future. Was this banquet organized by the students to express gratitude to their teachers? As mentioned earlier, it was funded by the school, merely labeled as a thank you banquet. How wonderful it is. Why didn't we have a thank you banquet upon graduating from the Ninja Academy? In regions plagued by food scarcity, the emaciated locals, suffering from hunger, gazed longingly at the food displayed on the screen. The disparity between this world and their own began to dawn upon everyone. A group of 18-year-olds, in the present day, might already be married with their first children born. Yet, the individuals appearing on the screen retained the innocence of youth, as if they were still naive children. Are future educators nurturing students toward a path of pure innocence? The screen went dark. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Sasuke felt a sense of regret over the lack of information regarding the Uchiha incident, while Itachi was relieved that nothing had been exposed. The higher-ups of Konoha breathed a sigh of relief as well. Had the truth been revealed, it would have dealt a significant blow to Konoha's long-standing image. Natsuki gazed at the black screen, contemplating how to adjust her disrupted plans. 3 masked ninjas appeared beside her. Natsuki feigned a startled demeanor, retreating against the wall. The ninja with the decorated mask spoke. Tachibana Natsuki, the higher-ups have summoned you. Come with us. Natsuki, panicking, questioned sharply, who are you? The masked ninja replied, we are? Hearing the familiar sound of a piercing scream, Naruto perked up. Over there. Let go of Natsuki. The dashing blonde hero made his entrance, delivering a flying kick that scattered the 3 masked ninjas. Natsuki found herself shielded behind Naruto. She looked at him with admiration and gratitude. Naruto turned to Natsuki with a radiant smile. I'm back. It's been a while, Natsuki. He gave her a thumbs up. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Natsuki nodded. Yes, I believe in you, Naruto. Naruto then confronted the 3 masked ninjas. Who are you? And why do you want to take Natsuki? The decorated mask replied. Uzumaki Naruto, this is a directive from the higher-ups. Are you defying the village's orders? Naruto would not be intimidated by the masked figures. I'll take Natsuki to Lady Tsunade. We'll discuss any matters at the Hokage's office. With that, Naruto took Natsuki and left to meet Jiraiya. The 3 masked ninjas silently watched them depart. Natsuki suspected that these 3 individuals were likely root ninjas, carrying out an order from Shimura Danzo. With the power of root, Danzo operated within the village with an iron fist, meddling in everything. Natsuki needed to carefully contemplate her subsequent plans. If captured by Danzo and marked with a cursed seal, her future would be doomed. It was wise to stay close to Naruto during this time. Even if the root organization attempted to abduct her, Naruto would surely notice her disappearance promptly. Over the years, Natsuki believed she held some weight in Naruto's heart. Kakashi was willing to infiltrate the root base to save Yamato. Naruto would undoubtedly do the same for her. Natsuki looked up at Naruto. It's been a while, Naruto. You've grown so much taller. Naruto replied. You've grown taller too, Natsuki. Natsuki said, thank you, Naruto. I didn't know who they were. They startled me when they suddenly appeared. Naruto reassured her. Don't pay attention to those strange people. Let us go see Lady Tsunade. She is the Hokage. Anything can be asked directly of her. Together with Sakura, they arrived at the Hokage's office. As expected, there would be a test to assess Naruto's progress over the past 2 years. Then, the charismatic Kakashi-sensei made his entrance, mirroring the storyline precisely. They agreed to meet at the same testing ground as before, where Kakashi would evaluate the strength of Sakura and Naruto. Natsuki only partially focused on the discussions, as most of her thoughts were consumed with her ongoing plans. If she were captured by Danzo, and Naruto was unable to rescue her in time, how would she escape danger? Would revealing what had transpired today lead to Lady Tsunade ensuring her safety? Natsuki was 90% certain that the screen revealed the future of this world. If the future screen disclosed that she would become the queen, unifying the ninja world, her head would undoubtedly become highly sought after. Since childhood, Natsuki had invested considerable effort into winning over Sasuke and Naruto, carefully studying human weaknesses to align herself with the strongest forces of the future. However, Naruto's current strength was insufficient to protect her, and the same went for Sasuke. The most formidable beings at this stage were Nagato and Obito. Should she devise a plan to align herself with Akatsuki or Obito? Amigakure was under Akatsuki's control, and if she could gain Nagato's protection, the Akatsuki members would serve as her security, ensuring her safety. Being forthright with Obito might also be a viable option, if she earned his trust. Kamui could become her new sanctuary. Natsuki was deeply troubled. She had never envisioned the unexpected variable of the screen affecting her plans. While Naruto had yet to mature, the screen already hinted at exposing her. It seemed prudent to find a way to align with Nagato, as Obito was elusive. And perhaps she could wait at the Konoha Memorial Stone, hoping to encounter him. However, that would likely lead to her capture by the Umbu or Root. Naruto exclaimed, Ano ni, Lady Tsunade. I just ran into 3 strange people with Natsuki. They said the higher-ups wanted to see her, and they startled her when they appeared. Who wants to see Natsuki? Upon hearing Naruto's question, Natsuki snapped back to reality, turning to Tsunade in her seat, respectfully recounting the incident, emphasizing the appearance and behavior of the 3 individuals, highlighting her fear and panic due to her ignorance. The expressions of the 4 adults present changed upon hearing her account. Natsuki understood. It was indeed Shimura Danzo. This was no longer a safe place for her in Konoha. She needed to contemplate how to flee safely, while also considering how to reassure Naruto in the future. Sasuke's defection could be described as earth-shattering. Her own departure might inadvertently cause Naruto distress. Being forced to leave the village could be a blessing, as it would eliminate the need for explanations. But how could she orchestrate such a departure? Sighing, Natsuki, a low-ranking medical ninja at Konoha Hospital, was competent enough in her healing abilities. And Tsunade had previously recognized her and offered kind guidance. Tsunade advised Natsuki to avoid acting alone for the time being and to stay at the Konoha Hospital, preferably alongside Sakura. Natsuki nodded earnestly, bowing to express her gratitude before leaving the Hokage's office. Natsuki clutched Sakura's arm, her gaze cast downwards, and a hint of sorrow graced her smile. Sakura, may I stay at your home for a few days? I was quite frightened today. Sakura, ever the loyal friend, embraced Natsuki reassuringly. Of course, don't worry, Natsuki. Natsuki's smile brightened slightly at Sakura's words. Thank you, Sakura. You are always so considerate and have been a great help to me. I will pay for the lodging. How about I cook dinner tonight as a token of my gratitude? I remember that you enjoy red bean dumpling soup. After bidding farewell to Naruto and the others, the 2 girls walked away, chatting and laughing. Naruto, feeling puzzled, turned to Jiraiya and Kakashi. Why did Granny Tsunade tell Natsuki not to act alone? Are those 3 masked individuals a threat? This question delved into the secrets of Konoha, and both men refrained from explaining, merely advising Naruto to be vigilant about Natsuki's safety. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Naruto scratched his head. If the 3 masked individuals posed no risk, who else in the village could harm Natsuki? As a gesture of gratitude for her brief stay, Natsuki prepared a lavish dinner for the Haruno family. The meal consisted of a blend of traditional Japanese cuisine, such as sushi and grilled fish, alongside innovative dishes that would emerge in the future, suitable for a modern dining experience, including crystal shrimp dumplings, kung pao chicken, and sweet and sour ribs. The dinner received resounding praise. Natsuki felt a swell of pride in response to the compliments. Isn't it delicious? This is a special recipe created by Tim. Our dear Tim is proficient in everything, an utterly flawless paragon of femininity. Later that evening, Natsuki lay in her room next to Sakura's, her eyes shut in contemplation, gently caressing a hollow glass box in her hands. The original plan to wait for the 4th Great Ninja War to establish a nation now seemed futile. Simply broadcasting the daily lives of future generations would undoubtedly incite intelligent individuals to adopt and mimic future policies and measures to strengthen their nation, their people, and their military. Perhaps the course of history could be rewritten, and she must act decisively before the more effective methodologies of the future disseminated. In contrast to the myriad of imaginative peaceful solutions currently in the world, the neurotic, self-objectifying ninjas, and the aristocratic elite who hardly regarded others as human. Natsuki placed her faith in herself. No one in this world understood peace better than she did. To achieve unification in this era, excluding the unforeseen variable of Kaguya, what essential conditions must be met? Firstly, absolute military deterrence. Hard power, is the cornerstone of unification. Nagato is a proponent of peace, and Natsuki felt 99% confident she could persuade him to align the Akatsuki with her cause. There was also a significant opportunity to win over Obito. If she could contact Nagato before the information about the tailed beasts and the 10 tails leaked, she would ensure the Akatsuki captured the tailed beasts in advance, aiming at least to secure half of them. In the original timeline, capturing the 8 tails and 9 tails Jinchuriki proved exceedingly difficult. However, with effort, acquiring the remaining 7-tailed beasts was entirely possible. She pondered whether she could win over Orochimaru. He seemed to be in a state of immortality fixation. Perhaps she could deceive him with information about the Otsutsuki? Although the technique of Edo Tensei is morally questionable, it could serve as a last resort. Yes, gaining Orochimaru's allegiance was essential. Now, assuming she secured the Akatsuki, Obito, the 7-tailed beasts, and Orochimaru's forces, Natsuki would possess overwhelming military strength capable of overpowering the current 5 great nations. Once the nation was established, she could teach the method of nun-cultivation to trustworthy individuals. This extraordinary ability could catch adversaries off guard. Secondly, territory and population. The capacity to produce food is paramount, as warfare hinges on national strength and logistics. Tim once articulated a truth about nation building: build high walls, amass grain, and wait to proclaim kingship. The core principle is to avoid being the first to expose oneself, to develop strength quietly, and to seize the throne when the time is ripe. If the Akatsuki were to establish themselves in the land of rain, the geographical center of the continent, they would inevitably face enemies from all directions and could not build high walls. The land of rice, where Orochimaru resides, excels in food production but is surrounded by major nations and must be excluded. Natsuki mentally traversed the world map, setting her sights on the land of water. Isolated from the mainland and distanced from the other 4 great nations, it would be challenging to wage a multi-front war against it. The logistical costs of attacking the land of water would be tremendous, and cutting off their supplies would lead to their downfall. The policies of the Blood Mist Village rendered the land of water exceedingly closed off, making it difficult for information to leak, which would facilitate quiet development. Moreover, the Mist Village had been under Obito Uchiha's control for many years, affording her intimate knowledge of the area. The land of water boasts a considerable area. While the arable land may not be abundant, it suffices, especially with advanced fertilizer formulations that could quintuple food production with ease. The maritime logistics of the islands provide a unique advantage for developing marine trade and establishing maritime hegemony. The intricate coastline is rich in fishery resources. Natsuki was also aware of several renowned mines that would only be discovered in the future, indicating that the land of water is rich in mineral resources. Perfect. It is simply exquisite. The designated location for nation building would be in the land of water. The third aspect is ideology. A nation's prosperous development requires a rational political structure. Directly replicating future political systems would be unfeasible and necessitate adjustments. Furthermore, fostering a sense of patriotism among the populace and unifying thoughts are essential. Controlling the narrative, developing cultural soft power, and advancing education are also critical. Currently, these notions remain somewhat rudimentary, but Natsuki is determined to refine them step by step. With a mind brimming with new ideas, sleep eluded her. The plan was stuck at the first step. How could she reasonably leave the village to find Nagato or Obito? Chapter 5. The Unstoppable Uchiha Obito. The next day, after a sleepless night, Natsuki appeared visibly haggard, her dark circles alarming both Naruto and Sakura. Natsuki, Naruto called out. Sakura, should I help you take a day off? You should rest today. Natsuki forced a smile. Don't worry about me. I merely overthought things and startled myself, which led to a poor night's sleep. It's nothing. I'm off to the hospital. Waving goodbye, Naruto and Sakura exchanged worried glances as Natsuki departed. They noticed her state of mind was indeed troubling. The root ninjas who had monitored her throughout the night reported back to Danzo, detailing Natsuki's activities from her entrance into the Hokage building to her visit to the Konoha hospital that morning. Hearing that Natsuki had hardly slept, fiddling with a glass box as if she were unwell, Danzo scoffed, a timid and fragile little girl. Even sending her to fill the lines as cannon fodder would be bothersome. Lowering their status, he instructed them to continue monitoring her and report any anomalies. Natsuki missed witnessing this classic confrontation. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi faced off, with the victor being the paradise of affection. After the morning battle concluded, Sakura returned to the Konoha hospital, animatedly recounting Naruto's antics and the particularly unreliable lecherous Jonin, Kakashi-sensei. Natsuki listened with a smile, occasionally chiming in. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. The sky has brightened. Natsuki and Sakura rushed to the window, and indeed, the sky had brightened. Kicking open the coffin lid. Uchiha Obito is unstoppable. Upon seeing this phrase, everyone could hardly contain their excitement. Kicking open the coffin lid? Who? Uchiha Obito? Those familiar with the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, immediately recalled his invention of Edo Tensei. Just a few years prior, Konoha had been attacked by Orochimaru, and the Edo Tensei technique had claimed the life of the third Hokage, leading them to instinctively think of the forbidden technique. TSK. Which troublesome individual from the future is responsible for this? The video began to play, revealing a figure wrapped in white bandages. Lord Mu. The individual appearing on the screen was none other than their second Tsuchikage, Mu. What on earth does this celestial television wish to convey? The second Tsuchikage, manipulated by the forces of the Akatsuki, supported himself with one hand on the ground, summoning a coffin that rose from the earth. In the next moment, the coffin lid shattered, and from the cloud of dust emerged a figure, Uchiha Madara. Naka's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that really Uchiha Madara? The assembled shinobi, including the third Tsuchikage Noki, the fifth Kazekage Gaara, Naruto Uzumaki, and Temari, all donned their respective headbands, murmured in shock. Is this a united front of the 5 great shinobi villages? What kind of enemy warrants such an alliance? Does Uchiha Madara require this much power to confront us? In the Kazekage's office, Temari and Gaara exchanged glances, while Naruto, upon seeing the figure, exclaimed, "Is that me?" Jiraiya noticed the unusual state of Naruto's pupils. He was in sage mode. A smile of pride crossed Jiraiya's face as he reflected. He is not much different from his current self. Mastering sage mode so quickly, he must have trained diligently. Nagato, however, was captivated by Madara's eyes. Identical to his own Rinnegan. The video captured only the highlights, showcasing the Ninja Alliance bravely facing Madara's overwhelming presence. With ease, Madara battled thousands, employing pure taijutsu and unleashing a colossal fire release technique that required an entire squad to counter with water release. The blue behemoth Susanoo followed, culminating in the awe-inspiring Shinra Tensei. Is this the power of Uchiha Madara? The crowd beneath the sky gasped in astonishment. Meteorites? How can this be? Such power is akin to that of a deity. What kind of monster is Senju Hashirama to have vanquished Uchiha Madara? The scene shifted to Madara, who observed the falling meteorites. Shall we perish together? He questioned. Of course, the Edo Tensei technique is designed for mutual destruction. We will be resurrected in no time. Noki, witnessing the paralysis of the surrounding shinobi, shouted, "It's not over yet. Stop lamenting. Are you ready to abandon your lives? Do what you can." Gaara urged the shinobi on the battlefield. Everyone, run as far as you can. The Ninja Alliance snapped back to reality and began their retreat. But the meteorites continued to descend. Cold sweat trickled down Naka's brow as he steeled himself, flying toward the meteorites. His small stature appeared insignificant against the descending stones. Utilizing the Earth Release, ultra-lightweight rock technique, he attempted to reduce the mass of the meteorites, hoping to buy time for the Ninja Alliance's escape. The ninjas from Iwagakure cried out in despair, "Tsuchikage." The onlookers beneath the sky regarded him with profound respect. Truly, he was the leader of a village. Noki, confronted by his granddaughter and son, forced a brave facade, saying, "See, I am not afraid of Uchiha Madara at all." Yet, the meteorites' inertia proved overwhelming. Noki could not completely halt their descent. Gaara extended his arms, manipulating vast amounts of sand to rise and form 2 massive hands to support the meteorites. The speed of the meteorites visibly slowed, and the audience held their breath in anticipation. Stop already. Just a little more. With the combined efforts of the 2 Kages, the meteorites were successfully brought to a halt. The Ninja Alliance erupted in joy, their life-threatening peril vanishing. Yes, fantastic. The observers beneath the sky shared in their exhilaration. It has stopped. This is wonderful. Noki, relieved yet still maintaining his bravado, thought to himself, "Look at me. I am still as strong as ever." His aides, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, complimented the elderly leader, while a relieved Temari patted Gaara's back, saying, "Well done, Gaara. All right, but what about the second meteor?" Noki heard Madara call his name, sending a chill up his spine. Suddenly, A second meteorite, twice the size of the first, appeared in the sky, ready to rain devastation upon the battlefield. Noki stood dumbfounded as silence enveloped the crowd beneath the sky. The montage of previous battles was a nostalgic tribute to the Fourth Great Ninja War, each frame meticulously crafted and perfectly accompanied by a fitting soundtrack. Spring Sunshine, delighted, replayed the video to relish the spectacle of Uchiha Madara and eagerly opened the comments section. Do you wish to join the battle, Rose of the Battlefield? Cheating? I report that someone is cheating here. The first Awagakure ninja displayed tremendous courage. Respect to the valiant Madara. The third Tsuchikage is truly remarkable. Little Potato's shining moment. Gaara looks so cool. The seasoned Noki, demonstrating remarkable composure, quickly regained his bearings, reading the praises directed at him in the comments. He felt a mix of joy and irritation. Impertinent descendants, who are you calling Little Potato? Gaara, similarly celebrated in the comments, felt both pride and bashfulness at the directness of the compliments. While I appreciate the sentiments, I would advise against such proclamations of wanting to marry me. Nagato sensed a connection between the figure before him and the real Uchiha Madara. The power of the Rinnegan was evident. Obito, observing the celestial display, could not help but scoff at the obstructive spectacle. He needed to urge Nagato to expedite his actions and secure the tailed beasts. Spring Sunshine opened the comment section again. The power is overwhelming. 2 meteorites from the heavens. Who else can contend with this? Can we have the 4th Hokage use the flying thunder god technique to divert the meteorites into the sea? What a splendid idea. However, at this moment, the 4th Hokage has yet to be revived by Edo Tensei, and others cannot utilize the flying thunder god. Identifying a critical detail, they acknowledged that the 2nd Tsuchikage and the 4th Hokage, along with Uchiha Madara, were all deceased, resurrected through Edo Tensei. The current combatants were the living Tsuchikage Noki, Kazekage Gaara, and Naruto Uzumaki. Their appearances suggested they were not much older than their present selves. What did this imply? It signified that a nefarious individual had mastered Edo Tensei, reviving the deceased on a grand scale, prompting the 5 great nations to unite against a common threat. As this realization dawned, the audience scrutinized the spectacle with renewed seriousness. War was imminent. More information needed to be gathered. Quickly, tell us who the mastermind is, Heavenly Screen. A voice chimed in, I cannot fathom it. If Madara is this powerful, and Hashirama is just slightly stronger, together they could dominate the shinobi world and establish a unified nation. Why then the squabbles over tailed beasts? Another replied, in Hashirama's era, the concept of unity was foreign. He and Madara had no precedents to draw from. Establishing villages and uniting various ninja clans was a remarkable advancement. We should not judge our predecessors harshly. The remnants of the warring states period were few, but they recalled how, upon the establishment of Konoha, various clans sought to emulate the new village's model. The Heavenly Screen was correct. The establishment of a village was an unimaginable breakthrough. However, the notion of Hashirama and Madara conquering the world was politely declined. No one wished for Konoha's unification. Thank you. Such beautiful calf curves. I could watch them forever, one commented. Those large eyes, double eyelids, long eyelashes, fair skin, and toned figure. She is my destined wife. Where's the money on rainy days? The 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, reminds you. Read more, learn more, and pay less attention to the charming Uchiha. The crowd fell silent. Do you even realize what you were saying? How could you utter such fateful words? If you dare, say it again in front of these 2 colossal meteors. An unknown author remarked. The red-clad ninja who appeared at 156 was indeed a ninja from Awagakure, right? He charged forth first. How brave. The once celebrated 149th school prince added. That bold Awagakure ninja was named Amber, and he is remembered in history for his courage. Since then, the Amber gemstone has become a symbol of fearless bravery. Aji, the once celebrated 149th school prince, continued. He was the bravest person in the entire ninja world at that time. The fire-release grilled fish is delightful, he mused, and from then on, I have had a soft spot for the people of Awagakure. They truly take action when it matters. On the summit stood an unknown author, the 2nd ninja, donned in a white vest, was from Kumogakure, named Moroe. The once celebrated 149th school prince chimed in. Everyone is incredibly brave, charging forward. They are all commendable. If it were me, I would have surrendered. The once celebrated 149th school prince, an unknown author, remarked, Amber hails from our Yinba city, and we welcome everyone to visit. We have beautiful mountains and thrilling roller coasters around the hills. An exiled sage, now with a cancelled account, quipped, "Such clever advertising." Amber, who is alive and being praised, is now under the scrutiny of those around him, unsure of how to position his limbs. The people of the Earth Country are known for their simplicity and reserved emotions, making Amber feel quite shy. Upon hearing the compliment, the corners of Amber's lips tightened momentarily before returning to normal, as if merely brushed by the wind. He feigned calmness in the face of the crowd's gaze, even as his body felt light from the fervent attention. Indeed, Amber is a symbol of fearless bravery. Morue from Kumogakure is more flamboyant, standing tall against the astonished and admiring gazes, his chest puffed out, a grin stretching to his ears, eager for praise. "Certainly, I, Morue, am that brave. I will not bring disgrace to Kumogakure. After all, that is the Uchiha Madara of the ninja world. Quick, praise me." Robert doesn't eat radishes. Senju Tobarama is truly a genius, having invented the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, which allows for automatic injury recovery, devoid of pain, and grants infinite chakra. Unfortunately, it cannot be used indiscriminately. Chin, Robert doesn't eat radishes. Edo Tensei does require the sacrifice of a living soul. Hence it cannot be used carelessly, and this technique is incredibly disrespectful to the deceased. Quoin Rutin, hands drooping. Speaking of which, none abilities are quite effective, as they apply a patch to Edo Tensei. If the deceased does not consent, they cannot be summoned. Gaming is fun, Quoin Rutin, so if the deceased agrees, they can be summoned. Gaming is fun, Quoin Rutin. Even if the deceased consents, you cannot proceed. Edo Tensei requires the sacrifice of a living person. In modern society, murder is illegal. Are you sure you can evade the police? Gaming is fun, Quoin Rutin. Hee, I was just curious. Melon seeds for chickens, I eat melon rinds. Chin. In history books, the mention of the Edo army is merely a light phrase, yet it represents countless lives. This commentary requires attention to numerous key points. Firstly, Edo Tensei necessitates the sacrifice of a living soul. The summoned deceased can recover from injuries automatically, feel no pain, and possess infinite chakra. It is no wonder Uchiha Madara would use such catastrophic techniques as summoning meteors against his enemies. Secondly, what is non-ability? It can impose restrictions on Edo Tensei. If the deceased does not consent, they cannot be summoned. Lastly, and most importantly, the light mention of the Edo army in history books signifies the loss of countless lives. This army, akin to their previous deductions, suggests a hidden enemy lurking in the shadows, conspiring for chaos. Chapter 6. Future Laws. Nagato keenly noted a comment. Even if the deceased consents, you still cannot proceed. Edo Tensei requires the sacrifice of a living individual. In modern society, murder is illegal. Are you certain you can escape the police? Although the term police does not exist yet, it can be inferred to mean those responsible for law enforcement. The emphasis lies on the notion that murder is a crime in modern society. To be honest, Nagato cannot fathom a world where murder is deemed illegal. Is not killing as normal as breathing? How did it transform into a crime in the future? Currently, Nagato understands that offenses consist of failing to pay taxes on time, stealing from landlords and nobles, and disobedience. What kind of world is this? Nagato strives to envision a society where mutual slaughter ceases, thereby severing the cycle of hatred. If murderers faced severe repercussions, if all evils could be brought to justice, Nagato seems to glimpse a doorway to a new world opening before him. Spring Sunshine also took note of this comment, igniting curiosity about the law. She switched to her browser to search for when the law declaring murder illegal was established. The webpage provided explicit legal stipulations. For instance, Article 33 of the Constitution of the Great Prosperity Republic states, "The state respects and safeguards human rights." The Constitution of the Great Prosperity Republic asserts that all citizens are equal before the law. Article 232 of the Criminal Law of the Great Prosperity Republic stipulates, "Those who commit intentional homicide shall be punished with the death penalty, life imprisonment, or fixed-term imprisonment of 10 years or more. Those with less severe circumstances shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of 3 to 10 years. Thus, the law against murder has been established since the founding of the nation. Spring Sunshine suddenly became interested, seeking comparisons between past and modern laws. Discovering extensive research on the subject, she found that the concept of penalizing harm to others has almost always accompanied the emergence of law. But the existence of such laws does not guarantee that perpetrators will be punished. In the past, the noble class enjoyed interpretative privileges, while the ninja class wielded the privilege of violence. Both held immunity, whereas commoners committing mass slaughter against civilians might face sanctions. The fundamental distinction between our modern laws and those of the feudal society lies in the constitutional provision that the right to life is a fundamental human right, and no individual may unlawfully deprive another of life. The state respects and safeguards human rights. Equality before the law. People stared blankly at the heavens. The concepts of human rights and equality forcibly instilled into their minds. Yet, such thoughts are far too avant-garde for the present populace, with most deeming it a whimsical fantasy. Impossible. Current laws are merely superficial, rife with arbitrariness. The personal will of the ruling class is the true law. What are human rights? The nobles do not consider commoners as human, let alone regard them as deserving of rights. One noble, infuriated, exclaimed, "Equality? I can make anyone I desire perish." Spring Sunshine continued to scroll. The next video was a live clip featuring a professional lawyer named CHB Kaya, who possessed extensive work experience. He was live-streaming to assist more people while answering their queries. The video was titled, "In Wuhai Province, an 18-year-old chakra user, after finishing their college entrance examination, cruelly murdered a wealthy classmate out of envy for their Bugatti." Spring Sunshine's interest was piqued. After hearing the brief description from the caller, the lawyer reiterated, "So you mean to say that after just finishing your exams, one of your chakra-empowered classmates killed another classmate? Are you certain you are not fabricating this?" The caller confirmed, "Yes, I assure you I am not lying. There may be reports tomorrow." CHB Kaya responded, "You must be certain you are not lying. A chakra user committing murder is a heinous event. If this is a falsehood, you may find yourself summoned for a chat. I guarantee it is true. All right, please continue." A chakra user? This must refer to a ninja. In this era, ninja-related murders are all too common. They are more curious about what a Bugatti is. The people under the sky do not comprehend how explosive this title is for those in the future world. However, the astute individuals perceive, from the lawyer's serious and shocked tone, that in the future, the act of a ninja taking a life is an exceedingly grave crime. The interlocutor explains, "Well, the situation is as follows. I shall refer to them as A and B. Both are male, and they are classmates of mine. I am more familiar with A, who was my middle school peer. He is an academic prodigy, somewhat arrogant and self-assured, having excelled in his studies from a young age, garnering favoritism from teachers. He possesses chakra abilities and learned to extract chakra in middle school, achieving a rating of during the college entrance examination. Yet, his parents are not endowed with abilities, and their financial situation is rather poor. They have never attended parent-teacher meetings, and since our homes are in close proximity, I am aware of his circumstances. His parents, despite having time, seem to be looked down upon by him." The lawyer, cradling a cat, listens intently, occasionally affirming with a thoughtful hum during the interlocutor's pauses. The interlocutor continues, "B is my high school classmate, lacking any abilities, but his family is quite affluent. His mother is a prominent merchant engaged in overseas trade, while his father is a professor at Mist Hidden University. B's grades are mediocre, yet he possesses a delightful personality, is well-liked, and has many talents, including proficiency in various instruments, singing, dancing, calligraphy, and painting. Last week, he showcased the Bugatti his mother purchased for him on a social media platform, and the following day, he used a gathering as a pretext to lure A to the outskirts and kill him." The lawyer interjects, "Excuse me, how was the murder executed? Was chakra utilized?" The interlocutor confirms that it was, although the specifics are unclear. The police identified traces of chakra usage at the scene, indicating a physical act of murder had taken place. Did he confess or have someone report the incident? Yes, he called to confess immediately. So he has been apprehended? Yes, he has been in detention for many days. What is your question? Will he be sentenced to death? If not, how long will he be imprisoned? Are there conditions under which he might serve a shorter sentence? He is an only child, and his parents are not in good health. This criminal event is not overly complex. Although the nature of a Bugatti remains unclear, it is evidently the catalyst for jealousy or other motives leading to the murder, whether by a ninja or an ordinary person. What astonishes everyone is the realization that intentional homicide is indeed a crime warranting imprisonment. Some have digressed, pondering what a social media platform is. Nara Shikaku captures an intriguing term, traces of chakra usage identification. Is chakra usage not supposed to dissipate immediately? Yamashiro Haichi speculates that perhaps the traces of chakra damage differ from those of physical destruction. The lawyer, with a serious demeanor, takes a moment to organize his thoughts. According to Article 232 of the Great Prosperity Republic Criminal Law, intentional homicide refers to the deliberate and unlawful deprivation of another's life. Premeditated murder out of jealousy over possessing a luxury vehicle, coupled with a confession and the chakra trace identification results, will likely be supplemented by phone recordings or chat logs, establishing irrefutable evidence. Subjectively, there is direct intent, and objectively, the act of murder has been committed, constituting the crime of intentional homicide. In judicial practice, the typical sentencing for intentional homicide ranges from the death penalty to life imprisonment or a fixed term of no less than 10 years. Given your description, he has just turned 18. Although legally an adult, the court may consider his mental maturity and show leniency due to his confession to the authorities. As stipulated in Article 67 of the Great Prosperity Republic Criminal Law, individuals who voluntarily confess and truthfully recount their crimes are afforded the status of a confessor. Such individuals may receive a lighter or reduced sentence, and in cases of less severe crimes, punishment may even be waived. However, since this is a premeditated act of intentional homicide, the subjective malice is profound, necessitating a heavier sentence. In judicial practice, confessions for premeditated murder typically result in limited leniency. As an ability user, employing chakra or nun abilities to kill is considered particularly brutal, with circumstances deemed especially severe. Moreover, the ramifications of an ability user committing murder against a non-user can lead to a significantly adverse societal impact, likely resulting in a strict punishment. Financial hardship will not influence the conviction. Thus, based on the aforementioned conditions, I surmise the verdict may lean towards the death penalty. If the family were to express forgiveness, perhaps it could be altered to life imprisonment, though the chances are slim. There exists a minuscule possibility that if he is indeed a genius akin to Orochimaru, having created a monumental invention, he may receive a sentence of over 15 years. The interlocutor responds, "I understand, so it is highly likely he will be sentenced to death, correct? Even the possibility of life imprisonment seems low." The lawyer gently strokes the cat. "Indeed." The interlocutor concludes, "Thank you, lawyer. I understand." Although he is somewhat arrogant and has never used his abilities to bully others, he has always approached his studies with seriousness and kindness, frequently assisting me with my studies. I never expected he would commit such an act. The lawyer replies, "I empathize with your feelings. Based on the information you provided, I am quite certain the likelihood of a death sentence is high and will be executed swiftly. Ability users possess extraordinary powers, rendering non-users defenseless in their presence. The use of such powers to take a life is legally regarded as an aggravating circumstance, commonly referred to as particularly severe. Even if he gains the understanding of his family or if classmates and teachers testify on his behalf as a good person, it will not alter the judgment. At most, it may only delay the execution by a few days." The interlocutor asks, "Is it primarily because he is an ability user, even if his rating is only?" The lawyer affirms, "An ability user is an ability user. Their rating does not diminish their capacity to easily kill a non-user. The potency of chakra and nun abilities is immense. To prevent the abuse of such powers and the potential harm to others, the law imposes strict penalties on ability users regardless of the circumstances." The interlocutor inquires, "Is this to protect the vulnerable?" The lawyer agrees, "Indeed. I have no further questions." "Thank you, Lawyer Chingsai. Goodbye." Everyone is further astonished, realizing that even a ninja committing murder faces similar consequences and may even endure longer imprisonment. Nara Shikaku writes with fervor, noting Article 232, Article 67, intentional homicide, and the considerations for heavier or lighter sentences. The future legal framework is evidently comprehensive, with at least 232 regulations. Tsunade rereads the phrases concerning direct intent and the implementation of the act, constituting intentional homicide. The option for reduced penalties for confessions resonates with her. She sighs, reflecting, "This is well-founded and reasoned. We too must learn to ensure that every judgment is grounded in rationale." Nara Shikaku muses, "Constraining excessively potent powers with law is indeed a commendable notion, provided the law is widely accepted and practiced. The common folk and most ninjas tend to agree that great power should not be abused, nor should it inflict harm indiscriminately. Thus, regulation is essential, and safeguarding the weak is righteous." Conversely, a minority of ninjas exhibit a nonchalant attitude toward future affairs, suggesting that taking a life is trivial and merely a matter of will. After the interlocutor exits, lawyer Chingsai begins to reflect. Surely, there must be ability users in my broadcast room. As ability users, you will face greater legal constraints. Therefore, you must absolutely, unequivocally, and without exception refrain from using your abilities to harm others. Allow me to illustrate an example. If one possesses extraordinary abilities and illicitly absconds with 100 million from a bank vault without utilizing those powers, one might face a prison sentence of 15 years. However, surrendering and returning the stolen amount could reduce the sentence to 10 years, with further reductions possible for diligent work during incarceration. Conversely, if one employs their powers in the theft, the penalty could escalate to over 20 years, though voluntary restitution may mitigate it to 15 years, with additional leniency for hard work within prison walls. Should the theft involve harming another individual, the consequences shift dramatically, potentially leading to life imprisonment. The severity of the sentence is influenced by the number of victims, the extent of their injuries, and the intent behind the use of one's abilities. Intentional harm, regardless of its success, could result in the death penalty. In cases where an ability user kills a non-user, the likelihood of capital punishment increases significantly, unless extreme circumstances apply, such as the perpetrator being a mere child who lost control of their powers, in which case governmental compensation may be warranted, while their guardian faces imprisonment. This illustration, albeit stark, resonates profoundly with the populace under the celestial dome, instilling a clear understanding of the future value of life. Yet, one must ponder, how can the worth of a human life be measured against a sum of 100 million? Two ninjas, seated together, engaged in incredulous discourse, grappling with the notion that human life could surpass such a staggering monetary value. Upon reflection, the rationale becomes apparent. Wealth can be regained, but a life is singular and irreplaceable. Would one exchange a life for 100 million? The answer is a resounding yes. Yet, the facade of moral superiority is transparent. The awareness of such duplicity lingers. The prospect of robbery yielding a lighter sentence than inflicting harm is astonishing. One ninja mused, "How promising the future seems. Might I endeavor to wield a firearm?" The majority of the common folk, uneducated and illiterate, discern the implications of the celestial dome's revelations. They grasp that the life of an ordinary person is deemed more precious than 100 million in the forthcoming era. Overwhelmed by disbelief and sorrow, they yearn for a future where such injustices are rectified, silently hoping for the dawn of a new day. Chapter 7. Natsuki's escape. As the video streams continued, showcasing snippets of live broadcasts, exposing organized crime, gambling rings, infidelity, and economic disputes, the audience was taken aback. Even the workers of the red light district faced repercussions, hinting at the stability and order within the great nation. A knock echoed at Haruki's door. "Come in," she beckoned. Haruki peeked in. "Sister, let us go enjoy some delicious food." The two departed their home, traversing the convenient elevator, orderly apartments, and expansive roads, descending into the depths of the subway. They arrived at a grand shopping center, overwhelmed by the myriad of products on display. Subsequently, they entered a buffet laden with fruits, vegetables, meats, and seafood. As they commenced their meal, the celestial dome dimmed. The audience remained engrossed in the captivating visuals presented. The following day, however, the dome remained dark, heralding dire news. Tsunade received a plea for assistance from Sunagakure, as the fifth Kazekage, Gaara, had been captured by the Akatsuki. In light of the unfolding historical events, Tsunade dispatched Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura to aid Sunagakure. Natsuki sought to accompany them, but Tsunade declined her request. As one of the two individuals mentioned by the Celestial Dome, Natsuki's exact role remained ambiguous, yet her mention indicated significance, warranting special attention. Furthermore, a medical ninja with limited combat prowess was ill-suited for frontline duty, as exemplified by Sakura. One does not recklessly send a healer to their demise. In tears, Natsuki pleaded, "Please, Lady Tsunade, I cannot bear to part from Sakura and Naruto. I promise I won't hinder our journey. If I perish, I shall accept my fate." Perhaps it was her last entreaty that swayed Tsunade, as even the notion of accepting death made her request difficult to deny. Ultimately, Natsuki secured permission to join the mission. Feigning distress, Natsuki returned home, hastily packing her belongings while shedding tears, forcing a smile, and pretending nothing was amiss as she joined Kakashi's team. With relative ease, they exited the village. "Yay! Finally on our way out," Natsuki exclaimed. Meanwhile, the Root organization kept a watchful eye on her departure, reporting back to Danzo. Natsuki's understanding of the historical context was not particularly detailed, yet she was aware that this mission would claim 2 lives, Chiyo and Sasori. Throughout their journey, Natsuki maintained pace with the group, demonstrating the fundamental qualities of a ninja. Her physical capabilities exceeded Tsunade's expectations. Those endowed with abilities could manipulate the life energy emanating from human bodies, a technique known as Zon, one of the foundational aspects of their powers. Mastering Zon enhances mental focus and physical strength, allowing one to retain their youth. Upon reaching Sunagakure, they discovered Kankuro had been poisoned, prompting Sakura to spring into action while Natsuki assisted. Their seamless cooperation was evident, and as they worked diligently, Naruto watched in awe. Sakura and Natsuki have matured. They are so professional. Once familiar with the ailment, the astute Sakura devised a suitable treatment, successfully extracting the toxins from Kankuro's body. Seizing the moment, Natsuki expressed her admiration. "You're amazing, Sakura. Your skills have improved. Your movements are even more precise." Flattered by Natsuki's praise, Sakura smiled brightly, giving a thumbs up to indicate her delight. As Kankuro regained consciousness, he presented remnants of his puppet's shredded clothing. Kakashi summoned his Ninkan, setting forth to pursue the assailants and rescue Gaara. Witnessing a pivotal moment in history, Natsuki's fragmented memories resurfaced, recalling that Black Zetsu lurked nearby, eavesdropping from an obscure corner. Resisting the urge to glance around, she resolved to remain inconspicuous, planning her escape amidst the chaos. During their journey, they encountered Uchiha Itachi, who attempted to thwart their progress. Natsuki cleverly navigated the situation. Eventually, they arrived at Gaara's location, but alas, they were too late. The tailed beast had been extracted. Natsuki checked her sealing scroll, relieved to find everything intact. The opportunity to seize the moment was imminent. Once Naruto retrieved Gaara's lifeless form, his emotional turmoil would likely trigger a transformation, unleashing the formidable power of the Nine Tails. For her own safety, it was prudent to distance herself. Quite reasonable, indeed. As Natsuki patiently awaited the right moment, the outcome mirrored historical events. Naruto, in a frenzy of despair, unleashed chaos with his 2 chakra tails thrashing about. "Natsuki, be careful of Naruto. Find a safe place to hide," Kakashi cautioned. Natsuki resolutely nodded, understood. Turning, she fled. Farewell, Konoha. When Gaara revived, thanks to Chiyo's secret technique, Naruto and the others finally sensed something amiss. However, Natsuki had vanished. As she sprinted towards the land of rain, her speed was paramount. Being caught by Kakashi and the others was not an option. At that moment, after days of silence, the celestial dome illuminated once more. The environment in which an individual's personality develops influences their ability type, and in turn, the ability shapes their personality. Is it personality that determines ability, or vice versa? Today, let us delve into the world of ability users. The dome displayed a corresponding text, accompanied by a slightly distorted female voiceover. Summer, infused with a special plant essence that masks her scent, gracefully navigated through the woods. Hearing a sound, she felt an ominous chill and quickened her pace. The journey from her current location to the rain country would take approximately a day, and she needed to accelerate. The connection between one's abilities and personality traits is a well-trodden topic. Summer knew well what the video intended to convey. Her greater concern was that the video would reveal information suggesting that Tachibana Natsuki was the first nin user in history, which would inevitably cast her into the spotlight of scrutiny. First, let us briefly understand nin abilities and the 6 categories they encompass. The video displayed 2 patterns. On the left, a silhouette emanating energy, and a classic hexagon representing nin abilities. Nun is the life energy of humanity, classified into 6 categories: enhancement, manipulation, transformation, emission, materialization, and specialization. Given the profound correlation between nun abilities and personality, individuals with similar abilities may exhibit analogous personality traits, leading to the formulation of a compatibility theory regarding nun abilities and personality. 1. Enhancement, straightforward, simple-minded. 2. Manipulation, unpredictable, prone to deceit. 3. Emission, careless, impatient, impulsive. 4. Manipulation, independent, logical. 5. materialization, neurotic. 6. Specialization, individualistic, possessing leadership qualities. It is imperative to emphasize that these are merely stereotypes, indicative of a labeling behavior. However, the emergence of stereotypes often stems from observable patterns. Is this power innate within us? Some pondered, then closed their eyes, attempting to sense the energy within their bodies, yet felt nothing. Why can't I sense any energy? Currently, the most detailed research on this theory revolves around the non-personality interaction model. Its core premise posits that non-abilities are the external, quantifiable expressions of personality traits, while the process of honing these abilities simultaneously reinforces personality characteristics, creating a reciprocal shaping cycle between personality and ability. 3 circles appeared on the screen, labeled gene, environment, and behavior. A person's genes are predetermined, establishing their innate temperament. Absent external disruptions, genes can wholly dictate personality. Innate personality traits influence the propensity for certain non-abilities. Extroverted individuals lean toward emission and enhancement, while introverts gravitate toward materialization and manipulation. The environment shapes acquired personality. For instance, Lord Seville, who emerged from the Otsutsuki crisis, is a materialization user who, compelled by his circumstances, harnessed a specialization ability through oaths and constraints. Behavior also reciprocally impacts personality. For example, if one is an emission user and consistently employs their abilities, such actions will reinforce their personality traits, akin to conditioned reflexes or muscle memory. As the screen paused, Haruharu took notes on this concept before resuming playback. Building upon this theory, let us examine the relationship between the 6 NIN categories and personality traits. 1. Enhancement does not equate to simple-mindedness, but rather denotes straightforwardness and sincerity. Enhancement users typically possess strong intuitive capabilities and are action-oriented, though they may lack logical reasoning, relying instead on emotions and experiences for judgment. A quintessential historical figure is Uzumaki Naruto, whose perceived simplicity is merely a fade. In reality, he is earnest and tenacious, stubbornly adhering to his convictions. Naruto, who was anxiously concerned for Natsuki, was taken aback. He did not possess NIN abilities. His expression was unmistakable, and everyone noticed. Currently, Naruto had yet to master none. Kakashi surmised that he would learn it in the future. 2. Manipulation seeks absolute control. 3. Transformation conceals true emotions. 4. Emission manifests anxiety regarding distance. 5. Specialization emphasizes self-actualization. 6. Materialization is characterized by neuroticism. This stereotype is both fitting and amusing. In my understanding, such neuroticism reflects a personality deeply immersed in introspective thought, often elusive to others, a trait of introversion. Let us analyze Tachibana Natsuki as a typical case study. Natsuki thought, "This is bad. They truly are going to talk about me." The more one worries, the more likely it is to come to fruition. Natsuki retrieved a new coat from her sealing scroll and donned a mask. Fortunately, she had prepared adequately. Materialization is a non-ability that conjures something from nothing, necessitating rigorous visualization training. To manifest a chain, one must enhance their imagination. Only by reaching the pinnacle of imaginative capacity can one successfully create a NIN chain indistinguishable from a real one. Those with vivid imaginations often immerse themselves in their inner worlds, appearing distracted and reluctant to engage with others, which may lead to perceptions of oddity or neurosis. Natsuki, during her childhood, was often reprimanded by teachers for her daydreaming in class. Kakashi recalled the last time he saw Natsuki. At that moment, Naruto had lost control due to the beast transformation and, fearing for Natsuki's safety, urged her to keep her distance. He never saw her again. Amid the chaos, he had little attention to spare for Natsuki, who had always been somewhat inconspicuous. Naruto had just wept for Gaara's death, his eyes red and swollen. The thought of Natsuki's quiet disappearance brought fresh tears to his eyes. "I'm so weak. Sasuke, Gaara, Natsuki, I've failed to protect any of them." Meanwhile, classmates in Konoha, unaware of Natsuki's absence, reminisced about her childhood. She had always seemed lost in thought, her gaze unfocused, sitting motionless for extended periods. They now found it curious that her rich imagination had contributed to her demeanor. Therefore, when Natsuki appears dazed, she is truly immersed in her inner world. Ino remarked, "It must be a fascinating and vibrant realm." After the video concluded, Haruharu opened the comments section. "Art is Patrick Star. Enhancement users are simple-minded and very naive. Enhancement users don't listen to others. They are incredibly stubborn. I have a friend who is an enhancement user. He really resembles Uzumaki Naruto in personality, super friendly, easy to talk to, fiercely loyal to friends, yet extremely obstinate, and has a pronounced sense of self-awareness, which can be quite exasperating. Is there anything perfect in this world? I learned something new. I never knew Naruto could use non. It said that chakra users find it difficult to master nin abilities. It's not that chakra users struggle with non. Rather, the overwhelming presence of chakra makes it challenging to sense the aura. The two powers share certain similarities, and adept users of both are often exceptionally strong. Such a cautious perspective. However, Natsuki's combat prowess seems lacking. She is capable of wielding both chakra and non. Combat strength depends on the comparison. Against Sasuke or Naruto, she may seem weaker, but in comparison to me, it is another story. Exceptions exist, nothing is absolute. Each person has different talents. As the first individual in history to unify the world, Tachibana Natsuki is already quite remarkable, abstaining from the allure of power, valuing the populace, and steadfastly maintaining a firm belief in lofty ideals. One perseveres in diligent work, firmly convinced of the ability to transform the world, and indeed has altered the course of history, creating an unprecedented era of greatness. The minor flaw of lacking strength is insignificant. Beneath the vast sky, a multitude assembles. At this moment, Zetsu is tracking Yuki, who is feeling a mix of 3 parts happiness and 7 parts anger. The happiness stems from the realization that the future she envisioned is indeed unfolding, with others extolling her perfection. The anger arises from the thought that once she reaches the land of rain to meet Nagato, these revelations should not be made public. Chapter 8. An encounter with Obito Uchiha. Unbeknownst to Yuki, Obito Uchiha, much like Kaguya, lurks nearby, observing her actions. After all, this is the first mission of the Akatsuki to capture a tailed beast, warranting heightened vigilance. Yuki's abrupt behavior, abandoning her comrades mid-battle, catches Obito's attention, prompting him to follow her and ascertain her intentions. However, her erratic path leaves him perplexed. Where is she fleeing to? Though no one pursues her, Yuki runs as if for her life, darting into the woods and attempting to distance herself from Kakashi and the Sand Village. This piques Obito's curiosity. Kakashi merely instructed her to keep her distance to avoid being harmed by the tailed beast transformation of Naruto, without assigning her any further tasks. As fate would have it, the sky reveals Yuki as the future queen destined to unify the world, while Obito follows her in silence, witnessing the queen's fortuitous solitude. Chunqing transitions to a renowned video-sharing platform, searching for Yuki Tachibana, only to be greeted by numerous videos featuring her likeness. Images of the young queen flood the screen, and it becomes evident that if anyone epitomizes near perfection, it is indeed Yuki Tachibana. From a humble ninja to the Queen of the Republic, a 2-hour narrative unfolds, offering a glimpse into the grand life of Yuki Tachibana. Curiosities surrounding Yuki Tachibana abound. What makes her great? Was she an unprecedented sage? Are Marx and Tim historical figures? Why did Yuki forsake hereditary monarchy for the superiority of republicanism? Is the realization of her ultimate ideal, communism, inevitable? With white hair, blue eyes, and familiar features, the resemblance to Yuki is uncanny. Ino's eyes widen in astonishment. Could it truly be Yuki? Remarkably, her friend is indeed the future queen. Yuki's mentor, a nameless Leaf Village Jonin, shares in the astonishment. Unbelievable, my student is the future queen. Tsunade furrows her brow, regretting her decision to allow Yuki to assist the Sand Village. The sheer volume of videos creates confusion among viewers, with many questions arising. The future nation is to be named the Great Republic, correct? The concept of hereditary monarchy is easily grasped, pertaining to feudal lords, perhaps? What is communism? Is it akin to sharing milk produced by your cow? Every video title appears intriguing, and viewers eagerly anticipate Chunqing clicking through each one for a closer look. Meanwhile, the teams from Sand and Leaf Village exchange silent glances, their hearts racing with urgency. Yuki Tachibana has been lost to them. Chunqing clicks on the first video, which, as the title suggests, is a montage showcasing Yuki's childhood photos in chronological order. The first image depicts a graduation photo of her ninja class, featuring an adult and 3 children. Comments flood in, having been filtered, yet still numerous. The second photo captures Yuki snapping a picture of Sasuke and Naruto in a classroom, both exchanging a kiss, while Yuki playfully poses with a peace sign. The third image features Yuki and Sakura beneath a cherry blossom tree, with Yuki having taken numerous photos of her friends, yet rarely including herself. Had it been any other day, Naruto might have shouted in embarrassment at the second photo, but now he is solely focused on finding Yuki. Led by their ninja hounds, Naruto, Kakashi, and others trace the scent to where Yuki applied a scent-masking liquid. Parker remarks on the scent's abrupt disappearance. Initially, they suspect Deidara may have abducted Yuki. Given his clay birds can fly, but after consideration, they ponder if someone might have captured her through underground means or used a scent-masking substance. With scant information and severed leads, they struggle to form a direction for their search. Sakura trembles as she voices the fear that Yuki may have been taken by the Akatsuki. Kakashi recalls the mission's details, contemplating that while pursuing the scent of Chiyo's Sasori to find Gaara, they encountered the clones of Kisame and Itachi, suggesting an external force may have monitored their actions and captured Yuki. Niji calmly analyzes that the absence of Yuki's body indicates the Akatsuki does not wish to kill her, but rather has other intentions. Kakashi reaches out to console the distraught Naruto. Let us return to the village to report to Lord Hokage, he urges. Naruto, however, breaks free from Kakashi's grasp. I must find Yuki. If I act swiftly, perhaps I can save Gaara. With his head bowed, the light casts shadows across his face, obscuring his expression. I must find Yuki. Every second counts. With that resolve, Naruto immediately employs the shadow clone technique, dispersing thousands of clones to search in every direction. As Yuki weaves through the trees, a figure clad in a black cloak with an orange spiral mask emerges before her. Upon recognizing the figure as Obito Uchiha, she freezes momentarily. At this point, it is evident that Obito is nearby, much like Kaguya. Uncertain if Black Zetsu accompanies him, Yuki refrains from alarming him. Who are you? She inquires. I am Uchiha Madara, he replies. How absurd, Yuki thinks, feeling a sigh of relief, yet remaining cautious. Madara has been dead for many years. The entire ninja world is aware of this fact. Obito, meanwhile, is bombarded with related video recommendations, most concerning Yuki Tachibana. Chunshin clicks on a video titled How to Evaluate Historical Figures, using Yuki Tachibana's assessment of Uchiha Madara as an example. Yuki feels a sense of embarrassment for Obito. How fortuitous. Just as he claims to be Madara, she is about to evaluate him. Humanity is complex, dynamic, and capable of profound thought. Yesterday's self is not the same as today's. Historical figures may exhibit polar opposites across different eras. Therefore, when evaluating historical figures, one must consider various factors such as the context of the times, social conflicts, motivations, and historical impacts. Now, let us examine Yuki Tachibana's assessment of Uchiha Madara. Overall, his contributions outweigh his transgressions. Madara's pursuit of a peaceful world reflects historical progressiveness, the vision and spirit of peace, along with the courage to break and deny the existing order, are lessons worth our contemplation. However, he remains oblivious to the excessive pessimism of his thoughts and the extremity of his methods. The calamities wrought by Infinite Tsukuyomi have led to tragic consequences such as population loss and the destruction of social resources. Fortunately, the ultimate outcome favors the advancement of human civilization. Based on this evaluation, we can extract the following key points. 1. Historical context principle. We must refrain from applying contemporary values to judge ancient figures. Rather, we should understand them within the social contradictions, economic conditions, and cultural environments of their time. When we place Uchiha Madara in his historical context, we find that the bloody era profoundly influenced his grim perception of human nature. Growing up during the Warring States period and witnessing relentless slaughter among clans, the loss of loved ones deepened his understanding that the essence of a ninja is rooted in tragic brutality. The lack of effective peace mechanisms in the ninja world rendered violence the primary means of conflict resolution, fostering a strong inclination towards the negation of reality in his understanding of peace. 2. Dialectics. From both positive and negative perspectives, Uchiha Madara's ideals are noble, yet his methods are brutal. His ultimate aspiration is to create an illusory world devoid of war, suffering, and hatred through Infinite Tsukuyomi, a vision that is historically progressive, transcending the narrow confines of ethnic antagonism and attempting to eradicate war at its roots. Nevertheless, the destruction wrought by war is tangible and must be critiqued. Infinite Tsukuyomi entails the deprivation of human free will, which fundamentally contradicts the very essence of peace. 3. Separation of motive and outcome. Uchiha Madara's motivation stems from a desire for everlasting peace, a vision that carries moral legitimacy and aligns with the collective yearning of people during times of turmoil. However, the actual consequences of his actions starkly contrast with his intentions, necessitating a nuanced assessment. The implementation of the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan resulted in massive population loss and societal collapse, demonstrating the inherent flaws in Madara's methodology. 4. Historical impact. In the long view of history, despite the failure of Madara's plan, his actions objectively spurred transformations within the ninja world, ultimately benefiting the development of human civilization. Thus, Tachibana Natsuki's assessment of Uchiha Madara as having more merit than fault stands valid. Isn't this quite straightforward? Furthermore, we could enrich this evaluation by analyzing additional angles, such as whether the primary social contradictions of the time were addressed, and whether the means employed transcended ethical boundaries of the era. Historical figures often embody a complex interplay of virtues and vices. Who can claim a life devoid of error? We must avoid a binary, black and white perception. This concludes the content of this video. Upon hearing that the merits outweigh the faults, the higher-ups in Konoha momentarily twitched their brows. What are you joking about, Tenmaku? Manipulating the Nine Tails to attack the village, Uchiha Madara is indeed a heinous criminal. Is his ultimate ideal world peace? This is even more ludicrous. His actions hardly reflect a commitment to peace. He has persistently sought to incite conflict, much like the Uchiha clan's continuous attempts to seize control of the village. People pondered over the keywords, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Some, paying close attention, thoughtfully mused, if Infinite Tsukuyomi can create an illusory world of peace, it must be a jinjutsu. After all, the Uchiha clan excels at illusions. Upon hearing of the potential for war, it was as if a detonating fuse had been igniting a fervor among people across the globe. War is terrifying, and the horrors of the Third Shinobi World War are still vivid in memory. No one wishes to endure such devastation. Anger surged through the populace, for those who seek to incite war are demons. As the video progressed, confusion deepened. They struggled to reconcile the notion that Madara's extreme methods could incite war, while simultaneously concluding that the ultimate outcome would benefit human civilization, a juxtaposition devoid of logic. War results in countless deaths. How could it possibly advance human civilization? After absorbing the entirety of the video, Obito cast a complex gaze at Natsuki. Is this truly your belief? Natsuki replied, this is the evaluation I will hold in the future. Presently, I have no understanding of you. Obito pressed further. What do you envision a world of peace to be like? Natsuki did not respond immediately, instead contemplating Obito's motivations. Did he genuinely wish to know her answer? Or was he seeking information based on her response? Natsuki finally articulated, I envision a peaceful world akin to that depicted in the heavens, where only a single nation exists. Society is stable, and children are free to learn rather than engage in life-or-death battles. I desire for people from different regions and surnames to understand and embrace one another, united as one. The power of ninjas should be harnessed to protect the weak, not to annihilate them. Seizing the opportunity, Natsuki began to selectively share her ideals with Obito. Just as he prepared to speak, Kagaya's voice emerged from the shadows. Naruto is approaching. He will arrive shortly. The sudden appearance of Kagaya interrupted their dialogue. Natsuki's heart raced as she instinctively raised her weapon, wary of the lurking Kagaya. Indeed, this figure had been eavesdropping from some hidden corner. With a smile stretching across his face, Kagaya inquired of Obito, what are your intentions, Obito? Her companion is about to find her. Was he inciting Obito to take action against her? Natsuki tensed, ready to employ her abilities. That loathsome Kagaya, she thought resolutely. Once I persuade Obito and Nagato, I'll send Kagaya to the moon to reunite with her beloved mother. With Kagaya present, Natsuki dared not reveal too much nor exhibit any sign of relaxation or goodwill. After all, she was an entity who had existed for millennia, with a wealth of experience far surpassing Natsuki's. Stepping back cautiously, Natsuki distanced herself from Kagaya. Moments ago, she had been concerned about her own speed, fearing pursuit. Now, she hoped Naruto would hasten his pace, arriving before Kagaya and Obito entertained any violent thoughts. She was not yet prepared to expose her abilities. Chapter 9. Becoming allies. Naruto sprinted swiftly, weaving through the trees. Faster, faster. I must find Natsuki. The wind whistled past his ears as memories of playing with Natsuki in their childhood flooded his mind. I believe in you, Naruto. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar silhouette, her striking white hair standing out against the verdant forest. Natsuki, he exclaimed, excitement surging within him as he watched her attempt to run toward him. However, he then noticed the presence of two figures ahead of her, a half-black, half-white face embedded in the ground, and a cloaked figure wearing a peculiar spiraled mask. The masked figure, like a silent ghost, swiftly approached Natsuki. Naruto watched in horror as the gloved hand of the masked figure casually rested on Natsuki's shoulder. Natsuki! His voice erupted in a desperate roar, his heart gripped by icy fear as he sprinted toward her with all his might. Too slow. Still too slow, Naruto thought, helplessly witnessing Natsuki reaching out to him as the space around her distorted. An invisible, colossal vortex materialized, spinning violently and engulfing Natsuki. He seemed to see the terror in her wide-open eyes, pleading for him as her lips moved to utter something. But her voice was consumed by the horrific whirlpool. Damn it! Give Natsuki back to me. Naruto's voice transformed from a howl into a roar of anguish. He formed a Rasengan in his right hand and struck it toward the masked figure's head. The figure remained motionless, without the dull thud of flesh colliding, nor the brittle snap of bone shattering. Did he miss? Naruto's attack passed through the masked man's body, crashing onto the ground behind him. Naruto turned his head, and the masked man, silent, stood still, only to vanish in the next moment. Plop! Yuki materialized in the Kamui space, falling from midair to the ground, then looked around in awe. Wow, this is the Kamui space. A vast expanse, utterly empty, devoid of anything. Yuki felt that Obito hadn't fully utilized the Kamui space. With some proper arrangement, one could sleep of any size at any time, conveniently hide secret savings, or stash away books. Yuki hugged her knees, pondering the situation outside. Surely, Obito wouldn't directly abduct Naruto, right? Naruto must be very upset. She too had been captured by villains. Soon, Obito would likely enter the space to discuss some future plans with her. What should she say? The space twisted, and a black-clad figure resembling a cookie appeared before Yuki. She stood up. Obito, brewing a multitude of words, was ready to use his verbal prowess to win over this future queen into his fold. Where there is capability, there is a necessity for persuasion. Yuki Obito. Obito's mind momentarily froze. I shouldn't be so old that I can't hear someone say my name, right? Upon seeing Obito's silence, Yuki raised her voice. Obito. It had been a long time since he had heard anyone call him that name. Yuki sighed in exasperation. No matter how much he pretended, encountering something personal would always reveal his true self. She began to perform, flashing a smile. We truly share a connection, Obito. I was just thinking about how to speak with you privately. Obito gazed at the smiling white-haired girl, still caught in a daze. Yuki sighed lightly, her eyes, filled with a nearly compassionate warmth, held a softness. She looked at Obito's exposed eye, wondering if he was curious as to how she knew his identity. After bearing the mask of Uchiha Madara for so many years, walking in darkness alone must have been exhausting, right? Slowly, Obito removed his mask, revealing a face marked with scars. How do you know my identity? I have a secret I've never disclosed to anyone, not even to Naruto. But I am eager to tell you that I come from the future. Obito immediately thought of the newly appeared Sky Curtain. You come from the future in the Sky Curtain? Yuki shook her head. No, I come from another future. But the future in the Sky Curtain is the future of our world. It's a bit convoluted, Yuki quickly added. Obito, I know the truth about everything. The Shinji Bridge. The Nine Tails attack on the village, the Ged Maz, the Ten Tails, the Eye of the Moon, the Infinite Tsukuyomi, and Uchiha Madara's resurrection plan. Let me reveal the truth to you. From the moment Kagaya Otsutsuki descended upon Earth, through the world after the Infinite Tsukuyomi, to an unfortunate soul's journey through time, experiencing emotional breakdowns, and then rallying to establish a unified nation. Obito listened silently to Yuki's narration. His tightly clenched hands and heaving chest indicated his tumultuous emotions. Yuki grasped Obito's hand, her gaze intense as she focused on his Sharingan, her tone filled with excitement and fervor. The Sky Curtain has proven that my plan can succeed. This time, due to the Sky Curtain's emergence, the plan has changed, but I have envisioned a new one. We can start from the land of water, which is surrounded by the sea on all sides, easy to defend and difficult to attack, establishing a new nation, enacting laws, building schools, developing livelihoods, ensuring that civilians no longer starve due to war, and turning feudal lords and nobles into mere dust in history. Let us create a new world together, Obito. Although dreams may not be real, it is possible to create a peaceful world in reality. When Kakashi and his team returned to Konoha, Ino and the others were waiting, eager to see their future queen. A dejected Naruto and Sakura could barely meet their classmates' eyes. They had gone out and failed to rescue Gaara, and had lost Yuki in the process. Ino and Hinata, upon hearing that Yuki had been captured by Akatsuki, wore expressions of disbelief. How could this happen? They first went to the Hokage's office to report their mission. There were outsiders, ninjas dispatched by the feudal lord, waiting in the village to detain Tachibana Yuki. Upon hearing this, Naruto's immediate reaction was one of anger. How dare you capture Yuki? If not for Kakashi holding him back, Naruto would have charged at them. Guy stepped forward to provide a detailed report. You must be lying. The feudal lord wants to see Tachibana Yuki, and she has just conveniently gone missing? What are the odds? Tsunade sensed something amiss. Why was Yuki so eager to leave the village for a mission? Was she truly frightened by the root ninjas dispatched by Danzo? Yet the fact that Yuki had been captured was undeniable. Naruto would not lie. Tsunade, accustomed to farewells, offered Naruto a few words of comfort before letting him leave. Exhausted in body and spirit, Naruto returned to his apartment, opening the door to find a giant plush doll. Uzumaki Naruto No. 2, that Yuki had gifted him sitting on a chair. Happy birthday, Naruto. This is for you, made by me. It's called Uzumaki Naruto No. 2. Isn't it adorable? I hope this doll can accompany you through every lonely, sorrowful night, and I wish for your eternal happiness. Embracing the plushie, Naruto fell back onto his bed, his blue eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. The azure that usually shimmered with indomitable spirit was now shrouded in a thick layer of ash, dimmed and lifeless. Another failure. Naruto's mind was chaotic. The image of Yuki reaching out to him before her disappearance, Gaara's cold corpse, and the duel with Sasuke, all flashed vividly before him. Each scene, strikingly clear, depicted the heart-wrenching moments of watching friends depart, die, or be taken away. Just a step away, if only he could have acted faster and stronger. Tears slipped from the corners of Naruto's eyes. Every person he vowed to protect with his life, he had watched them fall into danger, depart, die, or be abducted. Each time he had given his all, each time he bore scars, yet every outcome led to the same word, failure. In a base housing a multitude of white Zetsus, Black Zetsu spotted Uchiha Obito entering. Black Zetsu leaned in. Hey, Obito, how's that queen doing? You haven't killed her, have you? Obito merely cast a glance at Black Zetsu. Barely alive. It sounded as if he had been subjected to torture, and Black Zetsu reveled in his misfortune. Being so violent with a girl isn't good, you know. Obito had a clear objective, directly pulling out a white mask, Uchiha clan attire, and a large fan left behind by Uchiha Madara from a corner. Black Zetsu, puzzled, wondered what Obito was up to. What are you planning, Obito? Obito continued to gather his things without looking up. Going to capture the tailed beasts. Akatsuki is moving too slowly. Watching Obito switch to the swirling mask and don the white mask, Black Zetsu inquired, which tailed beast are you going after? You. The Sharingan spun, and Obito directly sucked Black Zetsu into the Kamui space. Black Zetsu. Caught off guard, Black Zetsu was successfully captured. Hi. Yuki waved cheerfully at Black Zetsu. He retreated warily, still trying to comprehend the current situation. Obito promptly released Yuki from the Kamui space. I've already caught Black Zetsu. Yuki applauded, exclaiming, Wow, Obito. Your speed is impressive. Obito did not respond to the compliment, but changed the subject. Let us go. I'll take you to meet Nagato. All right. Yuki followed Obito towards the land of rain. Successfully drawing Obito into her camp, she planned to persuade Nagato, then relocate Akatsuki to the land of water. Several days passed since the last appearance of the Sky Curtain. Finally, the Sky Curtain lit up once more, but the various ninja villages were too preoccupied to take notice. Except for the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki, nearly all Jinchuriki were captured simultaneously. Xiaoshi, I truly apologize, the address was leaked by me. The Akatsuki organization has expanded its reach, transforming into a terrifying criminal syndicate comprised entirely of shadow-level ninjas. The most infamous among them is a man donned in a white mask who audaciously abducted the 7-tailed Jinchuriki from Takigakure right before the eyes of many. Chunqing lazily reclined in bed, scrolling through videos. One video bore the title, Oh, so this is how the history exam is crafted for the college entrance examination? The uploader is a candidate from this year's exam. I managed to endure the most challenging physics section, but when it came to the final subject, history, I faltered. Who conceived this year's history paper? For 3 consecutive years, the major questions have revolved around the Akatsuki organization and Amigakure. Did no one in the question-setting team intervene? Prior to the exam, I believe these topics had been covered for 2 years, so I casually reviewed them. Yet, lo and behold, the major questions still pertain to Amigakure. I was utterly flabbergasted. Upon reading the question, I found myself questioning my very existence, my mind a blank slate. Chunqing clicked on the comment section. Parsley garlic salt. I'm already looking forward to next year's history exam. Does the question-setting team change each year? 80 years old still enjoying cake. Huh? This makes me happy. Right before the exam, I watched a documentary about the land of rain, and during the test, I nearly burst out laughing. Please, give me some money. Actually, the exam topics over the past 3 years have not been entirely consistent. This year's major question included 2 sub-questions regarding the land of rain. Last year, it was a major question with 2 sub-questions concerning the historical background and impact of the Akatsuki's emergence. The year before, it was merely a small sub-question about Nagato. Call me Grain. Please, give me some money. Are you a history teacher? Your understanding is quite thorough. Please, give me some money. Call me Grain. More or less, I am an external tutor. Don't waste your breath on sand. You might want to learn about the head of this question-setting team. He holds a Ph.D. in history from Yulin University. With his undergraduate thesis on Nagato and his doctoral dissertation on the geopolitics of the land of rain and small nations. Cyan Cedar, don't waste your breath on sand. Wow, that matches perfectly. They were referring to the previous history paper, and memories were reignited as everyone rummaged through their minds, recalling the content they had encountered. Chunqing's answers were duly noted. Studying history, dedicating oneself to research, teaching, and crafting examination papers seemed rather intriguing. Yulin University. Is it a university situated in the land of rain? What do undergraduate and doctoral degrees signify? Chunqing continued to scroll. The 5 most suitable majors for chakra users. With the college entrance exam results approaching, it would be wise to explore which majors are worth pursuing. If you excel in water release techniques, enrolling in fields like marine desalination or firefighting guarantees a lack of unemployment risk. Graduating in marine desalination leads directly to Fengxing province, with some diligence over 5 years. One could effortlessly purchase a home in a first-tier city near their hometown. Graduating in firefighting secures a position in a government unit. A stable job that ensures lifelong employment as long as one abides by the law. For those proficient in fire release techniques, individuals with high skill ratings should pursue metallurgy. After several years in mining, securing a home in a first-tier city is easily achievable. Those with lower skill ratings need not worry. As for users of bloodline limits, feel free to consult me. There are too many types to elaborate on. Ninjas never imagined that in the future, they would engage in such professions. Land reclamation, cooking, and waste incineration using fire release techniques. How splendid. It surely burns waste cleanly. What a peaceful future. Ninjas are no longer instruments of murder. How wonderful. Haha. If I were in the future, I could even become an engineer. These majors must be taught in universities, right? Quite useful indeed. Medical ninjas earn such substantial incomes. A sentimental ninja shed tears upon witnessing future ninjas thriving in various fields, diligently working. I truly wonder, can ninjutsu genuinely bring about peace? Human imagination is constrained by past experiences and existing knowledge, rendering it incapable of envisioning entirely novel concepts. Much like these majors, the professional application of ninjutsu in future society astonished them. Chapter 10. Recruiting the Akatsuki in the cold stone chamber of the towering structure in Amigakure. The monotonous sound of rain tapping on the windows filled the air. Pain, with his lifeless Rinnegan, fixated on the 2 figures clad in black hoods who had just entered. Pain, where's the 7-tailed Jinchuriki? Obito casually dropped the unconscious Keed onto the ground. Pain had been particularly observant of the shorter individual beside Uchiha Madara. Who is the person you've brought? Madara. Xiashi lifted her black hood, revealing her striking white hair and a visage known to all. Xiashi, greetings, Nagato. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Tachibana Xiashi. I believe you are familiar with me. Xiashi's gaze shifted to the beautiful Kunoichi beside him. Xiashi. Hello, Konan. I am Tachibana Xiashi. Konan silently nodded, acknowledging her presence. Nagato was not the least bit surprised that Sashi addressed him by name. He certainly had been informed of her true identity by Uchiha Madara. Nagato, what do you wish to discuss with me? Sashi, if I were to promise you a path to realize your dream of peace, transforming the world above into a reality, would you join me in creating a new world of tranquility? Those who engage in politics must possess a certain audacity, capable of painting grand visions. Sashi felt no trepidation as she boldly proclaimed her ability to achieve peace, inviting Nagato to be her subordinate. She did not anticipate that her forthrightness would catch him off guard, as she laid her intentions bare without preamble. Nagato paused momentarily, beginning to contemplate Sashi's proposal. Currently, he held his own understanding of peace, believing it must be born from suffering, while he too yearned for the world above. Nagato was not someone to easily alter his principles. Nagato, the peace you promise is merely a castle in the air. It is exceedingly distant. Furthermore, the exposure by the heavens may unearth all your current plans and actions. It is improbable that you can fulfill my aspirations for peace under such circumstances. Sashi unfurled a prepared map, pointing to the location of the land of water, and began to articulate the benefits and feasibility of establishing a nation there. Isolated overseas, rich in resources, with a climate that is most suitable. Most importantly, the land of water lies far from the continental center and the sensitive nerve lines of the four great nations. Moreover, is the exposure by the heavens necessarily a detriment? Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. As the future queen recognized by the heavens, I possess the capability to lead the people towards prosperity and harmony. Aside from the noble class and their protectors, who would oppose my rule, we merely need to gather strength in the land of water, seeking an opportune moment to raise our voices in unison. All who yearn for a new world shall be our allies. At that time, the world will consist solely of a unified and powerful nation, operating under fairer and more reasonable rules, much like what is depicted in the heavens. Small nations like the land of rain will no longer be mere pawns in the grand game of larger nations, nor will they suffer unjust oppression and warfare any longer. Nagato appeared somewhat swayed, inquiring, "What is your perspective on my philosophy? To let the world experience suffering. When all feel the same pain, they will understand one another, and peace will be attained." Sashi, the deterrent of pain is indeed feasible. If a superpower were to suddenly arise, intent on annihilating the world, we would have to unify against this external threat, setting aside our mutual animosities. If we all perish, then harboring grudges becomes meaningless. Therefore, I believe that the peace born from the deterrent of pain is achievable. But what happens after your demise? Once this common external threat fades, the world will revert to its original state, rife with mutual hostility, and nothing will have changed. Nagato, you too shall perish. After your passing, the world will return to its former state. Sashi shook her head, a peculiar smile combining pride and ambition gracing her face. Thus, what we aspire to achieve transcends mere military unification. We must also embed the idea